Okay, let's get back on track. This is the 6th video in an ongoing project that I have been doing for over 2 years about a series of Nickelodeon shows all set in the same continuity. Things started off relatively normal with iCarly, a show about an internet celebrity and her friends. Then things got kind of weird with Victorious, a program about a future pop star and the people who happen to stand around her. And now we are covering Sam and Cat, the weakest link and the television equivalent of growing nostalgic for a Tuesday on a Thursday. And now, 27 hours into this 400,000 subscriber special, we are finally going to do it. We are going to cover the end of the end. Today is all about reviewing the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat, along with a few odd tangents, before we finally get serious about things. But before we start this grand Hobbit adventure, there's a couple things I want to talk about real quick. First of all, I just checked my metrics, and did you guys know that only 41% of my viewers are currently subscribed to my channel? If you're not subscribed, then you're never gonna know when my content is coming out, and that just won't do. Alright, I'm no longer asking. Hit subscribe right now, or I swear to God! I do need to clear some things up real quick because I did make a bit of a mess here. So last year, 2022, I told you guys that if we got to the milestone of 1 million subscribers by the end of the year, that next year, this year, 2023, I would make videos about Zoe 101 and Drake and Josh. And directly after I promised that, I managed to only release 2 videos in the entire year. So yeah, I bungled it like I bungle most things in my life, but I think I've decided that we're just gonna keep it going and move everything up a year. So, to renew our vows very quickly, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year, 2023, then next year, 2024, I will make videos about Drake and Josh and Zoe 101. But we're only gonna do that if we reach that milestone, if we get to 1 million subscribers by the end of this year. So go down, make sure you're subscribed. If you don't have an account on YouTube, make yourself an account, hit subscribe, talk to your friends, talk to your loved ones, call your mom for the first time in a couple months, and just try to get this momentum rolling to see if we can reach this very big achievement. So now that we've got our 2024 vision sorted, let's see if we can do something about your 2020 vision. Ever struggle to read road signs in public? Constantly trip over your feet while walking down the street? Fail to appreciate the beauty of nature itself? Well, if that's the case, I think I know just how to help you. With today's sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. GlassesUSA.com is offering a big discount for you, my viewers, right now. And you can check that out and learn more by clicking on that link in the description below. Once again, that is the link in the description down below to find out more about our beautiful sponsor, GlassesUSA.com. With that, let's get back to where we were before. This is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode...
Hey, Quinn, you hear that the Queen of England died?
Yeah. People are still pretty upset about that. We should try to be sensitive about that topic.
Fuck her.
Hey, by the way, did you know that there's, another guy out there that does, this exact same bit?
Nah, I'm pretty sure I'm the first person to do this.
Okay, this is Sam and Cat, Season 1, Episode 21, #MagicATM. As the episode starts, we see Kat riding around the apartment hallway on some sort of motorized mini go-kart. Sam approaches, eating a massive watermelon, and rushes towards the offer to drive Kat's zingy thingy. She throws her watermelon into the arms of an elderly woman who collapses from the added weight. In just a few short moments, we have been reminded of so many character traits. Sam's gluttonous disposition, disregard for the safety of strangers and the elderly, and Kat's inability to be trusted as a babysitter due to her basically already acting like a child. Sam discovers the living room is filled with toys and demands Kat explain where they came from. Kat explains they came from an ATM. A magic ATM. Sam begins to question the logic of this, as Kat has no bank account before she discovers another zingy thing and the pair head off to race each other. Sam, Kat, and the two kids play in the street where they're approached by Herb, who you'll remember as their neighbor who looks homeless but actually isn't. Herb tells the kids that he just got a gym membership and it's in Beverly Hills, that is. He says that it cost a lot of money, but luckily, he can afford such expenses.
My life's going great.
Kat suggests they go off and buy more stuff, and Sam reminds her that they have no money. But Kat says not to worry about it, as they can go to the magic ATM. Dice rolls by, and the two girls task him with watching the kids they're supposed to be babysitting. He takes off his helmet, revealing his own sheared hair is glued to the top, and he offers the kids the chance to fondle his dismembered follicles. After this, the opening titles play, and it's actually a brand new title sequence. This is another reminder of what I was constantly hammering home in the first Sam and Kat video, that all the episodes from here on out are a little more than the end of season 1, but a little less than the second season. After this, we cut to the inside of a small gas station, where a foreign man behind the counter is taking selfies with a front-facing Flash. Interestingly, I think front-facing Flash didn't come out in phones until 2015, a year after this. Anyway, Sam and Kat come in and Kat reveals her secret. She knows a special song which goes along to the music of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, but is bastardized with different lyrics. A few days ago, she decided to try and press the buttons on the ATM like they were keyboard notes, and when the first two lines of the chorus were over, a bunch of money came out. Sam pulls Kat to the side and tells her that she can't tell anyone about this because this is probably not legal. But she says that they shouldn't necessarily give the money back. While they try and think of what is the morally right thing to do, they both run off to the mall to spend a bunch of cash. Later, Dice comes into the apartment and finds the girls unloading groceries. Sam has bought fresh, non-expired meat, an uncommon treat for the household apparently, and meanwhile, Ariana Grande is a furry. No, but she's bought like a tail so she can roleplay that she, has a tail. So Dice has a convoluted story that's baked in the show's lore that I've detected you don't care about, but I'm going to tell you anyways. Dice's aunt, who's brought up like every other episode, is flying to Japan later that week, and she's taking her monkey with her. So Dice needs Sam and Kat to go to an animal hospital to pick up some monkey pills to help him sleep on the plane. Dice can't go himself, and initially won't say why, although he eventually admits he's in a spelling bee. I'm just grateful he isn't stripping again. It turns out that animal hospital is right by the gas station where the magic ATM is, and Kat wants to go steal more money, borrow more money. Sam is against this, as she's worried if they keep pushing their luck, they'll get in trouble, and she doesn't want to end up back in juvie. In quite a twist on their respective characters, Kat puts on a smooth voice and attempts to convince Sam that stealing money is actually cool and an awesome thing to do, reminding her that money can be used to buy tickets to the Lakers, violent video games, and fried chicken. Sam eventually cracks. So the next day, they go into the gas station, they drop the monkey pills, the pills get stepped on, and they try and collect him back up, and then Kat does the trick one last time. Once this happens, the shop owner rushes over as he's finally caught the person taking money from the ATM. Cops suddenly appear and arrest Kat on the spot. A police officer, played by Scott Bios, says Kat is going to juvie, and Sam, worried she'll never survive on the inside alone, alone, spills slushy down Scott Baio's pants, so she'll go with her. During a transition, we see a quick Nozu cameo from Victorious, and then Scott Baio ends up tailing down a speeding car, which turns out to be stolen. Scott Baio asks the girls what's in their bag, and they say it's medicine for a monkey, so he'll sleep on his way to Japan. He says they should never lie to an officer, and he eats the crushed sleeping pills, believing that they're candy. He soon passes out mid-car chase. Sam crawls into the front seat because there's no divider, #plothole, and she takes control of the cruiser, but refuses to give up the chase of the stolen car, #snitch. The suspect ditches the stolen car and runs, and Sam goes after him, catches him, and beats the shit out of him off screen. Later, the police gather everything in the apartment bought with the shady cash, and the officers say that the girl stole over $4,000 and they'll have to pay all of it back. Just then, the officers get some news. The culprit Sam apprehended and beat to non-consciousness is wanted in 3 states, and the reward for bringing him in is $5,000. The girls celebrate.
We learned nothing!
Yeah!
Kat begins singing her bastardized version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game with different lyrics, and everyone in the room but Sam knows it. Even Dice and Herb run in to join with the chorus. Dice seems to have won the spelling bee.
And we won't pay for this song 'cause it's public domain.
The end. Season 1, episode 22 is titled Lumpacious, and that's actually a subtle in-joke. You see, they named this episode after the lump in my neck I found after watching these shows for 2 years straight. Okay, so at the start of this one, Sam and Kat are at Bots, the robot restaurant, babysitting some kid and trying to teach him vocabulary. The kid's brother, Jepsen, is coming to pick him up, and this is a problem because everyone hates him because he is a douchebag. Jepsen shows up and yells boo in Kat's ear, and she passes out because she has a disorder that causes her to faint when surprised, which comes up often but is rarely relevant to the plot. So Jepsen is a total douche like we've said, and he acts like a total douche, and trying to insult and one-up him, his little brother calls him Lumpacious. Jepsen mocks him because Lumpacious isn't even a real word. Sam decides to stand up for the boy and makes it a bet. Lumpacious is a word, and if the girls can prove it in 1 week, then Jepsen has to stand outside in a bikini for an hour. I remember this episode of Zoe 101. Jepsen counters this and says if they lose, then prepare yourselves. If Sam and Kat lose the bet, then they have to go to Jepsen's gym after his morning workout routine, where he will squeeze the sweat out of all of his gym clothes into a bowl, and Sam and Kat will have to drink his sweat. The only good part about late-stage Sam and Kat is by the time they've spent 1 billion years setting up the plot in the pre-title sequence, the episode is like a quarter of the way done. So after the title sequence, the girls frantically search everywhere to find Lumpacious somewhere in the human culture, and established mega pop star Ariana Grande says out loud,
Sam, I can't drink a boy's sweat from a bowl.
Dice comes in with a big dictionary and gets hit in the head by a small dictionary thrown by Sam. The girls run off with the big dictionary and close the door behind them, and when Dice comes in and says his nose is bleeding, Kat says not to get it on the carpet. So Sam can't find Lumpacious in the Oxnard English dictionary, and Dice says this is the biggest, most important dictionary in the world. If it's not in there, it doesn't exist. Fun fact, Lumpacious does make one appearance in popular culture before this episode aired, and that is in the Victorious finale, where it is listed as Beck's mood in one of his final on-screen tweets. Sam says there's only one option left. They must go to Oxnard.
Me too. No.
So they stock footage their way to Oxnard, where they meet a woman at the front desk. You'll notice they use pencils at the Oxnard Dictionary headquarters. I can only imagine this is due to the Frindle fiasco of 1996. Kat says she's scheduled a meeting there for Kat Valentine and Sam Pouquet. Sam insists that it's Puckett, but the woman at the front desk says it's written down as Pouquet. So you may have noticed that Sam and Kat is built pretty heavily on easy-to-miss references to Legacy legacy sitcoms of decades past. There was an episode that's an extended Laverne and Shirley homage. There was a story with Scott Baio from Happy Days. Then there's the next episode, which is a very direct Happy Days parody. Even the character Goomer, the only saving grace of this series, who has yet to show up in this run of episodes, is an extended reference to Gomer Pyle from The Andy Griffith Show and Gomer Pyle USMC. Anyways, so in that last scene, they did a joke that was a subtle, underhanded reference to a British sitcom I loved as a kid called Keeping Up Appearances. Keeping Up Appearances is about a stuffy, middle-aged woman named Hyacinth, who at some point married a very simple man named Richard Bucket. So her married name is Hyacinth Bucket. This isn't fitting of a noble woman who thinks so highly of herself, so sometime before the events of the series, she's apparently decided that it's actually pronounced bouquet.
It's very kind of you to invite us, Mrs. Bucket.
It's bouquet, Vicar.
It's bouquet is the character's catchphrase, and it comes up quite a lot by the show's design. The best part is that on very rare occasions, Hyacinth will slip up and accidentally say bucket herself.
You'll pay for this, Richard Bucket. Okay.
So you see, in this Sam and Cat scene, it's that same joke, but backwards.
What was the name again, please?
Bouquet.
Oh, yes, we have a bucket.
Pronounced bouquet, dear.
Cat Valentine and Samantha Bouquet?
It's Puckett.
My screen says Bouquet.
Anyways, it was fun talking about a good sitcom for 60 seconds. Now back to the drink sweat out of a bowl episode. So the girls witness a man being thrown out of the Oxnard Word Council and sentenced to the basement for submitting a word that the council did not approve of. They soon enter, with the British sitcom reference being reiterated.
She's Sam Bouquet.
Puckett.
The girls pitch the word and the council seems impressed, asking them to present evidence. The girls try to whittle down what good evidence would be, and eventually everyone agrees that if the girls can get a famous person to say the word, lumbaceous will be good enough for the Nards of Ox. Later, at Bots, Cat vents that their mission is impossible, but Sam reminds her that they live in Los Angeles. They're surrounded by famous people. According to her, they even saw David Schwimmer once at a gas station. Although Sam must be confused about this, because as we all know, David Schwimmer died in May 2010. Jebsen jogs into the restaurant rather proud and squeezes some early access sweat into Cat's drink. In response to this, Sam breaks Jebsen's pinky, and he leaves, still confident that lumbaceous will never be a word. Cat suddenly remembers that one of the elderly people Nona lives with actually is very famous, and they rush off to meet him. The famous person is a pilot named Stank, who stopped a plane from crashing in the 1980s and was rewarded with merchandise and even his own Stank-themed cereal. But there's a problem. The plane's landing was so rough that it caused him to bite through his tongue. So Stank has been functionally mute for 3 decades. Stank reveals he still carries that tongue with him in a jar. The girls run off and Nona gives him a lollipop before he realizes what just happened. Give this man an Oscar, he is the highlight of the episode. Light on morale, and probably money too, Sam and Cat go somewhere we haven't seen since the pilot. In-N-Out Burger. Sam is drinking her 10th smoothie, fearing nothing will taste good after she is forced to drink boy sweat, until she looks over and sees who is in the drive-thru line. Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. Cat begins screaming for Chris while attempting to jump at his car, and his 2 bodyguards block the way. This distracts everyone long enough that Sam is able to sneak into the restaurant, jump through the driver's side window, and crawl into the back seat, desperate for the Christie crunch.
Let me be clear on this. I do not like anyone who is lumbaceous.
This is enough for the Word Council, who declare lumbaceous is a word. The girls celebrate that they don't have to drink boy sweat, and the council debates on if drinking sweat is gross. The oldest white man there says that he likes it. So the douchebag has to wear a bikini, and his brother entices a biker gang to beat the shit out of him. End of episode. So, as you likely know by now, Sam and Cat was on TV after I stopped watching Nickelodeon, and thus a lot of context from the time is kind of lost on me as I work on this project. Because of this, I'm recording a little amendum to that episode, just filling you in on something which is actually kind of interesting. So the day that this episode premiered, Nickelodeon ran a special cross-franchise event called Gotta Spot It? With the main gimmick being that for each of the 3 teen sitcoms airing that night, there would be some recurring Easter egg for the audience to watch out for. For instance, in The Thundermans, props and characters would sporadically appear upside down. In The Haunted Hathaways, random costume accessories would sometimes appear on characters. And in Sam and Cat, a jester character played by Alan Weiserman would randomly show up throughout the episode. As far as I can tell, his cameos are as follows. 11 seconds in during the stock footage of Venice Beach. 1 minute in dancing on a table at Bots while shrunken down. 2 minutes in as a physical extra in the background of the same scene. 4 minutes and 14 seconds in on a pear pad in the background. During the opening sequence at 6 minutes and 34 seconds. 7 minutes and 44 seconds in as Cat slams the door on an injured Dice. 10 minutes in on a TV screen at Oxnard HQ. 12 minutes in the exact same place. Shrunken down on the desk at Oxnard at 13 minutes 5 seconds. During the transition at 13 minutes 19 seconds. Inside the blue robot's visor at 13 minutes 22 seconds. 17 minutes in as a framed photo at Elderly Acres. 18 minutes in at Inside Out Burger as an extra. 20 minutes in dancing in the background of the Chris Christie lookalike. And finally, peeking outside of a bush 22 minutes in. This character has the behind-the-scenes name of Weirdo, and his existence kind of begs a lot of questions. The most important one being, what is he? Is he God? Is he the devil? Is he a guardian angel like in iCarly? Is he a metahuman like in Henry Danger? Or is he a really lazy Waldo knockoff made by people fulfilling a corporate prompt in the least creative way possible? Either way, he's going on the list, I guess. More generally, I think the biggest thing this character illustrates is my constantly waning attention span with this show. If it wasn't for a comment left by Nick Declieux on Patreon, none of this would have been included, because I literally did not notice a single one of these cameos watching that episode without context. When I watch Sam and Cat, I'm not happy, I'm not angry, I'm in a catatonic state where I just stare at the screen and try not to think about the endless stream of nonsense that the show is dedicated to throwing into my face. Well, except for maybe this next one. This next one gives you a lot of things to react to. Season 1, episode 23 is called full title #The Killer Tuna Jump: #Freddy, #Jade, #Robbie, and you'll never guess who shows up in this one. Also, it turns out that this is Sam and Cat's only double-length episode, and throughout this miniseries so far, we've been consistently counting double episodes as one long episode, not 2 separate episodes. So in my last video, when I said we have 15 episodes to review today, I was wrong. We only have 14. Sorry about that. So at the start of the episode, Sam is loudly mixing sauces into a stock pot as Cat tries to study over the noise. Sam explains she's mixing sauces of all kinds and varieties to make the perfect sauce that will go well on any food. Cat tries the perfect sauce and blurps it up all over Sam's shirt. At this moment, Dice runs in and apologizes for not knocking, but he has a situation that only the girls can fix. We flash back to earlier and see a poker game being played by a variety of Sam and Cat lore characters. Tandy, the red robot, one of the spear fishermen, the egg kid from the texting episode, and Randy. I don't remember who he is, and there's an extra kid. I've got nothing. So the spear fisherman says he's betting all his tuna on his cards, and through a stroke of luck, Dice ends up winning the game. We cut back to the present, where it's revealed that the spear fisherman was not being metaphorical. Dice has literally won 1,200 pounds of live tuna, but not regular tuna. Kansas Razorback tuna, a toxic variant that isn't edible and can eat anything, even people. Sam says once she changes her shirt, she'll help Dice figure this all out, but Kat says she can't come because she's meeting a friend to work on a project for school. Just as she starts to explain further, there's a ring at the door, and as Dice opens it, we see Jade from Victorious. Kat freaks out and runs out the front door, trying to body block Jade from coming inside. Jade asks Kat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins, and Kat tells Jade not to move as she goes back inside. Jade ignores these instructions. Kat explains to Dice that Jade West is the second scariest woman she's ever met. Sam is the first, and she's gone through considerable effort to make sure they never meet each other. If they ever do, Kat fears they would kill each other. Sam prepares to go out the front door, and to stop her, Kat wipes Sam's special sauce over her shirt a second time. Sam asks Kat if she forgot to take her, quote, special vitamins again. As Kat tries to explain, Jade comes in through the back entrance, and Kat screams from shock and passes out. Hours later, and after the title sequence, Kat wakes up to the sound of Jade and Sam screaming at each other from the bedroom, and she thinks they must be killing each other, which I imagine was also the presumption that you made at that description. Instead, we find out the two are playing a Wii Motion style game where they hit the ground with baseball bats. Kat admits her anxieties that because they're both antisocial misfits filled with rage, she was worried that they would murder each other, which Sam and Jade find hilarious as they get along fine. Jade and Sam do a little mildly flirty banter, decide that Kat should just do Psychowitz's assignment on her own, and they rush off to the wharf to see Dice's tuna. At the wharf, Dice has just discovered that it's costing him over $100 a day just to keep the tuna in the 25-feet tank, and he begrudgingly pays the money out to the callous workers. Sam and Jade arrive on the motorcycle, and Kat arrives moments later, having run on foot behind the girls. The mean team study the fish, which are very piranha-like, and Sam throws in a sandwich to show how fast they eat everything in their path. Dice says he's going to lose a lot of money, but Sam has an idea. They will set up ramps on either end of the tank, sell tickets to see a live stunt for the ages, and then Sam will jump the tuna. So this is another reference to sitcoms of days of old. You see, back in the day, there was this old sitcom called Happy Days, which originated the character of the Fonz. The Fonz was known for getting up to a lot of antics and being good at a lot of things. So one day, while the character was water skiing on vacation, he was dared by a group of SoCal hooligans to jump shark-infested waters. He did, and today, jump the shark remains a common term for when a TV show does something so ridiculous or extra that it signifies the golden era coming to an end. Someone told me about this once, I can't remember who. So the entire joke of this episode is that Sam is going to jump the tuna while the show is going to jump the shark. To the extent that most associate Sam and Kat with being a weird legacy crossover show, and this episode is going to prove itself to be the weirdest and the most legacy crossover-y. The episode is also heavily a parody of the audience's expectations, and this episode is going to get way more dramatic and character-driven than normal, and I certainly think that the rest of the show is going to feel a little less intense following this adventure, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So there's a running joke in this scene that Sam and Jade are such a natural pairing that Kat is trying desperately to overcompensate for the fact that she has nothing to say or do, with even the workers at the dock making fun of her for embarrassing herself constantly. Kat says that Sam jumping the tuna is way too dangerous, so they decide to get a local daredevil named the Dirty Skipper to do it in her place. Sam and Jade ride off on the motorcycle, leaving Kat breathing in their toxic fumes. Later, at Bots, Jade tells Sam about how she loves popping pimples, and Sam plays a trick on the Red Robot where she confuses him by requesting gibberish. This causes the Red Robot to short out, killing him.
Thank you for killing my friend.
Kat enters Bots with Dice and Nona and confronts them for constantly hanging out without inviting her, specifically calling them out for going to the movies the night before. The girls say it was a horror movie and Kat wouldn't have had fun, but she's still upset. After sitting with Dice and Nona, Kat vents about her frustration.
Sam stole Jade from me.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't say she stole Jade.
Well, I would.
In the greater context of Kat's cross-franchise story arc, her motivations make some sense here. You'll remember that in Victorious Season 1, Kat and Jade weren't really friends. They were just peers in the same friend group. It wasn't until Jade and Beck broke up in Season 3 that Kat made the outward attempt to hang out with Jade outside of school, with it clearly being something she had to invest patience and effort into. So you could imagine that it's frustrating to see Jade and Sam become instant besties after knowing each other for just a few days, especially as this also can be compounded with her equally complex relationship with Sam. Here's my favorite fart noises I can make with my mouth. Nona says where she's from, when someone steals your friend, you steal one of theirs, and Kat likes this idea. So later, as Sam showers before a date with Jade, Kat steals Sam's phone and finds the contact information for one Freddie Benson. We cut to the iCarly hallway set, perfectly preserved, where Freddie gets a call from Sam's cell phone. He picks up, not knowing if it's butt dial or booty call, before he finds out it's Kat. Freddie's mom comes out into the hallway and asks if he's been staring at Carly's door again.
She is in Italy, and she will never love you.
Kat tells Freddie that Sam has been run over by a sports utility van, that she's in dire condition, and he needs to come to LA right away. The next day, Freddie comes in asking where Sam is and what her condition is. Kat blows these questions off and attempts to flirt with Freddie.
Buttocks don't offend me.
Oh.
You want to hang out with me today?
There's this really weird moment where Freddie starts speaking Spanish out of the blue. Now, this was a running joke on iCarly, starting with season 2, I believe. Freddie would just start randomly saying phrases in Spanish. I never brought it up because it was never funny or relevant. But in this scene, when he does it, Kat speaks Spanish back to him, and for a very quick moment, Freddie acts like this is the most erotic thing a woman has ever done to him, and he briefly forgets about Sam and agrees to go do whatever Kat wants. So later, Jade and Sam go to Bots but find all the tables are taken. Jade can't put up with this, so she sits at a table of boys and gives them all the eyes, until they run away in fear. Sam eventually looks at her regular booth and sees Kat laughing loudly as Freddie sits confused as he hasn't said anything. Freddie is ecstatic to finally see Sam, but she is extremely hurt seeing him out with Kat, and Kat cuts him short of explaining the misunderstanding. Kat announces they have to go as she's taking Freddie on a tour of Los Angeles freeways. Jade says that when she has friends visit LA, she likes to take them on a tour of places where famous people have died, or will die someday. Kat and Freddie rush out the door, and Sam says she can't believe Kat.
For some reason, she's always loved freeways.
Sam wishes she could get even, and Jade knows just the way. She pulls out a photo of Robbie Shapiro and says that Kat has had a crush on him for a long time.
Him? He's sort of a him.
Okay, so, random tangent that's maybe mildly offensive to even bring up. Since I did my 13-hour dissertation on the Victorious TV show, I've become kind of submerged in the show's various community discourse and fan theories, both things that were prevalent in the original fandom and in the more recent resurgence of the 2020s. And there's one fan theory that gets brought up to me at least once a month that I just can't escape from. That being that Robbie Shapiro is actually a transgender man. The theory stems from various clues, like how Robbie was in the women's prison when they were all arrested in Yerba. In the season 4 episode where the boys and girls compete with each other, Robbie has to go out of his way to remind everyone that he should be on the boys' team. And in one of the web exclusive skits, Rex mentions Robbie having a bat mitzvah, implying he didn't identify as a boy when he turned 13. I find this theory really funny because basically, to buy into it, you have to believe two things. 1, Robbie is transgender. 2, not only is every institution in the Victorious Universe outwardly bigoted, every single person that Robbie knows hates him so much that they go out of their way to ridicule him for being trans.
He's sort of a him.
It's just this interesting crossover where obviously the joke with this character was supposed to be that everyone thinks so little of him that they assign him effeminate traits. But now the franchise has an active following with a specific demographic that feels solidarity with anyone facing that kind of ridicule. This next scene is unreasonably intense, by the way. So Kat brings Freddy home to the apartment where he attempts to explain why he doesn't say 1 in the iCarly web intro. But before he can go further, she is distracted by a great injustice. The sound of Robbie Shapiro singing the song You're Swell to Sam. In case you forgot, You're Swell is the love song Robbie wrote to Kat in the season 3 finale. So him singing it to another person is extremely upsetting to Kat. It's a song that not only represents their relationship, but also a world of missed opportunity for both of them. So here's the new situation. Sam's mad at Kat for inviting Freddy over. Kat is mad at Sam for inviting Robbie over. Robbie is mad at Kat for going around dating another boy when their story arc never got a resolution. Freddy has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Robbie is in love with me.
So? Freddy's in love with me!
Now, wait a second. If you're so in love with Sam, then why have you been running around Los Angeles fadoodling with Kat?
I haven't fadoodled with Kat.
You could have if you wanted to.
Robbie is enraged by this and punches Freddy in the gut. But Freddy is more yoked than an egg at Venice Beach, and it has no effect. Kat says Sam is a terrible friend for stealing Jade. Sam says Kat is a worse friend for going on a date with the only man Sam has ever loved.
What now?
Sam sheepishly claims she only said that to win the argument. Freddy explains to Robbie that they're just being used. Sam and Kat don't care about either of them, and this is just a chess match in their personal lives. Robbie is ecstatic, for he is so used to being ignored that he is grateful to even be included as a pawn in the story of love. Robbie actually says this. He says the phrase pawn in the story of love, which seems to imply that Sam and Kat are also a potential couple in this scene. Suddenly Dice comes in and Kat starts yelling at him because he's always running in with a new problem for them to solve. Dice says that he does have a problem because he sold 200 tickets for a stunt show where the dirty skipper jumps over a big pot of fish he can't get rid of, and now the dirty skipper says it's too dangerous and he won't do it. But Dice doesn't have to worry because Sam says the thing.
I'm gonna jump the tuna.
Kat reminds Sam that she promised not to jump the tuna, and Sam says Kat doesn't care about her, as she flirted with her ex right in front of her face. Kat says Sam did the same, and Sam responds by kissing Robbie full on the mouth.
That was some tasty Robbie.
Then Robbie makes this face. Dice is here and is like 12. This is weird. Kat runs off to her room and Sam formally agrees to jump the tuna. Robbie pulls out his phone and asks if Sam will please say that was some tasty Robbie a second time. Jade suddenly comes in and asks what she missed, as Freddy's mom calls him to ask about something he said earlier, as it's implied that she wiretapped him at some point. Later on, Sam and Kat are still fighting when Dice brings over a waiver so he can't be sued if Sam is injured or dies. Kat has had enough and says Sam will not be jumping the tuna, as it's too dangerous. Sam says it's too late because someone has to jump the tuna, and so Kat shoves Sam into a closet, saying she will be the one to do it. She nails the closet shut and begins her righteous switcheroo. Okay, so I actually really like this next running joke. At the event, Robbie and Freddy run up to Jade, and Robbie announces that they've been hanging out all day. Robbie says they've been having a great time and points out if you combine their names, it's Robbie, implying the audience should ship them after this episode. Robbie goes to buy tickets, and Freddy says to Jade,
Help me!
At the apartment, Kat has stolen Sam's clothing and helmet so she can be the one to jump the tuna. Sam says they have different body types, so Kat grabs 2 oranges and stuffs them down the front of her shirt and into her bra. Do you think if I apply for witness protection, I'll be able to stop watching these shows? So Robbie and Freddy can't get tickets because the show is sold out, but they're told they can watch if they stand in the camera lift. Freddy says he doesn't even want to watch because he still has feelings for Sam and he's worried about her. Sam gets tired of being stuck in the closet and punches a hole through it. Nona ends up sitting next to Jade and tries to make conversation about a jazz musician she once dated, but Jade walks away. Nona says a meme phrase to a child.
You like jazz?
Kat shows up and drives really badly. While Robbie keeps flirting with Freddy, Sam meticulously breaks the rest of the door down before leaving for a reason I can't figure out. Someone dressed like Billy Shears gives a drum roll and it's time for Kat to jump the tuna. But Sam shows up and the motorcycle slips and hits the camera lift, and Robbie and Freddy both fall into the death pit. The credits roll, that's the end of the episode and both of their romance arcs. But no, for real. Sam and Kat make up and Jade yells that someone needs to rescue Robbie.
Please don't call us that!
Sam jumps in to rescue her boo, and after that it's questioned who is going to save Robbie. No one is interested in doing this except Kat, who knocks herself out trying. So no one is going to jump the tuna, but the audience is still satisfied because at least someone got hurt. People begin to leave, still ignoring Robbie being eaten alive, and the spear fisherman and Jade exchange brief banter before she declines to reciprocate a fist bump. Later, at the hospital, Kat says Freddy isn't her type because he's too tech nerdy, and Sam says Robbie isn't her cut of beef either. We cut to 2 hospital beds, where we see both men are not in great condition, with Freddy being unable to talk. Sam says when Freddy is healed up and can talk and chew again, she'd like it if they went out and got some dinner and had some fun. And Robbie tells Kat that when he's out of there, he'd like to take her out. Just the 2 of them. As the girls leave, Robbie says he knows just what will cheer Freddy up, as he takes out his guitar and begins playing Freddy the same love ballad he has previously sung to Kat and Sam, all while Freddy screams barely tangible yells of disgust. The moral of the story is, in LA, everyone is bi and swinging. Okay, so I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but this episode was actually the only one that I saw back in 2014. And even then, I don't even really think I finished it. As you'll recall, I was big into the Sam and Freddy ship on iCarly, and because Sam and Freddy were left on an open note, seeing a revival of sorts tackle that felt like something worth checking out. Now, I didn't see all of the episode. I'd say I probably saw about a quarter of it, but I do remember just being mystified by the direction in this one. So what they did in this episode is take 2 ships from 2 different shows that both had mishandled conclusions and a lack of resolution, and they were like, let's make an episode that makes no one happy, which is very typical with the standard of these shows actively mocking people who were invested in the show. But it feels even more insulting here, where practically everyone who is really into these romantic pairings weren't watching this show and probably only came back by word of mouth for this one episode, only to find out that it was like the same shit. As an adult, I do think it's funny that the joke of this episode is that almost every possible pairing in this polycule is seriously posed in episode as a romantic possibility. It is a little bit funny that so much of this episode is about how Robbie very clearly has a crush on Freddy. It's actually probably the most funny joke in the series so far that hasn't come out of Goomer's mouth. Overall, I was actually shocked by this episode, rewatching it properly. Not only because so many scenes were outright weird and inappropriate for the target demographic, but also because if you delete those moments, this is the best episode of Sam and Kat. In fact, and I want this to be something you're thinking about going forwards, given that Sam and Cat's production fell apart at a very awkward point in the season, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't hold this episode and make it the show's finale. I'm sure there will be continuity in future episodes that makes this idea impractical, but this episode does carry a lot of ideas that you would want a Sam and Cat finale to have. It has the origin show legacy characters, it has the drama, the humor, but more importantly, it actually does supply resolution that the original source material didn't. In the episode, Robbie and Cat flat out say that they're in love with each other, to each other's faces, and Sam and Freddy come very close to doing the same. About as close as they're emotionally capable of, honestly. And at the end of the episode, all four seem to recognize that their jealousy is probably indicative that they need to give their respective pairings a second shot. I honestly think Sam and Cat should have leaned into this crossover element more often than it did. This episode is like eating some really unhealthy junk food that's not good for you. It's tacky and cheap and has some real questionable ingredients, but it's fun. Any other episode of Sam and Cat is like eating marmalade mixed with uncooked rice. And much like the Psychowitz episode didn't find a use for him, this episode forgets to find anything to do with Jade. She's funny, she's charismatic, she steals every scene, and then she sits in the back of the room. And at the end of the day, this episode does jump the shark and does mark the show's peak because it rushes through too many cameo concepts that otherwise could have been at least 2 or 3 better standalone episodes. After that episode, we only have one more significant Ted Danson episode to get through, but we won't have to deal with that one for a while. For now, it's time for Season 1, Episode 24, #YayDay. And as you can see, this is another Christmas episode. Except it's actually not. You see, it's a really controversial topic in the Sam and Cat fandom because the episode aired in January, but in some international markets, it was marketed as a Christmas episode. So it really depends on just how you look at it here. But at the end of the day, it's more of a Christmas parody than a Christmas episode, kind of like Sam and Cat's version of the Festivus episode of Seinfeld. But I already put all this shit up, so who cares? So at the start of the episode, Cat comes home to the apartment to see Sam throwing glass cups into the air as they shatter on the floor. Sam explains she's trying to teach herself how to juggle, and knives haven't worked out so well. Cat says she was just shopping at the mall, and apologizes for leaving Sam to babysit alone. Sam apparently isn't aware that she is babysitting, until she remembers that she left the children alone to have a battle. Giant scissors versus hedge clippers. The kids have ruined their haircuts, but luckily the rest of them seem intact. Cat says that she was out shopping for a special gift for Sam, but that she can't see it until Yay Day. She goes on to explain that this is a special holiday that she made up. By her logic, the best part of Christmas is gifts, and the best part of birthdays are gifts. But both holidays are bogged down by added sentimental meaning. Yay Day is the most logical, condensed model of the archetype. The holiday celebrates getting cool gifts and isn't about anything else in the slightest. Okay, here's the thing about fake holidays. I think if you're going to make one up, you should be forced to pick a specific date. Festivus is December 23rd, First Contact Day is April the 5th, Halloween is May the 1st, Possum Day is October 18th, Life Day is the 3rd Thursday in November. Yay Day is Saturday. That's all they say in the episode. It's Saturday. This episode aired on January the 20th, which was a Monday, so do I celebrate this on January the 17th or January the 24th? Once I have to put this much thought into celebrating a gag holiday, it stops being fun. After the title sequence, we see Cat on Yay Day Eve decking out the apartment in various Yay decorations. As this happens, we get our first sighting of Goomer in this batch of episodes, as he and Dice enter with the intention to stay the night and celebrate the holiday the the next morning. Dice asks for a drink of coffee and Kat says no. Sam wakes up to find that Kat has covered her in balloons and says that she doesn't want to celebrate Yay Day. Goomer and Dice convince her to go through with it, and Sam eventually says she'll go along and get presents for everyone except for Kat, because Kat is a snooper. The last time Sam got Kat a present, Kat opened it early, and so Sam has sworn off giving her gifts. Kat says she's moved past having that issue ever since her doctor prescribed her special vitamins. And as she frantically explains this, she begins to unwrap Goomer's Yay Day gift. But Kat resists and Sam relents, and says she'll buy everyone presents, but only if Kat promises not to snoop. Later, Dice, Nona, and Goomer play karaoke, singing a PZB song in spite of his recent appearance on Alex Jones. Dice asks Nona where she learned to rap like that, and she says that in the 80s, she spent a crazy weekend in Vegas with the Sugar Hill Gang. This is a continuation of a kinda weird running joke from a few episodes ago, where Nona will occasionally list off the name of a guy she's dated or hooked up with, and then she gets cut off. But if you Google the names, they're all actual famous black guys from the 70s and 80s.
You know, the first throbbing moon I ever saw was back in 1962 when I was dating Nipsey Russell. I was dating a professional basketball player named Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, where'd you learn to rap like that?
Well, back in the 80s, I spent a crazy weekend in Reno with the Sugar Hill Gang.
So take that information as you will. Kat joins the group and Dice asks for a drink again, and Kat again says no. She then presents the trio a book she's written titled A Hard Yea's Night. This is the story she's invented to give the holiday lore, independent from reality that she's basically just made up. Sam comes in with gifts for everyone but Nona, and Kat breaks from this thought, begging to know what she got. Everyone talks Kat down, and Goomer begins crying, explaining,
I can't read!
You can't read?
Nah, I can. I was just messing with all y'all.
That night, while Sam sleeps in bed with her food, Kat sneaks out to the living room and takes the gift Sam had left for her, discovering Sam has given her the gift of mouthwash, specifically for those with horrible breath. And as a bonus, foot wash, for much the same, except with feet. The next morning, Dice asks Sam if there's any orange juice, and Sam says no. Dice begs for a drink of any kind, and Sam insists they have nothing, while everyone else mocks him for being so thirsty. Nona says that when she was young, thirsty kids on a hot day would just find a damp rock and lick the underside of it. Eventually, Kat walks out, being very passive-aggressive, and asks for some orange juice, to which Sam says there is some in the fridge. Kat says she'll let the others open their gifts alone, as she is now a Yay Day Scrooge. But everyone begs for her to join in. Still feeling very angry, Kat takes the gift that she had intended for Sam and runs to the bedroom, as Sam quickly stops Dice from getting a sip of orange juice. Kat decides not to give Sam the expensive jacket she bought and suddenly sees Herb at the window. Herb says that he just bought a new boat and that he'd like to park it in the girl's garage. Kat says they don't have a garage, and Herb says that he just found a dirty, stained pillow in the street. Kat offers to trade the expensive jacket for the pillow, but Herb says he has a lot of expensive jackets and a lot of expensive things, so this would be meaningless. But Kat talks him into it, and he heads back to his condo.
My life's going great.
Good for you. So Kat does the switch and watches Sam open the pillow. Kat then passive-aggressively opens Sam's gift, but Sam realizes she made a mistake labeling them, and that it is actually the gift for Goomer. Sam explains that she called Goomer's mom, and this was the gift that she recommended. It turns out that this mouthwash is Goomer's favorite, but is only available in Australia, reminding us of Goomer's origin as the adopted son of a well-traveled Frenchman. I guess. Probably not. They probably didn't put that much thought into it. I actually just realized as I'm recording this, I don't know how Sam imported that from Australia if she decided she was doing this 24 hours ago. Goomer is ecstatic to see that she even got him the foot one as well. It turns out that Sam's gift to Kat is actually Mr. Roper, a new jump rope that lights up and plays music. Along with this gift, there is a note. I hate most people, but it's you I like. Sam is visibly awkwardly distant about the tonal difference between their two Yay-Day gifts, and quietly leaves the apartment, while Goomer gargles the red wash until it's pointed out that that is the foot wash, and he spits it all over his bare foot. Kat and Sam meet up, where Sam shares an honest dissertation on her trauma. She says that she's never had a great gift given to her before, which is bullshit because there's no way that Carly gave bad gifts. But anyways, yeah, so she says she's never had a great gift given to her before, and she was hoping if someone got her a great gift, it would show her the meaning of gift giving. And she shares a story about what living with her mom was like back in Seattle. When Sam turned 9, Sam's mother gave her a shovel and a bowl of meatballs for her birthday. Sam, in a youthful out-of-character moment, did not eat the meatballs, instead planting them in the ground with the shovel, thinking that a meatball tree would grow. She notes that it never did and begins crying. This is the closest that Sam Puckett has come to self-actualization in 7 years. Kat comes clean about snooping and apologizes for giving Sam a bad gift. Sam apologizes for pushing Kat off the bench and pushes Kat off the bench. In the credits sequence, Di spots a damp rock outside the apartment and decides to give in to Nona's advice and licks it. To his surprise, it is indeed refreshing. I'm glad we spent the whole episode building up to that. Season 1, episode 25 is titled #Brain Crush, and we start off with Nona, Di, Sam, and Kat arriving at Bots, which has been rented out for a birthday party for a kid named Otis. The red robot comes over to kick them out as it is an exclusive event, but the girls explain that they babysit Otis sometimes, and they were invited to the party. Sam casually insults the machine, as she often does, but this time it responds by predicting the apocalypse for the second time in the series run.
I may be a machine, but I will live forever, unlike you humans who will one day all be dead. Enjoy the party!
This is actually a thematically relevant start to the story. You remember in the Victorious video game when Pear Pads being released caused all of the characters in the game to become mindless zombies? Well, this episode is a direct adaptation of that extremely not played out idea. We find out that no one at the party is being very attentive, and this is because they're all glued to their phones. And more specifically, a new and exhilarating app, Brain Crush. A juggler hired by the party enters, and everyone notices that he is the most famous juggler in the world or something. And he begins juggling 3 wigs which are lit on fire. But no one cares because they're on their phones. When the cake comes out, all the kids are still not interested. They're on their phones. So, because no one else wants the cake, Sam comes over and takes 2 fistfuls and walks off screen to husk into a poorly lit corner and lick her hands clean in darkness and shame, I presume. After the title sequence, we see Sam putting the door back together after kicking it down the night before because she couldn't find her keys. Kat comes out and reminds Sam that she's currently preparing for a one-woman theater show that she's doing the following night, titled Abraham Lincoln, an alternate universe monologue about Abraham Lincoln, except he's a babe. Sam doesn't want to go, but Kat says that if she does, Kat will pop the pimple on Sam's back. Sam agrees, as it has been a problem. So you can go ahead and put this in, I guess. I wrote this in the script, and it made me so sick to my stomach that I deleted it, but I think I should say it because I'm tired of not talking about the weird stuff in this show. Sam and Kat is such a weird show to sit through and watch because it exists perfectly in between 2 of the worst moments in both the NSU and the Grande extended celebrity fandom. And those 2 moments are Ariana Grande sticking her foot in her mouth on the slap.com and Frankie Grande getting puss from a giant pimple just splattered all over his face like something that would get me demonetized. And because this show is in between those 2 moments perfectly, the show is just filled with all the feet shit, but it's also got all this like pimple stuff that you don't even think about that is mainly like the Henry Danger era. So you get the worst of both worlds, and it gives me nightmares. Kat says that she's heading to Elderly Acres as Nona can help her finish her costume and wash her laundry. Sam says,
Well,
take much soap to wash this.
Which isn't appropriate, and Sam suddenly realizes Nona is apparently offering to do their laundry for free. Moments later, she emerges with several trash bags filled with clothing, as we learn that she hasn't done any laundry since the iCarly finale. This brings into question many things. For instance, does Sam just buy new clothes every week? Is that where their babysitting income is going? Did Sam bring any of her clothes from Seattle? Is she just spending a fortune on her wardrobe every single fiscal year? However, Sam and Kat's conversation is interrupted by Dice, who has now become a brain-crushed zombie. He hasn't slept, fails to respond to anything around him, and is soaking wet because he accidentally walked through a car wash a la Fred. Now, an odd thing worth pointing out, in this episode, Brain Crush is described as a parody of Candy Crush, with the only difference being that you match pictures of brains instead of candy. But the tie-in video game released on Nick.com, and by association, the visuals of the game which appear in this episode depict imagery relating to the show itself, with shapes including the logo ampersand, the pineapple the girls hide their money in, Sam's chicken leg, and of course, a sock. You know, cause like feet and shit. So Kat openly contemplates getting into Brain Crush since it looks so fun, but Sam warns it would destroy her life, as Dice is already so far gone he doesn't even notice when Sam starts hitting him with a pillow. Kat points out that Dice's Pearphone is about to die, and because Kat has a slightly older Pearphone, she doesn't have a cord compatible with his, a scheme which she says the Pear Company does to make you buy more cords. And so as Sam goes back to fixing the door, Dice runs out and slams it, getting Sam's fingers crushed in the process. Later, Kat rolls Sam into Elderly Acres in a shopping cart, as Sam's hands are bandaged up, so she can't walk. Kat tries to help Sam out of the cart, doing so by sticking her head between Sam's legs and lifting that way. However, they suddenly see a terrifying sight. Nona is now also addicted to Brain Crush, as she's been playing it on her Pear Pad. As the girls try to reach Nona, everyone in the home starts moaning like zombies, saying they have to find brains to crush. The girls lock the zombies inside the home and find a police officer and beg for his help. We see that he's also affected by the virus, and he becomes distracted long enough that Sam and Kat steal his utility belt. You know, like Batman has. He has one of those.
I've got a tool belt like Tim the Toolman Taylor.
And they steal it, and just because it's cool, they don't use it later. So the girls manage to get Dice and Nona back into the apartment, where they play the game quietly in the corner. Sam can't change the channel because her hands are all bandaged up, so instead she takes off her shoes and socks to begin controlling it with her feet, because what else would you do? However, in this process, she accidentally switches the TV to composite video. So later, Kat is backstage prepping for her one-woman show, wearing a fake red beard and, confusingly, speaking with a British accent. Sam enters and begins a long bit about how hard it is to use the bathroom, as loud banging noises suddenly emit from the walls. Kat explains that there is a kids' dojo next door. A theater employee says the audience is ready, and Kat can begin. So Kat starts her show, and you could have guessed this, but no one is watching because they're all playing Brain Crush. The play is really embarrassing and just sad, to the point that even Nona and Dice occasionally break from their zombie mind virus to question Kat's creative choices. Meanwhile, the biggest creative choice I want to bring up is that of the actual showrunners. It's interesting that this episode was filmed pretty substantially far into Ariana's career blowing up, but despite this, it seems that the show is pivoting in no way to take advantage of this. And I'm not angry or in disagreement with that creative decision, I just think it's pretty interesting. In some ways, you have to wonder if Ariana liked it this way. Maybe to her, taking a break from her serious and hectic celebrity life to go back to doing absolutely absurdist stuff like this on the weekends was somehow therapeutic. Or maybe she hated it as much as I do. It's just hard to tell some days. The audience tells Kat to shut up so they can concentrate on the game, and Kat runs away crying. Sam nearly assaults a random child, with her bandages being the only thing stopping her. Back in her dressing room, Kat apologizes to Abraham Lincoln, whom she now feels a spiritual connection with, as they both have incredibly bad luck at theaters. That's the actual line in the episode. It's not me making a witty joke. That's what they say. Sam tries to comfort Kat, but but Cat won't be happy until the audience pays her attention. Sam, listening to the noises next door, comes up with an idea, and soon enough, all of the young dojo members are running in and begin breaking the audience's phones and pear pads. Several minutes later, and all of the technology is broken, and the audience is thoroughly terrified into watching Cat's awful play. Later, at the apartment, Cat says that she can't get her fake beard off because she used Grizzly Glue. Yes, the same Grizzly Glue that Cat used in Victoria Season 1 to put the monster makeup on Tori. Cat literally never learns anything. However, Nona rips the beard off and Cat seems to be okay. Dice and Nona reflect on how easily they got addicted to the game, and the quartet agree that it's sad how so much of humanity is now addicted to screens, always gaming or tweeting, never being able to experience the world around them. A quietness fills the room, and they all decide to watch TV. This episode is just supposed to be cartoony and stupid, but how it comes across as an aggressive metaphor for the iCarly culture takeover from the perspective of cable television, which really only speaks to the sadness of cable television. Because for a long time, cable TV was the thing, right? It had everyone's attention because there was nothing else to do. If there was a cultural phenomenon that took the nation by storm, it either came from movie theaters, the radio, or cable. That was pretty much it. But then phones came out, social media algorithms came out, new media in Silicon Valley started a bidding war for your attention span. And suddenly, cable TV couldn't get anyone to look twice at their content, and they were left babysitting children with a constantly decreasing attention span, just begging for anyone to give them even the slightest amount of praise and attention that they so easily had before. Fart noises, part 2. Okay, so at this point in the video, I'd like to stop for a moment and take a little break. I'll explain why momentarily, but first, let's go ahead and get caught up on our hashtag crimes of these 5 hashtag episodes. Hashtag crime number 104 is Sam and Cat stealing $4,000 from a buggy ATM. Hashtag crime number 105 is Sam pouring a slushie down Scott Bio's pants. Hashtag crime number 106 is police brutality, but Sam is a citizen and she was just acting out police duty, so I guess hashtag crime number 106 is snitch brutality. Hashtag crime number 107 is Dice and the Continuity Cameo Gang playing poker at Bots. Hashtag crime number 108 is Sam and Jade killing the Red Robot. Hashtag crime number 109 is Sam and Cat stealing a police officer's Batman utility belt. And hashtag crime number 110 is Sam recruiting an army of dojo children to break all of the technology in the audience of Cat's terrible one-woman show. So at some point, it's become kind of hard to remember why I started this crime count back in 2021. But what I am sure about is why I'm still doing it today. One of the things that I really miss about iCarly that you don't often see in some of these later era shows is that sense of stakes. Because back on iCarly, they were constantly worried about getting detention or getting thrown out of school or getting into trouble with the law. And that made the stories more engaging, more interesting. So I don't want you to think that the problem is that I want Sam and Cat to get in trouble, and I want to see them face consequences, you know? It's not like my dream finale for this show would be like Cat getting arrested or something. But I think the bigger issue is that when you depict a universe with no repercussions, where nothing bad can possibly happen to the protagonists, it makes for a boring show that is a lot harder to sit through. Anyways, so I have decided to structure this video a little bit differently than some of my earlier videos in this mini-series. Instead of doing an intermission every season or every 10 episodes, I would actually like to do an intermission every 5 episodes. So my basic idea is we just reviewed 5 episodes of Sam and Cat, now we're going to do an intermission. Then we're going to review 5 more episodes of Sam and Cat, then we're going to do another intermission, and then we are going to review the final 4 episodes of Sam and Cat. Now that's a little unbalanced, but what I figure is...
Hey Quinn, did you hear that Betty White died?
Yeah. like over a year ago?
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I love that scene in the Star Wars Holiday Special.
I think that's the wrong Golden Girl.
There was more than one Golden Girl?
Anyway, so yeah, we're going to be doing an intermission right here, and based on what I have done on the script so far, it's going to be kind of a long one. So before we start this, I think it's a good idea for us to take a quick commercial break.
Miranda, I'm your #1 fan. iCarly rules.
We'll be right back.
What makes French toast crunch?
French toast does not crunch.
Crunch? Impossible. What makes French toast crunch?
French toast don't crunch.
It does now. French toast crunch cereal with a new syrup taste. Sweet syrup flavor over squares that crunch. Outrageous for this good breakfast.
What makes French toast crunch?
You mean crunch, blackfish!
French toast crunch. Taste you can see.
Cheryl acts like she doesn't even know that Alan likes her, but Veronica said Cheryl was flirting with him, and I completely understand and know where Veronica's coming from.
Well, her night minutes don't start until 9, so she talks to us for another...
Kissing and hugging and stuff? Guess what? A few weeks ago, rumor was going around that Tim and everybody was
Here.
like, you right?
The Sprint Unlimited Night Minutes start at 7 instead of 9. And they're the ones who built their network from the ground up, and they build it right.
2 more hours? How'd you guys do it?
Yeah.
We just turned back time.
Now get unlimited night minutes starting at 7 p.m. with any new service plan, and 2 free Sprint PCS phones. Sprint PCS.
That's Todd, the lifeguard. He sees everything around the pool.
Hey, go down there!
But can he see why we love Peanut Butter Toast Crunch?
It's got a wicked tan.
Dude, there's creamy peanut butter on every crunchy bite. Peanut Butter Toast Crunch cereal, part of this good breakfast with 12 vitamins and minerals.
I see that.
Right, Todd! Peanut Butter Toast Crunch, the taste you can see.
Mom, Dad, I know you don't want to talk to me about sex.
You think I'm too young. You're afraid if we talk about sex,
I'll no longer be your little muffin head.
you're Cuddlebug.
You're butterbean.
Talk to me about sex.
Tell me you want me to wait.
Sure, it'll change our relationship.
It'll make us closer.
Tell me to wait to have sex.
And don't worry,
I'll always be your muffin head.
your pumpkin face.
You're Pookie Bear.
Go ahead, tell your schnookums how you feel.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello, people! And now for my Carly's Fashion Switch Figures. So, all these fashions, it's total mega mix and match. Madness! Here's Carly. Here's Sam. You can style and restyle all their funky fashions. It's Sam's remote, people. Like on the show, you can make sounds just like the audience. Interview time with the iCarly Megabyte mic. Or rock it out to the iCarly theme song. iCarly Fashion Switch Figures, Megabyte mic, and Sam's remote, each sold separately. Peace!
Ciao.
I'm on the road all summer, but I never get lonely. I can update my friends back home, even check in on work. You know, I love my phone. It's little, like my dog. My dad sends videos every day. Isn't she cute? Yes, you are.
The nation's smallest 4G smartphone, the HP Veer with WebOS, works like nothing else.
This November, go inside Hollywood Arts High. You are the next Hollywood Arts superstar. Become friends with Tori, Beck, and all the stars from Victorious. Explore Hollywood Arts and find new clothes and accessories. Be the star and customize your own character. Play a variety of mini-games, such as singing and dancing. Victorious Video Games.
Okay, you guys, smile. Jeanette.
Game on, Ariana.
What? Really? But how did she...
Well played, Grande. We
Well played. Wow.
Go to nick.com/Nesquik and break out the bunny.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
All right. This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
What'd you say?
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
Got it. Let's blow this up.
Sam,
Right.
wait, I get it. It never gets old.
Well, now I like it.
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat.
This plus that equals
Sam and Cat. Ding dong.
You don't get it, do you?
Nope, just laughing along.
Sam and Cat. Catch a brand new episode this Saturday at 8.
It's gonna be a good weekend.
On Nick.
Now back to the show.
Well, that was a lot of fun until that last one. So we've established that we're about to do another intermission, but what's the topic? Well, those of you who have watched my completed videos about iCarly and Victorious will know of a long-standing tradition which I have managed to keep alive during this mini-series. That being listicle intermissions discussing topics that I neglected to bring up earlier. Or in other words, things I forgot. But this Things I Forgot will actually be a little bit special. Sam and Cat quite openly considers itself to be the end to an era which started with the legacy shows before it. A continuation of both iCarly and Victorious. And to parallel this is not going to be a Things I Forgot segment about Sam and Cat. Instead, this is going to be open to any topics from the mini-series so far. So let's go ahead and count down the top 28 things I forgot in this mini-series. Why top 28? I don't know. Starting off, here is Thing I Forgot number 28. The official Quentin Reviews merch store. Okay, so some of you might have noticed throughout this series my general appreciation of unique t-shirt designs, but what you might not have known is that most of these t-shirt designs have actually been designed by me. Okay, so several years ago I actually got set up with a completely different official merch store, and I had a bunch of very vanilla Quentin Reviews shirts and mugs and that kind of thing on there. And then in 2020 I designed the famous Aliens Didn't Like White People t-shirt, and I decided to send it to them so I could put it on my official merch store, and they refused to sell it. I literally said, here's the design, it's gonna sell a lot, you're gonna make a lot of money, and they said, sadly, due to the political climate, we have to decline selling this design. And because of that, I have never spoken to them again. Technically my shirts are still on that website, but I keep designing merchandise and I keep not uploading it there because what's the fucking point? If they're not gonna sell the best-selling piece of merchandise I've ever designed, then I'm just not gonna fucking talk to them, and I just have not reached out to them at all. So for the last few years, anytime I've designed something, for a video that I want people to buy, I've just been sticking it on Redbubble, just on the fly, and not really in a professional way. It's just there. But as of the recording of this video, things have changed. The tide of the sea is moving in a different direction because I now have an official dedicated merch store. And you can find that store at pixelempire.com. I've been a Pixel Empire fan for years. I've been buying merch from them for a while. And so when they shot me an email and they were like, hey, would you be interested in us being your official merch landing page? I said, hell yeah, and I had to make that happen. And I went through a lot of effort to make sure that this was a real thing that actually ended up happening. So if you go to Pixel Empire right now, you will very quickly be able to find most of the significant t-shirts that I have designed while working on this YouTube channel, including such classics as Careful Icarus, She's Broken because she victorious on Nickelodeon, iCarly but it's Frasier, The Force is They Them, I Think We All Sing, John's Comic from the first Garfield newspaper strip, Neon Genesis Evangelion, The Time Lord Victorious, and of course, Aliens Didn't Like White People. On top of this, there's actually a couple designs on here which I did design for the channel, but I haven't found an official excuse to wear yet, such as Dune Your Mom, NFTs, more like NFD's nuts, O'Reilly, Auto Parts, and DJ Khaled. But there's one shirt on this site which I have designed just for you guys, which I will never wear in a video, and I wanted to go out of my way to plug it here, and that is the brand new I watched 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Now, I said I'll never wear this in a video. Technically, I'm right. I have worn a variant of this that says I made 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews, and all I got was this lousy shirt. But you can't, you shouldn't buy that shirt because it's not true. Because you didn't do this. I did it. You didn't do shit, but you did cross the monumental threshold of watching 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews. So I think this shirt is a good thing for you. I'm gonna give this to Goodwill because I can't wear this. I had to get one just to show it, but that was the shirt that I kind of planned out for you guys. Also, Pixel Empire sometimes does have minor technical errors. They have, they have oversights, and occasionally I've been told they've accidentally sent out the I made design, that's supposed to be for me. They've sometimes accidentally sent that out to people who bought the I watched design. If that happens to you, just contact them, send in a complaint. They will get you the correct shirt for free. And yeah, that'll get sorted out. Just make sure you contact them about that. But if you're gonna go and buy anything on that merch store, there are two other things on Pixel Empire that I think you guys need to be aware of. First of all, Pixel Empire actually has merchandise for a couple other cool creators online, like Ryan George, Up Is Not Jump, and Scott the Woz. So the first thing I want you guys to know about is that as I am recording this, Scott the Woz is actually selling a poster which features every YouTuber who was in Borderline Forever. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I was in Borderline Forever, and if you look in the corner here, right about there, it's like a little skinny me from a parallel dimension where I don't eat as much. And I have a better hairline. But there I am. And yeah, so they're selling this on the Scott the Woz store. And I also am selling this shirt now, just because I had designed this. I designed this as a cover for this, as an idea. I thought if I ever did Knockoff November again, I want a cover for this. That's like the famous bootleg face. And then I just sent it to Scott because I was like, I don't know what I have that's like, won't get you in trouble, that's a shirt I would wear. So I just sent him that. So he put me in that shirt, and then everyone wanted to buy that shirt, so I made a version of it. And so that's also on my store. But the thing you also should know is that Scott's, this poster benefits charity. So if you buy this poster, it will actually benefit charity. You'll be doing a good deed. Now, none of my stuff benefits charity yet, but I do want to do stuff like that later down the line. But yeah, so this is a really cool thing that hopefully they're still selling by the time I get this 17-hour video done. Boy, the egg would be on my face if I spent all that time plugging this and they're not even selling it anymore. And the second thing I want to tell you guys about is actually right here. So in 2020, I was approached by a company that makes plushies of internet influencers, and they were like, we would really like to make a plushie campaign, of a plushie that looks like you. And I was like, I don't know. Like, it just seems like I'm not the kind of guy people would buy a plushie of. But at the same time, I had never been approached to do something this cool before, so I was like, hey, I'm gonna trust you guys. And they said to me, do you have any ideas? And I said, well, the only idea I have is, what if he has an orange cat on his shirt? So we won't get sued, but people will know what that means. So yeah, this is one of the only things I contributed to this design, is this, my character's wearing an orange cat. He's wearing, and you cannot tell that's what it's supposed to be, but that was my contribution to this design. And so they sent me a pitch, and I sent back some notes. I said, hey, what about we change these things? And they said, that's not in the budget. So this was the design we went with. That's, my eyes are green. The plushie's eyes are brown. But this was the plushie they made and the plushie they designed. And they were like, okay, just put out some videos plugging this. You have like a month, right? You have a month to sell 400 of these or else the campaign doesn't go through. So I made some videos just to promote this, and they just happened to be the worst performing videos that I have ever made in my entire life. Like literally, I don't think those videos have hit 100,000 views yet. So I made all these videos plugging this plushie, and nobody saw those videos, and so the plushies did not. I think we sold 200 out of 400 plushies. And I was really depressed because I was so proud that I had at least gotten that far, that the community had, like, you know, that you guys had bought 200 of these damn things. And so, you know, I was like, what's, you know, I failed. What happens now? And the company said, well, here's the deal. If you agree not to be paid, we will send you the rest of the 400. So they said, we'll send out the first 200 to everybody that bought one, and then I don't get paid, and I get sent the rest of these. And I was like, that sounds great, as long as everybody gets the plushies that bought them. So yeah, long story short, I ended up with just under 200 of these things, and they just sat around for a while, and I didn't know how to get rid of them. But now that I have an official merch store, those of you who have spent years asking when I'm going to do another plushie campaign can potentially, if you're quick, go out and buy the remaining stock of these. As I'm recording this right now, I'm going to guess that by the time this video is live, there's probably going to be about 40 plushies left. So those are on Pixel Empire. At the time I'm recording this, it seems like there's only going to be about 40 left. So if you want one, you need to stop the video right now and go and get it right now. A couple years ago, I tried to sell these on Patreon, and I did my best to send out, you know, plushies to everybody that paid for one. But Patreon is not a good place to do this, and they didn't keep like records for me. So I'm pretty sure there's like 5 people that bought plushies that never got them, you know what I mean? So if you're watching this video and you bought a plushie through Patreon and you never got it, basically what I want you to do is message me and I'll have one sent to you for free. You know, I actually do have like a box of plushies that I didn't give to Pixel Empire exclusively because I figured this would happen. So if I owe you a plushie, please reach out to me and I'll get one sent to you for free. Don't worry about stock, we'll have enough. But if you're not in like that specific group of people, then yeah, there's probably about 40 left. So if you want one of these ugly things, they're not good plushies. But if you want one, there's about 40 left and they're on Pixel Empire. So yeah, that was Thing I Forgot number 28. I have a kick-ass merch store now. You can buy t-shirts. You can get a poster that I'm on that benefits charity. And you can get a plushie of me if you're one in like 40 specific people. And speaking of posters, let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 27. You remember in part 1 when I mentioned that poster? Do you remember that? The first thing I got was a Salmon Cat poster that I found on Mercari. I lost it. Yeah, I found it. I found the poster. So here's the poster. Okay, so here's the poster. And the main poster is Salmon Cat, Jeanette and Ariana, and it says Salmon Cat collectible poster. And then the rest of the poster is like little promotional images from the making of various episodes. Ha 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 ha. They're friends. They're having a good time. Production on the show is going well. So there's Cat with her diapers. And yeah, this is the big cool photo. This is the photo from the big event episode. And I'm recording these segments out of order, but I'm pretty sure we've reviewed this already. And there they are with the two little girls. I think one of them is a mother now. Like, one of the girls is a mother because time is terrifying. And yeah, there's that. This kid got Mike Wazowski'd. But, so that's the Sam and Cat poster. I wanted to show that in the last video, but I lost it, and then I found it. That's it. Okay, so next, it is time for Thing I Forgot, number 26. Okay, so this is the first actual thing I forgot. Like, the first thing that I didn't mention that is in this list where it's an actual screw-up. This is something that I missed in a previous video, and it is so massive. It is such a big detail, and I just didn't notice it, and it was pointed out to me later. And this is like one of the most important things in this list. Like, if I deleted this entire intermission, I would still have to talk about this somewhere because it is so incredibly important. Okay, so do you guys remember the very first Ted Danson episode of Sam and Cat? You know, the one where Goomer needs to pretend to be a teacher, so they borrow Mr. Sikowitz's classroom. That one? Okay, so there's a moment in that episode where the Shruggers are coming in and they pan over to the back exit of the theater classroom. And on the door is this poster. Missing. Have you seen me? St. John Van Cleef. Please call 873-555-1083. So this is an absolutely crazy Easter egg. Because as we established very early, the ongoing narrative of Sam and Cat is that somewhere in the background of the sitcom, Victorious Season 5 is currently happening, and all of those characters are still together in high school. Except that we now know canonically that St. John Van Cleef is a missing person. And this is apparently why, despite Mikey Reed being physically in an episode that we'll review later, St. John himself makes no appearances in Sam and Cat. So there are so many different potential fan theories that we could come up with about this Easter egg. Immediately, I think we can all pick up on the vibe that the showrunners want us to think that St. John has been murdered. But I think that St. John is too weird to get murdered. I don't know, it'd be like if Bugs Bunny actually got cooked into that stew, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, he put him in a big crock pot and then he died. It just feel kind of off to me. So putting that to the side, I have now narrowed it down in my mind to two specific theories. St. John theory number 1. St. John is up to some diabolical shit. And whatever shit he's up to, it's so meticulous that he's willing to drop out of school and go off the radar in order to make it happen. Next is St. John fan theory number 2. So this episode pretty much depends on us all agreeing that the final episode of Victorious, which was produced, is also the final chronological episode. My basic theory about this one is that because the final episode revolves around St. John becoming self-aware and standing up to those main characters and rising above them, because he did all of those things, the universe rejected him. So there's these pockets, right? There's these like pockets of reality, and each pocket kind of represents a specific like NSU show. Picture like, I don't know, like a sphere on a population graph. Like that's the Victorious area, you know, that specific part of LA where the show is mainly set. And all these pockets kind of exist across the world, and they usually don't overlap. And the theory is that because St. John was rejected, he was kind of pushed outside of these bounds into kind of the void between shows. Which, depending on how you look at it, it's either like a literal void, or it's just all the places in America that are so sparsely populated that they don't currently have a Nickelodeon sitcom which is set there. Like, Sinjin is allowed to exist, he just has to live in, like, the Dakotas. Or maybe Birth just snapped one day, who's to say? Alright, so next up we have Thing I Forgot number 25. The Fenson Bensons. Okay, so I did this post on Twitter where I was like, hey guys, I'm doing this segment called Things I Forgot, and it's going to cover the entire miniseries. What topics do you guys want me to throw in? And this one person said, oh, can you go more into detail about the Fenson Bensons? And I was like, oh, well, that's oddly specific, because I do remember mentioning that briefly. I know in those early videos I didn't linger on these things, but yeah, I could go into more detail about that. And so I was like, okay, before I do this segment, I'll pull up the original video and I'll watch what I originally said about this episode. So then I went through that first video and I kind of flipped through it, and I couldn't find the part of the season 1 analysis where I talked about this episode. And this kind of drove me insane, and I pulled up the script, I pulled up my notes, I looked everywhere I could, and as far as I can tell, I forgot to talk about a season 1 episode of iCarly, and only one person has ever called me out on it. And what's even weirder is that there's a point in the second iCarly video where I call back to this episode, where I'm like, of course, this episode makes sense because it's a throwback to the Fenson Bensons. And nobody was like, what the fuck is that? And yeah, until this week, this wasn't on my radar. It wasn't on my radar that there's like an entire like load-bearing episode of this show that despite being the iCarly guy, I didn't talk about. And the reason that I skipped it, if you didn't know, is that in the first iCarly video, I didn't review these episodes in chronological order. I tried to group them thematically, like, oh, I'm going to review all the Spencer episodes in a row. I'm going to review all the Freddy episodes in a row. And in my opinion, that made for like a better, more coherent video. I don't think the first iCarly video is bad. It just is very short and doesn't go super in depth. But I mean, very clearly, I just accidentally forgot to group this episode in somewhere, and because of that, I didn't talk about it, and I never noticed that I didn't do that. So yeah, what we're going to do right here is we are going to stop, and we are going to review an episode of iCarly that I should have reviewed 2 years ago. And as we do this, you know, I actually think it's going to be a really fun exercise, because what this is going to do is it's going to remind us of some needed context, because we are about to see a good sitcom in its golden years, as opposed to a bad sitcom in its blunder years. So this is iCarly Season 1, Episode 22, I Fence. So at the start of the episode, Spencer is in the living space of the Shea apartment, practicing fencing with the bottle robot. Sam soon comes in and asks what Spencer is doing.
What are you doing?
Fencing with my robot.
You beating him?
Not yet! But he's scared. Want to see me take him down?
Nah, I'm gonna go swallow some of your food.
It's kind of crazy how iCarly Season 1 and iCarly Season 6 just kind of feel like different universes sometimes, and it all comes down to the effort. Here, the bottle robot is presented like his own character, someone who blinks and even expresses himself. But by the end of the show, he just sinks into the background like everything else, and they just forget about him. So Carly says Freddy wants them upstairs to do a lighting test, but Sam is too preoccupied with some mysterious green schlop she found in the fridge. Carly explains that that is veggie pudding, and you can add that to the ongoing list of foods I would have put in the cancelled iCarly food intermission. Carly explains that her weird cousins are coming over for the weekend, and since they have every allergy in the book, she has to prepare special food for them. Spencer comments that he forgot that the Dorfmans were coming over, and Carly says she told him 3 times already. Carly and Spencer explain that their cousins are weird and dorky, and that they visit every time they take their annual road trip to the Fresno Raisin Parade. Which is ridiculous because everyone knows that the Fresno Raisin Day Parade hasn't been held since 1931. Of course, there's also the ongoing Raisin Day Parade in Danuba, California, which also started around the same time and is still going on today. But no self-respecting raisin enthusiast would say that they were going to Fresno for the Raisin Parade, as it hasn't been held there since the Great Depression. So in this episode's C-plot, Sam admits that she's never read a real book before, and Freddie makes a bet with her that she can't read a real book by the end of the week. The two agree to the bet, with the reward being the huge. After the show, Sam and Carly decide to go to Build-A-Bra for some light shopping, but Freddie refuses to go. Instead, he agrees to spend time with Spencer at a local fencing ring. There, it turns out Freddie is a complete natural at fencing, and when a teenage bully named Toger tries to push him around, Spencer volunteers Freddie for a battle between them. Anyways, the number one thing you need to know about the golden era of iCarly is that Carly is coded as having an anxiety disorder and Spencer is coded as having an attention disorder. This causes the big conflict of the episode, as Carly runs around preparing gruely food for the Dorfmans, and Spencer and Freddie spend all their time training for the big fight.
How come you can't read at your house?
Cause my mom keeps screaming at the cat to get a job. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Carly! Freddie and I are gonna head over to the fencing studio.
No, you have to stay and help me get ready for the Dorfmans.
Sorry, can't hear you. You're breaking up.
We're not talking on cell phones.
Bye!
Later, get out!
The pair spend the rest of their night training, and Spencer indeed doesn't get back in time to meet the family kin, meaning Carly has to deal with them on her own.
You said you'd have dinner with us.
Yes. And then I met them.
Come on, Spencer's not back yet, and I don't think I can make it through an evening alone with the Dorfmans.
Oh, how bad can it be?
Spencer finally makes it back just in time to see the Dorfmans off, and Carly is furious and begins a confrontation with her brother.
I'm sorry, but the time just got away from me.
Well, I wish the time had gotten away from me, but no.
Carly effectively grounds Spencer, telling him that he's banned from fencing with Freddie anymore, and that he has to clean up all of the dishes on his own. He samples the vegan pudding, then rushes to erase the taste from his mouth. The next day, Freddie comes over expecting to fence more and provokes Spencer into battling by slicing his banana. When Carly finds them in the middle of a match, Freddie says that she can't stop them from fencing, and she challenges that she can. Moments later, Mrs. Benson rushes into the room and chastises Spencer for teaching her son something as dangerous as fencing.
You're coming home with me right now and having a tick bath.
I don't have ticks.
The tick baths are working, aren't they?
Tick bath.
I should give you one.
The next day at school, Carly has cooled down and developed hindsight, and apologizes to Freddie for ratting him out to his mother. To try and make up for things, Carly has Miss Benson over and attempts to convince her to let Freddie do the battle. Mrs. Benson says that there's a family secret that she's kept from Freddie that she now feels she must admit. His great-grandfather had formerly practiced in a circus troupe called the Fenson Bensons. This was their secret family legacy. Freddie's grandfather and his own mother both trained and battled in this troupe. This introduces a continuity oddity, as this implies that Freddie gets his last name from his mother. This is, however, less of an issue when you remember that all of the main characters on iCarly are test tube babies created by the military. Mrs. Benson says she never wanted Freddie to become so obsessed with the innate instinct of fencing, as she once did years before.
Mom, not letting me fence is bad enough. I can't believe you'd make up such an insane lie.
I will not stand here and be called a liar by my own son. Or you, sassy pants.
So Freddie decides to go to the fencing competition anyways. Mrs. Benson argues to come to be supportive until Toger does a foul and pushes Freddie to the ground. Mrs. Benson leaps into action, picking up the dropped sword and battling Togger into submission. Later, the group look at an obviously Photoshop painting/drawing of Freddy's great-grandfather, illuminated by a mysterious white edge feather. Also, Sam says she read the book, so Freddy agrees to do the huge, putting the sink hose down his pants so it looks like he pissed himself. Can you believe I skipped this one? But anyways, now you know the important context of why, in iCarly Season 5 Episode 7, I Still Psycho, Freddy's mom is a pro at sword fighting, and this is not a plot hole. Alright, with that, let's go ahead and move on to Thing I Forgot, number 24. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to need you guys to watch a really old commercial from Nickelodeon, which I know is weird because I just did a long segment where I showed you guys a bunch of commercials from this era, and I very easily could have thrown this commercial into that gag, but I didn't because it was very important to me that the moment we see this weird thing, we immediately stop and start talking about it. Now, I want you to think about that for a second, because there was a ton of stuff in that commercial break that I just haven't commented on. There was a commercial where Zendaya was advertising iCarly toys. We haven't talked about that. That's not in the Things I Forgot. But this commercial has something so weird that we're not even going to finish the commercial. You know, this is some weird stuff. So here it is.
From the creator of iCarly, Drake and Josh, and Zoe 101 comes a brand new series starring Victoria Justice.
These kids are all artsy and creative and talented, and I'm just normal.
On March 27th, she's stepping into a whole new world.
Can you tell me where Mr. Psychowitz's classroom is?
Second door on your right.
Thank you.
Whatever it takes, Cupcake.
And the only way to fit in.
Okay, that's enough. What the fuck was that? Yeah, so it turns out when they pitched the very first Victorious episode to Nickelodeon, Rex had a completely different voice. And the only real concrete proof we have of this lost dub is this one Nickelodeon promo that presumably used the original edit. And I'm just imagining the executives are watching the Victorious pilot, right? They're watching it. And then in front of them, they have 3 buttons. And one button is like veto the show. Veto the show. Cancel this pitch. We're not doing this. And then another button is like green light the show. Let's get this ball rolling. And then there's a third button that just says make it more offensive. And that's the one they hit. Next, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 23. The Plain White Tees. Okay, so like I said, while I was working on this segment, I rewatched a bunch of segments from the first iCarly video, and I just kept getting pissed off about all the stuff that I either mentioned one time or I just didn't bring up. And that was the structure of the video. Some episodes I only discussed, in the crime segment. Other episodes I only brought up because of minor thematic elements. And like I said, it probably makes for a better video that's easier to watch. But just all the weird stuff in that first season of iCarly that arguably make it so iconic, I was just like, whatever, we don't need to talk about that. And this is a thing I did mention in the second iCarly video, but I think I need to talk about this whole plot line, basically. Because there's an entire B-plot in iCarly Season 1 that I just didn't analyze. And it's one of the most surreal B-plots in the entire show. So for this segment of Things I Forgot, I'm literally just going to review this B-plot and how funny it is to me. So iCarly Season 1 Episode 11 is titled I Rue the Day, and you'll be able to guess what happens in this one. So in the start of this story's B-plot, Spencer runs in excited and changes the channel to the local news, where a Seattle reporter states that earlier that day, the Plain White Tees were signing autographs at the local mall, when the lead singer, Tom Higgleson, snuck away to buy a latte. He was then nearly struck by a falling billboard from the upper floor, before he was luckily pushed away by a Good Samaritan, Spencer himself.
You're like a hero.
Like?
Freddie asks if he got Tom's autograph, and Spencer says that he got something better by having the artist sign his back.
Thanks so much for pushing me out of the way. If it wasn't for you, I could have been killed by that menu board. By the way, nice mold.
Carly thinks of the brilliant idea of asking the Plain White T's to appear on iCarly, and so Spencer goes off to make the request. But there's a problem. In the A-plot, the iCarly systems have been hacked, and they soon learn the culprit is none other than Neville. As Spencer confirms the gig, the group relent that they'll have to cancel iCarly. That is, until Carly says, hey, we know Neville's address, we can just swat him.
With a boring ear.
So Neville pisses his pants, they get the web show back, and the Plain White T's are able to perform.
Hey, I'm Tom Higginson.
That's Tom Higginson. The wild thing about the song they perform here is that it seems like it's actually a live vocal performance. So like, if there was an album of like the Plain White T's version of Anthology, I guess this has to be on it. And there you go, the Plain White T's on iCarly. Just think, the writers featured a famous band on the show and managed to do it without presenting the lead singer as a creepy weirdo who pretends to be on his deathbed so he can have a teenage internet star pamper him like a baby. Okay, now let's move on to Thing I Forgot number 22. Judy Garland.
I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all.
So when it comes to iCarly, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about, pretty much just because at that point in time, my videos were a lot less focused on being kind of overly detailed on purpose. But when you go over to the Victorious side of things, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about because I found all of these topics really boring and without any charm whatsoever. And one of these things is Jade's impersonation of Tori.
So what special skills should I add?
Gymnastics, martial arts, skydiving.
Flirtatious hair flipping.
Okay, I do not flip my hair flirtatiously.
Oh, really? This doesn't look familiar?
Well, hello, boys. My name is Tori Vega. Buy me some licorice and I'll give you a kiss.
I talk nothing like that. Seriously, do I talk anything like that?
No.
So that clip is the start to a long-running joke in the series where Jade will constantly impersonate Tori in various situations, and every single time it's very, very distinctly a Judy Garland impersonation.
Oh, come on. Nobody here would do that to Trina. Except you. What, me?
Oh, me? Well, I would never hurt my dear sister Trina. Not me, sweet Sally Peaches.
I don't talk like that.
This is definitely one of those things where if in my original recap of that episode, the original script I had written, if I had recapped this joke, I would have brought it up every time they revisited this gag. I would have pointed out the continuity every single time. But because I didn't point it out the first time that Jade did this, I never really felt like going back and reestablishing that this joke was a thing just to kind of like explain to you that the show had this continuity. And honestly, the reason that I did not want to go through all that extra effort is because I don't think this joke is funny. I think it's fine in the original scene, but I think every time they bring it back, I find it a little bit less funny. And it's definitely one of those jokes where the humor you're supposed to find in it is just the fact that the joke keeps coming back over and over and over again.
I don't remember saying come in.
Well, I don't remember saying you could hog Moose.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, Moose, my goodness. I certainly do enjoy a fine game of hockey.
Towards the end of the show, I was kind of hoping that they would do something subversive and kind of flip it on its head. Like maybe Tori does the voice to Jade at some point or something like that. Because without some sort of twist like that, it's a running joke without a punchline. And I was never into it. But it's always one of the first things that people tell me that I missed. The first things that people point out, like, hey, why didn't you talk about this? I didn't talk about it because I thought it was stupid. Next, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 21. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Okay, so this thing I forgot was actually recommended by my friend, Hippie Rat, who you'll be seeing a lot of in this intermission. Hippie is also a YouTuber, and specifically, he has a lot of interests in horror, and specifically horror content on the historical internet. And a few weeks ago, he asked me to add something to this segment, which he had recently rediscovered. You may remember that in my first iCarly video, I tried to talk about iCarly.com, but I couldn't get nearly as in-depth as I wanted to because, well, iCarly.com was not well archived when it was suddenly taken off the internet. So most of the videos that were on the website are considered lost media today, or at least unarchived to a capacity which is, necessary. The web-exclusive material which was produced to tie into these shows is always rather interesting to me, because what we essentially have in these cases is low-cost and often low-effort material which was still produced on those expensive sets with all the fancy lighting. A typical episode of one of these shows could cost millions of dollars to make, and then they would also film these little skits that were typically made in almost no time with no money. And you can really feel the creativity of perhaps the actors themselves feeding into the type of content that they made in those early days. And one very obvious example of this was I Gotcha. Now, what was I Gotcha? Well, let's look at an example.
Hey people, here's a little puzzle for you. Okay, I put a banana, yes, a banana, somewhere in this room. Now, if you're really smart and you have good eyes, you should be able to find it in less than 60 seconds. Think you can do it? Okay. Look really close and see if you can find the banana. Go!
Holy shit, it's Andy Dick!
There was no banana. Except for this one. Now, you need to click on the send to a friend button and send this video to all your friends, or your enemies, anybody you want to freak out and make scream. See ya.
Another one of these features Spencer telling you that if you stare at the iCarly bottle robot long enough, an optical illusion will happen, where it looks as if the robot is crying.
Okay, sorry if that scared you, but that was the point. Now it's time for you to frighten other people, so click on the send to a friend button and send this video to all your friends.
Now, I'm sure at the time people were probably pretty mad about these, and even right now there are probably people mad that I even dared to play these two videos. But I think these really represent why iCarly.com was magical, because these skits really made it feel like that these characters from iCarly were actually on the internet and they were actually producing material. These felt like things that the characters from iCarly would actually record and upload. And that's a level of audience interaction that I feel like you really don't see as much these days. Something about those early twinkling years of the internet, before the streaming wars, before 90% of internet content became for social media sites, something about that specific era really inspired people, in the industry to get creative with how they wanted to interact with their audience. And I wish we saw more of that these days. Anyways, let's go ahead and get back to Thing I Forgot, number 20. Sorry, I'm back. So, Thing I Forgot number 20 is another example of something from Victorious that I never brought up because I never thought it was interesting. But when I kind of poked around for things that people wanted to hear me talk about that I hadn't gone into, shockingly, at least one person specifically asked for this extremely dull topic. And that topic, which has inspired so much discourse, is Tori's glasses that she only ever wears at home and nowhere else. So Tori has these glasses that she only ever wears at home and nowhere else. This was a thing in the series. It kind of established Tori as having an off mode, you know, kind of like a lounge vibe that was different from how she dressed at school and how she even acted at school. So I always kind of appreciated it, but I never understood exactly how much other Victorious fans really appreciate this detail. Take, for instance, the Tumblr account, Why We Love Victorious, which lists Tori's glasses as one of the many reasons that they love Victorious. Meanwhile, the Tumblr account Nickelodeon Confessions states Tori needs to wear her glasses a lot more. That's one of their Nickelodeon Confessions. Hey, do you remember that movie, Encanto? Did you ever notice that in one of the scenes, there's a plate of corn? I never noticed that. Okay, next up is Thing I Forgot number 19. 7 Secrets with Miranda Cosgrove. Okay, so full disclosure, this isn't a thing I forgot. It's a thing I couldn't sit through. 7 Secrets with Miranda Cosgrove was a TV special which aired on March the 15th, 2010. It is very often lumped in as part of iCarly Season 3, sort of a half episode, and that originally was exactly how I wanted to review it. The entire documentary is like a listicle of crazy, insane, wacky facts that you didn't know about Miranda Cosgrove.
My favorite subject? Probably art. I got to take art as an elective this year, so that's been pretty fun. And then, what other subjects? I don't like math. You didn't ask me what my least favorite subject was, but I love reality TV shows. I can't help it.
My cat is scratching her head against the tripod, so if the tripod is shaking around, that's why. Pretend it's endearing. So as I was saying earlier, when I first did the iCarly reviews, I did originally intend to review this as, you know, kind of like an iCarly mini episode, but I just couldn't get through it at the time. But when I went ahead and posted everywhere that I was doing a final thing I forgot, this got brought up a few times as something people remembered and they wanted to hear my hot takes on. So I went ahead and watched this entire special, and here's what I think. Children are boring. Did you know that? Did you know that fun fact? That children are boring people? No, but seriously, I actually think this special represents kind of a very interesting moment, not only in the history of Nickelodeon itself, but in the history of iCarly. Because suddenly, iCarly is a huge hit, it's a massive brand, and now Nickelodeon is saying to themselves, ooh, what if we made Miranda Cosgrove a massive brand as well? This was around the time that the animated film Despicable Me came out, and if you didn't know, Miranda voices, I believe, the eldest daughter in that film. I think I've alluded to this in the past, you know, kind of making jokes about Miranda swimming in Minion money. So if you've ever wondered why I just say stuff like that, that's why. But it was also around the same time that Miranda started her music career, and that is essentially what this special was created to promote. Now, later in this list, we're going to go ahead and do kind of a brief retrospective of Miranda's music career, because we've alluded to it often, but we've never actually analyzed it and discussed what happened. But for now, we are just here to review this special. Absolutely nothing else. So here it is. Okay, so here's Miranda's 7 sins or whatever. Secret number 1. Miranda's not supposed to wear any clothing from the show outside of the building it's filmed in, but sometimes she'll try and sneak out some parts of an outfit because she thinks the outfits are cute. She then talks about all of the clothing and purses she buys, and how she likes touring the world and buying one accessory in every country. She has a purse collection. She owns rings.
This is an insane ring. I don't know. You could like beat someone up with this ring.
Secret number 2. Miranda and Carly are sisters from another mother. Don't know about that one because, as you'll remember, all of the main characters from iCarly are test tube babies. Miranda's main piece of evidence is that Carly is always with her friends, just like Miranda is always with her friends, which I actually relate to. I like to think that Quentin Reviews and Quentin Hoover have a lot in common because they're both always by themselves. Secret number 3. Miranda's dad wants her to go to USC because he went to USC, but she wants to go to NYU. I googled it, and in the end, she did end up going to USC like her dad wanted. She began with a major in film, but later switched to psychology. When I was a teenager, I wanted to go to the New York Film Academy, but living in New York was a really unrealistic idea. So instead, I applied to the Savannah College of Art and Design, got accepted, couldn't afford tuition, stayed in my hometown while everyone else I knew moved away, started working at Dairy Queen, got fired after the summer, started working at Dollar General, got fired after the Christmas season, started working at Little Caesars, where on day 2 they asked me to be that guy who goes out by the side of the road with the fucking Little Caesars hot and ready guitar sign, and I very enthusiastically pretended to play it like a real guitar, causing the supervisor to tell me that he was going to ask me to do only that every single day instead of training me in the kitchen. It then took me 4 months to convince them to please let me cook the fucking pizza, instead of standing out in the hot sun pretending to be Slash. They paid me $7 an hour, meaning after taxes I took home $6 and some change for every hour that I worked in the kitchen. Then, after rolling dough for about a year, one of the new hires apparently started throwing away the rags we used to clean pans instead of throwing them into the rag hamper. Corporate got pissed off about how much money they lost on throwing away rags, my shitty manager needed someone to blame, and everyone really liked the new guy, so they fired me and now I do this. Secret number 4. Miranda's mother stalked her on a date. Miranda went on a date to a sushi restaurant and her mother parked in the parking lot and made hand signals at her during the entire date, confusing her date as per why Miranda kept looking out at the parking lot. Miranda also reveals that in iCarly Season 1, when Carly is supposed to have a crush on Elvis, she actually had a crush on Elvis in real life too, making it quite a layered piece of character acting.
I Gotta Fill In Black Eyed Peas. I'm like never gonna get over that song.
Secret number 5. Miranda met Gwen Stefani and was so starstruck that she didn't say anything for 15 seconds. Then she left.
Is awkwardness a word?
Around this part of the documentary, they show a bunch of footage of Miranda's dog, and it's very clearly a different dog from that cell phone ad she did around the same time. Somebody's lying here, and I want to know who! Secret number 7. Miranda's famous song, Kissing You, is about a real person, but Miranda chooses not to talk about this anymore. But we'll get back around to Kissing You and Miranda's music career later on down the list. Now that we're done with that, there is also a 7 Secrets special with Victoria Justice. I'm not watching that one. By the way, real quick, if you hadn't noticed, I just got a haircut and I shaved my beard down. It's kind of a new look, but I think it'll grow on me probably. Okay, so moving on now to Thing I Forgot, number 16. Now I really struggled to fill this part of the list. Originally I had something different here, but when I really looked at it right before I started recording, I decided it was just crap and I didn't want to record that. So I had to make something else up, and I thought no better a place to look for inspiration than my big bin of iCrap. So I put all my stuff into bins a while ago, and this is my iCarly bin. And one thing I need you to understand is when I open this up, it smells so bad. There's something in here. I think it's one of the hats. It smells like a closet. Like somebody took their iCarly shit, shoved it into a closet, and then sold it on eBay, and I ended up with it. And now every time I open this fucking bin, it's so disgusting. Oh God. So yeah, there's a good handful of things in here that I haven't really ever gone into detail about, probably because some of it's not too interesting. But the thing that we're trying to talk about today is this. This is iCarly, music from and inspired by the hit TV show, or as I like to call it, complete album at a low price. Now, I can't really remember if I've ever even brought this up before. I have a vague memory of holding this up to the camera at some point, but I know I didn't really get into it seriously because I know for certain that I have never listened to this for real. I've never taken the CD out, put it in a CD player, and just listened to what's on the disc. So, let's go ahead and do that right now. This is the only CD player that I own. Oh, Quentin, it's spherical. Shut up. Shut up. I'm sick of it. This is such a terrible design for a CD player. I don't care how good the meme is. Okay, I forgot how much I hate these. No. They call this a new era in audio entertainment. I call it very, very dull. God damn. This is one hell of a way to find out that my only CD player doesn't work. So this is the only CD player I own, and it doesn't work. Apparently this specific brand of CD player doesn't last over the decades, so I just found out I own a CD player exclusively for the meme of it, because it doesn't even fucking play CDs. But I felt I had to show this in the segment, because otherwise why the hell do I even have it? Such a poorly designed thing. After finding out that my expensive CD player that I bought as a meme doesn't actually work, I next put it in my PS4 and installed updates for 20 minutes before I found out that PS4s cannot play CDs, but it turns out that my Blu-ray player can play CDs, so finally that's how I got to listen to this thing. And I very easily could have just pirated it. I'm sure it's on every, torrenting website, but I have the physical disc. I wanted to play the physical disc, damn it. So I got it into my Blu-ray player, and I finally got to listen to this thing. So the main gimmick of this CD is that it's not actually an iCarly soundtrack because there aren't a lot of songs in iCarly. So instead, it's more like an iCarly mixtape. So the album does feature one or two songs relating to iCarly, but it also has a bunch of Nickelodeon songs. It's got Leon Thomas III, and it has a bunch of just normal pop songs from the time. It's got Sean Kingston, Avril Lavigne, Lil Mama, the Naked Brothers Band, don't ask. But the real gimmick, the real thing that makes this something actually cool, actually worth dedicating a Things I Forgot segment to, is that in between these songs, there are little skits featuring the cast in character as if their characters from iCarly are recording introductions to all of these songs.
I like that one. Nice lead vocal.
Agreed. So, what's next?
Stay My Baby.
I'd love to stay your baby.
I'd love you to go stay at a motel.
Do you always have
Sam, press play.
Before this week, I didn't know that these little skits existed, otherwise I would have featured them in the iCarly videos. Ironically, I kind of did feature them in the iCarly videos because while I was listening to them, I realized that a brief snippet of the audio was reused on a bonus feature on one of the iCarly DVDs, and I stole audio from that bonus feature for the very beginning of the first video in this miniseries, that audio of Freddy counting down. That was recorded for this disc. And so I indirectly have featured audio from this CD, but I never knew it because I just stole it off a bonus feature, right?
In 5, 4.
That's my part. Carly.
Sam, eat your taco. Freddy, count backwards from 5, omitting the 1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eat it.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Incidentally, the characters introducing and then openly discussing the theme from iCarly kind of supports this fan theory I had that I never dedicated too much time to because it's not super interesting. But basically, my fan theory is I am pretty sure that in-universe, Carly recorded the iCarly theme at some point because it does show up 2 or 3 times. There's a scene where they go on an award show and the iCarly theme is playing. And of course, there's iParty with Victorious where they sing the iCarly theme. So I personally think that in universe, Carly recorded this song and put it on the website or something because it clearly exists in universe and characters in universe associate the iCarly webcast with this song. For all I know, when people watch the iCarly live broadcast, maybe there's like a waiting screen, you know, kind of counting down how long until the broadcast, and maybe that waiting screen has the iCarly theme. Maybe that's why all the fans of the iCarly webcast seem to recognize what we know as the sitcom theme song. But, you know, it's not that super interesting of a theory, so who cares?
Hey, check out what I bought today.
You went to Build-A-Bra without me?
Can we talk about anything else?
Ooh, you got the glow-in-the-dark straps.
I know. Does Build-A-Bra rock or what?
So rock.
Okay, next song.
J.R. Sean Kingston. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You got me in denial.
There's a few interesting pieces of lore in this album. For instance, did you know that Sam repeated the 3rd grade and is thus logically a year older than everyone else? I do, because I listened to a specific skit about feet.
Hey, would you put your socks back on?
No.
Whoa, look. Your second toe's longer than your big toe.
I know. It's a sign of intelligence.
Yes, that must explain why you had to repeat 3rd grade. No, what is Sam? Get off! Ow, ow, ow! Stop it! Ah!
Sam, put the fork down.
Okay.
Go to iCarly.com. Do it.
Wow, for some reason, I really feel like going to iCarly.com right now. I'm filming segments of this video out of order, by the way, so this is actually one of the final things I'm filming, even though it's relatively early on in the video, which I'm now regretting because there's a detail in one of these songs which I wish I had known about before, because it gives us a brand new 2008 iCrime.
Okay, ready? Truth or dare?
Truth.
Name something terrible you've done that nobody knows about.
Okay. One time I snuck into Freddy's apartment and locked his mother in a closet.
When?
An hour and a half ago.
Sam! Mom! Mom! Mom!
And I'd love to add that to the crime counter, except for the fact that I've already recorded every future segment where I mention the hashtag crimes of this season of Sam and Cat, and I don't feel like going back and re-recording every single time I mention that number, so I guess we're just gonna have to take the L on this one. After this, someone brings up Valerie, who was Freddy's girlfriend in a random episode of Season 1, and the girls talk about how much they hated her, and Freddy says, well, why didn't you tell me at the time? And so Carly and Sam dedicate the next song to Valerie, and that song is Girlfriend by Avril Lavigne featuring Lil Mama. Then this happens.
Hey, sorry, we're out of root beer.
You sure there wasn't a bottle?
Whoa, what are you doing?
Oh, calm down.
Sam, are you insane?
You relax?
No, you can't do that.
What's the big deal?
Hey, anyone? Whoa! What is she doing?
I told her to stop.
Okay! What if I just do this?
Sam, no!
Are you crazy?
Ah, you babies, just play the next song.
Now, didn't that segment sound joyfully disturbing? After this, we get a little bit of extended lore about the world's fattest priest, who is introduced in Season 1, Episode 10.
World's fattest priest jump roping without shirt on.
Ew.
Gross.
Ugh.
Click play.
Oh, that's awful. Oh, no. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Oh my god.
Then the CD ends with all of the characters deciding to play the CD again from track 1, creating a time loop from which they can never escape. Now, they also put out a sequel to this in 2012. iCarly iSoundtrack 2, music from and inspired by the hit TV show. So yeah, it turns out the song Dynamite by Taio Cruz, that was inspired by the sitcom iCarly. However, unlike the original, this soundtrack does not feature any unique recordings by the original cast introducing any of the material. So it really loses that feeling of like a mixtape or even just, a disc jockey on the air. It's just kind of a bunch of random stuff put together, mostly pop songs, and then a couple songs by Miranda Cosgrove and Jeanette McCurdy from their solo careers. But as I said, I will get into that a little bit later. Okay, so thing I forgot, number 17, is actually something that was said in my Discord server. I want to say during the production of my Victorious videos, although it might have been a little bit after that, I can't really remember. But the point is that somebody said it in the Discord, and I didn't really pay attention to it or even remember it, but then I found it later on accident while searching for something, and I realized that it's one of the most brilliant theories that anyone has ever pitched to me, and I was shocked that I hadn't actually featured it in any of those videos. And to present the theory, here is the voice of the man that actually came up with it. My very good friend, Hippie Rat.
I just realized something about the Shruggers. So, Hollywood Arts only lets people in if they demonstrate some prior talent. What if the Shruggers are all people who demonstrated an inherent ability to convincingly perform as extras, and their studies at Hollywood Arts are actually some kind of strange extracurricular stint where they literally serve as space filler, as if the world of Hollywood Arts were purposefully a TV show? Like they're all method acting as extras or something because they entered the school with the purpose of being extras in the industry. And that's why they're available for Goomer's fake class, because to them, these are all fake classes anyway. They're just being graded on their ability to sit and shrug. Damn right, that's heavy.
If I were to reflect for a moment, I think the reason that I didn't take this theory seriously at the time is that while it makes total sense, it kind of removes the absurdity of the original running joke. Like, the fact that the Shruggers are, by and large, students at Hollywood Arts who seem to have had their free will and expression removed by some unspoken supernatural force, that is so hilarious to me. Like, this theory kind of sounds like something that the creators would come up with today to explain away the supposed plot hole of the Shruggers. Kind of like them saying, oh, well, the Shruggers aren't people literally having their autonomy removed to embolden the main characters. It's just a bunch of students training for the industry in a very realistic way. And I guess at the end of the day, I prefer the interpretation that God is cruel. But again, a big special thanks to Hippie Rat for coming up with that awesome fan theory. Hippie has been one of the most important people in terms of me actually getting this miniseries done. He is effectively my ghost reader. He suggests topics that I could talk about. You know, he assists me with coming up with the joke or two. But most importantly, he proofreads my scripts to make sure that I don't sound like a deranged maniac. And he actually happens to have his own YouTube channel where he makes content adjacent to some of the work that I put out. So if you want to see more content like this video and you want to support a small creator, then go ahead, head over to his channel and subscribe. Okay, I'm getting out the gun again. If you don't go and subscribe to Hippie Rat right fucking now, I swear to God, I'll break your kneecap! Next, let's go ahead and move on to an important topic which is surely not ill-advised at all. This is Thing I Forgot number 16. Quentin discusses biracial identity in American culture. Okay, so here's the background for this one. At the end of my second Victorious video, I did a segment wherein I reviewed all of Victoria Justice's various headcanons about where the characters end up after the Missing series finale. One of her fantasy endings was that Trina would meet Prince Harry on a game show, and afterwards they would fall in love, and she would forever live a perfect princess life. People were very quick to point out that coincidentally, shortly after she wrote this, there was a game show that was sort of a twist on The Bachelor, where a bunch of women were given the chance to date a man claiming to be Prince Harry. However, it wasn't Prince Harry at all. They were all being gaslit, and instead it was just a ginger guy who looked kind of inbred. So of course, everyone wants to immediately turn around and say, oh, in Victoria's headcanon, Trina actually ended up dating that guy, and her life was ruined. I also, of course, connected these dots when I was writing this part of the video, but I didn't bring any of that up because it's not funny. Like, I understand that Trina dating and even marrying a celebrity lookalike is something that they would do on the actual Victorious TV show, but in my opinion, Trina just marrying into the British royal family is so much funnier. But anyways, during this part of the video, I just randomly said a sentence off the cuff, which is probably one of the things I've regretted most in this miniseries. Just a single word in this sentence, which I picked the wrong word. So we're going to get into that. At this point in the video, I attempted to point out very quickly that it is ironic that in the Victorious universe, supposedly, Trina married Prince Harry, because in the real world, that is very similar to Prince Harry marrying Meghan Markle. And I believe in the video the specific thing I said was, it's ironic that in the Victorious universe, Harry ends up marrying an American who isn't white. And here's where the fuck up is there. I should have said, it's ironic that Harry would end up marrying an American who is a person of color. Basically, in the moment while I was recording this random point at 3 a.m., I used person of color and not white as if they were synonyms, which is incorrect. Because while person of color usually signifies all of the ethnicities that don't include white people, you can be a person of color and white at the same time. Indeed, that's what Meghan Markle is. And so basically I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about this. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get mad about this or call me out on it, but I had a slip of the tongue. I said the wrong thing, and I wanted to apologize because it's something I feel bad about. Specifically because I know that in America, when you're biracial, there is some expectation that you're just gonna pick one, which is kind of ridiculous because, race is a social construct, and it's something that has a lot more weight in America than other places, but, I'm the former pizza guy. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about this shit in the first place. But like I said, I've never really seen people get offended by what I said in that sentence. But what I have seen is a lot of people reacting to it and kind of saying, hey, I didn't know that Danielle Monáe is anything other than white. And this actually highlights a really weird aspect about Victorious, which I am absolutely certain I never broke down in those original 2 videos. So here's the situation. I have often made light of the fact, very quickly, that Ariana Grande is a white Italian woman who is often perceived as Latina by the general public. But what I have never brought up is that there is a Victorious cast member who is Latina, but is typically perceived as only white by the general public. And that person is Victoria Justice. Victoria's father is Caucasian, but her mother's side of the family is Puerto Rican. Thus, Victoria Justice is of Puerto Rican descent. Now, this is the kind of thing where once you're made aware of it, it's pretty obvious. I'm betting next time you see an image of Victoria Justice, you're going to be able to tell that, this was pretty clear the whole time. But what this does is, when you go back and look at these old Nickelodeon properties, it adds this kind of weird, surreal quality to the casting choices that they would make. For instance, for the TV movie The Boy Who Cried Werewolf, the network cast as Victoria's brother the whitest child I have ever seen in my entire life. This child is so white that he was in the Dwayne Johnson movie The Tooth Fairy. Okay, but getting back on track, here's the big controversy. Here's the really, really convoluted thing about the show Victorious. In the 3rd episode of the 1st season of the show, they explicitly state that, like her performer, Tori Vega is biracial.
So let's hear your horn.
Yeah, play that funky music, white girl.
I'm half Latina.
Then hit it, muchacha.
So we now know that Tori Vega is half white, half Latina, which logically should mean that one of her parents is of Latin American ancestry. The only problem is that the casting department didn't think that far ahead. Episode 3. They didn't think as far ahead as episode 3. Fans of this show tend to theorize that Tori's mother is white and that her father is Latino, which, when you look at these actors, that's the more believable theory, obviously. But guess what? I googled it. Jim Perry is not Latino. You'll never guess this, but he's actually Italian. So to bring you up to speed, the reason I said in that original video that Trina is a person of color is that we know that Tori is a person of color, and if they're siblings from the same parents, they should both be the same ethnicity, right? And across the entire Victorious series, I had always presumed that Daniela Monet must be Latina because they mention it so early, and I presume that they cast 2 Latina actresses to play sisters on purpose. And I never even Googled it by the time I finished those 2 videos because I was more preoccupied with figuring out the canon of Tori's family tree. So based on stuff that I found online, Daniela's father is from Chile, and he has a mix of Chilean and Croatian ancestry, and her mother is Italian. And I'll be honest, based on that information, I wasn't entirely sure, how she would typically identify herself, but I was eventually able to do some digging, and I found a podcast interview where someone referred to her as a Latina actress, so she's Latina. And other things, obviously. Fuck, this is hard. So I was partially correct in my assumption. Danielle Monet and Victoria Justice are both Latina. They both have Latin American ancestry, but I was incorrect to say that they aren't white because they are both biracial. I hope that explanation was correct and good enough, because I am terrified of talking about this shit. Okay, so the next few installments on Things I Forgot will be focusing on all of the connections that these shows made to other TV shows and movies. Some of these shows will have absolutely no connection to Nickelodeon whatsoever, and some of these will be references that NSU shows made interconnectedly to each other. So let's go ahead and start off with Thing I Forgot number 15. Brain Surge. Brain Surge was a Nickelodeon game show that premiered on September the 28th, 2009 and lasted through the early 2010s. The series was hosted by Jeff Sutphin and featured children competing through several phases to win valuable prizes. The show was a localization of a Japanese reality show called Brain Survivor, the US version being co-adapted by Scott A. Stone, co-creator of Legends of the Hidden Temple, and Clay Newbill, executive producer of The Mole. Brain Surge is one of those things where, going in, you think you don't remember it at all. But then, upon rewatching a single clip of a single episode, you remember that this program fundamentally reshaped your entire personality as a child. Whatever undiagnosed attention disorder I had as a kid got significantly worse after I started watching this show. Each episode of Brain Surge is split into 3 segments, each based heavily on offhanded memorization, as the series prides itself in being, quote, the only game show where you don't have to know anything to win. The first round begins at the podiums, where 6 contestants will be shown a series of short animations and videos featuring odd details. After one of the clips is shown, a question will be asked that had something to do with a hyper-specific feature of said video. Which skier made the most jumps? What number didn't appear on screen? What number appeared on the hot dog? And so on. Basically, you know those videos that show up on your TikTok that are like footage of a buxom woman doing something buxomy, and then at the end of the video some guy pops up and he goes like, hey, what color were the shoes she was wearing? And you go, green, obviously. And then you go back and she wasn't wearing shoes. Brain Surge was that as a TV series. At the end of the first round, whichever 2 contestants have the fewest points are eliminated and forced to go down the brain drain, basically just a slide filled with colored foam. The remaining contestants are then told a story with convoluted visuals and details, and are afterwards asked to recite facts about what they've just been shown. Those who give wrong answers are exiled into the head of a giant man. This portion then continues with other memory games until only 1 contestant is left. In the final round, the winner is challenged to repeat a series of light patterns on the floor, and the more rounds they finish, the better the prizes they receive. Now, at the time, I remember thinking that this show was fine for what it was, but I would pretty much only watch it if nothing else was on. You know, if Disney's playing an episode of Hannah Montana you've seen 1,000 times and Cartoon Network is playing some shit like Squirrel Boy, sure, I'll watch an episode of your low-budget, weird game show. But I do remember thinking that it felt like such a non-Nickelodeon show that I didn't understand why it was there in the first place. Which is why I always say that kids today will never understand what it was like growing up with limited media options. As a kid, if I had had a magic remote that let me watch any TV show ever made, there are so many things I watched that I would never have even glanced at in the first place. Of course, today it's impossible to look at these shows without considering the politics of the time, as 2009 was when a lot of networks were testing out reality and game programming as a response to the 2007 to 2008 Writers Guild of America strike. Now, Nickelodeon has done a lot of game shows during its lifetime, so I'm not saying that's the only reason that Brain Surge existed. But I certainly remember a huge amount of kind of samey content coming out around this time, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Check out my video about CN Real if you want to hear more about this kind of thing. Anyways, Brain Surge is notable to this project due to a quirky gimmick that the show liked to do once a season, wherein they would actually invite the stars of other Nickelodeon properties to come onto the game show. This started with Season 1, Episode 31, which featured Jerry Traynor, Miranda Cosgrove, Victoria Justice, Ashley Argata from True Jackson VP, Nat Wolff from the Naked Brothers band Don't Ask, and Lil J. Episode 32 then featured Nathan Kress, Jeanette McCurdy, Alex Wolff from the Naked Brothers band, Kiki Palmer and Matt Shively from True Jackson VP, and Lily Collins, who is the daughter of Phil Collins and was not on a Nickelodeon show at the time. The biggest difference between these episodes and normal ones are that in these, the stars would typically forego any rewards, since they're, famous already. So instead, in the final round, an audience member would be singled out and the final contestant would compete for them by proxy. An interesting note is that when these episodes were recorded, the Victorious pilot had just barely been filmed, and by the time these two episodes broadcast, the show still hadn't premiered in any way. Thusly, it wasn't until the second season of Brain Surge that Victorious cast members would be included in the guest rotation.
Yeah, why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!
I think the biggest thing to say about these specials is not only that this was a really clever way to build brand synergy across the network, but also that this was technically the very first time that iCarly and Victorious crossed over, as these season 2 episodes predate iParty with Victorious from both a production and broadcast point of view. But by the end of season 3, Brain Surge had moved from Nickelodeon to the much more obscure Nicktoons network. This was a second station where Nickelodeon often sent much of their less than mainstream material. Although not officially a death knell, very few shows that got sent to Nicktoons lasted very long. Personally, I actually remember watching a good amount of the Nicktoons network around this time, but the weird thing is, I never remember watching any live action shows. Almost as if the network was called Nicktoons. The main thing I remember watching a lot of was Kappa Mikey, which was this weird 50-episode cartoon that was made for Noggin, but only ever aired on Nicktoons. The show was about this American cartoon character who's down on his luck, and he moves to Japan and becomes an actor in one of their action shows. And the whole gimmick is that everything in Japan is supposed to look like an anime, while everything in America is supposed to look like something Butch Hartman would make. As a kid, I found this show by accident one day, and I remember thinking to myself that it was one of the coolest little weird gems I'd ever found. I liked the comedy, I liked the action, I liked Kappa and Mitsuki as a ship, I liked the fact that the show kind of had a story arc, and I remember thinking, why are they burying this awesome show on such an obscure network? And then I rewatched it as an adult, and I went, oh, this is really offensive. If you liked Kappa Mikey as a kid, do not rewatch it. It is really bad. Anyways, so most of the early episodes of Brain Surge have been archived online, and you can go and watch them to your heart's content, but towards the end of the series, there's a lot of material that has never been properly uploaded, so if you want to see it, it just kind of doesn't exist. This show is not that popular, and it's never had any kind of home media release, so the only real hope in eventually seeing these episodes is if someone who recorded them at the time realizes they have them on a hard drive or a cassette somewhere, and they decide to post them on the internet. Otherwise, this is a little weird case of lost media. But at the end of the day, to the kids at home, to the young people out there who watched Nickelodeon during this era, Brain Surge was a TV show that somebody made and put on the air. And that delivered something to them. That gave them something to sit and watch for a couple minutes before they changed the channel. And that is something beautiful that a universal lack of preservation can never take away. Next up, let's move on to Thing I Forgot, number 14, Nikki Deuce. So I'm including this one in this list mostly because this movie became a bit of a meme last year, and I had a lot of people tagging me, a lot of people asking me to talk about it, so here we are. In the 2010s, Nickelodeon and Disney Channel built up quite a reputation for using production breaks on their various successful shows to make TV movies starring some of their biggest names at that point. One of these was 2013's Nikki Deuce, which was the film that Nickelodeon had Noah Monk film after he recorded the Gibby pilot, but before they officially decided to not make that series. According to articles I found online, this movie was filmed the exact same month as the Gibby pilot, so basically it seems to me that Noah Monk filmed that pilot, got on a plane, went to Montreal, and then shot this movie. Now, Nickelodeon would do a very similar thing after the Sam and Cat pilot, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So, what is Nikki Deuce about? Well, Noah's character, Nicholas Borelli II, lives a normal life in a small town until he goes off to meet with some family members, at which point he learns that all of his family are actually mafia types. Hijinks ensue as Gibby decides to become a mobster himself.
I don't see any ice. Who doesn't have ice? Found some frozen tilapia. How old is this? Mr. Eggs, you dropped something. Oh man. Jeez, Mr. Eggs, are you okay?
The most overwhelmingly infamous part about this movie is that it's actually adapted from a book co-written by one of the actors from The Sopranos, and because it was made with that connection, the movie is essentially an unofficial Sopranos reunion special, featuring numerous actors who originally appeared together in that series.
Yo, fellas!
Who's he? Titled Revenue Service. Looks more like a Fed to me.
No slacks, no way. He's a professional golfer all the way.
Which is it, kid? IRS? I'm, FBI? I don't know. PGA.
Forget about it?
I ultimately decided not to give this movie a full review at any point in this miniseries, mostly because, well, it looks kind of boring. It looks kind of dull. Once you've sat down and watched the original Fred the movie, you kind of realize that is the peak that Nickelodeon original movies can achieve, Any other movie is going to be kind of worse, kind of the same cinematography. You've seen a lot of these movies, kind of the same kind of jokes, and it's just not that interesting. So I said, this movie's going to be a letdown. It's not going to be as funny as the premise would make you think, and I think I made the right decision there. But the bigger issue to me is that this movie seems like it was almost made to be an intermission in a video about the Gibby spinoff, the spinoff that doesn't exist. I mean, it has production that is directly tied to the Gibby spinoff, and since that show doesn't exist, and since I can't make a 40-hour video about the Gibby spinoff, I don't feel like watching this movie. That feels like a glitch in the Matrix. Next up, let's talk about Thing I Forgot, number 12. iCarly references in other TV shows. So a few years ago, I sporadically decided to rewatch the greatest animated series to ever grace my childhood. And that was Glenn Martin DDS.
Whoa! Works every time.
See? This isn't so bad. We're almost... Son of a goat licker!
Now, for those of you who were not lucky enough to have this series grace your televisions back in the day, allow me to give you a quick plot description a la Wikipedia. Overview. After accidentally burning down his house in Freeland, Pennsylvania, loving father and dentist Glenn Martin DDS takes his family, his beautiful wife Jackie, their hormone-addicted 13-year-old son Connor, their powerful suit-wearing 11-year-old daughter Courtney, Courtney's overachieving assistant Wendy, and Canine, the family's dog, who has an oversized anus, which Glenn in the opening sequence calls a heart, on a cross-country road trip in order to strengthen their family bond together. Great. Glenn Martin DDS was kind of Nickelodeon's attempt to make Nick at Night feel more like Adult Swim, whereas usual programming that aired on Nick at Night was basically just, sitcoms for teenagers or adults that wouldn't be outwardly offensive to children. Glenn Martin DDS was, it was a little bit out there. I remember watching this once or twice as a kid, but unlike Mr. Meaty, I never found it traumatizing. I just found it kind of dull and tacky. But a few years back, I was working on a review of a bunch of Rankin Bass specials with a guy named Worthy Kids, and I suddenly got curious about some of these older stop-motion shows, and I decided to go back and revisit it to see if I would like it better as an adult. I did not. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is that I was very shocked when watching that episode to find out that one of these characters name drops iCarly.
Hey, Courtney, want to help me take Canine for a walk?
Dad, can you hold on one sec? Because it conflicts with iFreaking-Carly, that's why.
So anyways, this had kind of got me curious. What other shows have referenced iCarly? What about, Community?
Maybe Simmons is right. You really are all sizzle and no steak. You probably couldn't beat him if you tried.
What do you mean I can't beat him? You and I are going to study harder than we've ever studied before and beat City College tomorrow.
Really?
No. Who am I, iCarly?
We could talk about 30 Rock.
Simon, you're my agent. You're not supposed to panic. You're supposed to help me.
Like how Fredward helps iCarly.
No!
Or maybe even The Colbert Report.
No, look, I'm hip. I'm happening. I watch iCarly. I have a cordless phone. But I draw the line at drugs.
How about The Office?
2 years ago, I had her, and we had the best time. I tell you one of her favorite shows, some things I never heard of. iCarly. You know what's funny on that show? The friend with the video camera. He's got a nice way of talking.
How about the series finale to the hospital drama ER?
How are the inmates?
Cranky.
So what's with the iCarly crew out in the waiting room?
They came in with a kid with alcohol poisoning.
After quickly finding a bunch of these, I started to get curious if there were any Victorious references in general pop culture around this time, and after doing some hunting, I eventually found NCIS Season 8, Episode 17. In the episode, Gibbs, no relation, is interviewing somebody that found a body and gives their side of the story.
Well, we were at Paul's birthday party at the pizza place, and me and Lauren took a step outside. to get some fresh air. And she was making fun of me because I watch Victorious on Nickelodeon. But Victoria just as hot, right? So I said that, and she got this crinkly face, and then I said, but not as hot as you. And then she smiled, and I planted one on her, and then there was tongue.
About the body, kid.
Oh, her body was slamming.
The dead body.
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
Man, I tell ya, they don't make schlock TV like they used to. If you're wondering if Sam and Cat has had any similar references in pop culture, the only thing I could quickly find was a specific reference in the Netflix series Fuller House. In this episode, one of the main characters is reading a bunch of celebrity biographies, including Ariana Grande's.
Today, I'm relaxing with my rock star biographies. Got Tina Turner and Janis Joplin and Ariana Grande.
Then later in the episode, they say this.
Hey, you would not believe what they put Ariana Grande through on Sam and Cat.
Hope that never turns out to be ironic in a particularly horrifying way. On top of this, the Cartoon Network series Mad also did parodies of iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat. And the gimmick that they seemed to end up sticking with most consistently was that it was the characters of these shows plus some random superhero character, like Victorious plus Doom from Marvel.
Robbie, I lied to you. I'm not a villainous mastermind. I'm just a fool who dreamed too big.
Doom, I lied to you. I am Andy Samberg.
But while working on this miniseries over the past few years, I eventually realized that I don't want to talk about the various NSU parodies on all these different shows because they're all terrible and they make me feel bad. So instead, my friend Hippie Rat made his own video on the topic. Whoa! In his video, he specifically covers, I think, one of the worst things I've ever tried to sit through, which is the Robot Chicken iCarly sketch, which is about Carly doing a live stream in the shower, which is weird.
Oh, wow. I didn't know the iCarly eye nipples got that hard.
There's this thing I've noticed with Robot Chicken sketches lately where none of them have anything to do with the stuff they're parodying anymore. Old Robot Chicken was pretty much universally made by people who grew up with or around the things they were making fun of. So all the material really had this energy of like, oh, when I was a kid, I always wondered, why didn't this happen? Or, oh, as an adult, I think it would be funny to show this thing from my childhood doing this. So, you know, the typical skits would be like, what happens to Optimus Prime's trailer when he transforms? Or, hey, what if Captain Kirk gets STDs from all these freaky alien women he's been sleeping with? Or, you know, Skeletor... Well, Skeletor is just funny. Like, you don't need a bit with Skeletor. You can just kind of let him do whatever he wants. But, you know, it all carried that energy. But now, Robot Chicken is primarily making fun of things that millennials and Gen Z grew up with. But a lot of the writers are still clearly Gen X. So instead of these sketches feeling really relevant to the source material and feeling like they were fleshed out by someone who understands the context, they feel like improv sessions inspired by Wikipedia articles. Like, they did a skit based on the Wild Thornberrys, but it turned out to be actually a parody of Discovery Channel extreme reality shows. So the whole thing is about the characters from the Wild Thornberrys running around naked and committing sins against nature and trying to be outrageous and cool to make up for how boring their original documentaries were. But the Wild Thornberrys being hectic and non-conformative is not subversive. I know this because I watched the series as a child. The writers don't know this because they read the first 2 sentences of the Wikipedia page and then immediately started vamping ideas. And I know that they stopped after the first 2 sentences because this skit makes absolutely no reference to the fact that Eliza can talk to animals, which is what the Wild Thornberrys is about. And the Wikipedia article doesn't mention that until the third sentence, which they didn't get to before they started pitching. And so basically, the entire iCarly sketch is based around the fact that Carly's dad is in the military, something which is not the most important factor of the show, but is listed very quickly on the Wikipedia page. So in this sketch, Carly live streams herself naked, taking a shower to the internet, and her dad sees this and decides to nuke Iran.
Carly, I think Dad just nuked Iran!
What?
Al-Qaeda strike teams will hunt us for the rest of our lives. We gotta go off the grid. Ow! Stop poking me with your nipples!
Classic iCarly sketch, you fucking hacks! Anyways, the most famous and awesome pop culture reference to iCarly can be found in the television series House MD.
Hop on one foot and sing the iCarly theme song. Like you don't know it.
No, you see, somehow the world will change for me and be so wonderful. Live life, breathe
Damn
air.
it, man, can't you see I'm doctoring?
Somehow we're gonna get there and be so wonderful.
The best part about this scene is that at one point, the kids start singing the extended version of the song.
If you want to talk to me, you can buy me a sandwich in an hour.
Make you change.
Or I can just hover here until you're done.
Heard enough. Just never could figure out the breathe air part. Next year, stick to whiskey.
And the reason this is funny is that that version of the song is never in the show. And the only reason you could possibly know it is if you went out of your way to buy the CD to listen to the full version. And that is an additional punchline to this scene that the writers of House probably didn't do on purpose. So anyways, those are just a few interesting cultural references to iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat, which have occurred in non-NSU shows. So next, let's talk about a cultural reference that took place between NSU shows. Thing I Forgot number 12 is all about the ongoing story of Yerba. Yerba is a fictional country which was introduced in the Season 2 event episode Victorious Locked Up. In the episode, food truck operator Festus tells Tori about his origin country and encourages her to visit as a performer during her school break. Tori ends up inviting everyone else in the group, and they all expect a luxurious experience. However, when they arrive, they quickly learn that the state is under the control of a cruel and powerful dictator, and that the nation has authoritarian laws which cause civilians to constantly be dragged away by the military, with a civil war being actively battled across the nation. The group are arrested after Tori accidentally blinds their great leader by kicking her shoe into his face. However, the infamy caused by this leads to Tori being feared among the other inmates, and they all manage to escape by performing a choreographed Michael Jackson cover. Pretty standard sitcom stuff. However, something I learned later is that there is an episode of a future show which accidentally serves as a kind of epilogue for this episode, and that is Henry Danger's Season 4, Episode 4, Danger Games. This was the very first crossover between Henry Danger and Game Shakers. And like with iParty with Victorious, the special has a few other legacy throwbacks included to celebrate the occasion, some of which we'll get into a little bit down the road. For now, here's a quick rundown of the important parts. At the start of the episode's main runner, Piper is chasing her dad around trying to convince him to give her $1,000 due to an interesting email that she was sent from the supposed Prince of Yerba.
If you will send me 1,000 America dollars to secure my fortune in 1 week, I will send you back 1 million America dollars.
I'm not giving you the money.
Mr. Hart says that if Piper wants the money, she'll have to earn it. Then the rest of the gang come in, and we find out that Jasper saw a child on the street and stole it. He stole a child and has decided to raise that child as his own. Okay, fast forwarding a bit. To raise the money, Piper rents out the house on an Airbnb parody. And their tenants turn out to be the cast of Game Shakers, who insist that everyone get out of the house as they are renting it, until they see Henry come down the stairs and the girls decide to sexually harass him. Next, we see Jasper bathing the child that he stole off the streets. Let's get back to fast forwarding. The Game Shaker kids figure out Henry's secret double life, so he knocks them out and takes them to the man cave, meaning Piper doesn't get her money. Later, as her mother flips through the news, they see a live broadcast of a story about the Prince of Yerba.
And it turns out that Prince Fa'ard from the country of Yerba sent emails to people all over America.
That's right, Trent. But the only person brave enough to send Prince Fa'ard the $1,000 he needed was a local girl from right here in Swellview.
Oh my God!
Her name? Jana Tetrasini.
After this, the police arrive with the parents of the child that Jasper stole off the streets and bathed, and then they make Jasper give him back to his parents. Who wrote this fucking B-plot? So yeah, this episode of Henry Danger, which is also a crossover with Game Shakers, serves as a sort of accidental, or perhaps purposeful, epilogue to that original Victorious episode. In that episode, we saw that Yerba had a chancellor who was essentially the nation's dictator. In this episode, we see that Yerba has a prince and is supposedly a very wealthy country. It's important to remember that during that original episode of Victorious, there was a literal civil war going on, and I think that explains some things here. Basically, what I believe is that before the chancellor took power, there was a monarchy in Yerba, but then he took over the country, he got rid of the monarchy, he kicked everyone out of power, and he made himself the dictator of the nation. And then the rebel group in Victorious is attempting to reinstate the power of the monarchy. And luckily, by the events of Henry Danger, it seems they are successful. You know, luckily. It probably doesn't make any difference at all. I mean, if you ask me, monarchies are just like dictatorships, but with incest. Like, there's not much of a difference between them at the end of the day. There's just like a bunch of genealogy involved. It's still kind of dictatorship. I'm an American. I believe in democratically elected fascism. Next up, let's talk about thing I forgot, number 11. Cross-network connections. So when it comes to the Nickelodeon shared universe, there's this ongoing debate as per what is canon, right? You know, what is really set in this shared universe? Some people think it's just the shows made by the same creators. I disagree. I think there's a bunch of shows in the universe that were made by completely different people and just aired on the same network. Some people think the universe begins with Drake and Josh and ends with Victorious, while people like me will tell you that the universe is still ongoing and only getting bigger. And if you're patient, in a fastly approaching segment, I will be telling you the exact list of shows which I believe to be canon to this universe. When it comes to these debates, there's two different kinds of evidence that, in my opinion, have totally different weight attached to them. The first is obvious. Full-blown crossovers and cameos that explicitly show a character coexisting in two different TV shows, like when Helen showed up in Game Shakers, or when Stacey Dilson showed up in Sam and Cat. But the second kind, which is appreciated far less often, is the kind of aesthetic connections between these shows, these being brands, technology, culture. Galaxy Wars, being the in-universe version of Star Wars, first shows up in Drake and Josh, then is mentioned in Zoe 101, and then shows up again in iCarly. Zoe 101 introduces Buzz Magazine, which then shows up in iCarly. iCarly introduces a parody of Britney Spears, who is then name-dropped and is shown in cameos in Victorious and Henry Danger. Then you have the pair books, the pair pads, and the pair phones that continue to be associated with these shows to this very day. Now, you don't need those things to be inside the NSU. I still insist that Unfabulous and the Haunted Hathaways are NSU shows because they are shows in this shared universe. But having those things, having those brands, it does help build some kind of reputation. Something that is essential to even creating the theory that you are a part of the NSU. And this has got me thinking. If a show included some of these basic world-building elements, but didn't have an explicit crossover of any kind, would we still count it as taking place inside this universe? For instance, Game Shakers, a show which does have all the things we're talking about. If that show had never crossed over with Henry Danger, and it had never had that Helen cameo or any of the other tiny cameos, would we automatically think it was NSU, in spite of the fact that no crossover had taken place? Well, you might be shocked to hear that today we have an actual example of this. We have an example of a TV show which did no crossovers with other NSU shows, but did at one point feature these fictional in-universe brands. And that is the Disney Channel sitcom Girl Meets World. I'm not excited to talk about it either. Okay, here's the gist of it. There is an episode of the Disney Channel show Girl Meets World where one of the characters continues to go to this specific diner. And whenever he goes there, we can see very clearly a soda fountain. But all of the sodas in this soda fountain in this Disney Channel show are sodas from NSU sitcoms. These include Wahoo Punch, Power Soda, this root beer with a fish mascot that doesn't have a name, and even the famous Blix from Zoe 101. Now here's why that's so controversial. Do you guys remember That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana? You know, the 2006 crossover between That's So Raven, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and Hannah Montana? Of course you do, we all know it. Well, what you might not know is that after that event, Disney kept doing these big crossover extravaganzas, meaning that there are Disney Channel shows currently on the air, Disney Channel shows from the last 5 years that are a part of that original Zack and Cody, Hannah Montana, That's So Raven shared universe, including Girl Meets World. But Girl Meets World is also a sequel series to Boy Meets World, a show that was on a completely different network and was in its own shared universe. So basically, if we accept this as canon, that means we have to accept that the Nickelodeon sitcom universe, the Disney Channel live-action universe, and the Perfect Strangers universe are in fact the same universe. I can't remember what Perfect Strangers is. I don't know why I wrote that. Now here's the big problem to me. I am not convinced that this was a purposeful Easter egg. Because during my research on all these shows, I found that a lot of times when these shows get made, when these costumes get made, when these sets get built, after the show is done filming, they kind of just end up in the wild in random places. And it's very likely that sets and assets that were built for Disney Channel sitcoms have eventually gone through the junk heap and ended up in Nickelodeon sitcoms and vice versa. And so my immediate theory was that if I went through enough NSU shows, I would at some point find a soda fountain that was a perfect match for the prop scene in this sequence. Now, I did end up going through a lot of episodes, a lot of places where I remember seeing soda fountains. I searched like soda fountain on all the wikis, and just trying to find all the places where something like this might have appeared, and I did not find a perfect one-to-one match. The closest thing I could find were the soda fountains on the side of the Asphalt Cafe food truck. The stickers there look to be a perfect match to me, although they're not all there because it's not as big of a soda fountain. But I will say the stickers are close enough that either this was a distinct co-opt operation where somebody at Nickelodeon or formerly at Nickelodeon gave the people on the show the sticker designs, or this was a complete accident and it was a situation of reused material. So the only real way to know if this Easter egg was done on purpose or not would be to reach out to somebody who actually worked on the show. And after doing a little bit of Googling, I found out that the set decorator for this episode was a guy named Darren Reed Goodall. I naturally wanted to reach out to him, but sadly he passed away in January 2021. But based on his obituary and IMDb, it seems he did an extensive amount of work for Disney throughout his life. He did set decoration for the all-new Mickey Mouse Club, the Disney Channel soap opera Emerald Cove, Austin and Ally, Shake It Up, Jessie, Good Charlie, Girl Meets World, and Cousins for Life. Now, throughout his career, he did do extended work for Comedy Central and Fox, but I could not find any evidence that he had ever worked at Nickelodeon, and in my opinion, this makes this much less likely to be a cheeky little Easter egg for people that knew his career or such, and more likely that it was just blind reuse of assets that someone found somewhere in Hollywood, because this person probably wasn't a Nickelodeon fan, they probably didn't watch Nickelodeon, it seems they didn't work at Nickelodeon, so if this guy is the person who was in charge of designing that part of the set, I would say this whole thing was a big accident. So, does all of this mean that iCarly and Girl Meets World are set in the same universe? Probably not. But iCarly and Frasier? Definitely the same shared universe. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Thing I Forgot number 10. Now, this one is actually from an episode that we reviewed only a few moments ago, but it was a detail in a scene that had so much stuff going on that I absolutely missed it until I saw someone talking about it on TikTok. So let's go ahead and quickly go over this one without lingering on certain details, which we'll have to reanalyze later anyways. In the iCarly episode, I Still Psycho, Nora Dershlit is released from prison and we meet her parents, played by Andrew Friedman and Margaret Easley. The group are invited back to the family home, where we find out that Nora's parents are also psycho.
You children are going to be here for quite a while.
Yes, you will.
I know you will.
This is supposed to be a party that will go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Oh my God.
Racing through the rest of the episode, they eventually defeat Nora and her family, but Nora swears revenge. Okay, so now that we've very quickly revisited that, let's go ahead and watch a clip from Sam and Cat episode 22, #Lumpacious.
How can I help you girls today?
Oh, we need to put a word in your dictionary.
Yeah. And do you have an appointment?
Yeah, I made one online.
Cat Valentine and Samantha Bouquet?
It's Puckett.
My screen says Bouquet.
I'm pretty sure it's Bouquet.
Shouldn't I know?
Yeah, you should.
That's right. In case you didn't pick up on it, Nora's mother and the receptionist at Oxnard seem to be the exact same person. This has caused some people on TikTok to theorize that Mrs. Dershlit broke out of prison, moved to Oxnard, California, and took a job as the Oxnard receptionist, and all to stalk Sam on this one specific day. I do not believe this fan theory. But if that's the case, how do I explain away the seemingly impossible coincidence of Sam Puckett meeting two completely different, completely unrelated women who seem to be physically the exact same person? Well, this actually brings us to Thing I Forgot number 9, which is easily going to be one of our longest tangents. But when planning this segment, I realized that I have a problem. Because this theory gets complex, and so complex, in fact, that it becomes a little bit too spiraling and convoluted for my tiny little pinboard. If I really wanted to explore this theory properly, I would need more physical space in order to exert myself. Luckily for me, a few months ago, I was invited to UBCon, the official convention of the University at Buffalo, which turned out to be the perfect place to express myself. This is going to be one of the weirdest, most experimental, and most interactive things that I have ever recorded, and the audio quality is a little bit under what I should have prepared for. But I hope you'll be patient. I hope you'll let yourself kind of be sucked into the mood and just kind of hear me out on this one, because I had a lot of fun and I think it's a great little segment if you're willing to sit through it. So here we go. This is it. Welcome everyone to the very first Quentin Reviews live intermission! Once again in the beautiful city of Buffalo, which invented buffalo wings and 9/11 Tavern. So today we are here to do a fantastic lesson about the history of a select few Nickelodeon sitcoms. I also did this yesterday. I did the first Quentin Reviews live intermission yesterday, and we had some technical issues.
Walk this up. I need to walk this up. Oh, no, okay. Maybe like put it vertical, then put it on your head. No. Let's go. Hold on. Alright, so. Okay, so. But today, everything's going to go great and nothing bad can happen. So, I'm doing a segment in this video right now called Things I Forgot, because would you believe that in over 24 hours of Nickelodeon sitcom reviews, there's stuff that I just forgot about and I didn't mention. And today, I want to talk about one of the most contentious elements of this universe. The existence of a theory, which is not even really a theory, it's just a part of the universe. And if you believe in this sitcom universe, you have to believe in this theory. And that is doppelganger theory. So the basic... Here's the basic background of this. Captain Man is a cop. In the show Victorious, the actor that plays Captain Man appears as a cop. Now answer me this, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Swellview is relatively close to LA. And yet we are supposed to believe that in LA, this man exists. And they were relatively close to each other. And despite the fact that since at least he was in his 20s, Captain Man was a famous superhero, no one ever looks at this guy and says, why does this goddamn cop look exactly like one of the world's most famous superheroes? Yes! If you believe that all these shows exist in the same universe, you basically have to believe in a supernatural power that is erasing from the minds of people, in specific instances, the existence of the doppelganger theory. Let's see if we have any interesting examples. Okay, first of all, I got Nora's mom. Okay, so Nora's mom was in she was in iCarly, and that's Nora's mom. And I mentioned this a minute ago in the video itself. But Nora's mom is also at Oxnard in Sam and Cat. And then she's in a show called The Thundermans. I haven't watched it either, and so here's where we have to talk about the weird thing about the phrase NSU. NSU means Nickelodeon Sitcom Universe, and when I say this in videos, I effectively use it in two different ways. Number one is a legacy of shows shared typically by a series of common creators, directors, producers, etc. And number two is a series of shows which are confirmed to exist in the same universe through a myriad of weird, obscure crossovers. So, to clarify this, I would like to now, just for the clarity of everyone, list every single sitcom that exists inside the MSU. Zoe 101, Drake and Josh, Unfabulous, iCarly, Victorious, Sam and Cat, Henry Danger, Game Shakers, The Adventures of Kid Danger, Danger Force, The Thundermans, Haunted Hathaways, That Girl, Layla, Young Dylan, Warp, Side Hustle, Ryan's Toy Reviews, Night Squad, Good Burger Ideas, Metaverse, I don't know. So that's why we have this character who is a confirmed 3 people inside this universe, despite to us appearing as one single actress. Now I put her on the board, but I don't think she deserves it. Number 2, in the show Game Shakers, the relevant and popular show Game Shakers, Matt Bennett appears as himself, in spite of the fact that Game Shakers is set inside the same universe as Henry Danger, which has connecting characters to Sam and Cat, which is a sequel to both iCarly and Victorious. So, we have to believe, it's over here, we have to believe that Matt Bennett, that's not Matt Bennett.
That's Robbie Shapiro.
We have to believe that Robbie Shapiro, don't cry. We have to believe that Robbie Shapiro and Matt Bennett exist inside the same universe. Now this is one of the biggest headaches of all. And this is the evidence we have to basically assume evidence for what we call the metaverse inside the universe. The metaverse is our tangent where we essentially have to believe that not only are all these shows set in the same universe, they're also fictional TV shows inside the same universe. And Matt Bennett, being one of our characters, is one of the biggest pieces of evidence of it. It's also the only thing from Game Shakers I had to put on the board.
This is Game Shakers Erasure.
Next, let's talk about Elvis. So, in an early season of Zoe 101, they introduced this character. He's just a guy. I can't remember his name. I didn't write it down. Then later, the main character of Zoe 101 moves to the UK for some reason, for an entire season of the show. So they write that character out, and Zoe starts fucking Elvis. And that's when they reintroduced Austin Butler as a new character who is a completely different character than the character he played in the same show that this character was introduced in. And then on iCarly, he played some like jackass with a guitar or something. Anyway, Elvis doesn't get to go on the board, but someone who does is our good friend Zebo. Okay, so this was a character. Yes. This was a character introduced on iCarly.
It was Harper.
His name's Harper.
Yeah.
The Zionist. All right.
Yeah, well, he played Zebo for a bit after the original Zebo actor was like, I think, beat up by Sam.
Okay, so we got Zebo over here, and so of course this is another part of the whole thing, right? Where like a lot of the time, what happened was these actors would be introduced. No angle there was flattering. Sometimes these actors would be introduced in more minor shows, which would lead to them being introduced in the main shows. So a few of these we actually got real contentious about. So Hippie and I wrote this script at a Mighty Taco yesterday. Okay, we're gonna break characters. Like Mighty Taco's good. I'm mad I can't get it. But anyway. So Hippie and I were writing the script while Xander watched, and we got into some arguments. Hippie and I got into some arguments. And this was one of the big arguments, okay? In the show Victorious, Josh Peck shows up for just a second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So is that Josh Nichols? Are we going to assume that this is Josh Nichols just because we don't have evidence that it's not? Arguably, you could argue it's supposed to be Josh Peck, the actor. We're going to take a quick poll. Is this the character from Drake and Josh? Or is it a completely different character, including the actor, okay? So raise your hand if you think it's the character from Drake and Josh. Okay. Raise your hand if you think it's either a different character or it's the actor appearing as himself. Oh my goodness.
It's so split.
So, you guys believe, the plurality of you believe, that this is a different character, is that right?
What do we think? Different character or just literally Josh Peck?
Literally Josh Peck. Yeah, literally Josh Peck. That was my thought. So we're gonna go ahead and move this guy over here. But that was the vibe. It's a case-by-case thing, and I think by the end of our argument, I was like, I think it is Josh Peck. Now here's the final one we forgot about. I ended up adding really late to the game. In the iCarly reboot, Josh Peck plays a brand new character. And I almost forgot to add this because I haven't watched the show yet, and neither has anyone I know. Now here's where we get into some of the obscure ones, okay? Who remembers this character on Zoe 101? Okay, I'm the only person that watched Zoe 101. No, it's very easy to forget this stuff. So in season 3, Chase starts dating this girl, and he's dating this girl, and while he's dating her, she eventually goes like, hey, I want you to stop talking to Zoe because I think you're secretly in love with her, and I think if you guys keep talking, you're gonna end up getting together at some point. And everyone in the show is like, you're evil, and she becomes an antagonist, which is crazy because she's right. So this actress was so good at playing characters who are technically right but still get made fun of that for Victorious, they cast her as Tori's sister Trina. So this is one of our earliest doppelgangers here. And then here we go. This was one we did not argue about at all, and I don't even think I'm going to take a poll. When the gang are in northern Washington for WebaCon, they meet Nora. Nora invites a bunch of her school friends over, and one of the friends is played by Danielle Monet. And basically, it was very clearly like, it's Trina moment, right? But obviously, we know in universe that Trina doesn't go to a school in Washington.
Also, this was season 3 of iCarly. This was like before. This is like before Victorious was a thing. So you weren't supposed to like point at the TV like, oh look, it's the girl from that one show that we all watch, because that show didn't exist.
Okay. So basically, I think we ended up being very confident that this was not Carly. It's just somebody that looks a lot like Carly. I mean, Trina. We all became very confident. Shut up. I'll come over there. I think we all became very confident this is someone that's not Trina and just looks a lot like Trina. Give me 1 second, folks. Chug. Okay, so you guys aren't going to be ready for this one. So, this was an extra character introduced in Drake and Josh. And his entire joke was they introduced him for one scene. He was this annoying little kid that went around and had a crush on Megan for one scene. And once again, he was so good. Where are my goddamn markers? Once again, he was so good at doing this that when they made another show, they brought that actor back to play basically the exact same character. So over here in Drake and Josh, we have a proto-Freddy introduced to the lore of that show. And this is the best photo I could find. Now this is the one where I was very much like, basically the side of the debate was that like, Hippie was like, well, every time there's an uncredited cameo, we should count it as a different person. And I was like, no, you have to go case by case, right? Because this character cameos in Victorious. I think that's just Freddy. Now we want to run another poll, or? Guys, quick poll. Should we run a poll? Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so here's the next stage of this, okay? iCarly has a spin-off called Sam and Cat. Sam and Cat has characters that continue to appear in Henry Danger. Henry Danger has a sister show. Well, I think it has a sister show, and it's constant. You know, they have crossovers with that sister show constantly, which means that an episode that by all logic shouldn't be set in the NSU is definitely set in the NSU, and that is the episode that features Nathan Kress appearing as himself and meeting a group of hyper-obsessed iCarly fans. Lola. Who remembers this character? Me neither.
Lola Martinez.
John C. Give me a second. Lola Martinez. Her name is Lola Martinez. And on Victoria Justice's 16th birthday, the creator of the show said, and this is a real quote, "I'm not going to get you a car for your 16th birthday, I'm going to get you a show." So on her 16th birthday, Victoria Justice filmed the pilot episode for Victorious. But before that, in the show iCarly, she appeared as professional fighter Shelby Marks. So this is the big controversial element everybody's up in a twist about, is the fact that this show right here, unambiguously, same universe as this show right here, but these two characters coexist. And this melts people's brains. And then the final one, in the metaverse sense, is we are pretty confident that Victoria Justice is also a real person in universe. We're like 99. Why'd you? Oh no. She didn't do anything. Y'all made a meme that she was a bitch. And then you convinced yourself of the meme. I'm just saying, that's what happened.
I think we all think.
So. Crazy Steve.
Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve. Crazy Steve.
Okay. So this is, over here in the Drake and Josh character, another one of the more famous things, okay? The fact that in the show, Drake and Josh, Jerry Trainer appears as the character Crazy Steve. But then, directly before Drake and Josh ends, they introduce the show iCarly, where longer-haired Crazy Steve appears as our boy Spencer. Here's one that I'm not sure about, okay? So, according to what I remember, this cameo on the floor somewhere of Freddy in Victorious, that happened in season 2, which I think is chronologically after the crossover. I believe this cameo, which is Jerry Trainer in Victorious, I believe this happened in season 1. So it makes a lot less narrative sense for us to believe that this is Spencer. So there's a Jerry Trainer in Victorious season 1, logically before the crossover happens, so it doesn't make sense to be Spencer, but it still might have been intended to be Spencer. I'm done, I'm tired of doing polls. What do you think, cameraman number 1?
Yes.
What do you think, cameraman number 2?
I don't know.
What do you think, guy filming without permission?
Hell in the cuff of snap.
I don't know what we're doing anymore. Okay, so next, as we've accepted that iCarly is a TV show in universe, we have to accept that Jerry Trainer exists in universe. And here's a fact we all know. In the latter seasons of Henry Danger, Jerry Trainer appeared as a bad guy. So the plot of this episode is that Jerry Trainer's character and his friend want to be a good guy, and they're so bad. What do you want?
I'm just telling you to get markers. Have we been?
Plot of So the plot of this episode is that these two guys are just insanely bad at being superheroes. They're both people that want to be superheroes, and they're so bad at it that they basically become villains. And then they also cameo in the very first episode of Danger Force, the hit program Danger Force. You know, so this is another doppelganger we have to accept in the Jerry Trainerverse. Now, you guys aren't ready for this one.
I haven't been ready the whole time.
So in the Henry Danger cartoon, we find out that in-universe Kool-Aid Man is real. And he's called, what is he called? He's called
Wahoo Punch Bro.
He's called the Wahoo Punch Bro. And he gets fired from his show, and he decides he's just gonna like start beating people up. And so the plot is he just starts going around beating people up, and then he vomits the Kool-Aid onto people. And it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and Jerry Trainer plays the Kool-Aid Man. Now, it shouldn't count because it's a voice-only thing, but I love this episode. It's so stupid. But yeah, the Kool-Aid Man is real, and he wants to kill you. Okay, so the way we've basically been sorting this segment, I started at the actors with the lowest amount of characters, and then I worked my way down to the actors that had the most amount of characters. And both of these actors, who you'll note like have a connection, both of these actors have 5 characters in universe. Okay, so in the show Zoe 101, they introduced this character, whose name I cannot remember. And then in Drake and Josh, we have this character played by Miranda Cosgrove. We have this character played by Miranda Cosgrove. And then this character, Zoe 101, was played by Jeanette McCurdy. And when they decided they want to make a spin-off, they said, let's combine our best assets. Because we got this random character, Zoe 101, then we got Miranda over here, then we got this guy, who's going to sing. And we're going to make the greatest sitcom of all time. And that was iCarly. But let me ask you something, people. If you are making a sitcom that is going to be as famous as iCarly, what do? You get on your promotional, mojo, and you try and think of clever ways to advertise this show. And they thought of a real clever way to advertise this show, and that was making the universe more fucked up. This is why Miranda Cosgrove, around the same time, appeared on Zoe 101 and Unfabulous as 2 brand new characters that never showed up again.
Well, we have boxes for those.
Oh yeah, we do. Do we have an Unfabulous box?
Yeah.
Why'd you make the Unfabulous box so big?
I wasn't thinking.
So already, right off the bat, 4 characters! Miranda Cosgrove has 4 characters in universe. And that's just when the pilot of iCarly airs. And by the end of the series, of course, we have to accept that Miranda Cosgrove is a confirmed real person in universe. Then, on iCarly, they decide to mix things up and actually have a doppelganger that's explained, as we find out that Sam has a twin sister. And then they decide to switch things up again by making another doppelganger. It doesn't make any sense. And that is the character Crazy Pawnee from the show Victorious. Because remember, the Victorious iCarly crossover was one of the biggest events in the history of Nickelodeon sitcoms, and no one remembers it afterwards. And then finally, if we accept that iCarly is a real show in the universe, we have to accept that Jeanette McCurdy also exists in the universe.
She was in another show too.
What?
She was in another show.
Who was in another show? What?
Jackson?
True Jackson?
That's not in our...
It's not in the universe.
But it still counts as another show.
Well, it's another show, but that's not what I was doing. we
Go through the list again.
Okay, so there's 2 other shows that debatably might be in universe, but I don't think it's good enough, and that has to do with the Heatwave event.
Saturday night at 8. Everyone's feeling the heat in 4 huge premieres.
What's the temperature outside now?
103 degrees.
On the way to work, I watched a truck melt. It's so hot!
The hottest night on Nick starts Saturday night at 8.
So, when Victorian started, there was an episode where there was a heat wave. So Nickelodeon decided to have a bunch of their shows also do episodes about there being a heat wave, and they all aired around the same time. This was a blatant ripoff of the thing Disney Channel had been doing, where they do like, oh, all the characters look at the same shooting star. But in this case, it wasn't done cohesively enough, so none of the heat waves are the same. But there are two shows that could be in the universe if you accept this as evidence, and one is True Jackson BP, and one is Big Time Rush. Now here's the reason I choose not to go down that rabbit hole. Big Time Rush is set in the same universe as SpongeBob SquarePants. I can't prove it. I'll tell you why. Because in an episode of Big Time Rush, Patchy the Pirate shows up. And in the SpongeBob show, not only is Patchy the Pirate a fan of SpongeBob, but it's constantly said that SpongeBob is also happening in universe. So SpongeBob SquarePants in the SpongeBob SquarePants universe is a TV show and is also happening under the sea at the same time. Patchy the Pirate has visited Bikini Bottom in the show. So Patchy the Pirate shows up in the NSU, that means SpongeBob's in the NSU, and I'm not going into that fucking bullshit. I need water again. So sweaty. Do I look like shit? Honestly, that's just how I get when I film these things. I've never finished filming something and it's been like, I look great! I look so good at the end of this.
But it gets even worse. If you count the video games as canon, then that means Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron and Invader Zim and Tack in the Tower.
Somebody did this to me yesterday. The Q&A, somebody was like, oh, by the way, do you count the video games on Nick.com? No, I don't count the video games on Nick.com.
Release on GameCube.
Nicktoons Unite! Okay, but Nicktoons Unite is not canon to the exclusive franchise. I'm not being a downer, I'm just telling you a fact.
The NSU is also connected to the MCU. Here's how.
Okay.
So the Kool-Aid Man, he's canon in NSU, right?
Already lost me. You're already saying words that don't make sense. But it does make sense.
Alongside Iron Man, and Iron Man is canon to the MCU, meaning the MCU is connected to the NSU.
What are you talking about?
Did you see that the Wahoo Punch Bro appears alongside Iron Man? This is Wahoo Punch Bro. Wait, okay, Kool-Aid Man crossover with Iron. We don't have time for this.
There is a way to do what you're saying. It's just you're not doing the thing that makes sense. Because there's an episode of the goddamn Disney Channel universe where they show a soda machine and it's all the sodas from the NSU. You could argue that's maybe evidence that the NSU and the Disney Channel universe are the same universe. And if you believe that, then there is an episode of one of the weird, like, Avengers cartoons where they battle alongside, what's her name? Jessie. So Jessie has met Spider-Man. So that's the way to go about it. But you're telling me that because there's a parody of the Kool-Aid Man on the floor somewhere here, I have to accept that Iron Man is real? I had a point, but you're all making it very hard for me to remember what it was. Okay, so I think the final thing I wanted to talk about is just the fact that like this is a facet of the universe that these shows don't even want to comment on ironically. Here's the thing, Drake and Josh characters constantly show up in iCarly and Sam and Cat. So the two nerdy guys from Drake and Josh show up in iCarly and they were like, oh boy, the iCarly webcast, that's a hot topic we all know about. But at no point does anyone go, hey, why does this iCarly girl look suspiciously like the sister of one of our best friends? And then in an episode of Sam and Cat we're going to watch later, one of these characters is going to show up and they're going to be wearing like a Bane mask. Exclusively, well, first of all, because they clearly didn't get the actor, and second of all, because I think the writers honestly didn't want to talk about this. The point is that the near unanimous refusal of this universe to actually confront this element continues to be further evidence of superposition theory. The theory that there's always something out of the corner of your eye, and you just refuse to
Holy shit, that guy's ugly. Okay, so you can...
You're talking about one of them. We're not talking
No. Okay, so I want to bookend this segment, first of all, by giving a very special thanks to the University at Buffalo for letting me do that deranged segment, as well as to my friends Hippie Rat and Xander for helping me bring it all together. Secondly, I would like to say that I've actually been trying recently to get out there and do more stuff like this. Last year I was also a guest at YumaCon, and I'm really hoping they invite me back this year, and basically what I'm trying to get at is that if you are someone who is involved with inviting people to be guests at conventions, I would like it if you invited me to be a guest at your convention. Because for 100% of the conventions that I've appeared at as a personality, I went to that convention because I was invited, because I was sent an email, because somebody on the staff said, hey, we're reaching out to people to come and, be a guest at this convention. Would you like to come? And I've tried to do it the other way round, but it doesn't work. Because if you email someone and they don't know who you are, unless you're a Power Ranger, they're not gonna just decide to invite you to their convention. Because again, unless you're a Power Ranger, it's really hard to convince someone that you're worth inviting to something like this. But I have a lot of ideas for like interactive segments I could do with an audience, and hopefully next time I'll have a little bit of a better mic setup. But yeah, like I'd love to go out across America and do a bunch more of these conventions. And maybe even Canada, who knows. But anyways, thing I forgot, number 9, which you just watched, was all about establishing doppelganger theory, when one actor appears as numerous characters in the same shared universe without any implicit explanation for why so many of these characters look the same. But sometimes, a situation which might appear to be doppelganger theory might turn out to just be somebody that's well-traveled. Thing I forgot, number 8, is an example of this, and it takes us all the way back to Victorious Season 2. In the episode in question, the gang are trying to find a bunch of letters in ice cream because the first person to spell out Kesha with these letters will get a private concert from the pop star herself. But just as the group are getting close, they find out that some guy from Northridge has found all the letters. However, Tori soon learns that she still has a chance.
Say it again.
Okay. So, turns out the dude from Northridge who said he won the Lifters ice cream contest, he faked it. Yeah. Guy's a loser. Anyways, contest, back on, get it. Kesha, out.
Now, the first time I watched that scene, that stoic figure in the background had absolutely no significance to me. But soon enough, I would come to identify him by several names. Paul, that guy that lives with Jade for some reason, and most importantly, Woody. Woody is of course a character that appeared numerous times on iCarly before Sam and Kat retconned that all of his appearances were the same character, and I believe that because of this, it is actually reasonable to assume that all appearances by this actor are indeed the same guy, making numerous appearances across numerous different shows. But does that theory hold water? To answer that question, we must return once again to the pinboard set. Last time we were here, I was selling out, cause I'm in the pocket of big glasses. But this time, we're here to talk about the guy. That's right, you know him, you love him, Woody. So before we get into analyzing this character, you might find yourself wondering, who is this actor? Who is this guy? And why does he make so many cameos in so many different shows in the first place? Well, this is Jason Gibbs. From 2011 through 2015, he served the important staff position on several of these shows of assistant to the executive producer. Whoever that might be... He held this position officially on Victorious seasons 2 through 4, iCarly seasons 5 and 6, The Gibby pilot, the entirety of Sam and Cat, and the first season of Henry Danger. So the reason that Jason Gibbs was so readily available to play all of these bit parts was that he was basically on set constantly, and the writers made a running joke of kind of coyly inserting him into a bunch of these shows. Because of this, to someone less acquainted with these cameos, they might seem like nothing more than a long string of doppelgangers, characters who live in different cities, have different names, and in some cases, different backstories. But as we've established, the tantalizing clues in Sam and Cat lead me to believe that this was not the ultimate intention, and that every single time Jason Gibbs shows up in the NSU, that is always Woody. This is a very large puzzle with several key pieces which do not go together at all. But it is my job as the fan theorist to come up with different possible explanations for how this could all still make sense. So with all of those fundamentals out of the way, this is my Woody timeline. So the earliest appearance of Woody in the NSU that I have been able to find seems to be that Victorious episode that we spoke about just a moment ago. Now, this being Jason's first appearance in the NSU makes sense, as Victorious Season 2 is the earliest credit he has in this universe. Now, his role in that scene is not 100% clear, but I believe the implication is supposed to be that he is the man from Northridge who faked winning the competition, put on a display of shame directly behind Kesha. But does Woody being from LA contradict the lore of future episodes? Well, not necessarily. While it is obviously true that during his appearances on iCarly, he's in Seattle, they never say that he's from Seattle, and indeed, later on, we will see him in California, although I'll get into the complexities of that a little bit later. So for now, let's go ahead and skip forward a little bit to Woody's first appearance on television, wherein he has dialogue. In the iCarly episode, I Date Sam and Freddie, which originally aired on September the 10th, 2011. In the episode, Sam and Freddie have just started dating, but are constantly fighting. They force Carly along on a date as their mediator, as she's the only person that can calm their nerves. But they force her to sit by herself, at which point, she is approached.
I'm Paul. I'm a DJ.
See ya, Paul.
So at this point, we've barely talked about any of the material on this pinboard, and we already have a major contradiction on our hands, which we have to try and explain if we're going to move forwards. To briefly skip forward yet again, in iCarly Season 6, Jason will appear as an employee at the Pear Store on the brink of complete mental collapse, and in that episode, he will directly say that his name is Woody. This name is then carried over to Sam and Cat, where the character directly references the events of both episodes.
I used to live in Seattle, where I was a DJ. And then I worked at the Pear Store for—
That's where you're from!
The clear implication here is that Paul and Woody are actually the same character going by different names, because here we see Woody referencing Paul's origin story. However, the fact that Paul and Woody obviously have different names has made this retcon extremely contentious in the Nickelodeon sitcom community. To quote the Sam and Cat Wiki, he states in the episode that he was a DJ at Seattle, This is a reference to the actor's appearance in the iCarly episode, I Date Sam and Freddie. However, this isn't him, but a character named Paul, who was also portrayed by Jason. Their names are different, and Paul is more confident than Woody. This is an error about him. Meanwhile, over at the iCarly wiki, not only are Paul and Woody's pages separate, but you will not even find mention of the explicit retcon that they are the same person. In fact, if you then go to the comment section, you will often see this speculated exclusively as a what if fan theory. Now, I hate to position myself as any kind of famous Nickelodeon sitcom expert, but Paul and Woody being the same character is canon. It's not a fan theory, it's not something you can call a mistake, it's canon. But I can hear so many of you guys going, oh, but Quentin, this is still a huge contradiction, man. If Paul and Woody are the same character, why does Woody go around telling people a fake name? Because he's a sexual predator.
You ever been sailing?
Go away.
That is the plot to this scene. This character, who is calling himself Paul, is very obviously an adult and is trying to pick up a character who is canonically under 18. He is a predator. The question isn't why would he use a fake name? The question is why would he use his real name?
I'm also a photographer.
This close to calling the cops.
So besides from that detail, one of the more important things that we learned from this scene is that Paul is a DJ, or at the very least, he's trying to be one. Let me tell you what's running through my head right now. Maybe Paul, or who we know as Woody, used to live in California, where he was also trying to make it as a DJ. So he lived in Northridge, he was around there, but he wasn't successful. And he thought to himself, how can I blow up my scene? How can I go viral in a way that will help me build my career? And then he realized, I can fake winning a competition where I can trick Kesha into doing a performance at one of my shows. And so he goes through the ropes, he fakes winning the competition, but he gets caught. And he gets put on display and he gets shamed to the point that he decides he wants to move away. And where does he move away to? Seattle, because Seattle famously has a booming DJ scene. But what he doesn't anticipate is that Seattle also has a long lineage of legacy DJ performers, meaning you can't just waltz your way in there and expect to get the good gigs. And thus the most logical thing for him to do would be to try and get a second job. And that brings us to Season 6, Episode 5, I Pear Store. In this story, Freddie has got a job at the Pear Store, and it's there that Gibby meets Woody for the first time. And here we learn that in just over half a year, this guy's life has changed pretty substantially.
I just need a cool case for my phone.
His embarrassing 2-year-old phone.
That 2G is still a whiz-bang phone. Just trust old Woody, and I'll set you up with a fine new case.
Just toss that antique in the trash.
No! Please! I make $2 on every case, and I haven't sold anything today. My girlfriend says that if I don't start making some dough, she's gonna dump me and date my brother, Bob. So please buy a new case. Bob always wins.
So yeah, obviously there's some pretty obvious lore dumping here. Woody has a brother named Bob, he has a girlfriend who hates him, and obviously this is where we learn his name for the first time. Woody seems to think that Gibby is his savior, but soon learns that he's actually been sent straight from hell. Gibby spends several hours being indecisive about the phone cases, wasting Woody's time further. And slowly, Woody starts to break under the pressure.
I don't know, it's cool, but does it really say Gibby?
I don't know what that means!
You alright, dude?
Not really! Buy the case!
But eventually, Gibby does decide on a phone case.
Wait, I didn't bring any money.
every time I revisit this episode, I'm just blown away by the fact that this is one of my least favorite episodes of iCarly. I mean, if we were measuring like the badness of episodes exclusively in inability to capture potential, this episode takes the cake. I just hate everything about this one. Now, before we move on from iCarly, there actually is one cameo in this show, which I didn't include on the pinboard because I think it's actually pretty indisputably not Woody. This being his very brief appearances in the second iCarly bloopers episode, iBloop 2, Electric Bloopaloo. This special is set in what I call the metaverse, aka a fictionalized version of our world, and is hosted by Christopher Kane, the actor who plays Rex in Victorious. In the episode, Rex is trying to sell his salsa as an illegal sponsor, and whenever he brings it up, his assistant runs it on set.
What is this?
Now, when I saw this the first time, my immediate thought was, holy shit, we've got an interdimensional Woody right here. Interdimensional Woody is also the name of my Rick and Morty burlesque show. But when you actually study it under the full context, I think it's very easy to suddenly realize that it makes far more sense for this to be the metaverse copy of Jason Gibbs, not Woody. It's Jason Gibbs, parentheses, in universe. Now, this is as good a time as any to mention that Woody and Paul have spawned a good amount of fan theories and speculation about their potential identities. For instance, back in the day, Paul being related to Gibby was an astonishingly common fan theory.
Paul looks like a fat virgin, or it could be Gibby's older brother, Paul Gibson. You may never know.
He looks like one of Gibby's relatives. He's Gibby from the future. Interesting theory, but why does he go by Paul now?
To the editors and readers of fandom.com, Paul and Gibby being the same person is a more plausible fan theory than Paul and Woody being the same person. But even more contentious is just basic public opinion. For instance, in the comments section of Paul's wiki page, I found this discussion.
Paul was so funny in this episode!
Man, I feel so sorry for him. The poor guy seems like he was just looking for a friend.
Sure, yeah, that's what Paul was doing. Looking for a friend. So the next thing we have to talk about on this pinboard is the numerous cameos that Jason Gibbs made on theslap.com. Now, this is the part of the pinboard where... Well, none of this makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. None of what I'm about to say makes any sense because this doesn't fit at all, and I'm gonna have to jump through some incredible hoops just to try and make this stuff make sense. But you know, like, whatever, let's just get into it. So Jason's first cameo on theslap.com was in Jade Hates Even More Stuff, which was posted roughly around July the 11th, 2011. Now, this cameo is after Jason appeared in Victorious, but before he appeared in iCarly as Paul by a good few months. However, I think it is really quickly worth pointing out that when it comes to theslap.com, I take the release dates very literally. I think when a video comes out, that basically means the events of that video should have taken place like roughly around that time, because it's a very personal, like, interactive element going and watching a video that was posted online, you know, in like an ARG sense. Meanwhile, with iCarly, I think the timeline is a lot more fluid, and personally, I have this long-standing fan theory that for those final 2 seasons, every single episode you see is probably set about 6 months before broadcast. Because usually when a new season of one of these shows starts, there's an implied or even a spoken time skip, like, oh, between seasons, a little bit of time has passed. But with iCarly season 5, they literally say that the end of the previous season was a couple days ago.
I'm really getting worried about Sam. I mean, it's been 3 days since
you two kissed?
So in my head, there's always like kind of a weird lag where I feel like iCarly's always like 6 months before it's claiming to be, but Victorious is kind of when it's aired, you know what I mean? But none of this matters. So in Jason's first cameo on theslap.com, all we are told about his character is that he exists and that Jade hates him. That's all the information that we are given.
I hate this guy. Seriously? I hate this guy.
I have feelings.
I hate them.
And yeah, that's it. That's the entire thing. Now, to me, the real hurdle to get over when talking about this character is not only that he's consistently shown to know Jade, it's that whenever we see him around Jade, he's in her bedroom, which is weird. And basically, like, it's not just about explaining who this character is, it's about trying to figure out what context he would exist in where he would be in Jade's bedroom all the time. In my Victorious videos, I very much presented the fan theory I immediately came up with as per why this would make sense. But, you know, in defense of this character, I think there's probably a couple more interpretations you could come up with. For instance, let's just say off the top of my head, what if when you go to Hollywood Arts, posting to theslap.com, you know, vlog content is mandatory. Like if you're a student there, you have to post to theslap.com unless you're a shrugger or something. If that's the case, perhaps students can ask to borrow a staff member or someone else that the school hires to come and help them film videos. If that were the case, this guy could be in her room because he was asked to come and help her film this vlog. In this interpretation of the text, Jason is playing himself. He's the assistant to the executive producer who is regularly antagonized. But of course, interpretation number 2 is that Jason has nothing to do with the production of theslap.com, and instead he's just a guy that lives with Jade for some reason. As I hinted at before, the first time I watched through these videos, my immediate presumption, which was never disrupted in any way, was that Jade had met this guy somewhere out in the wild. She had decided that she hates him, and she then furthermore decided that she wanted to take him back to her home and keep him in her dungeon as her own personal slave, to do whatever she asked for. Something which is kind of lightly hinted in future episodes of The Slap.
Hey, I want to see you dance. I hate you.
The final time we see this character with Jade is in a segment posted in September 2012, which is after his final appearance in iCarly. In this segment, he is visibly more disheveled, and Jade's control over him has grown steadily.
Good evening, or morning, or whenever you're watching this. I honestly don't care. Are you listening yet? Good. So, this is another one of those videos where I talk about what I love. Yes, I love a great many things, including the fact that I don't have to make my own sign for this segment. Do you know why?
Why what?
Why I don't have to make my own sign for this segment?
No.
Because I can do this. Make me a sign! I don't love this sign, but I'll use it anyway.
At the end of the segment, Jade decides that she wants to see just how close this guy is to having a total and complete mental breakdown, and so she decides to stare at him and say nothing.
What? What? Did I do something wrong? Please, say something. I don't like this game. Stop. Stop! Please stop! Megan, stop!
I love that.
The final time we see this character is in a video posted around November the 21st, 2012, where he is seen at Hollywood Arts and interacts with Sinjin and Burf for a brief moment. So obviously, the biggest issue with trying to fit theslap.com into the established televised Woody timeline is that consistently, while Woody was appearing on iCarly, he was illustrated being in Seattle with a complete life and a girlfriend and several jobs. And meanwhile, this guy was in LA that entire time from early 2011 through the end of 2012, potentially even living with Jade. And it's just hard to reconcile why and how he would be constantly appearing between these two cities, because that is one hell of a commute. Now, if we're going to decide to take the release dates and general timeline of the Slap.com very non-literally to the real world, I think it would make sense to try and fit the Slap.com in between these two appearances on iCarly. I mean, as it was pointed out on the Sam and Cat Wiki, it is very obvious that Woody is a lot less put together than Paul, and I think imagining Jade being the thing that broke him really adds a lot to his character here. But I fear it's a little bit too much of a logical leap. It's a little bit too much to ask that some episodes of the Slap.com be set earlier than they were released, but some episodes of the Slap.com be set after they were released. So here are two alternate fan theories, which are both, I will admit, pretty lame. Fan theory number 1. The Slap.com isn't canon, and I shouldn't have to explain this in the first place. Fan theory number 2. The character in the Slap.com isn't Woody. It's Bob.
My girlfriend says that if I don't start making some dough, she's gonna dump me and date my brother Bob.
It's a stretch, I know, and we are absolutely breaking that no doppelgangers rule, but establishing that Woody's brother Bob also looks exactly like Jason Gibbs clears up so many of the implicit plot holes in this actor being in both the iCarly and Victorious franchises. For instance, under this interpretation, the character in the Kesha episode would also be Bob, meaning we don't have to explain why Woody moved to Seattle, and that also potentially explains some of his history with Jade. Maybe Jade went after this guy because he tried to screw them over in the Kesha episode. If you were to put me on the spot and ask me to come up with one theory that totally makes sense that I have to stick with forever, I think I would say the character in the Kesha episode is Woody, and after being humiliated, he decides to move to Seattle, as we previously established. But after being rejected by Carly in I Date Sam and Freddie, he finds a time machine, and that time machine sends him not only into the past, but into the past in LA, at which point he starts living with Jade, and he lives with Jade from July 2011 through November 2012. Afterwards, he finds another time machine, which again sends him slightly into the past, but this time it sends him to Seattle, where he gets a job at the Pear Store, and is constantly under stress and on the point of mental collapse. Afterwards, he moves back to LA to try and find another time machine, but ends up working at a cemetery because he can't find one. No contradictions whatsoever. But anyways, the next notable appearance of Woody would be in the Sam and Cat episode, #MyPoober, which originally aired on November the 23rd, 2013, a day where nothing else of significance took place. This is, of course, the episode where Sam, Cat, Dice, Goomer, and Ellie follow Goomer's rocket into a graveyard that it has crashed into. There, they meet the cemetery security, Woody.
I used to live in Seattle, where I was a DJ. And then I worked at the Pear Store for—
That's where you from!
Woody reveals that when the rocket crashed, he thought it was a ghost and shot it with his gun. Many, many times.
You shot my rocket! Ah, you're so large!
After Sam and Cat recover their money, they decide to bail and leave Ellie behind.
You guys can't just leave me here in a cemetery shack!
Looks like it's just you and me, kid. Well, you, me, and my ukulele.
I'm not a groomer. I'm just a loser who
didn't understand I shouldn't respond to fans, and I'm not a predator, even though a lot of you think so. Toxic gossip tray.
It is a topical reference that will not be topical by the time this video comes out. Now, Jason Gibbs, and presumably also Woody, makes one more Sam Cat cameo in a future episode. But we'll go ahead and cover that when it happens. As we've previously established, Henry Danger Season 1 would be the final season of any NSU show where Jason Gibbs would serve as the assistant to the executive producer. In 2016, he would serve the same position on the TV series Ash vs. the Evil Dead, a television show that everyone wanted, but nobody watched because who the fuck has stars? In 2022, Jason again served that same position on the series Best Foot Forwards, a sitcom about the childhood of Josh Sunkist, who is that comedian that only has one leg and does those Halloween costumes every year, and also he's really fucking buff for some reason. So you might think that because Jason hasn't worked on the crew of a Nickelodeon sitcom in over 8 years, this must be the end to the story of his appearances on the network. But you'd be wrong, because in 2020, 5 years after leaving Nickelodeon, he made yet another NSU cameo, one that became quite the legacy character. In Henry Danger, Season 5, Episode 33, Ray is in a rut because he's tired of fighting the same bad guys over and over again as Captain Man. Piper, Henry's sister, who at this point in the series knows his secret identity, suggests he use Rumbler, which is like a dating app except it matches heroes with villains. Eventually, he matches with the Lawn Ranger, a supervillain with a muscular complexion on his profile. Meanwhile, Henry sets up his profile and swipes right on the first guy he sees. Some dude named Kyle. Everyone tells him he's settling, but he doesn't care. So the two head off to meet their grinder dates at an underground evil fight club. But when they tell some nearby baddies that they matched with the Lawn Ranger, the two giggle and point to the man eating chili in the corner.
He's right over there.
Eating chili.
Okay, just pretend you don't see him. Just pretend you don't see him.
Well, it's nothing like his pictures.
I agree, you got catfish. He's right behind us. He's definitely right behind us.
I hate this. Hi!
The Lawn Ranger claims that the photos on his profile are real, but that he just hasn't updated them in a while. He attempts to prove that he can still fight, but ends up ripping his pants open. Meanwhile, Kyle shows up and is the hottest villain at the bar. Also, is that Brock from the Venture Brothers? Just casually in the background? That's him, right? I'm not crazy. Captain Man ends up avoiding the Lawn Ranger and calls Schwoz crying as Kid Danger has left him all alone. He asks Piper to come and pick him up. Jasper figures all Captain Man really needs is a new match, so he starts blindly right-swiping on everything on Captain Man's pair pad. The girls point out that he's not been adjusting the fight time, meaning every person that Jasper is right-swiping is going to fight Captain Man at the exact same time. So Captain Man gets jumped, but everyone is too preoccupied being a mob to notice that he's gotten away. As the bar quiets down, Captain Man realizes that his old rogues gallery is still worth fighting against, but runs off to punch the Lawn Ranger just to be kind.
Thank you!
Okay, so with a new cameo character comes a new string of fan misconceptions that I have to clear up before we move on. First of all, the Henry Danger Wiki article on the Lawn Ranger only shows his Rumbler profile, where he's young and muscular, and furthermore goes out of its way to say that this is what the Lawn Ranger used to look like. I think in the episode itself they are much more vague about this, and it is very easy to interpret that the Lawn Ranger probably just found a photo of some other guy and then photoshopped it to kinda look like him. But here's the real thing that stands out to me. By this point in the series, Jason Gibbs was no longer working on Henry Danger, which means that unlike all of these earlier cameos, you can no longer argue that he was cast just for convenience. And I personally believe that the only reason that they picked Jason for this part was as kind of a subtle throwback to earlier shows on the network. In other words, I fully believe that the Lone Ranger's secret identity is none other than Woody. And what's interesting is that the Lone Ranger character has actually appeared quite a few times since that episode. In order to advertise the upcoming Henry Danger series finale, Nickelodeon commissioned a one-off mini-episode which aired after the credits of a different episode. In this clip, we see a bad guy obtaining blueprints for something called the Omega Weapon, until he is interrupted by a familiar face.
You looking for a fight? Cause I couldn't help but notice. Go away. Yes, sir.
If you're wondering why that clip was cropped, this mini episode has never been uploaded to streaming sites, meaning the only copy that I could find was from Instagram. Later, in episode 4 of the spin-off show Danger Force, Lone Ranger would reappear at the same club as before.
Good news for the old Lone Ranger. My mom says I don't have to move out of the basement.
Eventually, the villains find one of the members of Danger Force there undercover, and they want to punish them for sneaking in to Villains Only Night, not realizing that the rest of the Danger Force is also undercover there.
Let's throw grass in her face. No, Lone Ranger, we're not. Let's throw grass on her shoulders. No, grass on her head.
Okay, it can't be grass every time, buddy.
It comes from the earth, man. It's good.
Eventually, Captain Man reveals himself and starts beating everyone up at the bar, and the Lone Ranger runs off screaming for his mother. Finally, the character returned in Danger Force Season 2, Episode 15, which aired in April 2022. In the story, he is part of the supervillain Rogues Gallery attending the Villies, the Swellview Villain Awards show. They announce an award for Captain Man, tricking him into coming on stage, where they quickly kidnap him. Ultimately, he has to be saved by surprise guest star Henry Hart, who kicks everyone's ass. So that's Woody, a legacy performer dating back over a decade, a lore character spanning across numerous shows, an Easter egg hidden in plain sight, and a canonical child predator. So the episode starts with us returning to a familiar location from the start of season 2-ish, the gas station, which Sam and Kat robbed earlier in the season. The girls are there to put up a flyer for their babysitting service, but decide they also want to pick up some Blue Dog soda on the way out. However, the store is swarmed with government agents guarding the stuff, and we learn that Blue Dog soda has been banned in California for having too much sugar. We meet a muscular government man who explains that thanks to his campaigning, the State Bureau of Interference has passed a regulation making it illegal to buy or drink Blue Dog soda. He then takes note of their babysitting advert and takes a photo. He explains he might use their service as he hates his son. Okay, so obviously the big point here is to introduce the narrative plot point of a soda prohibition. But it's also worth pointing out that this is basically a parody of a real thing that happened around that same part of the decade. In 2013, New York City attempted to implement a regulation banning the sale of sugary drinks past a certain cup size. Famously announced by Michael Bloomberg, the regulation would have been enforced as a health code in the city. And while this change did pass that year, it was struck down by the New York Supreme Court. The most obvious parallel here is that Blue Dog Soda is being banned due to a bureaucratic regulation and not an actual law. But furthermore, this episode did predict a similar war on soda that happened in California throughout the rest of the 2010s. In November 2014, Berkeley, California became the first city in America to implement a controversial soda tax, which made buying sugary drinks within the city more expensive than other options. Some reports indicate that this led to a 50% drop in soda sales. More cities adopted this in years to come, causing California's state legislature to ban cities from implementing local soda taxes until 2031. It's wild to think that we're actually closer to 2031 than we are to 2016. That's not actually true, I just wanted to scare you. But on top of all that, this episode is also defined by being yet another ripoff of an episode of Zoe 101. This one is based on the season 4 episode Coffee Cart Ban, where coffee is banned on campus and the kids start selling it illegally. Anyways, let's get back to the bad show. After the title sequence, Kat tries to teach Goomer to hula hoop before Dice suddenly runs in, revealing that he has, in a closed safe, his last bottle of Blue Dog Soda. Dice says it's likely the last bottle in California and tells Goomer to check it out. Goomer mishears this as chuck it out and throws it at a passing car. So they go into the apartment where we discover that Sam has taken things into her own hands, as she has studied the soda online and is trying to deduce the exact formula. However, when Kat tries it, she says it's all wrong.
Well, if we're talking about the basic flavor profile of Blue Dog, the primary taste is a 60-40 blend of vanilla and citrus, with trace amounts of cherry, clove, nutmeg, and juniper.
Jupiter! Kat promises she can make the soda herself, and it will only take 3 hours. Dice retells the story of Goomer throwing the bottle at the street, and Sam decides they're going to take sponges and get every drop that spilled off of the side of the road as they squeeze the soda into their mouths. Can you tell that this is supposed to be meth? So 3 hours later, the gang takes shots and declare Kat's blend is identical to the original, if not better. They all agree they should start selling the stuff, not to make money, but as a protest, but also to make money.
Well, if we're gonna produce that much soda, we're gonna need a supply and distribution network, and also a comprehensive marketing strategy that'll inform the public about our product while not raising suspicion in the law enforcement community. I just found a worm in my pocket.
Sam says they need somewhere secret and hidden to make the soda, and Dice suggests the secret room hidden behind their wall safe. So Kat texts Sam all the ingredients they need, and they go out and buy it all at once. A rookie mistake.
Buy everything in one place. Do it piecemeal. Different items, different stores. Attracts less attention.
We see a long musical montage of the girls making Blue Dog Soda, with emphasis being put on close-ups of the blue fluid flooding tubes and measuring equipment. The background music is very swanky, emphasizing the intended gag, that this sequence is a parody of the meth montages from Breaking Bad. My favorite thing about this is that on the Sam and Kat wiki, it says the concept of the episode may be a reference Breaking Bad. The article basically says this twice and it doesn't elaborate any further. And I love that because it carries this hilarious energy of like, this episode might be a parody of Breaking Bad. I'm not sure because my mom won't let me watch that show. So the girls get many desperate customers coming to their window, including a cameo by Woody from iCarly and Victorious, and Randy. You remember Randy, right? I don't. There's a knock at the door, and Kat opens it to find the State Bureau of Interference guy, who wants to ask some questions. Sam comes out and shuts the door in his face. The vibe I get is that the Bureau guy is supposed to be a parody of Hank, right? Because obviously they eventually reveal that he's only there to ask about the babysitting service and they're all friendly with him. So he is the figure who has a close kinship with the main characters, despite it being his actual job to stop the illegal stuff going on in the show. Okay, so it's time for another one of my pointless tangents about something else entirely. When I was in high school, we had this class called media that everyone wanted to take, because when you were in media, what you did was you made presentations and monthly, specials that everyone in school had to watch that were supposed to be recapping what was going on at the school, but everyone just used it as an excuse to make skits. Every wannabe YouTuber at that school just joined media so they can make comedy, and it was really beautiful for what it was. So my junior year of high school, to advertise the yearbook, they did an elaborate Breaking Bad parody, where our yearbook teacher played a parody of Walter White, with the joke being that he was making illegal yearbooks.
This is the best yearbook I've ever seen. I think we can make a lot of money together, Daniel.
This other guy I knew named Brad, who was one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life, he played a parody of Jesse. And then they introduced a brand new character named Mitch. This was done explicitly so they could get away with directly copying Aaron Paul quotes from the show.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Bitch!
This is my own private domicile, and I will not be harassed. Mitch.
This joke has never left my mind. Sometimes it's still the first thing I think about when people bring up Breaking Bad, even 10 years later. And I think that speaks to the power of a good joke, even in the least professional setting possible.
Look at that, Mr. Roof. That's the best I've ever seen.
Do you have any idea the street value of this?
So here's why I've told you all this. The bureau guy explains he's just there because he knows about the babysitting service, and he introduces to the girls his son, who is named Mitch. So now the show has unknowingly set up an extremely specific expectation. This episode will get a passing grade, but only if they go out of their way to have Mitch linger around scenes so that Sam or Kat can occasionally blurt out Aaron Paul quotes, but instead of saying bitch, they say Mitch. And if that doesn't happen, then this show is officially the least creative thing ever made by human hands. So the bureau guy explains he needs the babysitters not just because he hates his son, but also because someone is making illegal Blue Dog soda, and he has to find and arrest them. Back in the bedroom, Kat freaks out and says they have to quit making Blue Dog because it's going to get them in trouble. But Sam insists they only need to make 100 more bottles just to keep for themselves for the next few years. While Sam babysits Mitch, Kat, Dice, and Goomer get to work, but nearly cause an explosion when Dice forgets to shut off the pressure valve. Yes, that's really what they say. So 3 days later, we see Sam and Mitch carving with cheese, and Mitch has made a dinosaur. The bureau guy comes in and says that he still hasn't found the crooks. But just as he's trying to pay Sam, a cataclysm shakes the apartment. The meth lab has exploded. So the girls get caught in the act, and the bureau dude says they're in big trouble. The gang stand up to him and ask why Blue Dog soda had to be banned. And he says it's because it's not healthy and some people drink too much. So the gang asks, well, why not ban sandwiches? Or sleeping? Or roller coasters? Or pooping? The bureau man is moved and breaks down crying, saying he will turn back the Blue Dog soda ban the next day. He then sees his son's sculpture and hugs him, saying he's very proud of his son. The gang share a final soda as we fade to black. They didn't do the joke. They didn't say Mitch's name like Aaron Paul says bitch. They introduced a character named Mitch and they didn't fucking. Anyways, the moral of this one is that crystal meth should be legal. With that, it's time for Sam and Kat to continue another tradition of the shows that came before it. So let's go ahead and talk about Sam and Kat Season 1, Episode 27, #blooper episode, aka the one that definitely shouldn't count. So a quick recap to those of you who are watching my Sam and Cat saga as a standalone project. One of the biggest contributions that iCarly made to the NSU was the introduction of a divergent, parallel universe which we know as the Metaverse. This is a universe somewhat like our own, where iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat are all TV shows made by heavily fictionalized versions of the actual cast and crew. Some of the main differences so far have been that Miranda Cosgrove was presented as the producer and director of iCarly, even being in charge of who was fired from the show. Rex from Victorious was presented as being portrayed by a sentient puppet named Christopher Kane, infamous for having many accusations in the acting community, and many actors have been portrayed as having identical personalities to the characters they play on TV. So, #blooper episode starts with Jeanette McCurdy, Ariana Grande, Cameron Ocasio, Zoran Korak, and Marie Cheatham arriving at a diner, as they're spending time together during their lunch break. Although, Zoran is instructed to sit at an island away from the rest of the gang so he doesn't block their view of the fourth wall.
How come I can't sit over there with you guys?
Because you're not a main character yet.
Oh.
Hey, man. I know how it feels.
The ongoing complete contradiction that every single memorable episode of this show features Goomer as the driving narrative as per why the episode happens, but he's not a main character somehow. So a waiter comes out and recognizes everyone as being from the show Sam and Carly, which they quickly correct to Sam and Cat. The waiter asks what they're doing there, and Jeanette says they're hoping he'll bring them food. The waiter says Jeanette is just like Sam, and everyone agrees without commentary. Zoran says that he plays Goomer, and everyone stares at him. The waiter explains that he's an aspiring actor, and pulls out a headshot. He asks if the gang ever has problems remembering their lines. Jeanette says they do, and pulls out a pear pad. You know, like we have in the fucking real world. She says she has a bloopers reel prepared of them messing up their lines. They finish watching the first reel, and the waiter says he has to call his grandma and tell her about meeting them, despite him not taking their order. Then a teenage girl runs up to the table and says she loves Sam and Cat. She suddenly becomes lucid that she's actually in an episode right now and asks if she's missed the theme song yet, because she loves it. She loves the Backhouse Mike song. I'm never that far, no matter where you are. Believe in everything you capture. That's her favorite song. The gang say she's arrived just in time, and they play the song on their real-world actual pear pads. After the titles, Cameron says they only have 25 minutes left on their lunch break. And Cameron, buddy, you better enjoy that time while you can. Soon, they're approached by two teenage boys who recognize them all from the show. The boys ask if they ever get the giggles while filming the show, and so Cameron pulls out a compilation of the cast getting the giggles. Zoran stands up to watch the bloopers too, and Jeanette tells him to get back to his island.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
After the reel is done, he again asks to join them at their table, and they again tell him to stay away.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello.
And you could have...
The table is then approached by a mother who says that her daughter loves Sam and Cat, and there's just no way. There is no way that the cast of this show gets approached in public this often without people mentioning iCarly, Victorious, or the music of Ariana Grande. The mom wants to know if the cast ever has problems with the props while they're filming, and Marie pulls out a pear pad to show them another compilation. There are Family Guy episodes with fewer cutaways than this. Okay, now watch what happens here. First of all, the pear pad screen, being shaped like a pear, presents the video in a smaller, much smaller 16:9 box. So Nona expands this box with her fingers naturally, and this does not full screen the video. It zooms in the video while keeping it inside of the original 16:9 box. I can only presume that this means that PearPad technology lacks the ability to do full screen video. Doesn't that piss you off? Anyway, so they watch the compilation and the mom is upset that she can't get her daughter to verbalize.
I wish my daughter had friends.
The gang call for their waiter again, but instead get two kids who want a photo, and they ask Ariana to take it.
You want me in the picture, right?
No.
Oh, no.
We want a picture with Marie.
It turns out that the kids are huge fans of Marie and list a bunch of big-name TV shows and movies that the actress has been in.
Gunsmoke, General Hospital, Katney and Lacey, Beetlejuice, Search for Tomorrow.
I'm shocked that they didn't include Quantum Leap, Columbo, Days of Our Lives in the 1960s, Soul Man, Dangerous Curves, Days of Our Lives in the 1970s, Days of Our Lives in the 1990s, The Nanny, Scrubs, Days of Our Lives in 2010, and finally Bizaardvark. But I guess that last one's a spoiler. So yeah, they take the picture.
Is it a good pic?
Yeah, fantastic.
Don't get jealous, Ari. Don't get jealous just because you weren't in Quantum fucking Leap. Yeah, you suck, Ari. Yeah, I'm a fucking Marie stan. I will defend my queen. So the kids turn to leave, but the gang asks them to stop real quick and ask a question for a cutaway setup. So they do, and bang, you got yourself another compilation. Everyone's angry that the waiter hasn't even taken their order, but they all turn nice when another fan approaches. The fan identifies that the cast is going to be filming the Meta bloopers episode that day, and says she knows this because the show's creator has tweeted that information out.
Genius.
The girl asks if there's going to be a commercial break, and they say yes, and Cameron shows her all of the commercials that they're going to show during that episode's break. This joke would be really funny if people still watched old TV shows the way they were intended to be seen. Their waiter finally returns and asks if they want their check. Everyone points out that they haven't even ordered yet, and the waiter says he'll take their order after they answer a simple question. Is it exciting to film their show? So Zoran pulls out his PearPad and shows the waiter a compilation of everyone being exhausted on set and yawning. A metacontextual joke about how they filmed very long hours on this show to make up for how few days Ariana had to commit to the show. Everyone says those were the wrong clips, and so Zoran plays the stunts compilation, with highlights including a group of babies climbing up a wall and Scott the Woz dying. The waiter says he'll get their order once he finds a pen and runs off screen. But then Jeanette notices something. Tandy, the red robot, Tandy from their show Sam and Cat, is also at the restaurant. Tandy, the actor Tandy, who plays himself in their show, reveals that he already ordered his food a couple minutes ago and they brought it out to him right away. Cameron says that he has to share since they've been waiting, and so Tandy murders Cameron. He disintegrates him with a laser. Cameron is dead now. Tandy, the actor who plays himself on Sam and Cat, just killed a child, and that child was Cameron Ocasio. Cameron Ocasio, the actor, is now dead in the metaverse. The red robot asks if anyone else wants his food, and everyone says no, because he just murdered someone. There is no attempt to call the police, and he just starts to roll away. A child then approaches Tandy and asks if anything has ever gone wrong with the red and blue robots. Tandy says that he actually has a compilation of just that, and shows some cutaway bloopers on his welder visor. Except all of the clips aren't bloopers, but actual scenes from actual episodes where the robots are malfunctioning to fit the narrative. At this point, you could argue this episode is as much a clip show as it is a blooper reel. The kid asks the red robot if he's dating the blue robot, and the red robot gets frantic and begins insisting that someone hijacked his phone and those texts weren't from him. The kid walks away, not knowing how close he came to being murdered by a bloodthirsty android. Also, during that last compilation, Zoran has taken Cameron's spot at the table, the group readily adjusting to the murder of a 14-year-old. A bunch of waiters bring food to the table, and Jeanette thanks them for bringing them the food that they ordered. However, Zoran loudly points out that the food is for someone else, and the waiters come back to seize the seasoned delicacies. Ariana begins crying, and Jeanette comforts her, leading to the first time in the show that they've actually addressed the 5'1" elephant in the room.
You got a huge music career going for you. Double platinum. Thank you.
The girl who was setting up the opening sequence returns and reveals that she's brought her friend, JD. He's never seen the show, so she was hoping the girls could show him a compilation of funny clips that represent the magic of Sam and Cat, alongside one exclusive blooper from the show Drake and Josh. This is the compilation that includes the most actual bloopers, where the cast says funny stuff and they riff a little, and it's sort of sad that they have to subsidize these moments with clips of loud noises and stunt work from the show itself. It kind of implies that the show maybe wasn't a blast to film, so they have to fill in the bloopers episode with filler and sawdust. And then at the end, we get 3 bloopers, count them, 3 bloopers from Drake and Josh.
You won the scoring game!
That didn't make any sense, I'm sorry.
Yay!
Now, a quick tangent about this, since it's something I've been wanting to talk about for a while. So you might remember that in episode 1 of this miniseries, I binged iCarly, not to be confused with episode 0, The Reign of Fred Figglehorn. I did a segment discussing the history of aspect ratio and iCarly. To recap, iCarly was originally broadcast to most Americans in 4:3. However, the show began when it was clear that the total switch to HD was not far away. So every episode of the show was actually filmed in 16:9, edited in 16:9, and then cropped to 4:3 for both initial broadcast and the DVD releases. This meant that when Nickelodeon did eventually make the full switch to HD, they could continue airing even the oldest episodes of the show. This is notable because some iCarly episodes have extended editions with long, exclusive deleted scenes available only on the original DVD releases. So a lot of these scenes are not available in the 16:9 format, despite the original edits being readily available in HD. Another detail worth considering is that even through the production of Sam and Cat, it was more than common for foreign Nickelodeon affiliates to still broadcast in standard definition, 4:3. So even episodes of Victorious, for instance, are framed for the 4:3 aspect ratio and only follow the fundamental rule of thirds if you crop the sides off. Anyway, so here's the big mystery. Occasionally, throughout iCarly, Victorious, and now Sam and Cat, they have shown old clips from the program Drake and Josh. But every time they do this, the show is presented in the uncropped 16:9. But ignoring TV movies, Drake and Josh was always presented in 4:3 across its entire broadcast and on all home media releases. But these sparse HD clips have led Lost Media hunters to theorize that a 16:9 edit of Drake and Josh seasons 2 through 4 must exist somewhere at Nickelodeon. However, I think a lot of this can be easily debunked just based on what we see in this episode. You'll remember that I said earlier that iCarly was originally edited in 16:9, then cropped right before broadcast. This is obvious when you switch back and forth between the two versions, as the only difference is additional material at the side of the screen, balanced with the same amount of material on both the left and right. I do not think that Drake and Josh was originally done like this. For those early seasons, I believe that the show was always edited in 4:3, and only the raw footage from the cameras exists in 16:9. Take this blooper that they show in the episode from season 2, episode 4, Football. Let's compare this clip to what we actually saw on TV. If Drake and Josh had been edited in HD and then cropped right before broadcast, then the cropping would have been consistent across every single cut. with an equal amount taken off of the left and right sides of the screen. But presuming that the camera wasn't shifting substantially between takes, what we're actually seeing is evidence of pan and scanning. That's when an editor manually zooms and adjusts the footage to look best in 4:3, instead of just cropping off the left and right sides identically. If this is an accurate conclusion, what it basically means is that the football episode of Drake and Josh must have been filmed in HD, then tweaked shot by shot in a standard definition editing suite. I would further speculate, based on the quality difference, that the episode was likely dubbed to an analog format at some point. Probably Betacam, if I were to guess. Now, this was season 2. Apparently, the final season of the show has occasionally been broadcast in 16:9 in the modern HD era, which makes sense, as this was directly before iCarly started, so they were likely experimenting with this evergreen editing compromise. But it's worth noting that the HD Season 4 edits of Drake and Josh are ridiculously sloppy. You'll notice that occasionally these thin black bars will appear at the left or right side of the screen. I take this to mean that these shots were shifted left and right with 4:3 cropping in mind. But despite whatever they were doing with the 4th season of the show, I'm going to presume that every time Drake and Josh clips have been presented in later shows, the original files have been dug out and re-edited shot by shot. This means that, realistically, the only way we could watch seasons 2 and 3 in HD would be if Nickelodeon paid someone to fully re-edit all 31 episodes of these 2 seasons, carefully recreating transitions, title sequences, and any special effects while using the HD files. Given that this era of Nickelodeon has proven to be something that ages best when it's barely inspected past brief glances, and that there isn't any money being lost on continuing to release the SD copies, I don't see this happening. This is especially true when you remember that other standard definition shows filmed in HD, like Malcolm in the Middle and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, are infamously worse looking after being restored to 16:9, with restorations often leaving in camera equipment and failing to recreate color corrections and special effects. Anyways, this is just my typical reminder for you guys to hit subscribe, so maybe I'll do a Drake and Josh video next year. So they come out of the cutaway and JD says the show looks awesome and he'll check it out. After this, they're approached again by Michael Eric Reed, who says he hears there's 45 seconds left in the episode and he wants to do his blooper dance. Jeanette asks what that is, and Mikey begins an erratic dance that lasts the rest of the episode, and he soon hypnotizes the rest of the cast to join in. Soon, all of the Shruggers join into the dance as well. The universe comes to an end. Consciousness itself is no more. There is only Mikey Reed. Returning ourselves to NSU Prime, episode 28 is called #Fresno Girl, and we start out with Kat cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, her measuring cup shatters, and we see the culprit. Sam has bought a patented wiener flinger, and has shot a hot dog straight through Kat's cup. Kat reveals she's cooking for Kim, a girl they babysit often, and she's already made her specialty, fudge piles, which of course look like little piles of poop. Suddenly, Goomer bursts through the door, exclaiming that he has to find Timmy T. Silly Goomer! Drake Bell isn't in this show! As Dice runs in, Goomer continues freaking out, and so Sam shoots a hot dog directly into his face. So it turns out Timmy T is a lucky t-shirt that Goomer always wears before his MMA fights. This is the first time that Goomer's MMA career has been mentioned in a very long time, and also I don't think that Goomer consistently wore the same shirt every time he went to a match, but at the exact same time, I don't feel like checking. Editor. Okay, so post a picture of Timmy T from later in the episode, and then put that next to whatever Goomer was wearing in the motorcycle missing episode. If it's the same, good for them. But if it's not, morons. Dice notices Kat's fudge piles and tries to eat one when offered. However, the ball solidifies in his mouth, and he fails to swallow it or even pry it from his teeth with a fork. So Kim finally comes over, and her mom is hot. I won't linger on it. I'm right. I've said it. Let's move on now. Kim's mom says her daughter is stressed out because she has a math test coming up, and if she doesn't pass, she will be forced to take summer school. As her mother leaves for a cruise, Sam and Kat promise that they'll do anything to help her pass the test. The two theorize that the girl just needs some healthy motivation, so they ask her what she wants more than anything else in the world. She responds, a Fresno girl doll, and Sam and Kat agree that if she gets a B or higher on her test, they'll buy her the doll. Sam and Kat tell Goomer to help Dice get the fork out of his mouth, and Goomer manages to pull the fudge loose, along with several of Dice's teeth. So after the title sequence, Goomer is seen covering bots with missing posters for Timmy T. The Sam and Kat wiki states, Timmy T is a reference to Timmy Turner in The Fairly Odd Parents. This is written with confidence, because the editor's mom lets them watch that show. So Sam approaches and points out that there's a problem with Goomer's flyer. Because of poor phrasing, onlookers are natural to believe that Tommy T is Goomer's name, and that he is missing, not the shirt. Also, the reward for finding the shirt is listed as a free trip to Hawaii for you and all of your friends. Sam meets with Kim and Kat, and the girls reveal that Kim didn't get a B. She got an A 92 to be exact. So the girls leave to buy Kim a Fresno girl doll and pass Randy with his Boy Scout troop. The scouts run over to Goomer and excitedly say that they're going to Hawaii because they found Tommy T. Goomer asks where Tommy T is, and the troop say that he's Tommy T. Goomer becomes overwhelmed and runs from the restaurant, with the boys not far behind. So at the Fresno Girl shop, we see that Fresno Girls are the in-universe parody of American Girl dolls, meaning this episode is likely intended as a callback to Season 1, Episode 15, where we met a mysterious man who treated a little girl doll like his actual daughter.
What a weirdo.
If one takes this retcon very seriously, we could argue that the first time we saw a Fresno Girl doll was in Victorious Season 3, Episode 11, when Tori found a talking Tori doll inside of Crazy Pawnee's backpack. So back in the present, Kim picks out a Fresno Girl doll named Gabriella. All is well until the staff reveal that the doll will cost $150, which is over $185 today. That's a thing I do now. I calculate inflation to make you feel bad about the economy. The girls agree to pay, but are frustrated when Gabriella is presented to them without hair or clothes. It's explained that this is the doll without accessories. The girls have the clothing and hair added back on, and are told that the doll now costs $275.25, which is $340 in today's money. The shop then shows Kim the official bicycle, bringing the total to $340, which is $420 today. Later, Sam briefly yells at Kim for the situation before apologizing and trying to cool off. Kat asks Sam to put down her wiener flinger because
you're mad, and when you're mad, you shouldn't handle wieners.
At the same moment, Kat prepares more of her fudge piles, in spite of Sam's insistence that she always makes them too chewy. Suddenly, Dice runs in with a heavily disguised Goomer, and they recap their predicament. Dice explains that Randy is the primary antagonist of this episode, as he saw Goomer's flyer and now wants the promised prize.
The trip to Hawaii?
It's pronounced Hawaii.
I thought it was Hawaii.
Dice needs the girls to hide Goomer while he goes around and takes down all of the flyers to save face. However, Goomer is weird, so the girls tell him to go to their room and lie on the ground, face down. Sam suddenly notices a squirrel outside and tries to shoot it with a wiener, but Kat interferes and, by accident, they shoot Gabriella with a hot dog, knocking her leg off. Sam says the store can fix her and that it's no big deal. We then wipe to the store, where the employee says that it is a big deal. The episode cuts there, but there's an extended edit of this scene in the credits, so I'm just gonna keep describing it. The employee says they can fix the doll in their on-site Fresno Girl Doll Hospital. The girls want to know how much this will cost, and the employee says that all Fresno Girl healthcare is free, presuming the girls have previously bought the Fresno Girl Doll health insurance package. Laugh track. Meanwhile, Goomer is ambushed by Randy and his friends, who say that they found Tommy T and now they want their reward. They all jump him at once, resulting in a mobile mob. Meanwhile, Gabriella comes out of the hospital in a miniature wheelchair. I looked this up. This is an actual American Girl doll wheelchair. I think that's really cool. So they get their bill, and fixing the doll will cost Sam and Kat $223, which is $275 today. Sam says that they're going to pay the bill, but first they're going to give a gift, as they'll be giving everyone who works at the store one of Kat's fudge piles. As all of the staff and security chow down, Sam goes to the announcer mic and declares that for the next 5 minutes, all Fresno Girl dolls and accessories are free. The room fills with chaos, as no one is able to do anything because of the fudge piles, and in the confusion, the trio run off without paying. Dice discovers that Goomer has been kidnapped by Randy and his gang, but the girls don't care. The Sam and Kat Wiki helpfully gives these notes about the episode. Goofs. Goomer would have taken his shirt off before taking the picture of Tommy T, so he wouldn't have been beat up by Randy and his Boy Scout troop. I think when they wrote this one, they thought that he took the photo that day. I don't think he did. Randy could have been arrested for kidnapping Goomer. Goomer could have filed a restraining order against Randy and his friends. I truly believe that critical thinking in media would be dead today if it wasn't for the Sam and Kat fandom wiki. Wiki's so dumb. I'm not saying wiki, it's wiki. It's time to give Kim her allergy medication, so Kat goes through her backpack to find it, where she finds Kim's real math test, which she got a D- on. Sam says she's very disappointed.
When you pull a scam, you always destroy the original evidence so you don't get caught.
So Randy comes in holding a roll of freshly used duct tape and says they'll never see Tommy T again unless he gets his tickets to Hawaii. The trio ask if there's anything else Randy might want instead of a trip, and he says his birthday is coming up, so he'd like a date with a girl, a real classy girl. No trash. So Sam and Kat come up with a compromise. Kim will go on a date with Randy, and in exchange, she will get Gabriella back. Later, during the big date night between Randy and Kim at Bots, the girls say that everyone won, but Goomer says he didn't win. He just got kidnapped and never found his Tommy T. Dice tells him to take his shirt off and turn around, and we see that Goomer was wearing the shirt backwards the whole time. 2 quick notes about this episode. First of all, it's strange how similar this episode is to the episode of Victorious where Robbie sells Rex, at least in terms of the resolution. The fact that forcing a tweenage girl to go out with a tweenage boy who she's secretly not interested in helps cause the happy ending where a personalized object ends up in the original owner's hands. It's either a strange coincidence or really lazy reuse of material. Secondly, according to IMDb, this episode is the final appearance of Randy. I suppose it is entirely valid to presume that because he just kidnapped a grown man and tied him up with duct tape for a ransom, he is in juvie now. The show will never be the same again. So season 1 episode 29 is called #StuckInABox, and you'll never guess what happens to Kat in this one. So at the start of the episode, Kat is riding her bicycle mid-air, and it's hanging from the ceiling. This is actually pretty nostalgic, as the Shea household also had a bunch of bicycles hanging from the ceiling in iCarly. I never figured out why though. Thinking about iCarly for more than 5 seconds gives me major whiplash when I then go back to watching this show. And I remember how insanely stupid the premise of this show is. 5 episodes to the finale, and I'm still not used to Sam Puckett and Cat Valentine living together and being forced to have conversations. So Cat explains that she went down to the supermarket where she met a man named Chico, who said he had a toolbox in his van. She invited him back to the apartment and asked if he could attach her bike to the ceiling. He did, and then left, and Cat has been stuck up there for 5 hours.
Please help me down.
Cat asks where Sam has been, and she explains that she was getting them tickets. Tickets to ride all of the roller coasters at Mystic Mountain Saturday night. Mystic Mountain, by the way, is a theme park in the NSU commonly brought up in shows set on the West Coast. If my memory serves me right, it originates in the 2006 Drake and Josh episode, The Demonator. It then reappeared in the 2008 Zoe 101 episode, Roller Coaster. After this, it was mentioned quite often in Victorious, but never actually seen. Mystic Mountain is supposed to be a parody of Six Flags Magic Mountain, and episodes set at Mystic Mountain were also universally filmed at Magic Mountain. Kat says that she thought Mystic Mountain got shut down because all of the rides were unsafe and a lot of people got hurt. But Sam says that they fixed most of them. And before they reopen the park officially, they need guinea pigs to test all of the rides. Kat asks why they would want to ride roller coasters that might be unsafe. And Sam says that it's because they won't have to wait in line. They both holler in celebration. Dice and Goomer come in and they have a heavy box. I wonder where this is going. Dice reminds us that he's a magician, just like his actor is, and says that this is a rare item. Whoever they put in this box disappears. Goomer wants to be the one to be vanished by magic, but he's too big. If only there was someone in the room worth too much money to constantly be wasting their time on set. Oh wait! So Kat gets in the box, Dice closes it, and voila! The box will now not open. Kat is hashtag stuck in a box.
Ha! I love it. Can we get my mom in there?
Goomer breaks the handle trying to open the box, and Kat begins freaking out because she's stuck in a recording booth. I mean, stuck in a box, and also totally on set at the same time.
I hope there's a magic toilet in there.
After the title, Sam tries to take a crowbar to the box, but it bends in half. Sam asks Kat if she's okay, and she says that she's fine.
It's kind of cozy. It reminds me of my closet where I used to hide from my brother.
Why would you hide from your brother?
Just, to survive.
In short time, Kat's brother will cease being a mystery to Goomer. So later, Sam, Dice, and Goomer eat at Bots along with the box, and they're approached by the Red Robot. Goomer asks if he has lasers, and the Red Robot says he has one laser in his finger, which we previously saw in an alternate universe when he murdered Cameron Ocasio. The box reflects the death laser, and it catches Goomer's burger on fire. Goomer throws it behind him, getting 2 kids in trouble with their mom.
You never saw me!
Later, Sam tucks Kat into bed, and Kat eventually begins monologuing about all the deep thoughts she's been having while stuck in a box.
I've been going to school at Hollywood Arts for a long time now, and I still don't know. Do I want to be an actress or a singer?
Sam quietly walks out of the room while Kat discusses this with herself, ultimately ending with Kat singing while the box rocks back and forth. So there's a lot of scenes in this episode of Jeanette McCurdy acting to the box, like just talking to the box as it says Ariana sound bites. And it's the most dull this show has ever been. I'm tempted to say that it's almost the most embarrassing the show's ever been, but I know that's probably not true. But oh boy, is it still embarrassing watching this episode. Miranda Cosgrove also tried to have a singing career while iCarly was on the air, and so there are Carly Light episodes in that show. But what they didn't do was go like, hey, record 15 minutes of Carly Shay soundbites, and Jeanette can sit next to a CD player and pretend that Miranda's still in the room.
I'm still in a box.
Sure you are, Ariana. So Goomer comes in to save the episode and says it's weird talking to Kat while she's still in the box and they can't see her face. So he's drawn a picture of her face and yep, that's her alright. So Dice explains that he knows a guy at the magic shop downtown named Vance Anderson, who is a total jerk but also used to be a famous teenage magician. If anyone can get Kat out of that contract, I mean box, it's him.
They used to make baseball bats out of wood, but now they're mostly made of aluminum. I just wanted to say something.
So Sam wants Goomer to put the box in his car, but he says that he lost it. This begs numerous questions. How did they get the box to Bots? What happened to the homeless person that was once living in the back of Goomer's car? All questions that would have been answered if episodes from this show got second drafts. But Kat has a solution and says that Nona still has the keys to her brother's car. Kat's brother, you'll remember, moved to Idaho to live in a mental health treatment facility. We've also previously seen her brother's car in the Victorious episode Car, Rain, and Fire. And, in a twist that I didn't see coming, the car they drive for the rest of this episode is actually that car. So they clearly only wrote this into the episode to show off that they somehow managed to keep track of this prop after Victorious ended. So they go to the magic shop and meet Vance Anderson, who looks like the talking cookie from Fred the Show. If you're watching this video right now, pause this video, go to IMDb, make an account, and give Fred the Show 10 stars. Then come back to this video and comment, Fred the Show has a poor reputation exclusively with people who have never watched it and thus don't understand that it secretly has all of the qualities of a cult classic.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So Shane Top recalls that he gave Dice the advice to give up magic because he's terrible at it, and the two squabble. He also mentions that the box is made in Yerba, a country featured in Victorious. So Shane Top wants to go on a date with Sam after he opens the box, but she says that they're already going to Mystic Mountain. Shane pivots and says he'll open the box if they take him in Dice's place. Kat comments that she's suddenly finding it very hard to breathe inside the box. After they settle the topic, he explains there's a button on the back that automatically will open the box. But it doesn't work, and he explains the box must be defective. Shane says that before they leave, he'd like a kiss from Sam.
You want a kiss? From me?
Oh yeah.
KK.
Sam says she wants them to do it in private, and you guessed it, extreme acts of violence occur off-screen. A red liquid puddles onto the floor. Sam comes out and explains she knocked over a bucket of red paint. Laugh track. So Sam decides to keep her promise and takes Kat to Mystic Mountain, box and all. But when Goomer hits a speed bump, the box comes flying out of the car. The rest of the gang don't notice and keep going, as Kat yells for Sam. No one comes for help, and we fade to black. So remember a few episodes ago when I instructed you to start wondering about what the ideal final episode of Sam and Kat would be? I pick this one. I pick the episode where Kat is left trapped inside of a metal box, screaming for help on the ground, suffocating. And then the show ends and Kat Valentine is never seen again. Okay, so there's two main characters whom we need to get reacquainted with here. The first is Neville. Neville Papperman was first introduced in iCarly Season 1, Episode 6. Neville. In the story, the iCarly trio find out about a web blogger who operates the website Nevillocity.com. He's known for being a trendsetter online, but has never posted about the iCarly webcast. So the team decide to email him and get a response, as Neville wants to interview Carly in person. But when Carly shows up to Neville's home, she discovers that he's even younger than she is, and that he's a mama's boy who loves eating an inhuman amount of tapenade. Even worse, Neville tries to coerce Carly romantically in exchange for a good review. But when Carly shoves tapenade into his face, he swears that she'll rue the day. So Neville spreads hate and animosity about Carly through his website, and the gang tries to figure out what to do. Eventually, they realize that there's only one way to take a boy like Neville down: by telling on him to his mother. So Neville gets grounded, and the trio think it's all over and that they never will rue the day. Next up is Season 1, Episode 11, I Rue the Day. In this episode, the iCarly set begins to suffer technical difficulties that make doing the web show nearly impossible. While the gang are confused by this at first, they eventually figure out the culprit is Neville, who has hacked their servers as revenge. iCarly.com is effectively offline. This is upsetting to the gang, especially moments later when Spencer announces that he has booked the Plain White T's for their web show. So they break into Neville's house to play an Uno reverse card, but it doesn't work and Neville is still the ultimate victor. Luckily, Carly remembers that her dad is a Navy SEAL or something, and she gets the military to SWAT his home and threaten Neville into giving the website back.
You called in the military? I don't play around.
The Plain White T's perform, and all is well. The iCarly universe is terrifying if you think about it, because you can just go out and beat someone to non-consciousness because they were mildly rude to you and no one cares. But if you download music without paying for it, the FBI arrests you immediately. In iCarly Season 2, Neville appears a record 4 times, although he doesn't appear in Season 3, broadcast numbering, so this works out. In his first episode, iChristmas, we see Neville in an alternate timeline caused by Spencer being a lawyer instead of an artist. Neville and Carly are dating in this world, and incidentally, from this point forwards, Carly and Neville are always depicted as being the same age. The rest of his appearances this season revolve around his various failed schemes. In Season 2, Episode 9, I Give Away a Car, Neville impersonates a local car dealer and tricks the gang into promising to give away a car during a webcast before awarding himself as the winner of the competition. If the gang can't come up with a free car in a set amount of time, they lose the web show or something. But they give him a car from Stargate and he crashes it into a flower shop. In Season 2, Episode 13, I Want My Website Back, Neville steals the iCarly website again, because at his best, this character is a one-trick pony. This time he says he'll only give it back if Carly gives him the kiss which she rejected in the first place. They get him to sign the website back over, but Carly is grapple-gunned away before he can get the kiss. Finally, in Season 2, Episode 21, I Fight Shelby Marks, Neville uses his editing talents to deepfake Carly and Sam into saying mean things about Shelby Marks' grandma. And so when Shelby and Carly go to have their MMA fight, Shelby wants to kill Carly for real. When the deception is figured out, Sam, Carly, and Shelby Marks trap Neville in the ring and violently assault him as the show fades to black. Neville next appears 26 episodes later. In Season 4, broadcast numbering, Episode 9, I Pity the Neville. This is a strange one, as along with the Christmas episode, this is one of the few stories to not feature Neville seeking revenge as an antagonist. Instead, at the start of the episode, we learn that Neville has recently been cancelled, as viral footage has surfaced of him yelling at a child in a store. Neville becomes a social outcast, attacked by strangers on the street with no one left to turn to. The iCarly team initially celebrate his downfall, but eventually come to pity him and decide to help him gain a web redemption. They do a long iCarly livestream about how sorry he is, and even bring in the little girl so Neville can apologize to her. Their former enemy has a new lease on life, but is soon rude to a man in a wheelchair who bumps into him. As he lashes out verbally, he turns to see a camera in his face, and it all starts over. Neville's final appearance in the original run of iCarly was in Season 6, Episode 4, I Half-a-Ween. So the iCarly gang decide to throw a Halloween party on May the 1st, and invite their audience to come and join them. One person who shows up to the party is dressed as a robot and gives them all candy. But when they eat the candy, it makes their voices sound low-pitched. They eventually figure out that the robot is Neville, who reveals he wants revenge because the iCarly gang didn't help uncancel him a second time over the wheelchair thing. Yes, that's really the reason he gives. So Neville kidnaps Freddy and locks him into the robot costume, causing everyone to think that Freddy is Neville, and they tie him up and drop him into a big container of plushies over and over again. Until Neville reveals it was all a ruse, and so the gang tie him up instead and do the plushie drop thing again. This episode is so bad. None of this makes sense. How is giving your nemesis candy that changes their voices a competent evil scheme by itself? And how is dropping your literal stalker into a big pile of plushies competent payback? iCarly Season 6 is bad and deserves to be made fun of. So it just happens that Neville doesn't appear in iCarly Seasons 3 or 5. And perhaps the reason for this is that in those seasons, the gang are dealing with an enemy of a different form. Starting off, Season 3, Episode 17 is called iPsycho. And in this one, the gang are planning for a trip to the internet convention Webicon in Olympia, Washington. As they pack, they receive a V-mail from a girl named Nora Dershlit. Nora explains that she's iCarly's #1 fan. She lives 15 minutes from the convention center and was hoping the trio would come to her birthday party. She's turning 16 years old, but she'll be celebrating alone, as her parents are on a trip to Wyoming and she has no friends. Ultimately, the gang show up to the party, but it's a bit stale and depressing, so they do a surprise webcast and invite all of Nora's friends to come and hang out. The party goes great. Trina is there for some reason, Nora kisses Trina, it's a good time. But as things die down, the trio say they have to get to their hotel. But Nora says she first wants to show them her basement, which is always a good thing to hear from a fan. And yep, Nora locks them in a sound booth and says they'll never be allowed to leave because without them, she'll go back to being the loser she was before. Also, Nora has a pet chicken named Maurice. This is not important to the greater recap of this episode, but it will be on the test. So the gang convince Nora to let them send a coded message to Gibby, who travels across the state and eventually finds Nora's house. He breaks down her front door, fighting her in the basement, before finally taking his shirt off to reveal his hidden power level, which allows him to defeat Nora and save the trio. It's funny how a little context changes how you look at these shows. I distinctly remember when I reviewed this episode, I gave it a very harsh, negative review for being so mean-spirited. But looking back, I would now argue that iPsycho specifically was when iCarly jumped the shark. Let me explain a little bit. I think people often misuse the phrase jump the shark because it's often used to imply that a specific episode is bad. But when Fonz jumped the shark, it wasn't considered a bad episode at the time. It was just considered very extreme and represented a peak in intensity that the show never achieved again. iPsycho is a lot of things. It's the last time Gibby was distinctly funny without being flanderized. It's one of the last boss battle episodes to actually be coherent, and it's one of the last episodes in the series to realistically cover the potential negative repercussions of internet fame. So it's very natural that this episode would eventually get a very overblown sequel. In Season 5, Episode 7, I Still Psycho, we learned that Nora eventually ended up in juvie, and she is now up for release. So the iCarly sextet, Carly, Sam, Freddie, Gibby, Gibby's Head, and Spencer, all go to her hearing. Initially, they want to make sure she remains imprisoned, but upon learning that she's changed and that she's not still psycho, they agree that she can be let go. Nora's parents say they're going to throw a party, but it's going to be really sad because Nora doesn't have any friends, and yep, they fall for this a second time. Nora invites Spencer to check out their basement, but is apparently strapped to a spinning wheel instead. The doors are locked, the windows are bulletproof, and the gang quickly learn that they are trapped inside of Nora's house, because she is I Still Psycho, and her parents are too. Gibby tries to escape through the chimney to save the day again, but gets stuck up at the top. However, Sam manages to save the day by concentrating enough on in-series continuity. She remembers the electroshock pen she stole from Spencer in the Season 4 prank episode, and the tracker inside of Freddy's head from Season 2. By using the pen to fry out Freddy's tracker, they alert Freddy's mom that something is wrong, and she and Tebow come and save the day. Sam gets bored and decides to electrocute all of the Dershlits, but Nora warns that if she does, and then she gets electrocuted. I think that was a threat. So then Carly moves to Italy, Sam decides to move to California to live with a redhead she met in a dumpster, they befriend an MMA boxer, Sam wins a texting competition one-handed, and I think that brings us up to date. So yeah, Sam and Cat Season 1 Episode 30 is called #Super Psycho, and this is the third part of the 4-part Psycho trilogy. This is one of the biggest episodes of the show so far, and it really only holds any value if you have seen all 10 of the episodes I just discussed. And you see, this is the thing that really confuses me about Sam and Cat. In a big way, it's a reboot, a revival meant to appeal to a brand new demographic, but it's also stocked full of these legacy characters from years before. Perhaps the older audience would appreciate these cameos, but they mostly have shuffled away due to the changing content. And to new audience members who are not familiar with the legacy material, what is supposed to be the appeal of these deep-cut lore cameos that they potentially have absolutely no recognition of?
Just hear the sleigh bells.
It's been 3 years. Please, for the love of God, just kill me.
Before we get into this, if you thought a Breaking Bad parody was too edgy for a kid's show, you're not ready for this one. So at the start of the episode, Sam and Cat are babysitting while Sam watches a mixed martial arts match. However, Sam turns off the program as the kid they're watching won't stop staring at her face. The little boy can't believe that she's actually Sam from iCarly and begins asking a series of questions that Sam has obviously been asked hundreds of times.
Remember Gibby?
No, I don't remember Gibby. Even though I did the iCarly web show with Gibby for 4 years, I have no memory of that. Who's Gibby?
The kid wants to know what being on iCarly was really like, and Sam says it was a lot of fun. They got to go to Japan, met the First Lady, and got kidnapped a few times. Kat has never heard that story before, so Sam quickly recounts the entire Nora saga. When asked where Nora is now, Sam says she's locked up in prison, somewhere near Seattle. We cut to what was, in iCarly Season 5, the Washington State Women's Penitentiary, but we see that it's since been renamed Prison somewhere near Seattle. We see Nora exercising in the prison gym while facing a do-it-for-her collage dedicated to her hatred of the iCarly web show. The prison guard suddenly hears a noise, like someone is scratching at the door. She opens to see a chicken is sitting outside the room, and as she's distracted, Nora covers her head with a bouquet and begins slamming it into the ground. Back in California, Sam finally asks what Kat is doing. Kat explains that her favorite juice is cranberry juice, and her favorite food is apples. So she's soaking apples in cranberry juice to make crapples. We cut back to Nora and the incapacitated guard. Nora opens the door and we learn this chicken is Maurice. See, I told you this would be on the test. As she climbs into a wall vent with Maurice, she says that it's time to get revenge on the iCarlys. We soon see a news report detailing Nora's escape, which Kat watches as she makes a crapple pie, which as you can imagine, tastes like crapple. Dice comes in and we learn he's staying over for the weekend as his mother and aunt are off on another road trip. Sam rushes in, acting frantic, and tells Dice that she needs him to get her a fake Mexican driver's license. Meanwhile, in Seattle, we see our second special guest of the episode, Noah Monk, reprising his role as Gibby. Gibby is on a date with a beautiful woman when he's suddenly approached by Nora. Gibby immediately recognizes her, and it's a pretty funny scene, where the joke is that Gibby is being really chill and helpful despite the circumstances.
So Gibby, I don't want to injure you.
Cool.
But I would like to locate and destroy Carly, then Sam, then Freddie.
Ah, fun.
Nora wants to know where all of the former iCarly members are, and Gibby drops some bad news. Carly has moved to Italy, which is too far for Nora. But Sam lives in California, and Gibby says he can text her Sam's home address.
Hey, good luck.
This is actually a very good metaphor for white man's role in society, as he knows that obedience, ambivalence, and even allegiance to evil is the only way to maintain personal balance in his life. And I'm just messing with you, it's fart noises time. God, I'm dizzy now. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, God. So Nora goes to California and spies on Sam and Kat at Bots, where she finds out about Sam's fake Mexican ID and notes that Sam is very fond of Dice. Suddenly, Dice has to run off, as Goomer just texted him, "Dice, I need your help. I thought I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't." Meaning Dice likely has a mess to clean up. In the parking lot, Nora gets out a massive inflatable raft and pretends to struggle to get it inside of her tiny car. She asks Dice for help, and when he says it's not going to fit, she says that her car is actually shockingly spacious and invites him to look for himself. When he does, she shuts the back door and kidnaps Dice. There's no such thing as stranger danger in the iCarly universe. So the next day, the girls are freaking out because Dice is missing, when Gibby suddenly calls. He reveals that he has big news for Sam, as he's bought a hat for the identical copy of his head. Just when she's about to hang up, he gets around to recapping what happened the other day.
She came to see you for what?
Let's see. She said she wanted to locate and destroy Carly, then you, and then Freddy.
Oh, but what did you say?
Don't worry. I told her Carly's in Italy, and Nora said that was way too far.
Good.
And then I told her you were in LA, and I gave her your address.
What?
Hey, can you text us a pic of the hat?
Yes, I can.
There's a knock at the door, and the girls find a random note, along with a tiny clipping of Dice's afro. Nora then calls the girls and reveals that she still has Dice, and if Sam doesn't do anything, she intends to shave his head and make a wig of his hair, which she will then wear upon her head.
Give me back my Dice!
After Nora hangs up, Sam says they can still save Dice, but they have to think like Nora to figure out what Nora would do. And there's only one other person in the world who could possibly understand how Nora thinks. We cut to a mental asylum, where Sam and Kat have come to see the hospital's most challenging case. A boy from Seattle who has a disease which is too contagious for the outside world. It's called porcupox, and all they know is that he somehow got it from a porcupine. The girls head down the hall and pass by some other guests of the asylum, such as two men who believe that they're Simon and Garfunkel, and in a surprising cameo, Steve from Drake and Josh. This is one of the weirdest moments in this episode because if it wasn't obvious, that isn't Jerry Trainer. It's just some guy in a Bane mask, and all of the audio from this scene is taken from the Drake and Josh raw footage. This is one of the moments from the show that I've heard so much about. So many people have told me about this weird little moment, and my only guesses are that Jerry was busy this week, or that the episode is filled with so many character cameos that it wasn't cost effective to pay Jerry Trainer to do this bit, or that they didn't want to have Sam draw attention to the fact that Crazy Steve and Spencer look identical, so once they wrote him wearing the Bane mask, no one really wanted to bother Jerry to even do the scene. Anyways, so we meet the asylum's special guest, and it's none other than Neville Pepperman in the flesh. After some off-putting banter, Neville asks why they are there.
We have this friend, Dice.
You mean the young boy, age 12, whose full name is Decenio J. Corleone? 6th grade, magnificent hair?
How do you know so much about Dice?
I know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Okay, so here's why this episode is so weird. This is a parody of Silence of the Lambs. And I don't just mean this scene, I mean the entire episode is a carefully planned spoof of the movie Silence of the Lambs. Nora is supposed to be Buffalo Bill, and Neville is supposed to be Hannibal Lecter. And most of the weird creative choices in this episode can be explained by an attempt at a parallel. For instance, the reason Nora is obsessed with shaving Dice's hair and wearing it as a wig is that in the original movie, Buffalo Bill kills people and steals their skin. This reference is so dedicated that Neville's doctor in this episode is played by Anthony Heald, who also played the sanatorium director in the original franchise. Literally. What Nick Jr. ass kid watching Sam and Kat would understand this fucking joke. As a gag, I checked the Sam and Cat wiki, and I am very disappointed to report they have a long dedicated section explaining all of this. They even pointed out connections in the episode that I didn't notice. The reason this is sad is that I really wanted to go to the wiki and to have it say like, Neville's role in this episode might be a reference to the movie Cats and Dogs 2, The Revenge of Kitty Galore. Sam explains that she wants Neville's help, and as she passes him a note through a box, Neville grabs her arm and begs her to let him free. Once the moment has passed, he reads the note and sniffs Dice's hair, doing the little fava beans teeth thing. Neville licks a stain on the letter and says it can only be one thing: donkey sauce at Aloha Burger. Neville says the best place to hide someone is in an abandoned house, and there are 3 abandoned houses near Aloha Burger. When Sam questions why he knows this, Neville explains that he's training for his junior real estate license. One of the abandoned houses is on Crosby, one on Stills, and one on Nash. Haha, get it? Before Sam goes, Neville asks a question. What's the deal with Carly's mom? Sam has had enough stupid questions about the webcast and runs off. We cut to one of the 3 abandoned houses, the one which came with the convenient decor of the well from Silence of the Lambs sitting in the middle of the living room. Sitting at the bottom, Dice complains to Nora that he has no food, and Nora says she'll only feed it if it puts conditioner in its hair, and if it doesn't, it will get the hose again. Dice refuses, so she throws down another hose, still wound in the packaging, revealing the well is littered with them. Cat comes to the door, looking oddly HD for some reason, and reveals that she and Cat are checking houses separately. So Nora decides to pull out the Old Faithful.
You want to come check out my basement?
Well, sure.
So yeah, Cat gets thrown down the well, and Nora says she's going to make a wig out of her hair as well. Sam enters moments later and threatens the life of Maurice. She and Nora strike a deal. They will fight, and if Sam wins, the 3 can leave. But if Nora wins, Sam will go down the pit. Nora says not to underestimate her, because she's been in prison for 2 years. Fuck off. No, it has not been 2 years since iCarly Season 3. Go fuck yourself. It's one thing to turn a non-time loop franchise into a show where time never moves, and it's another thing to say that Sam and Cat are still 16 despite this obviously being a lie, but telling me that this show is set before the iCarly finale even aired? You morons should try giving a shit every once in a while. It's very therapeutic. So Nora says she's been in prison getting harder, stronger, and angrier, while Sam has been babysitting. So she should be ready for a real fight. So yeah, Sam throws her into the pit, fight over. After this, we cut to the major twist in the episode. Although it's not a twist if you've been paying attention to what the episode's making fun of, I guess. The asylum doctor rushes down the hall to find that Neville has escaped. He calls the staff to alert them to the situation.
Cock-a-doodle-doo! The cow says we know what the cow says!
The police arrive at the house and say that Nora is going back to prison near Seattle, where she'll be put on maximum security. But she swears she'll get out eventually, and she'll get revenge.
That goes for all the filthy iCarlys. And you dirty Sam and Cats. I'm a character that never dies!
That is the worst meta synergy I have ever seen in a TV show. So an officer says there's a call for her and hands her a cell phone. We see on the other end that it's Neville, who's dressed to the teeth and is sitting at a bar. Both the outfit and the bar itself are visibly copied directly from the end of Silence of the Lambs, as is most of the dialogue in this scene. Neville is soon joined by Gibby and Gibby's head, and Gibby asks Neville if he wants to get some food. Neville looks Gibby up and down and says, absolutely.
Neville, tell me where you are.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that, Sam. You see, I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Okay, so I'm going insane over here. Mild context check real quick before I just go off the deep end. One of my closest friends is a guy named Hippie Rat. He runs his own channel, his stuff is great, and if you've watched this channel, you probably know his stuff already. So Hippie is the only person I've ever known who watched Sam and Cat when it was on the air. And not because he wanted to, but rather because he had a little sister who was obsessed with it. So several years ago, when he first told me that there is an episode of Sam and Cat that is a parody of Silence of the Lambs, with Neville being depicted as Hannibal Lecter, and that it ends with the implication that Neville is going to murder and eat Gibby, I thought he must have been remembering wrong. I presumed it was written with extreme innuendo that he just forgot about, or that there were numerous ways to interpret it, but it's pretty explicit. They even use the same dialogue in the same way as the original film.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Although I should be transparent and say that the moment right after this does seem to imply that they really are just going out for dinner.
Come on, let's go get some tapenade.
Ooh, all right. But we're splitting the check 3 ways.
But like, these aren't mutually exclusive things. They can go out to dinner and then Neville can kill and eat Gibby's brain. They're not incompatible. And the reason this is so crazy is that Noah Monk apparently has a very negative relationship with the iCarly franchise, to the point that he has no role in the 2021 iCarly reboot. So canonically, the last time we ever see Gibby, he's hanging out with Neville, and it's implied that Neville is a cannibal and is going to eat him. And shockingly, with all that's been dropped in our laps, we are still not done. In the bonus scene playing over the credits, the inflatable kayak is found by Herb, who brags that he can use it at his beach house.
Well, life's going great!
So there's a lot to talk about with this episode, but a lot of it's less thematic and more technical. First of all, returning to our discussions of an ideal end to Sam and Cat. If you watch Sam and Cat on Netflix like a degenerate, this episode is listed as the show's finale at episode 35. There's 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Netflix counts the double episode earlier this season as 2 separate episodes. And secondly, Netflix uses production codes to decide ordering on Nickelodeon TV shows. This is actually ridiculously stupid, because a lot of these shows had alternate production codes for the extended specials. For instance, I Go to Japan, the first iCarly special, had a production code of $9.99. The next iCarly double bill, I Date a Bad Boy, had a production code of $9.98, and with each special after that, it kept counting down. This means that if you watch iCarly on Netflix, all of the specials are at the end in reverse order. So I Go to Japan is the last episode on the service. In the case of Sam and Cat, the tuna episode had the alternate production code of $9.99, and I'm guessing that this episode must have had the production code of 1,000 or higher. Although I can't find it listed that way anywhere, it's the only thing that would explain Netflix listing this episode as the show's finale. On Paramount Plus, all of the episodes are listed in broadcast order, which in my humble opinion is pretty much the order that these shows should be watched in. Although I still have beef with iCarly being sorted into 5 seasons on the service instead of the original 6. But there's a bigger discrepancy at play here, as Netflix and Paramount Plus actually have 2 different edits of this episode. The copy on Netflix is 22 minutes long, while the copy on Paramount Plus is 30 minutes long, and is the version that we just talked about. The reason for this is that, shockingly, when this episode first premiered, it was indeed 30 minutes long, which means that it was 45 minutes once commercials were added in. This was extremely irregular, as the episode was 8 minutes heavy, too long for a normal episode, but too short to be split in half. To compensate and get the schedule back on track, Nickelodeon premiered SpongeBob episode 188A, Kenny the Cat, right after this. Nickelodeon would not broadcast 188B until 365 days later. This means that Nickelodeon premiered half of a full SpongeBob episode an entire year early just to make up for this episode being a little bit long. Obviously, this wouldn't do for syndication. So after this, a 22-minute cut was made, and that's what aired on TV after this. The 22-minute edit is weird, because I do think that there are scenes that you could cut out entirely without hurting the episode, like Nora's entire phone call, for instance. That's never brought up again and honestly feels ridiculous when you realize that she has to be right outside of the apartment, but Sam and Kat just act like she could be anywhere. Instead, every scene in the episode is included, but pretty much any banter or jokes that don't further the plot are very awkwardly cut out. With that out of the way, the final thing I'd like to discuss is just some details about the timeline of the show. A lot of these old Nickelodeon sitcoms have somewhat detailed production details online, meaning it's very easy to figure out when certain episodes were filmed. However, the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat are an exception to this, as we only know that they were all filmed between September 2013 and April 2014. But according to my math, I believe that this episode should have been filmed in or around December 2013. Presuming this to be correct, then it's interesting to note that the same month that this tribute to the past was being filmed, the future was also coming into view. As on December the 20th, 2013, the pilot episode for Henry Danger was filmed in Burbank. The full season would begin filming in July of the next year, just a few months after Sam and Cat came to a crashing crescendo. Now, some people might argue that Nickelodeon preparing this other show is a sign that they knew that something was wrong and that the show wouldn't last much longer. And you might be right, but it's important to note that for years, the status quo was that two NSU shows were meant to be on the air at the same time. Zoe 101 with Drake and Josh, iCarly with Victorious, etc, etc. So it's possible that Nickelodeon expected Sam and Cat and Henry Danger were going to be siblings on the network. But personally, I do think the writing was on the wall, but I won't be able to explain why until much later in the video. So as we've now reviewed 30 episodes of Sam and Cat, it's time for yet another intermission. But first, let's go ahead and jump back into our Hashtag Crime recap. Hashtag Crime number 111 is Sam, Cat, Dice, and Goomer making a meth lab. I mean Blue Dog Soda Lab. Hashtag Crime number 112 is the trio causing an explosion inside of their apartment with the aforementioned Blue Dog Soda Lab. This next one is confusing, but I've set a pattern and I have to stick to it. In my iCarly videos, I stated very clearly that crimes committed inside of the April Fool's episode would not count, because they take place in an alternate dimension. However, in my Victorious saga, I reviewed the second iCarly bloopers episode, which featured Christopher Kane attempting a blatant scam. Because Christopher Kane is the main character of that iCarly episode, I jokingly listed this as iCrime number 70. But because the Sam and Cat series started with Hashtag Crime number 71, I have set the clear precedent that crimes committed outside of NSU Prime do count in the official rankings. This makes Hashtag Crime number 113 the Red Robot murdering Cameron Ocasio. And since we're streamlining our rules, let's go ahead and backpedal and make iCrime number 114 Gibby attacking numerous people with a stop sign in an alternate universe. Hashtag Crime number 115 isn't Sam and Cat knocking the leg off of Gabriella, unless we believe that all Fresno Girl dolls are secretly alive. You know, like Herbie back in action rules. This makes the actual Hashtag Crime number 115 the girls inciting a mass mob of shoplifting, with Hashtag Crime number 116 being them dolling and dashing themselves. Hashtag Crime number 117 is Sam beating up Shane Top at his magic shop and knocking over that can of red paint. Let's call Hashtag Crime number 118 Dice endangering Cat's life, and Hashtag Crime number 119 is, littering. Catching up to the latest episode, Hashtag Crime number 120 is Dice making Sam a fake Mexican driver's license. Now, when I was writing this one, I realized that it's been a while since I actually analyzed a crime, to actually figure out what specific laws were being broken, because I guess I'm pretty numb to this stuff by now. But I picked the wrong crime to research because of how complex this is. First of all, Google sucks now. They changed the search algorithm somehow, I don't know. So it's weirdly impossible to get the website to understand any niche research topic. Specifically, it was so hard to get Google to understand that I was trying to research illegal immigration into Mexico, not illegal immigration out of Mexico. But I was able to find out that in Mexico, entering the country illegally is a felony that can be punished with 2 years in prison and/or deportation without a trial. Now, the weird thing is, this plotline doesn't go anywhere. We see Sam agitated, she asks Dice for a fake driver's license to Mexico, but she never says why she needs it. As I watched, I had presumed that she had heard about Nora escaping and she was planning to jump the border, but she never says this. And if she was planning to do something illegal with the ID, we never see that in this episode. So the only crime I can assign is document fraud to Dice. Although it's really hard to find cases of American officials caring about fake IDs made for other countries. It really seems like the only way Sam or Dice could get busted for this is if they physically get caught in Mexico. Hashtag crime number 121 is Gibby failing to report Nora's location and intentions to the authorities. According to my readings, in the state of Washington, for doing this, the Gibster could be charged with accessory after the fact. This is, quote, assisting the offender in order to hinder or prevent his or her apprehension, trial, or punishment.
Hey, good luck.
Hashtag crime number 122 would be Gibby then doing the same thing with Neville, although I fear he won't be seeing trial for this one.
Okay, so we have now finished reviewing episode 30 of Sam and Cat, meaning we now officially have 4 episodes left to review in the original NSU. So while we wait to cover those, I thought it would be fun to do yet another of our classic pinboard segments. This is my favorite ongoing segment on the channel. I love doing these segments and I love seeing how far we've come in our journey. Can I ask for some advice real quick? I want to ask something real quick. So I had the flu this week. I think it was the flu because I took a COVID test and it wasn't COVID. Whatever it was, it fucked me up. And I lost a lot of time just being fucked up for a while. And now I'm kind of getting better. I'm getting back to where I was, but I just gotta ask something because it's been so long since I've been sick. I don't know, So I just wanted to ask, when does this become worrying? Like when is this like an uh-oh moment? Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think it could get worse, but is that just something that eyes do? I don't know. It is fair to say that most of the time when we're using this pinboard, we're usually using it to analyze characters from whatever franchise I'm talking about at that specific moment. For instance, last time we were here, we analyzed Woody. You know Woody? The guy? And today we're going to continue that trend as we talk about the myriad characters in Sam and Cat and beyond. So the last time I did a pinboard segment about Sam and Cat was right after episode 10, and one of the big points that I hammered home was that Sam and Cat had already lost the plot. This show was supposed to be about 2 legacy sitcom characters running a babysitting service, but by episode 10, it had changed to instead being about a rookie MMA boxer being trained by a 12-year-old. And by all accounts, it was a better show for it. But I'm now in a weird place where I think the show has done that a second time. Because the show has definitely lost the plot, when it comes to why Goomer is in the show and why Goomer is endearing. I want to compare it to Spencer from iCarly. Now, for those of you who haven't seen my iCarly videos, haven't seen my other videos, haven't seen me mention this as an example 100 times, in the early seasons of iCarly, Spencer was an artist. He made sculptures, he tried to sell them, he tried to get them into museums, and that was his defining character trait. It was what, inspired all of his B-plot antics. But then towards the end of the show, it shifted in a really weird way where he instead became a sitcom guy, right? Like Spencer's big trait was he almost knew he was in a sitcom, and he would run around and do weird sitcom B-plots that had nothing to do with his career or his character. And he would do weird stuff that didn't make sense exclusively because it filled up the episode pretty okay. And this isn't really a hot take by this point, but taking an important character like that and butchering his motivations and his reason for being on screen kind of was one of the big things that made iCarly borderline unwatchable by the end. And the sad thing is that Goomer and Dice, the characters in the show that would make it watchable if they were the only characters, by this point in the series, that is exactly what's happening to them, because they're constantly in scenes where it's like they don't know why they're there, they don't know why they're acting how they are, and they're acting like they almost know they're in a sitcom. Like Goomer hasn't brought up that he's a boxer in quite a long time, and you're really just starting to feel the show getting worse, which is shocking because it always sucked ass. Overwhelmingly though, the big thing that stands out to me when I look at this pinboard and I look at all these characters is we're 30 episodes in. I've watched 20 more episodes since the last time I did this. And I'm out of things to say. I don't have anything new. I rewatched that last pinboard segment right before I did this, and I handled it then. I was just right about everything. And at some point, what else do you want me to say? What do you want me to stand here and say about these goddamn characters? Do I really gotta kind of be here and be like, did you ever notice that Dice has a fedora on? Did you ever notice that? Did you ever notice that sometimes Nona will come on screen and she'll be like, back in the 90s, I dated O.J. Simpson, and then they changed the topic. Isn't that wild? There's nothing fucking else to say. I hit the nail on the head last time I fucking did this. I just realized my voice is deeper today. And as I've been recording this, I've been like, I sound like shit. And I just realized it's because I've been trying to do the presenter voice. Look, this is the presenter, but I can't do it today, so I'm just gonna talk like this for a while. Sorry, guys. So I don't want you to have the misconception that because I just, said that I literally don't have anything to say. I do have things I want to say. I just don't have a lot, and I don't have it, organized as neatly as I usually do. But we're going to... But we're going to officially start things off here with some string theory. So 12 months ago, aka 1 year ago, aka 2 videos ago, I did a video about the second half of the show Victorious. And in that video, I did an intermission where I got some string out and I ranked all of the ships in the show Victorious. Well, today I'm going to be doing this again, except today we're going to be talking about all of the ships, implied and otherwise, in the Sam and Cat episode, #the Killer Tuna Jump, #Robbie, fuck. Today we are going to be talking about all of the implied ships in the Sam and Cat episode, #the Killer Tuna Jump, #Freddy, #Jade, #Robbie. So the thing about this episode is that from an outsider's perspective, it might seem like this really weird outlier, but if you know what happens to this universe after this episode is actually like foreshadowing for what these shows are going to become. So right after Sam and Cat ended, Henry Danger premiered on Nickelodeon, right? And then arguably, Game Shakers replaced Sam and Cat. And Game Shakers and Henry Danger kind of forged this new era. So the thing about Game Shakers and Henry Danger is that neither of these shows had a romance arc inside of the main cast. So what I mean by that is sometimes a character in these shows would have a love interest who would show up for a couple episodes, usually like maybe 2 to 5. But they would be a recurring character. It wouldn't be a love interest with another character inside the main cast. So Henry Hart didn't have a crush on Charlotte. Kenzie didn't have a crush on Hudson. And obviously this was probably done because of the severe burnout that the writers had experienced with iCarly. But the weird side effect of this is that the closest thing these two shows had to a main character ship is that Henry from Henry Danger and Babe from Game Shakers were sometimes implied to have a thing going on. The two shows crossed over a couple times. There were like constant chances to kind of hint at this. But the thing is, Game Shakers ended before Henry Danger. It ended in 2019. So clearly they were thinking, what's the best way to end this thing? And this is the final scene of Game Shakers. Babe is preparing to leave the studio. She opens the door and Henry is standing there. He's made the trip from the West Coast all the way to Brooklyn, and he's there just to see Babe.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Cool.
And that's where the show ends. To clarify, that's not the start to the final episode. That's the final scene in the finale. And that has always stood out to me as such a hilariously bad way to end a sitcom. To have a protagonist from a different goddamn sitcom show up to be like, I'm in love with you. And then it fades and that's the end of the show while the other sitcom keeps going. Because I'm like 95% sure the show Henry Danger never brings that up again. You know, Henry's never like, oh, hey, remember when I traveled 2,500 miles just to see that girl? And then the screen faded and she stopped existing. Remember that, guys? And they're perpetually making this project that never gets finished. That's like a Henry Danger reunion movie, right? And supposedly they're gonna make it this time for real. And I just keep thinking about like, is there an expectation that they have to explain what happened in Game Shakers? Like they have to put time aside in their like reunion movie to justify the ending to a completely different sitcom that no one even liked in the first place? On the Henry Danger fandom wiki, it has a list of all of Henry's love interests, and it has like all of his ex-girlfriends on there. And then below that, it says Phoebe Thunderman on his side. And when I first read that, I thought the Henry Danger wiki was telling me that Phoebe Thunderman was Henry Danger's side bitch. I thought that's what it was saying. And then I realized that these wikis are all written by 12-year-olds that don't know how to talk about feelings. And they were just trying to say that it was like a one-sided crush in some fucking like crossover special. You know what I mean? So yeah, The Thundermans is another Nickelodeon superhero show from the same era that is also getting some weird reunion project. And at some point, The Thundermans and Henry Danger crossed over, and in that episode, it was implied that like Henry Danger was like into the main girl from The Thundermans. So like Henry Danger only goes for girls from other copyright dates. The point I'm trying to make is that hashtag the Killer Tuna Jump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie, it's not a weird outlier. It's the motherfucking blueprint. I think one of the big things they were trying to figure out when they made this show is it possible to actually get kids unironically invested in a cross-franchise ship? So there's only 2 prerequisites before we get into this. First of all, we are not going to be talking about ships that we've discussed previously, obviously. So there's no need to, like... My voice is fucking all over the place to, like, during this recording session. Like, it's back to normal now? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, random flu virus? Like, what? Why is my voice back to normal now? So yeah, there's 2 prerequisites here. Number 1, we are not going to be covering ships that we basically have already covered in other videos. So there's no need to talk about like Sam and Freddy. There's no need to talk about Kat and Robbie. We're only doing cross-franchise ships in this intermission. The other one is, I'm not going to talk about ships that they don't even really highlight in the episode. Like, there's no point of talking about like Freddy and Jade, you know, because obviously that could be a ship, but I think they've canonically said like 3 words to each other. So since the show didn't even like care to highlight it, why, like, we're not going to talk about it. There's nothing to say. So let's go ahead and start things off here with Jade and Sam. According to ships.fandom.com, this is called Jam. The header pic for this article is a GIF of Sam poking Jade's shoulder. Wow, physical contact. Impressive. So this is one that's definitely like implied in the episode, and I don't mean implied as in like, oh, it's implied that Sam and Jade have feelings for each other. I mean, it's implied that the writers want the audience to start shipping them because the writers think it would be funny. And I say like the writers there, but there's a little mystery here in my opinion, where it's not entirely clear if all of that was in the script or it's just something that like the actors kind of came up with on set. Like, did the script for this episode actually say Jade slapped Sam's ass, or is that just something they did, you know, on take 1 and they kept it? You know what I mean? The subtext of this episode is that in the eyes of the writers, Sam and Jade are the exact same character. And I know that in like a more actualized sense, like analyzing these shows individually, they aren't literally the same character. I think a writer with talent could have them in a story and highlight how they're different more clearly. But I really think the point that the writers had with this episode is that like, oh, Sam and Jade are almost the exact same character. I do think it's notable that kind of while I was writing this segment and right before I got really, really sick, I saw this post on Twitter that was like a photo of Sam and Jade from their individual shows, clearly made by someone that didn't know they have met. And it was like, who would win in a fight between Sam and Jade? And that represented to me that, at least to the internet, they're in the same category of character. And that's just such a mean thing to do to Jade, because I think when you bring that comparison up, I think pretty much everybody agrees. It's like among other normal human beings, Jade is a badass, but among other badasses, Jade kind of sucks. She's a hot topic badass. So my big point here is that I think shipping Sam and Jade is almost sort of narcissistic. You know, it would be really egotistical of Sam or Jade to be attracted to each other because, at least from this episode's perspective, they're so similar that like I said, it would be narcissistic if they were dating each other. Like it'd be kind of fucking weird. This is a piece of trivia you might care about. When I did this second Victorious video, I printed all the characters on photo paper, and I almost have never done that otherwise because it's such a hassle to like figure out like what size to make the pictures and shit. So for that one video, I printed everything on photo paper. So this is the original. And for any other like pinboard segment, if I'm gonna use an old photo, I gotta print it again. But like Jade and Robbie are originals. I lost Kat, I don't know how, but yeah, it's like these have held up pretty good. Next up, let's go ahead and do
Sam and Robbie. Now, it's hard to take this one seriously because not even the episode does. Robbie's not really into Sam. He's mostly there to, like, kind of confront Kat, and Sam's only using Robbie to make Kat jealous, so these two should never speak to each other ever again. Which I have a string for that. Fucking string's not long enough. I'm gonna have to move it. The string wasn't long enough, so I made adjustments. Didn't feel like cutting a new string. Okay, now it's time for the big one. Kat X Freddy. Now, it might shock you to hear that I actually don't mind this one as much as I expected. I've outed myself many times as a former SETI shipper, but I think that really had more to do with the format of the show and that I understood what basic good storytelling is. Nowadays, when it's like a completely different franchise and I see them together in a room, I'm like, okay, sure. Yeah, I guess in the end, Freddy is just somebody Sam used to know. Foreshadowing number -1. At some point, you start respecting Freddy too much to actually want him to be in a relationship with someone like Sam. Like that weird season 5 storyline in iCarly, it was all like, oh, Freddy and Sam are not good for each other because they equally make their relationship toxic. Because Freddy is into trains when Sam isn't. And Sam enjoys destroying everything that Freddy loves. They are equally at fault for what happened. Kat at least has the decency to like flirt with Freddy and to do things with him that they both enjoy. And in the fucked up world of these shows, that immediately makes this like an S tier ship. I want to give them a red string. You know, if for some reason we're making ourselves exist in a world where iCarly and Victorious are going to get rebooted again as one show, and we have to pick cross-franchise ships. Like, we can't pick any like Jade and Tori or Freddy and Carly. Like, we can't pick any of that shit. We have to pick cross-franchise ships. I do think this is the S tier ship, so I want to give it a red string. But I lost that weird like little bundle of yarn. But this room has been covered for a year with just little snippets of yarn from the last video. Because I just don't like sweep in here. And I just looked on the floor and look at this. This is just like a bit of yarn I cut for the last time I did this. It's just been on the floor. So we got a bit of red string. I guess I'll put it up. An important thing I want to point out is that we're not necessarily analyzing the plot of this episode. We're analyzing the vibes. Because obviously Kat actually doesn't give a shit about Robbie. She's just being a manipulative asshole. But I don't think that should like actually have anything to do with the quality of the ship. The idea of the ship is that we're imagining an ideal world where this show is good. So the vibes here were good, so that's why it's a red string ship. Okay, next let's go ahead and talk about Robbie and Freddy. I'm gonna go ahead and give these guys a pink string, okay? They're getting a pink string. That's good. So for those of you who haven't seen the Victorious videos for some reason, close this video. Those videos are better. Just go watch the Victorious videos. But anyways, you know, in case you don't want to watch them and you want to recap, or you forgot, or you don't care, you want to hear me talk or whatever. So white string means two characters should be friends, but they shouldn't be dating. Gray string means no contact, I think. That means these characters shouldn't talk to each other. The pink string means that this is like a solid storyline idea. So I think in the video I said Troy and Britta. Like, Troy and Britta never pissed me off as a ship in Community. But obviously they shouldn't have stayed together. It was like a fine thing to do for a couple episodes. So I think Freddy and Robbie, if you took them away and you separated them from this episode, Freddy and Robbie could be like an interesting little arc. Once again, where we're moving the characters from the actual contents of this episode. Obviously, what we see in this episode is only cute from Robbie's perspective. From Freddy's perspective, it's supposed to be horrifying. But when you move all that like context, I think Freddy and Robbie very clearly could work. So I'm theoretically a Frobby supporter, just not in the long run here. And then of course, red string means
end game. Red string means that is end game. So to finally wrap things up here with a ship that you probably didn't think I would be including here, let's talk about Sam and Cat. So when I was reviewing Victorious, a big joke I had in my head all along throughout the entire process was it would be really funny if I occasionally implied that Jade and Tori were a good ship, because I thought it would be a really funny twist for the show to pull. And then I was completely blindsided when towards the end of the show, they had a full episode directly referencing this ship. And by the end, I think we all know it was no longer a joke. I actually do think Jade and Tori are a great ship, and even if you don't agree that those two characters should be together in that show, I think it's a very interesting dynamic that I don't think any other live-action sitcom has ever done. You know, the theoretical idea of a will they, won't they storyline, you know, between two girls, you know, where one of them acts like they hate the other. I mean, I can't think of a live-action sitcom that has done that idea, like really properly played it out over a couple seasons. But like, yeah, Jory all the way. I have a point here, and that is that when I started Sam and Cat, I had the exact same thing in my head. I said to myself, it would be so goddamn funny if throughout this entire show, I was shipping Sam and Cat. And I think if you rewind and you watch my review of the pilot episode and the ways I described so many of the scenes, it's really obvious that was my angle and that was my expectation going into the show. As Ringo Starr once said, "Oh my fucking God, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them." But the more that I watched this show, the more that I really started to hate these two characters being together. And the weird thing is that exactly like in Victorious, I think at some stage this was done on purpose. Because while in Victorious, Jade and Tori are sometimes sarcastically coded as like a will they, won't they teenage dream sort of vibe, in Sam and Cat are directly coded constantly as an angry married couple from the 1950s.
You're here babysitting with another girl.
Oh, you're never home.
Yeah, because I've been at work, working my butt off all day and night, and then I come home to find you here with another girl.
What did you expect? You work all the time and I have needs.
All right, I can't take this.
Sam, no, please don't drink another root beer.
You folded our money into a man.
We've already had 3 root beers and it's still morning.
I drink the root beer because of you.
And like, why? You know what I mean? Like, who is getting something out of that? Who was this for? At the end of the day, Sam and Cat's relationship as people is the same relationship they have as sitcom characters. They bring out the worst in each other. And that is why they are getting a gray string. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and take all the strings down. Because none of that was fucking real and none of that mattered. So, I still have one last thing I want to talk about in this segment. You know, one last important thing that I have a good amount of script for. But it's very clear, as I've been recording this, it's been very obvious that I'm not quite back up to 100% health-wise. So I'm going to go ahead and take a few days off and try and get up to 100%, and then I'm going to come back and film the rest of what I've written, and when I do that, we'll do the infinity gag again, so it'll all be worth it. It'll be a genuine good time.
Okay, so it's been a few days. I'm back. I'm feeling great. I'm having a good time. My ear feels kind of weird, but we're here and we're going to try and finish up this whole shebang. Last time we were here, we went ahead and ranked all of the ships in hashtag the Killer Tuna Jump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie. And now we only have one last thing I want to talk about in the NSU before we move on from the pinboard. But first, I want to talk about my good friend Billiam. So I originally wanted to start the Pinboard segment here with me talking about this. I kind of made a mental note, and then I kind of lost that in my, mental filing cabinets, and I forgot to do that at all. But yes, I do want to start this video today by talking about my good pal Billiam. I wanted to give you guys a little call to action and just talk about something that happened with him. So Billiam was recently a victim to a phishing scam that has become, more and more common on YouTube, where basically he was tricked into giving his YouTube password away to a group of scammers who hacked his account and for a couple days took it over. And because of that, he lost his channel for a few days. His channel became something called ChatGPT, not associated with the official ChatGPT, but a bunch of scammers doing like a ChatGPT themed live stream where everyone hosting the live stream was like a fake AI version of somebody. Like it was all like Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey and all this shit. So basically, yeah, Billiam was caught in this situation where he was hacked. He had his channel taken over. There was this scam stream running on his channel for a couple days, and then eventually he got the channel back, right? He was able to reobtain his channel. And you might be wondering why I'm talking about this. And the reason is that I like to kind of try and use some of my content to spread a little positivity, and I wanted to spread the word about what had happened, because what I hate about this stuff is whenever this happens, this awful thing happened to Billiam, and then because of this, he now has to face negative repercussions and nothing but negative repercussions. I'm going to unwind myself because I don't know why I turned like that. There we go. So basically, because his channel was hacked and this scam live stream was on his channel for a couple days, he lost 40,000 subscribers before he got his channel back. And another side effect is whenever this happens, the algorithm, thinks very negatively of his channel now. I think his latest video underperformed a little. And in my eyes, that's the YouTube algorithm being like, oh, that live stream you didn't perform very well. You had some negative retention there. And it's like, well, that's because it wasn't him. It was someone hacked his channel. So, he lost all these subscribers, his videos aren't performing like they should. I thought it would just be kind of a nice thing to do a little Pinboard intermission. This is an intermission in the Pinboard segment. The Pinboard segment is not an intermission, but this is an intermission in the Pinboard segment where I'm telling you that you should go and subscribe to Billiam's channel, because there's two kinds of people I'm hoping to target with this segment. The first is there's at least like 20-30,000 people who unsubscribed from Billiam's channel because they just saw this scam account running in their subscription feed and they were like, what the hell is this? And they unsubscribed. But they never figured out like, oh, that was Billiam's account and I need to go back and resubscribe now. So he's still, he's never regained those followers he lost. So I'm hoping that some of you are realizing what happened and are rushing back to subscribe to him again. And then also, as an additional thing, I think there's a lot of you out there that don't know about Billiam's channel, that don't know his content, and I think you should subscribe because his stuff is great. And to help kind of spread the positivity, in the pinned comment of this video, I have linked my favorite Billiam video. It's not one of his most popular videos, but it's a video I think about all the time. And when his channel was down for a couple days, it devastated me that I couldn't go back and rewatch this video for the upteenth time. So basically, go to that link, add that video to your watch later, subscribe to the channel. I just thought this would be a nice thing to kind of do for my friend. I'm going to change my shirt and do the gag again. So as I said earlier, the main thing that we have used this Pinboard for in the past is analyzing characters who appear in these shows. And my favorite thing to do has always been to go and talk about characters who aren't the main characters, but do make the show special. And so in today's Pinboard segment, I want to talk about one of Sam and Cat's greatest ongoing recurring characters. But I don't want to spoil which character we're analyzing yet. because we have an extra bit of content we have to look at first, and I want you guys to be surprised by what happens in this one. So, with absolutely no setup, I would now like to review an episode of Henry Danger, which is relevant to Sam and Cat. This is Season 2, Episode 7, Secret Beef, which originally aired on November the 14th, 2015. So at the start of the episode, we see a news report being presented by a news anchor, who tells us a story about a cat being disqualified from a cat triathlon for using cat steroids. She's suddenly interrupted by Fake Boyle, who says there's more important news, as Captain Man and Kid Danger, their friendly neighborhood super team, have caught the Time Jerker. This scene is a direct follow-up to the previous episode, Season 2, Episode 6, The Time Jerker. So the two are talking about how they caught the Time Jerker from Episode 206, The Time Jerker, when Captain Man hogs the spotlight for one simple purpose. There is a private restaurant in Swellview called Montego's, a steak restaurant which does not do reservations, as you instead have to be invited by the owner. Captain Man makes a direct call to action. He wants to eat at Montego's and patiently awaits the call of the owner. 2 weeks later, we see Henry and Charlotte hanging out in the man cave. Ray rushes down, wanting to know if there has been a call by Montego's yet. Ray is frustrated that he hasn't been invited despite his call to action. When his intercom rings, he literally throws Charlotte out of the way to answer it, only for the caller to just be someone in distress, so he hangs up. Henry says this isn't appropriate and answers the call himself. The person calling lives in an elderly home and reports that an armed thief just stole all of their money and their clothes.
I'm sorry, did you say you're all elderly and naked?
Yes, that's right!
Sorry, wrong number.
So after the title sequence, we see Henry at school, which was still a place he went to in the earlier seasons. He's approached by Miss Chapin and a small, pathetic marching band. The teacher recounts that several weeks ago, she was injured in the gymnasium and was found by Henry, who pulled a rusty nail out of her foot, perhaps saving her life. And for doing this, she has got him 2 very special gifts. A necklace made partially out of the same bloody rusty nail, and a gift card that will allow 2 people to dine at Montego's. So the basic setup from here is that Henry has a free pass to this restaurant, and everyone in the school wants to be his number 2. Like most episodes of the show, the plot has virtually nothing to do with superheroes, and could be rewritten for pretty much any other NSU show with very little effort. So Henry comes home, only to find his living room filled to the brim with people he knows, and some he doesn't.
Why are you all here?
To congratulate you.
And to give you presents.
For winning Student of the Month.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, so you guys already heard about that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Even some of our neighbors heard about it.
Hey, neighbors.
Hey, Henry.
And you are?
Oh, my name's Herb. I'm visiting from Los Angeles. Thinking about buying a vacation home here in Swellview. My life's going great.
And you're here why?
I just saw people walking into this house. Joined them.
It becomes clear that everyone is only here because they know about the gift card. Those in the room begin to fight over who should get to go, before Ray suddenly barges in. He says he was walking a friend's dog when he heard the news, and he ran 9 miles to get to the house, losing the dog in the act. For most of Henry's friends, this is the first time they've met Ray outside of his disguise, so Henry has to introduce him as his boss from Junkin' Stuff. After some hesitation, Henry says that Ray is the person he's going to take. And Ray acts like a little baby over this news because that's how he acts all the time. The next day, Henry goes to school, but his locker explodes in his face. He's approached by Bianca, who was his love interest in 6 episodes of the first 2 seasons. They canonically share a locker, and she has decided to get him a present for their 6-month locker-versary. It's a tiny replica of their locker, which also explodes in his face. Henry says he feels bad because he hasn't got her anything, and she says going to Montego's is all she needs.
Well, yeah. Duh. I mean, what kind of person wins dinner for 2 and doesn't invite his girlfriend? A terrible person. Right, not me. Not me.
If you think it's weird that Henry forgot that he has a girlfriend, keep in mind this character is so unremarkable that this is literally the last time she shows up. So Henry has to go to the man cave after school and see Ray, who tells him emotionally that going to Montego's has pulled him out of a deep depression. And he's always seen Henry as if he were a little brother. Henry breaks the bad news, and Ray tries to play it cool, only to throw a very minor but furious temper tantrum. So a major theme of Henry Danger is that Captain Man was made physically indestructible as a teenager, and the idea is that emotional growth is achieved through hardship, so Captain Man acts like a baby all the time because he literally can't be killed, and he's never gone through hardship in like a physical sense. But this part of the show being thematically coherent doesn't stop it from getting really, really grating. So the big night comes around, and Henry goes down to find his parents and his 2 best friends dressed to the teeth to see him off. They say that if anything were to happen to Bianca, like her mysteriously disappearing and never showing up again, they wanted to make sure he wouldn't end up being alone. He says they're sick, but heads outside to find that pretty much everyone else had the same idea.
I'm taking Bianca!
My life's still going great.
Henry shows up at the restaurant to find that Ray is already there and is impersonating him, with Schwoz dressed up as Bianca. You could write a college entry essay on this show's obsession with putting Schwoz in a dress and how it was secretly extremely woke the whole time. You see, Schwoz's actor is named Michael D. Cohen, and in 2019, after years of performing at Nickelodeon, Michael revealed in an op-ed piece that he was transgender. He had been assigned female at birth before transitioning in his 20s. While this was the first time that the public had known about this, all of his friends on the show had apparently known for years. Despite this, the cast did record a tongue-in-cheek video of them all reacting to the article.
I just can't believe you never told us. I mean, you were born in Canada? Winnipeg? What is that?
You think you know someone?
How do I explain this to my parents?
Okay, like, you guys read the whole article, right?
Oh, yeah.
Almost everybody's transitioned.
No, Sean, that is not true.
So my point is that while usually man in a dress gags are kind of just bottom of the barrel and usually indicative of a very limited worldview, especially when the entire joke is just that men don't look good in dresses, when they do the same joke with Schwoz, it accidentally turns out to be extremely gender affirming, and again, that's probably by accident.
Pardon me, where's the ladies' room?
I know you're not a girl.
So Ray has to recap the entire story, and Bianca feels bad, as she's not even into steak. She was going to order the chicken. Ray and Henry have a very public argument, with Ray throwing another loud tantrum.
Boys!
You're a boy!
So Bianca says she doesn't mind, and if Ray is really into this place, she'll let him take her spot. She walks home and is never seen again. So the two get to eating, but quickly notice 2 men across the room, who Ray immediately recognizes as 2 bank robbers they've been trying to catch. Ert and Bernie. This is one of the few stupid jokes on this show that I actually really like. They mention Ert and Bernie all the time, and it always makes me laugh because it's so stupid. So the two have to suit up off screen and bust the bad guys. And what I mean is that they throw the bad guys around so much that they break the entire restaurant. And watching through this scene, it makes you realize that, like, Captain Man and Kid Danger might straight up be corrupt. because they immediately just start beating the shit out of these two guys without the situation being escalated to that. And the entire thing is basically Erd and Bernie just trying to stand up off the ground, and Henry and Ray just keep punching them in the face while they're still struggling to get to their feet.
Care for some fresh pepper?
Henry even does that like Shrek 2 joke where he grinds pepper into the dude's eyes. Like, if these were cops and not superheroes, there would be an op-ed piece about this by the time they left the building. It's kind of fucked up. What's worse about it is as soon as they finish beating these guys to a pulp, the cops magically appear and arrest them. So the existence of superheroes in the NSU literally feels like an excuse for unnecessary brutality to still be a part of the legal system, but without any culpability due to the existence of secret identities and the lack of ability to blame this on the police. I do the fart noises gag again, but last time it gave me a migraine. So Kid Danger and Captain Man go back to their table and keep eating their food, and the doorman comes over and says that they aren't on the list, so their food gets thrown away and they never get a bite. They make it back to the man cave, where Ray eventually notices a small sliver of steak is caught in Henry's suit. The two split it down the middle, but are quickly disappointed by the experience, and decide to go to Backout Steakhouse instead. Okay, so rewinding mentally now from that entire third act, it's quite obvious that the sole reason that we have just watched that episode is because of the two cameos by Herb. Okay, so here's why this episode is so especially weird to me. To this day, there remains countless people who continue to insist that the universe presented in Zoe 101, Drake and Josh, iCarly, and Victorious must be a separate world from the universe presented in Game Shakers, Henry Danger, and Danger Force. And for some time, there was no explicit evidence to contradict this. The big breakthrough, of course, was when Goomer began to appear on Henry Danger, but that wouldn't happen until 2017. So for several years, the only piece of evidence that Henry Danger and iCarly took place in the same universe was that an obscure runner character from the widely disliked iCarly spinoff appeared in Henry Danger for 2 scenes of 1 episode. And they very clearly knew that this was an incredibly important moment because the header pic on the Henry Danger wiki page for this episode is a photo of Henry and Herb together. This was a major twist that was simply played off as inconsequential. But despite what you may think, we are still not ready to analyze this character, because Herb appeared in one more show set in the NSU, that being The Adventures of Kid Danger. Now, I want to talk about this for a quick moment because I said something on Twitter a while ago. They got a couple people like shocked and confused, so I want to explain my opinions about this. So a couple months ago, right after Velma came out, there was a bunch of like viral tweets that were all like, this is the list. This is the list of the worst shows ever made. The worst shows that have no fans and no supporters and no defenders. And it was like a couple bad cartoons for adults. And then every other show on the list was just a show for children that came out after the person who made the tweet stopped watching kids shows. And the two things that really stood out to me when I looked at this were the inclusions of The Adventures of Kid Danger and Fred the Show. And I don't know if I've ever gone on the record about this, but first of all, Fred the Show has a poor reputation exclusively with people who have never watched it and thus don't understand that it has all the qualities of a cult classic. And second of all, The Adventures of Kid Danger is pretty okay. It's an okay show. Here's why I care about this enough to complain about it. I always see The Adventures of Kid Danger on these lists of the worst kids shows ever made, but I never see Henry Danger on that same list. And what that says is that The Adventures of Kid Danger is worse than Henry Danger when it's not. It's a better show than Henry Danger. And basically the take that I always commonly see is that the Henry Danger story drags down the medium of animation to make this show. But I don't look at it that way. In my opinion, the medium of animation drags Henry Danger up to make a better program. Because, as I've said, Henry Danger is a better cartoon than it is a live-action show. And I enjoy the animated series far more than I enjoy the sitcom. When it comes to analyzing pop culture, there's this thing I like to call the nostalgia zone. It's usually like this period of years where a lot of people online are nostalgic for something, and that zone doesn't really like shift, it grows, right? So like there are people watching this video that are nostalgic for the 90s, there are people watching this video that are nostalgic for like the early 2000s, and now there are people watching this video that are distinctly nostalgic for like 2013 to 2015. And basically I think the only reason that The Adventures of Kid Danger gets more flack than the parent show that it's better than is that The Adventures of Kid Danger is not old enough for anyone to be nostalgic for it, but in like 5 or 10 years, you'll see clips of that show on Twitter and TikTok, and people will be saying, oh, this is back when Nickelodeon was good! But why do I think Henry Danger works better as a cartoon? Well, there's a couple reasons. First of all, in the cartoon, the characters are a lot less mean to each other. They're a lot more genuine. It's a lot easier to watch the show because of that. The pacing is better. The episodes are 11 minutes instead of 22, so there's a lot less of dragging out stuff that isn't funny or interesting. And then the big thing is that in The Adventures of Kid Danger, you actually get to see them doing like superhero stuff, like stuff that you would see in a movie. And because of that, it feels more like an actual superhero franchise when it's depicted in that way. And I know that the animation looks cheap. It's not fucking Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, but if you have to watch one Henry Danger show, if you're contractually forced to watch something in the Dangerverse, I think this is the thing you should pick. One of the really cool things about The Adventures of Kid Danger is that if you watch it and you haven't seen Henry Danger, you'll still probably pick up on a lot of obscure references to other shows in the NSU. For instance, in the first episode, there's a storyline where a bus is stolen, and we see it drive past the Handy Quick gas station, which is the same gas station that Sam and Cat robbed at the beginning of Season 1B, aka this video. In episode 6A, Henry becomes an Uber driver, and at one point in the episode, he's seen picking up who he thinks is Gibby from iCarly.
Oops! Okay, Gibby Gibson. Oh my gosh, you're that kid from iCarly!
Yeah, just drive, boy!
Yeah, sure beans.
And I know you're thinking, Quentin, I thought Gibby was dead. And you're right, he is, because it turns out that's not Gibby, it's a guy disguised as Gibby.
Hey, look at that, it's the cops, I better pull over.
You just keep driving!
Gibby! What would iCarly say?
I'm not Gibby!
Drill finger!
Oh, and by the way, do you ever think it's sad that we never get to see Drake and Josh together in the NSU after 2008? Well, guess what? You're fucking wrong! Because in episode 10A, the gang get a dream machine. And Captain Man decides that he wants to dream that he's a character in Drake and Josh. And both Drake and Josh appear in the cartoon. Drake is actually played by Drake Bell, and Josh chooses not to say anything.
Hi, Drake. Hi, Josh. Your dad's home. You're not our dad. This is my dream. Now call me Dad.
At the end of the episode, after they've defeated some bad guys inside of the dream, Drake says, which is Josh's catchphrase. Okay. And in episode 9A, when all of the wax statues from a wax museum come to life, one of the wax statues is clearly Crazy Steve from Drake and Josh. So basically, there's some episodes that imply that this show is set in the same universe as all of these other legacy sitcom shows, and then there's other episodes where it's implied that all of these other legacy sitcom shows exist as TV shows within the cartoon. So basically, it is a bona fide NSU classic. So now let's talk about Season 1, Episode 10B, Sticky Vicky. So the episode starts off with Henry's high school class on a field trip to the Swellview Museum of Celebrity Garbage, and they're quickly introduced to one of the main employees.
Now listen to this guy who works here.
Hiya, kids. I've spent most of my life sneaking around celebrity trash cans rooting through their garbage.
I'm so jelly.
As I'm sure you figured out, that is Herb, literally with the same voice actor and everything. Incidentally, Ray is also there as a chaperone, and also Swash shows up in disguise as a teenager. So Herb takes them all on a tour of the museum, and it's heavily implied that he is the creator of the entire enterprise. Everything in the museum is something once owned by a celebrity that Herb has personally dug out of their garbage. He gives a few brief examples before getting into the museum's most prized possession.
Now this is one of our museum's most valuable items. The red wig Ariana Grande wore when she played Kat on the TV show Victorious.
Now just hold on a goddamn minute. First of all, Ariana Grande didn't wear a wig on the set of Victorious because back then she was dyeing her hair. Everyone fucking knows this. Second of all, how are you, a character from the show Sam and Cat, able to comprehend the existence of Ariana Grande when one of the people in that show is Cat, played by Ariana Grande? Is this doing it for you guys anymore? I honestly have no idea. Okay, so Herb explains that he found this wig by hunting through the dumpster behind Nickelodeon.
And there it was.
Ooh, question! May we smell the wig?
Oh no. That wig is worth over $2 million. So don't smell it.
Jasper sniffs it anyways and immediately gets thrown out by security. As Herb takes the group to see an empty tube of Justin Bieber's lip gloss, we see a cat burglar breaking into the museum. And this burglar turns out to actually be Sticky Vicky. So Sticky Vicky was a very obscure but established character before this. She was introduced in the Henry Danger motion comics, which was a series of animated shorts on YouTube featuring Captain Man and Kid Danger fighting bad guys. In that story, she had sticky boots, which sadly got caught on everything around her, causing all of her plans to fail. As soon as she made the grand transition to TV for this episode, the writers decided to give her a new superpower and a grosser one. She can spit on things, like most people can, but her spit has the strength and stickiness of a rubbery glue. So Sticky Vicky spits all over Ariana Grande's wig, then attaches it to her back. As the alarm rings, Herb and the tour group run back in time to see what's happened, before they flee at the sight of the supervillain. Sticky Vicky spits on Henry and Ray, and the two can't get detached from one another, so they use their bubble gum to morph into their outfits. However, they're still stuck together, with their costumes combined into one awkward mess. They keep fighting Sticky Vicky, who taunts that her sticky spit means they are stuck together. This implies that Sticky Vicky is one of the few bad guys in the extended Dangerverse to deduce their secret identities exclusively based on basic context clues. The rest of this episode is just weird and gross, so here's a list of stuff in the background. There's a little tiny Christmas tree, and a big pile of guitars, and there's a urinal, and there's a single Ugg boot, and then Jimmy Fallon's used fish tank. I think the purple hoodie is supposed to be Kanye's. There's a Game Boy in the background with a few games, and finally you can make out what is very clearly Tom Baker's scarf. So in the end, Sticky Vicky accidentally sticks her own face to Captain Man's butt, and the two literally drag her off to prison. Also, Schwoz got attached to a bus. This is the cartoon's finale. Okay, so now we are able to properly analyze Herb across his many appearances and incarnations. Herb obviously originated from Sam and Cat, and in my opinion, he is one of the few redeemable elements. If Herb, Dice, and Goomer originated in a different show, we would all think of them as absolutely classic characters. To me, Herb is basically written as an almost self-aware parody of the depiction of homeless people in these shows. On iCarly, the homeless population of Seattle was brought up often and always to be mocked. Carly and the gang throw a bum costume party, and on one occasion, Carly recruits a group of homeless people to act in her web show before kicking them out to the streets with a broom. So the joke here is built on the implicit expectation. Herb shows up, and you think he's going to be another low-effort homeless caricature, before he reveals that he's actually the most well-off and happy person in the entire series.
Where do you live?
I have a little condo up the street. My life's going great.
And unlike most characters in the NSU, every time we see Herb, he's more well-off and more happy, to the point that by the end of his appearances, he has several homes in several large cities and runs a successful business out of Swellview. Now, the animated appearance of Herb is obviously very important here. It's his most recent appearance, and it's one of the only episodes that is basically entirely about his life. And like we've said, the big weird moment in this episode is that we find out that Herb now owns the red wig that Ariana Grande wore on the set of Sam and Cat. So very early into working on this video, my big pet theory that I kept coming back to as I saw more evidence is that Herb is God. And here's the big reason I came to that conclusion. If you watch carefully, in the background of that episode of The Adventures of Kid Danger, in Herb's museum, there is more than one thing labeled with a photograph of Ariana Grande's face. Now, obviously, we can presume this is just something that the animators did to fill up the background, reuse assets, that kind of thing. But in the grand scheme of things, it would make a lot of sense that Herb has quite a few things owned by Ariana Grande, because constantly throughout the events of Sam and Cat, Herb is just hanging around Sam and Cat's apartment and coming in and asking for their garbage. So basically, one standing theory, which can't be easily disproven, is that Herb was one of the only characters in the series who knew the entire time that Cat Valentine was secretly Ariana Grande. And all of this becomes even more compelling when you realize that later in the series, it will be implied that Cat also wears a wig in-universe. But the more that I've thought about this, I don't think that Herb is capable of being God, because I think Herb understands the concept of mercy. But no, seriously though, if we actually did find out one day that Herb is God, as much as that would be funny, it would also kind of ruin his character. And furthermore, I would go as far as to say that The Adventures of Kid Danger, how it depicts Herb, actually does kind of ruin the joke of his persona. Because Herb's whole bit is that he looks like he's homeless, and he looks like he's the kind of person that would be rooting through someone's garbage, but in secret, he's rich, successful, and happy. So retconning that Herb's job this entire time was actually rooting through people's garbage, I think it kind of overshoots the point of the gag. I think that Herb should have passive income, I think he should do a lot of charity work on the side, and I think whatever job he has should have virtually nothing to do with his appearance. To wrap things up, Herb is a character who has greatly outperformed expectations. While starting out as a simple runner gag, he has eventually become one of the only clues that confirms that the NSU did not end in the iCarly elevator. Who is to say the next time that he will make an appearance before us? But I do know one thing. When he does eventually appear, his life will be going great. With that, we have finished up all the pinboard segments I wanted to do at this point in the video, meaning we only have one pinboard segment left to do in this entire mini-series. So now that we've finished here, let's go ahead and start another intermission. So, hello everybody to a slightly different angle of my regular set, which justifies the fact that this is an intermission. I'm here right now with my good long friend of the channel, Hippie Rat. Hello, Hippie.
Hey, yo, hi, hello, I'm Hippie Rat.
So, if you haven't seen Hippie Rat's content, be sure to go down to the description. I'll have his channel somewhere in the pinned comment. And, yeah, so today, we are here to do our intermission, which is going to be the Nickelodeon original movie, Swindle. So the first thing you might be wondering is, how is this justified as a Sam and Cat intermission? Is this just something I'm doing because I didn't have any other ideas? Yes. But, and this is important, I still think this is a very valid topic for this video, and here's my logic. In August 2012, Noah Munck filmed the Gibby pilot. As we all know, we've gone over this. 1 month later, in September 2012, Ariana Grande and Jennette McCurdy recorded the Sam and Cat pilot. Then there was a few months period where Nickelodeon was basically deciding if, which of these shows was going to be greenlit, if these shows were going to be greenlit, and they were finding budgeting, and they were signing contracts and all that stuff. So, putting Gibby to the side for now, Sam and Cat didn't continue filming episodes until January of 2013. So basically to Nickelodeon, Jennette McCurdy and Ariana Grande, and to some extent Noah Munck, were all very valuable resources. And for several months, they weren't doing anything. So the answer to this problem, from my point of view, was to make a TV movie starring all three of these actors. So that's kind of my pitch. That's why this is an intermission. Swindle is the Nickelodeon property that was produced in between Sam and Cat episodes 1 and 2. Yeah, so at this point, what I figured we would do is, Hippie, you and I would kind of talk about our histories with this book and this movie.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to touch on.
And so I figure I'll go on my spiel about my history with this story, and you can go on your thing. And I think that will serve as an interesting contrast, because basically, from what I've grasped from our discussions beforehand, I think we have polar opposite experiences with this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think it is a very possible situation that we'll walk out of this movie, and Hippie will still love it, and I will hate it. And I think that might be interesting. Immediately when I thought about the fact that we were going to be reviewing Swindle, this brought me right back to middle school. There's so many parts of middle school that I never think about, and this made me just immediately think of this one really specific weird thing, which is that in middle school we had this time of the day that was called home period. And home period was this weird, vague, intermediate purgatory. After the bell rang, but before the morning announcements, and I feel like it was 15 to 20 minutes, and depending on what teacher you had, kind of defined what that class was going to be like. Because you weren't supposed to teach, you weren't supposed to teach science, but some teachers you ended up with just put their feet up and let you do spitball fights. Some teachers were very strict and said everyone had to be quiet, but a lot of the teachers who were cool, every day would read one chapter from a book. And this always really got the kids invested, at least from my experience, because if it was a good book, you had to get to class on time, you wanted to be there, you wanted to know what was happening next in the story, and you wanted to experience that book as a class. And I actually wrote down a list of books that I remember reading in middle school and a few in elementary school, not necessarily in this period, but just books I haven't thought about in years that I wrote down. Okay, so these books are Freak the Mighty, The K, The Indian in the Cupboard, and Wolf Brother. And as I wrote these books down, I realized that the unifying aspect between all these books is that they're all books that I'm nostalgic for, that are probably like offensive, like if I reread any of those books, I'd be like, wow, wow.
I mean, the title of the one I recognize is The Indian in the Cupboard.
Yeah, I read that whole book series, man.
Series?
Yeah, there was like 6 books because I guess the author didn't have anything better to do. And
oh dear.
And so we read the first one in class, and then I read the rest of them by myself, and I remember they get like really freaky, like existentialist. Like, because in the first book is all about this kid has this motherfucking magical cupboard, and he puts a Native American toy in the cupboard, and he locks it, and he opens it up, and now the toy is alive, right? Like the original Toy Story, but maybe racist, probably. And then for the next few books, he'll occasionally like have some excuse where he needs to bring that. Like at the end of the book, he sends the Indian back, and the Indian goes back to history, and then
this is my favorite episode of The Twilight Zone.
And then in the second book, he brings that Indian back with a girl Indian toy. And in those books, it's very explicit that like it's like a time travel thriller. Like they're being transported through time, and these are real historical figures. But then there's this one part of one of the books where he uses a toy that he knows is a fictional character, and it still comes to life. And the like main character keeps asking all these questions to himself, like wait, so am I not pulling these toys from historical figures? Like is there some other dimension where these toys exist? And so what universe am I pulling the consciousness of these toys from with my magical toy cupboard? Okay, so I might be remembering this shit wrong, but Swindle spoke to me as a teenager in a way that I don't think it would speak to me now as an adult. It's kind of like, have you ever tried to watch Codename Kids Next Door? Like just try and sit down and watch it, and you're like, it's not bad. But if I was 12, this would be way more kick-ass. Well, anyway, so here's my pitch of Swindle. So, Swindle is all about a kid that gets fucked over by an adult. And the whole world of adults is like, well, you just have to deal with that because adults are superior to kids, and you just got to deal with it. And then every kid in the book is like, we're going to fuck you up. We're going to come around your block, and we're going to take your kneecaps. So here's the plot of the book from what I remember. This kid breaks into an abandoned house, which is a weird start to the book. He's breaking into an abandoned house, and he finds a baseball card, and immediately he knows.
I don't know. That's a Tuesday for me.
That is one of the rarest baseball cards in the world. And he says, I can sell that for millions of dollars.
The Horace Wagner or whatever.
I think in the book it's literally like I don't know. So he ends up going to like a shopkeep and like some kind of pawn guy, and he's like, yo, what do you think about this, us trying to sell this? And the pawn guy's like, I can tell this is a reproduction. I can tell this is a reprint based on the stripes and all the little details. I'll sell it to you for like $100. And the kid's like, whatever, fine, he's real defeated. And then later, that shopkeep is on the news because he's like, I found the rarest baseball card in the world. I'm going to sell it for $1 million. So the kid goes to like his parents about the fact that he's been, he goes to like adults about the fact that he's been like swindled. He's been ripped off. And all the parents are like, you got to deal with it. We don't believe you. Kids, you're stupid. Adults rule. And so
I do have a point here already. Do you want me to talk about
no,
how this is differing from the movie so far?
No. And so they basically gather up this like Goonies ass like squadron of kids, and then they like do this meticulous like suburban intense investigation into their like weird neighborhood, and they find out that the house where this guy lives is identical to 2 other houses in their neighborhood. So they find some excuse to go and go inside of one of the other houses and like make a map and a plan on how to break in the middle of the night, and they fucking rob this guy. And then somehow the book ends with them all in court. They mail the card to the court, and somehow like the kids have like a very well prepared legal defense, and the kids win in the court of the law. And it was just like this very inspiring story as a kid about just how, like, you know, because when you're a kid in middle school, you're constantly getting fucked over by adults. And, you know, because a lot of teachers are just like weird assholes, and some of the others are inspiring, amazing people. But at some point when you're a kid growing up, you get fucked over by an adult. So as a teenager reading this book that's all about like these group of kids that just get revenge on an adult that fucked them over, it really, really spoke to me. And I bought the second book, and it wasn't as good. And that's my pre-existing relationship with the Swindle franchise. So now I'd like to hear your story, Hippie.
So I've seen the movie, and that's my history with it. I've never read the book, and in fact, I think it took me a while to learn that it was based off of a book. Point is, I never read the book, but I did see the movie. I think my sister was interested in seeing it because she was really into Sam and Cat at the time. We were, you know, my sister got into Sam and Cat very early. I was kind of interested in the show at first, and then quickly just got so fucking tired of it. But the movie, you know, the Swindle movie, it was just genuinely fun. I love heist movies. Like I watched Tower Heist, that like Eddie Murphy, Matthew Broderick movie. When I was a teenager. I just watched through the Ocean's movies last year. It's all, you know, I love heist movies. You know, just seeing like the team of people go through this convoluted mess of things to, you know, to steal some valuable item. It's fucking fun. This movie, from what I've seen in like the Discord server, it looks like the people who dislike this movie were the ones who read the book growing up.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so I'm not sure if you're gonna like it.
This is the foreshadowing you see.
There are a lot of aspects of the book that you explained that are wildly different from the movie. One
thing I should bring up before we start this is I think everyone in this cast was in some Nickelodeon show.
Almost everyone. That was another thing I wanted to kind of touch base on. It was, it's interesting to me because we have Ariana, we have Jeanette, we have Noah, and then we have the girl from Big Time Rush, which is like the trifecta of like Nickelodeon live action products that were on
from
at the time.
Era. Yeah.
And but then like the two leads, like the two main characters, I don't think were in any shows.
I think you're wrong. I think they were in shows. I looked it up, and I believe they were in shows that no one fucking watched. Because I think the main guy was in How to Rock. Do you remember?
How to Rock? Wasn't that?
Do you remember How to Rock? Everyone making their fucking 8-hour retrospectives about How to Rock.
No, because there was a School of Rock TV show.
But that
from
was later.
Nickelodeon.
Okay, hold on. How to Rock, 2012, Nickelodeon sitcom.
Did I just get trooped? Noah Crawford and Chris O'Neill are like the two main characters. Noah Crawford was in How to Rock, and Chris O'Neill was in How to Rock as well. Yeah, so this only lasted a season.
What is that doing on my cake?
So our movie starts out, as all great films do, with a chaotic flash forward to the end of the movie. We see a massive Greek wedding, where the bride suddenly notices that an action figure sits upon her cake, in place of what is supposed to be the groom. Suddenly, it becomes clear that her wedding is being crashed, as a disheveled man with a bald spot and several teenagers all run for the cake at once.
Oh, it was such a nice wedding.
Star, Ariana Grande, please cast me in Wicked.
That is one thing about this movie that I also really like. All of the Nickelodeon stars here who used to be like typecast in specific ways, kind of managed to avoid their typecasting for this.
Yeah. Okay. I bet you're wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, I bet you're wondering. How did I get here?
I forgot they literally do that.
After this, the scene devolves into a food fight, with cake being thrown all around the room. And I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy throughout this entire segment, so I might as well start right now. This is not in the book. And they're starting here, in my opinion, on purpose to set the tone that pretty much nothing in this movie is going to be taken directly from the book. But how did our characters get here? To find out, we'll have to rewind to the beginning.
Morning, ladies.
That's Jeanette McCurdy? Wow, she's really is avoiding being typecast.
That's Noah Crawford?
So we meet our main protagonist, Griffin Bing, played by Noah Crawford. Griffin is a man known for his connections, as he's the person in school to go to if you need hooked up with something. As he walks to the front entrance, he's approached by Eddie, the school's most wealthy nerd. Eddie has been trying to get Griffin to hook him up with Amanda Benson, played by Ariana Grande, but Griffin keeps telling him to be more realistic, as Benson is the second prettiest girl in school. After this, we meet Jeanette McCurdy's character, Savannah, who is trying to convince people to come to her, quote, terrible one-woman show. But she has more pressing news for Griffin, as she reveals that Ben has spilled his smoothie all over the school bully, Darren Vader. Get it? Also, Eddie has a little sister. This will not be on the test. So we see Darren Vader in the flesh, and our film's big bully is played by none other than Noah Monk, while the sheepish and nerdy Ben is played by Chris O'Neill. Chris throws himself into a locker in self-defense, and Darren tries to pound him out, before Griffin arrives to save the day.
Darren, stop! Got that stuff you were looking for.
Cocaine.
Real stuff? Yeah.
Methamphetamines. Give it.
So it seems Griffin really does have the stuff, and Ben is off the hook. For now.
That's Nikki Deuce right there.
So this is a thing I want to say because I didn't have the guts to say it while we were actually watching the movie. Hippie made this big grand point as we watched this, that everyone in this movie gets this enormous break from regular typecasting and how cool and epic that is. But I wasn't really impressed as we watched because despite the fact that none of these actors were playing their more famous characters, they're still very much playing Nickelodeon archetypes. For instance, as we're going to see later, Jeanette McCurdy is basically playing Trina Vega, and Ariana Grande is playing Trixie Tang from The Fairly Odd Parents, and Noah Monk's just any bully character. He could even be Sam if you look at it sideways. And at the end of the day, the performances still feel really restricted. Like, Ariana sometimes feels like that she's Kat playing another character. It's hard to explain. The whole movie has this weird Freaky Friday vibe where everything's a little swapped around, but nothing feels new, if that makes sense. For instance, after the school day ends, we meet Ben's parents, as we learn the main strife of this film. Ben's family is running out of money, and if they don't figure something out real quick, his mother is going to force them to move to Montana and live with his uncle. However, Ben's father has a plan. The Snake Pit, an in-universe parody of Shark Tank, is going to be filming an episode at a hotel near their house this Saturday, and he has an invention that he knows will sell. A robotic hand that can do things while you're still sitting down. Mr. Dupree has even saved up enough money for the Snake Pit entrance fee, which is $300 or $385 today. The only issue is that the hand is flippant and glitchy, as Ben's father manages to punch a massive hole in the wall. He notes that this will cost around $300 to fix, so it seems the Snake Pit is off. The storyline feels like it's from fucking Rugrats. While studying the hole made by the robot hand, Ben and Griffin find a metal box, and inside is an old baseball card. Thinking fast, Griffin suggests they sell it. Now, to be contrarian to what you might expect my position to be, I think that this backstory is superior to what's in the book, at least from what I can remember. In the book, the kids find this Babe Ruth card in a literal abandoned house, and then they try and make legal claim that they own it because they found it. And even as a kid, I thought that was a little confusing, like why they could get away with that. So having it actually be physically inside of the house of one of the main characters is a much better setup. The stakes are also improved to a great extent, as in the book, the kids wanted the money just because they were like pissed off, and here the characters have a very good reason why they need a lot of money and quick. Also, in the movie, they changed the baseball card from a Babe Ruth card to a Honus Wagner card, which apparently is about 6 times more valuable. Moving on to changes I don't like, the two boys run off to a local pawn store, run by a famously shady middle-aged man. Now, in the book, this character's name is S. Wendell Palomino, which is a pretty good pun that I remember not getting until our teacher was like halfway through the book. In the movie, the character's name is Paul Swindell, which is a lot less clever, but I guess a bit more Nickelodeon at the end of the day, as he gets to constantly correct people on how to pronounce his name.
The Swindell. Swindell. Oh, Swindell.
It's bouquet.
So like in the book, Swindell talks down the value of the card and initially tries to buy it for pocket change. However, Griffin seemingly is able to talk him up, walking away with $350, which is nearly $450 in today's money. It's a good thing they put some shit in front of that text or I wouldn't be paying attention. The next morning, Griffin gets the paper, but is shocked to see that Swindell is on the front page. He rushes over to Ben's house, where the two watch a news report with Swindell bragging about finding the card, saying he's hoping to sell it for $1.2 million, which is $1.5 million in today's money. The two go back to try and get Swindell to return the card, but he refuses. They return to Ben's house defeated, only to find Ben's mother putting a for sale sign in their front yard. The robot hand is still causing damage, and it seems he's unlikely to sell it at the snake pit.
We have to steal the card back.
What? What? That's a little too fast. So yeah, without having gone to any adults or asked any authority figures, Griffin decides it's national treasure time, as he's going to steal the card back. But first, he needs a team. The two start off by going to Savannah's horrible one-woman show, where they watch her flying through the air haphazardly attached to a rigging system. Griffin wants her on the team because she's a theater kid, and that might come in handy at some point. We next cut to the high school in the morning, where Nicky Deuce has found a pesky douche who is taking up 2 spots in the parking lot. Vader politely asks him to park his car a little better, but the dude blows him off. So Vader takes things into his own hands.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. That just happened.
That just happened. Griffin explains that Vader will be their muscle and their vehicle, much to the fear of Ben. To make up for this, we see someone that Ben wants on the team, Amanda Benson. Ben wants Amanda on the team because she's the second prettiest girl in school, and he has a massive crush on her. But he also notes that she's a talented gymnast and could be useful to the group. Finally, Griffin's sister says she wants in on whatever he's planning, but he says he doesn't need her. As they walk away, Griffin says their plan is brilliant and no one will be able to say no.
Nope.
Whoa, wait, where are you going?
Listen, I don't want to speak for these refugees from the island of misfit losers, no offense, but this sounds a lot like something the cops call stealing.
See what I'm talking about? Like, it's nice to see these characters outside of their typecast.
Yeah.
Jeanette is basically playing like a cat type character, and Ariana is basically playing
herself. Yeah, I'm on the same page. That's always how I've imagined Ariana really talks when no one's watching. Like when every camera in the room is turned off, that's probably how Ariana talks. So once everyone has turned him down, Griffin reveals the real reason he's picked everyone. Griffin is the school's mini godfather, and everyone in the group is in debt with him. For instance, Griffin hooked Savannah up with a kebab commercial the previous semester. Meanwhile, Ariana Grande used to be the third prettiest girl in the school before Griffin had an entire family move to Denver, moving her up a rung. And of course, Vader owes Griffin for the stuff.
You want to keep that supply of Latvian hair cream coming?
Latvian hair cream?
Just be honest, it's meth.
You owe me for the methamphetamines.
How else do you think he could just get fucking souped up and push a car like that?
But in a twist, the group are not fazed by this blackmail. So Ben tries something different, offering each of the kids $25,000 if the heist is a success, which would be $32,000 today. Everyone is suddenly on board, and they fist bump. Together, they are the B tier.
When we doing this? How's tonight?
What?
Yep.
That's not how a heist works. Okay, so Griffin does that thing where he narrates the gist of their plan as we see it kind of happening. Every day, Swindle goes out to dinner at Chinese Garden, which has the best mushu in town. Before he goes, he sets his security alarm. And we're just gonna put a time code on screen now, just, indicating how long that's been going. Because after the alarm is set, there's a 30-second window where it can be disabled. And so the gang have to get inside before then. Gibby throws Kat onto the roof, and she does a backflip into the shop, before pausing to make commentary on the smell of the store. She finally gets over to the alarm system and turns it off just as it's about to hit 0. Despite this, an entire minute has passed in the actual movie. So they all go inside, but there's a big problem. The card is no longer in the glass case. This is also what happens in the book, which is why they have to break into Swindle's home. But this isn't where the movie is going with this. Savannah and Vader try to distract Swindle by switching between various characters. They get ignored, Savannah is thrown into a water fountain, Gibby gets tased, before Savannah finally manages to distract Swindle by dressing up as a blind, handicapped nun who needs to get to the church. And Swindle begrudgingly agrees to take her there before pushing her down a hilly road directly into traffic. Vader rushes back to the shop and warns the others that Swindle is on his way, but as they turn to leave, Ben makes a discovery. The card is being hidden in a panel in the wall, which isn't even locked. Griffin grabs the card just as Swindle gets back to the shop and turns his security system back on, and they all have to sneak around to avoid being detected by him. Yeah, Noah Monk is definitely sneaking around without being seen by this guy.
That is what is happening in this movie.
This is the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen. So the kids can't leave while the security system is on, but they're in luck. Swindle is soon distracted by a Skype call from a specific Frenchman. The Frenchman reveals he's going to be doing a big auction in Swindle's town that weekend at a local hotel. And as he has numerous interested buyers, he would like to auction the baseball card. Swindle is interested, but is briefly distracted by the massive nose of the Frenchman. Griffin ponders all he's seen and decides to make the strategic choice to put the baseball card back in the wall safe, as he has a much better idea. Suddenly, the security system turns back off and all the kids manage to sneak out the back. There, they find out what happened wasn't an act of God, but instead the work of Griffin's sister, who we learn is an expert hacker. Griffin finally allows her onto the team and tells everyone else that he has a plan. And I just love it when a plan comes together, because they have a van. That's where I'm going with that. They have a van, so they're the B tier. Savannah suddenly appears, grasping the remaining pieces to her wheelchair as she tells the gang that Swindle is coming. Ho 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 ho! So I'm not really going to be bringing up the book after this, because nothing from here on out is from the book. They made the rest of this shit up.
To make this plan work, we're gonna need something special, and I know just where to get it.
can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, wow. Oh, whoa. Ariana looks like such a nerd. So yeah, remember Eddie, the rich nerdy kid from the start of the movie who has a crush on Ariana? Griffin has sent Ariana into his house on a specific mission. Ariana is wearing special McDonald's spy glasses, so the rest of the B tier can watch the live feed in their van and give her tips.
It's like I'm in the Matrix.
Unreal is right. Amanda would never crush on a geek.
And yet, you harbor a not-so-secret crush on her, yes?
And
What?
your point is?
Why did they just say that? And yes, you harbor a crush on Ariana Grande. So Eddie brings Ariana to his man cave.
Welcome to my man cave. Huh?
Where she's instructed to find something small yet valuable, and to somehow get away with it. However, things go sour when Eddie starts playing with his Stargate props and accidentally knocks Ariana over, breaking his glasses. The team in the van can no longer communicate with her, but unbeknownst to Ariana, they can still see and hear her. Thinking it's just her and Eddie, Ariana tells him he has to keep a secret. She is a closeted nerd and absolutely loves his collection.
Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader in their epic showdown. Wow. Amazing. Are these real Star Trek uniforms?
Actor worn, original series.
No, they're not. No. 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 You don't need to be a fucking props expert to know that those are just sweaters.
We got scammed.
What?
Amanda Benson is a secret geek.
No way.
This is heavy, Doc. The Swindle Wiki says, the film incorrectly states Amanda to be a geek. This is untrue, as geek is a term used for people invested in fandoms, and a nerd is someone invested in academics. Okay, first of all, being an editor on the Swindle Wiki is major please take my lunch money energy. Secondly, and I never thought I'd say this, but we found the biggest nerd to ever edit for a wiki. And third of all, Amanda is invested in fandoms more than academics. So you're the person who's wrong here. I have no idea why I put this in the review. So Ariana quickly finds the most valuable thing in the room as she walks over to Eddie's Captain Cybertor collection. Captain Cybertor is an in-universe action figure. Picture a troll doll, but for people who like Battlestar Galactica. Cybertor figures with blue hair are a dime a dozen, but a figure with red hair is worth over $80,000, as Eddie and Ariana both say at the same time. Ariana says she needs to borrow the figure, and Eddie agrees, but with one stipulation. She goes back to the van and announces that she has to go on a date with the king of the dweebs, before everyone reveals that the sunglasses are still transmitting, and they saw everything.
The second prettiest girl in school is actually a complete...
Do not use the G word! Okay, when I moved here 3 years ago, I worked hard to remake myself. I will not go back to being Mandy the Mutant.
Ariana Grande is such a nerd.
She looks like Coolio. So now that they have another rare collectible, the plan can begin, and we see a montage of them working on various items and schematics.
See, this is where I start enjoying the movie. Like, this is the movie for me.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta get 40 minutes into this goddamn thing before Hippie starts telling me this is the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't worry, man. Now that we're 40 minutes in, it's gonna be watchable at best.
Yeah.
This part of the movie is one of the few moments where we actually see Jeanette and Ariana's characters interact for an extended period, as Savannah tries to get Amanda used to wearing a harness. Amanda is a natural, much to Savannah's annoyance. She then moves on to teaching acting exercises to Vader, which starts out a little lifeless.
Alright, yeah.
I'm a bird. What am I now?
You're holding your arm up.
This is exactly what theater was like. Where it was like, I would just be like, okay, I'm here to play the fucking dentist from Little Shop of Horrors. And they'd be like, no, we have to be birds. You have to shake your leg in the air and proclaim your love to Jesus. And I was like, well, I don't think I gotta do any of that shit. I think I'm just gonna play a dentist. But soon, Vader gets the hang of things.
Your shot is amazing. Your shot is fantastic. It makes you demure. It makes you vulnerable.
That just happened.
That just happened. I felt that.
He said it again. We cut to the big day, Saturday, at the big fancy hotel. Griffin's little sister starts off by hacking into the hotel mainframe and duplicating Swindell's visitor pass. She turns the duplicate into Paula Swindell, inventing a fictional daughter for Swindell. After this, she moves Swindell down to the basement and places Swindell's daughter into the highest VIP suite, while charging both rooms to Swindell's credit card. This is like a felony, I think. Janet McCurdy then uses her acting skills to check into the hotel as Paula Swindell, and is so convincing that she isn't even asked for an ID. Everything is going to plan, except for one little detail. Remember the Shark Tank B-plot from the first act? It turns out that is happening at the same hotel and the same day as this big auction. So the group has to avoid being noticed by Ben's dad, who luckily is preoccupied with his constantly malfunctioning robot hand. Ben thinks the day is already going terribly, but Griffin tells him to have some faith.
Hey guys, watch this. Pull me. Yeah, that's right.
That wasn't scripted, that's just how Noah Monk is in real life.
So they go up to the big fancy suite, and according to what I can tell, this is a real hotel suite, which explains the absolutely terrible lighting in some of these scenes.
Hey, guys, TV in the bathroom. You can totally watch a game while you're taking a massive...
Please don't say it.
No, bath. I was gonna say bath.
Savannah calls the hotel staff and tells them that when her father arrives, he'll want food in his room already, and he's on a strict diet of squid and stinky cheese. Ariana finds out that a nerdy movie prop is being auctioned that day, and she and Ben briefly share excitement over this before she retreats back into her popular girl persona. Finally, Savannah tries to convince Vader that they need to run through backstories for their characters, but Vader isn't interested. She persists, and once the two are off screen, he removes his robe, showing her his cock and balls.
Maybe we've prepared enough. I'll never get that out of my head.
He just flashed in front of her.
Wow.
That wasn't in the script, that's just how Noah Monk is in real life. If that makes it in, I'm joking.
So Griffin's sister has hacked into every detail of the hotel with a multicam monitor of every room and hallway.
Lefebvre has just entered his room and... Swindell's close. You should be here in 10.
You shouldn't be able to know that. Now you're just playing God. Ariana is the first person to take part in the espionage, as she's sent down to the hotel room of the big-nosed French dude. She tells him that she's there to give him his skincare treatment, and they allow her to enter and smother his face with ranch dressing. Once it dries, she removes it in a single piece, and as the nose guy celebrates his skin, she leaves with a perfect mold of his face. As this happens, Swindell arrives. That's a great car. Wow, what a good pull in the prop department. As Swindell enters, he meets Savannah and Vader, who are dressed up like Swedish immigrants. They reveal they've come to try and sell their rare, red-haired Captain Cybertron. Swindell quickly recognizes the value and tells them that red-haired Captain Cyberchases are a dime a dozen, while the blue variants have the real value. But he offers to buy it from them for $10, which is almost $13 in today's money. Swindell checks into his room, which turns out to be in the basement, feeling more like a prison cell than a hotel suite, made worse by the stench of squid and stinky cheese. Back upstairs, operations continue.
Anybody else need anything?
Nothing for me, sis, but I could really use a massage of the foot.
Awesome.
Oh no! Wait, no! Not feed stuff!
So yeah, the point here is that Griffin is now disguised in a passing resemblance to the big-nosed French guy, meaning Swindell will likely fall for the disguise in profile since they've only ever met over the internet.
Move at a relaxed pace.
That's what John Lennon would look like if he was still alive. So Griffin's sister schedules Swindle and the faux-nose Griffin for a hotel massage at the same time. However, Griffin is running late, so his sister hacks into the hotel system again and sends Swindle's elevator flying up and down over and over again, so fast that Swindle is being catapulted to the elevator ceiling, all while Skull and Crossbones appear on the screen by the door.
Literally all that she needed to do was just like push every button on the activate every button on the elevator.
Yeah, that would have done the job. Eventually, Swindle gets out and throws up upon exiting. He finally gets to the massage room, where an over-physical masseuse manages to keep Swindle's head down enough for the deception to work. The plan is going great, except for 2 hiccups. Firstly, the real big-nosed French guy leaves his hotel room, and the gang fear he might run into Swindle, or worse, Griffin dressed up like himself. So Savannah and Vader go to have character improv. They pretend to be an arguing couple, enter the elevator with the French guy, and press the button that stops it mid-travel as their fight turns physical. The second issue is that Griffin's hastily assembled nose is starting to melt and bend under pressure, and if Swindle sees this, it's all over. Meanwhile, we see why it was so important for Swindle to be out of his room, as Ariana hooks a rig onto the roof, removes a ceiling plate, and jumps into the ventilation shaft.
I'm in. Acknowledged. Never catch Donna Hernandez doing this.
Meanwhile, Griffin takes a fake cell phone and shows it to Swindle, saying that there's a Russian millionaire at the hotel who keeps bothering him to ask if he has a red-haired Captain Cyberpuss. But by this point, Griffin's nose is truly like a long string of snot, and is getting pretty hard to hide, so he decides it's time to bail.
Look at the time!
Oh, this is my favorite episode of Twilight Zone.
Since the coast is clear, Savannah and Vader let the French guy go.
Also, they did press the button on the elevator that, like, the alarm button. The fire department's going to show up here now. And they're going to ask why the elevator button was pressed.
Ariana manages to descend directly into Swindle's room, where she finds the red-haired cyberpunk and swaps it with a blue one. Swindle finishes his massage, and his masseuse tells him to
call me. Maybe.
Foreshadowing number 1. He ends up at the pool area, where he runs into the aforementioned Russian millionaire, who declares his interest in bidding on the baseball card. But Swindle informs him about the red-haired Captain Cyberbullying, and the millionaire says he will buy it immediately for $80,000 in cash. And so Swindle runs back to get his red-haired Captain Cyber Monday. As he rushes into the room, Ariana rises through the vent, barely missing detection. Swindle rushes back to the pool and gives the Russian guy the figure in exchange for a suitcase. He starts to open the suitcase, but the Russian man dissuades this.
I do not look in box you give to me. Do you know why?
Because, I'm a man of honor too?
No. Because last man who tried to cheat Ivan Volkov, well, no one knows what happened to him. No one but me, Alexei, and Boris.
So that's a direct reference to an actual murder. Moving on. As Swindle walks away, he bumps into Ben, who was distracted by the sight of his father. Swindle quickly identifies who Ben is and deduces what's been going on. Ben runs off, accidentally leaving a key to the upstairs suite. So Swindle goes to the suite, but finds it abandoned. That is, until he goes out to the balcony, where all of the kids are waiting for him. They reveal that Ben allowed himself to be caught on purpose, and they have a proposition. If he gives them the baseball card, they'll give him the red-haired Captain Cybervor. They quickly reveal the entire scheme and show him that the Russian man has just discovered the apparent deception and is looking for Swindle. Swindle tries to grab the toy, but it eventually is knocked over the balcony's edge as it lands on a wedding cake. This was not part of the plan, and Swindle and the kids all rush down in separate groups to try and stop the cake. Foreshadowing number 2. As they all exit the elevator, they run directly through the filming of Snake Pit, which again is the in-universe parody of Shark Tank. The inventions being shown are the robot hand, a laser hedge trimmer, and a gigantic vacuum. What could go wrong?
Sorry.
So that just happened. To make matters worse, as Swindle runs away, the giant vacuum takes his pants. And so the chase continues through the hotel kitchen.
This is not
Hippie, do you think this is really happening? I can't get a read on that. Hippie, can you feel my fingernails?
So they all end up crashing a Greek-style wedding, and Griffin even steals the mic and rambles for a minute straight, convincing the audience that he and Swindle are both distant family relatives. Swindle tries to go for the cake, and so Griffin has to invent a distraction.
Well, look at the time. I have rambled on long enough. I think there's only one thing left to say, and that's...
Everybody dance! Come alive! Woo! Hey, I just met you.
Oh!
We can't show
It's actually them?
Bit of this scene.
No, I'm playing all of this. I don't care. This is an actual Jeanette McCurdy, Noah Monk, hyper-produced cover of Call Me Maybe.
Just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my love.
And could they only afford to license the same 10 seconds over and over again?
But here's my love. So call me maybe. What is that doing on my cake?
And thus we have circled back around to the start of the movie, which now plays out in full, basically verbatim, with the only difference being the background music. Swindle jumps on the cake, and the other kids try to stop him. Ariana does a weird shitty backflip for no reason, and eventually the cake is knocked over, as the wedding devolves into a cake-themed food fight. And everyone is covered in cake, except for Griffin.
It's a bittersweet symphony.
Swindle manages to grab the toy, but is confronted by the bride's father, who says he has ruined the wedding. Swindle manages to get away, but when a door bumps into him, the red-haired Cybertruck is returned to the kids. So Swindle gets caught by the Russian guy, and eventually gives in and accepts the kids' offer.
He's had it in his pocket the whole time?
The Russian guy is happy to have the toy and tells Swindle to run and never stop running, and so Swindle heads off. However, the Russian guy then removes his facial scar, revealing it was all a trick. He's actually Savannah's father, who is a local thespian known for giving acting lessons. His bodyguards are eager students, and Vader is invited to join the acting class. The group celebrate, causing the big-nosed French guy to come and complain, as they are trying to have an auction. The kids reveal that they are the true owners of the card and head off to sell it. Outside, while running from the hotel, Swindle accidentally drops the briefcase given to him earlier, revealing what's truly inside.
This isn't $80,000.
Worse yet, he's soon met by hotel staff, who give him his bill, and with all the kids managed to charge to his tab, he now owes over $35,000, which is $45,000 in today's money. Later, in the school gym, everyone on the team gets their promised cut of the money, and they discuss further details.
Yeah, what did your parents say when you got home with the money?
They were overjoyed, no doubt.
Actually, no. Turns out they didn't need the money. Like at all.
Well, I'm confused. Explain, please.
The I Got It was a big hit at the Snake Pit. Dad's got thousands of orders from police stations all across the country.
Oh, no!
I forgot about that plot point.
Don't worry, gang. My father created an invention that's going to be used to beat protesters on the street.
Good idea.
Ben reveals he used some of the money to buy that nerdy prop that was up at auction, and Ariana and him briefly flirt over this. As they go outside, they say the rest of the money can be used for putting them all through college, but that they don't know what to do with the rest. They're immediately approached by a little girl who says she needs their help. She dropped off her pet bird at a local pet shop, but was told by the shop owner that the pet had died. However, she has since found out that her bird is up for auction, since it's apparently worth $20,000, which is $25,600 today. So the group decide what they're going to do with the money. They're going to start an organization to help other teens that have been swindled.
We take down swindlers.
So cool. Look how cool they all are. Look how cool.
Amazing. Yes, period. That's
it was the end.
Okay, so do you want my review now? Do you want to hear my review of
Synecdoche?
Swindle. Yep. Every time I review something, I like to look at every piece of media I look at as a realization of potential. And so a lot of times on this channel, I'm not very harsh on Nickelodeon original movies and like Disney Channel original movies, and people tell me I wasn't like mean enough. And it's like, well, at some point, like, you got to realize the potential was realized to the best of the ability, right?
But you're saying in this case, we have a book that was good, this is raised the bar for potential.
This is my opinion. I think if you look at this as a Nickelodeon original movie, and you go in and accept the potential of how it'll be good and in what ways it'll be good, I think the final half of this movie is pretty great.
Thank you. Okay.
I think if we look at it from the perspective of, this is an adaptation of a particular book that's really good, I think that this is not the best possible movie they could have made based on Swindle.
Very fair.
But I'll tell you what, I would much rather watch this a second time than watch any more episodes of Sam and or Cat.
Well, yeah, that's easy. I mean, because this is actually like a fun thing to watch.
But yeah, so to give me your thoughts, and then we can just put in some random comments about the movie.
I mean, I enjoyed it a lot back then. I always thought that it was very fun to see these actors outside of their typecasts. I thought it was... we kind of touched on this during the movie, but in hindsight, that first half is so unmemorable, and it's only once like the second and third act starts that it actually becomes like very enjoyable, because then it's like a proper heist movie. Everything before that is just kind of trying to it's just like sweeping by really fast, because it's like I think even the movie understands like this is the boring part. Like, I think even the people making the movie were just like, all right, this part is like, this isn't why we're making this movie. We want the fun hotel hijinks.
I still mourn the loss of the thematic element of like kids proving that they deserve to be treated with respect, and that kids a group of kids proving that they are as, important as adults. And obviously that's lost the moment you cast adults to play the characters, but I still think it's the reason the book was kick-ass when I was a kid, and the fact that it's just not in the movie I think is pretty lame.
It's very cathartic to see such a hateable character like Swindell have such a bad fucking day.
Yeah.
Which to me that kind of makes up for it. Like, I love that kind of like catharsis of just like, it's because he's like just a fucking asshole and doesn't give a shit about the fact that he's an asshole. It's fun because then it makes it so much more entertaining when the character just fucking gets fucked up.
I'm looking at the poster for Swindle the movie right now. I have the Wikipedia page pulled up. I have like the DVD cover. And on the cover for Swindle, you just lost the game, by the way. Oh,
you fucker!
But the thing is, they're gathered around a safe, and the more that I look at the poster, the more I'm like, they didn't make that movie. Like, you kept saying like, oh, this is a heist movie, but it didn't feel. it was a little too hijinksy. You know, it's just like this whole side tangent about the action figure was really entertaining, but I feel like it did probably detract from the actual plot of the movie, like what that Swindle had to give the card over by choice. I don't know. It just
they had to swindle him back. Personally, I because it's like you look at like the Ocean's movies and like there's also just a ton of hijinks in that. It's very clear to me that they're pulling so much from the Ocean's movies and like because so much of those movies are just like we're going to distract like the person who owns the safe. We're going to distract him with some, you know, ridiculous tangent. Like the two brothers are arguing about some bullshit and that's distracting them from this and that. And so like, to me, that still kind of helps it qualify.
Right. I understand that, but my point is that there's literally no scene in this movie where they crack a safe. You know what I mean?
There's a cat burglar scene.
Yeah, and she just goes and opens a cardboard box and swaps out a toy. It doesn't feel like, I don't know, it doesn't feel heisty enough. It just...
I guess, because there's like that moment when it's like she's about to get caught, but then he like opens the door just as she's getting back in the vent, and it's sus.
Yeah, and it's very convenient that ceiling grate goes all the way to this basement room. And just one way, just one straight path all the way down. I mean, I guess when it rains, that room is fucked, but I don't regret watching this movie, and I think that's something I should say. I think a lot of stuff that I watch on this channel, I regret watching it in a deep way in the soul that can't be explained easily. Swindle is fine. It's fine. Noah Monk sings "Call Me Maybe." If you want to re-immerse yourself in an era of Nickelodeon that shouldn't be important enough to revisit, then I think this is a good movie to do that with. This movie feels like it's defined by the fact that it's like all these projects ended at once, and Nickelodeon just has this like all these decks of cards that they're just throwing out, and they're like, I don't know. I don't want to go out and say the book is better, because I really, really think if I reread the book as an adult, it wouldn't speak to me. But I think that's probably the charm of it, is that it is like a book for like kids that feel like the world just doesn't respect them. And this is a fun Nickelodeon movie that kind of fails to live up to that potential a little, I think. But I'm not angry about it. I'm just disappointed. You make Swindle 2 and every character is played by Danielle Monáe. Just like every time, every actor Nickelodeon like falls out of favor with, Danielle Monáe runs and goes, hey, I'm here, let's go! Okay, so now that we've escaped that intermission, it's time to get back to the stuff that isn't nearly as fun. We now only have 4 episodes of Sam and Cat left to review. But before we get back into these, I want to set the tone again. The movie that we just watched represents the earlier period in the history of Sam and Cat. The show was fresh, people were worried but excited, and Jennette McCurdy was still happy to be on screen. And that's a totally different place from where we are right now. These 4 episodes were filmed in early 2014, and as the age of iCarly and Victorious fades, Henry Danger feels imminent. But more importantly, we are very near to the breaking point. So please keep that all in mind as we go forwards. This is Season 1, Episode 31. Hey Quinn, did you hear that I died? Solve my murder! Maybe if we just ignore him, he won't come back. This is Season 1, Episode 31, #DroneBabyDrone. So at the start of the episode, Kat is lounging at home and calls Nona to try and convince her to do her Hollywood Arts homework assignment for her. The assignment is to watch a news program, then write a 500-word essay about it. And 500 words is far too many words for any essay of any kind, so Kat doesn't want to do it. Nona tells her she has to, and Kat struggles to get through even 10 seconds of the news. I thought I had the same remote as Kat, but then I kind of paused it and I looked at it, and I don't think I do. I put this in because I've started to run out of things to say. So Dice comes and reveals he has great news. He and Sam were crossing the street, and a car honked at both of them. Kat is terrified to hear the rest of the story before Sam runs in with a steering wheel as she just stole it off of a moving vehicle.
You ripped some guy's steering wheel off his car?
I also ripped this shirt right off his body.
Dice says he can't honk at her now, but Sam can honk at him. Well, that can't happen in real life.
Well, that can't happen in real life.
That was weird. So Sam tries to get Sam and Dice to do her homework, and they tell her no. Kat complains that all the news talks about is oil crisis, Middle East, and some jerk named Dow Jones. So Sam and Dice suggest that Kat switch to watching News, an online show that reports all of the news in under 6 minutes. Kat says if she hears one thing about gluten, healthcare, or climate change, which you remember she doesn't believe in, she's going to punch Dice in the face. They turn the show on, and sure enough,
according to experts, gluten might be affecting climate change, which will likely have a direct impact on healthcare costs.
No, don't punch my face!
So they keep watching and find out that the online store Zapathon.com has announced that they intend to radically increase their delivery speed, partially through the use of Zapathon drones that deliver your mail right to your door. The program launches at midnight, so the three decide to stay up late and order a bunch of stuff from Zapathon to see some cool drones. Suddenly, a shirtless man bursts through the front door, begging for his steering wheel back. So after the title sequence, Sam, Kat, and Dice are hanging around after midnight, frustrated because the drone has yet to appear. Nona runs in and reveals to the room that Kat texted her to come over because the apartment was on fire. Kat reveals this was a lie because she wanted Nona to get there quickly. Sam takes Nona's hose and sprays Dice in the face.
What did I do? When did our friendship take this weird turn?
It's not your fault, Dice. Sam's been acting weird ever since Freddy came over a couple episodes ago. The gang list all the things they brought in from fake Amazon, ending on a gigantic pair of men's underpants. When asked why they did this, Kat says it will be a great sight gag. Suddenly, they hear a vibrating noise and think that the drones are here, but it turns out to be Sam's vibrator. But then they hear a second noise, and this time it's the drone. They run around until they finally see it, and it's coming down fast, causing them to wonder where it's going to land. So the next day, the two are having an argument with their landlord, and I mean it this time. The landlord says it's their responsibility to fix the broken window, and if I cite laws to attack these kids, I gotta cite laws to defend them. According to California Code, Civil Code, CIV Squiggle Thing 1941.1, it is the responsibility of the landlord to keep a domicile habitable through the tenancy. This includes, among many other things, having intact, unbroken windows and doors. Thus, it's this guy's job to fix that broken window. So a Zapathon customer service guy comes over and comes in without being asked inside. So the joke here is that this guy, he's the customer service dude, and he talks like he's a Mormon from the 1940s, and then the landlord who's also there, he talks like one of the Three Stooges, and that's the whole joke of this scene.
Oh no, sir. What you just said is clear as clam broth.
Clam broth?
Remember when, they wrote material for Jeanette and Ariana? Remember when they did that? So the Zapathon guy says a lot of drones crashed into a lot of houses the previous night, and they're going to pay for the window repair, alongside free drone deliveries for a full month and half off everything they order. Ariana asks if the guys ever drop their pants and stick their butts in the freezer.
Why would anyone do that?
To cool your douche.
Alright, I changed my mind. Stop giving Ariana material. This landlord is now the show's protagonist. It's called Nona and This Guy. So Sam and Kat go on an online shopping spree, buying nothing but useless garbage to the point that Nona has to take over looking over the babies that they're supposed to be babysitting. A drone flying through the house knocks Nona to the ground, and the baby laughs. This is important for some reason. Kat and Nona decide to go to the park with the baby to give it some fresh air, but Sam can't come as she's returning an elephant toothbrush to Zapathon. The drones have an automatic return service, where if you put your package outside, the drone comes back and picks it up, giving you an instant refund.
Oh, drone. If I hear one more thing about drones, I'm gonna punch Dice in the face.
Nona and Kat take the baby outside, and then they both go back inside, so the baby is left alone outside right next to the drone return box. This episode is called #DroneBabyDrone. I wonder where they're going with this. Uh-oh, baby go bye-bye, baby up in the air, drone got baby. Kat tries to explain the story to a Zapathon customer service representative over the phone, but they keep asking her to take surveys and sending her back to the main menu. Nona tries to explain what's happening to the police, but they think she's drunk because she talks like an old person. Sam argues with someone over the phone, and I'll let you guess what she's arguing about. Is it A, Sam is on the phone with Zapathon as well, and she is also trying to get to the bottom of things? B, Sam is on the phone with Dice because he is a tracker and he can find the baby's location? Or C, it's food. She's ordering food. That's Sam eats food. It's C, congratulations. Okay, so none of them have luck and they get a call from the baby's mother. Kat has an idea. Sam will answer the phone and Kat will make baby noises in the background.
It's not going to work.
It worked on Drake and Josh.
Oh yeah, this is a Drake and Josh episode, thanks. I didn't even catch that one. So they go to the Zapathon warehouse where the customer service guy reveals that their drones have been causing constant mayhem everywhere. Stealing pets, snakes, mailboxes, babies, and even wigs. Kat and Nona grab their hair at the same time and then eye each other suspiciously. But the customer service agent says he can take them to the baby in their Zappa cart. The cart arrives and the driver looks like this and his name is Frank.
Kids are not gonna get this.
They move 5 feet and then they have to get out and walk from there on out. So they're taken to a big room filled with everything the drones have stolen, mainly babies and dogs, and according to the agent, snakes. But it's pointed out that there aren't any snakes in the room, and he says that's weird because there used to be a really big one. The agent gets a call over the intercom and has to run because somebody found a snake in the women's bathroom, and the kids try to pick their baby out. They decide to push Nona over, and only one of the baby laughs, which they identify as their baby. Sam and Kat leave while Nona is still on the ground, and Sam runs back in only to steal a mailbox. Nona cries that she needs help as a drone flies down and steals her red wig. Sam and Kat sporadically remember that Nona exists, and they run back in just in time to see her bald head. Oh! Nona's got a bald head. Nona's bald, everybody. I'm gonna kill myself. Now at this point, it's important to say that we officially have only 3 episodes left to review. And that's a pretty big accomplishment in my humble opinion. So let's just go ahead and continue on our little journey. This is Season 1, Episode 32, #First Class Problems. So at the start of the episode, Sam is babysitting some kids who tell her they don't want to watch the movie she has on the TV. She points out that they love this film, and they say that they do, but on a big TV. The apartment TV is 50 inches across, and the kids say that they've only seen a TV that small at their maid's house. So the kids have timers around their necks that go off, indicating that it's time for them to take their vitamin and yeast. Sam says their parents forcing them to wear timers is kinda weird. And the little boy says that if Sam wore a timer, maybe she'd remember to bathe.
One more rude comment from you and you're losing a big toe. What?
If that was a line in like episode 2, I'd have some snarky analysis about Sam not being a good babysitter, or having a complex relating to violence, or that this show meticulously reverts the little character development she once had, but who cares anymore, let's just get through this crap. So Kat tries to give the kids their medicine, but they refuse to drink the water because it came from the sink.
We don't drink sink water.
Get us some bottled water.
Sam says they keep special water in the bathroom, and she goes to get some. Dice and Goomer come back from the store. As it turns out, the two kids sent him there to buy them fancy materials for dinner. Dice has bought steaks and spray butter, and Goomer has bought lobster. However, when he finds out the kids plan to eat the lobster instead of keeping it as a pet, he sprays butter in their eyes and flees out the front door with his new friend. Sam comes back with 2 cups of water, saying the brand is from France and is called Aqua Toilette.
Toilette. That kind of sounds like toilet. Oh God.
So after the credits, an outrageously large man arrives at the apartment and says that he works for the Baum family, and he's here to get the kids. Kat celebrates because, in her own words, the kids are super annoying. The 2 brats say they don't want to wait in the car, so he gives them $100 each. The kids study the money for a moment and say that the driver has 5 minutes.
Is it wrong to hate a child?
So after the kids go to the car, the worker puts an additional offer on the table. The Baums have gone to the Bahamas, and they want to hire Sam and Kat to chaperone the kids on a flight to join them. Sam and Kat will get a free trip to the Bahamas and will get to fly first class. Sam doesn't want to do it, but Kat manages to convince her by explaining that flying first class has always been her secret dream, as they give you free food and hot rags. Sam is convinced just as a rock flies through their window, with a note saying it's officially been 5 minutes. And man, 2 episodes in a row! Sam and Kat are just not having good luck with windows. So they go to the airport, but Sam and Kat have forgotten the kids' timers. So Dice and Goomer have to run them over before the flight. A TSA staff member tells the group to take their shoes off, but Kat refuses as she thinks first class passengers shouldn't have to do this. So Sam lifts Kat onto the luggage scanner and forcefully removes her shoes, revealing her bare feet. Let's move on without commentary. As they go through the scanner, one of the kids asks where they can get hand sanitizer. The worker says he doesn't know because he barely graduated the 4th grade and all he does is listen for beeps. A Unabomber type runs through the machine and it starts beeping, but this wasn't properly caught by the worker. Finally, Goomer and Dice arrive, and Goomer shouts in a packed TSA security line,
"We brought the timers for the bombs!"
So TSA tackles Goomer and arrests Dice alongside him. Kat wants to help save the pair, but Sam reminds her about the hot towels, and they decide to book it. So the quartet make it to their gate, and the kids want to sit down. Sam finds 4 empty seats in a row, all filled with luggage, and the man sitting next to them says he's intent in keeping all of the space. So Sam decides to throw all of his luggage across the airport terminal, and when the man complains, she throws him too. This episode took me so long to get through because not only did I have to pause like every minute or so to write the analysis, but then I have to stop and research the crimes. And so I'm like, hey Google, is it illegal to do this or that in an airport? And Google's like, most things are illegal in an airport. Just kind of being a weird little guy is illegal in an airport. Don't go to airports if you're a sitcom character. So meanwhile, Dice and Goomer are caught in a good cop, bad cop routine casserole. Goomer ends up telling the story from his perspective, and the joke is that he keeps using the family name, Baum, when talking about the children, explaining his previous heated gamer moment. We cut back to Sam and Kat, where a woman enters the scene, and the Adobe stock audio audience goes,
"Taken up,"
which is the fucking noise that this show plays every single time a lore character shows up on screen, no matter matter how obscure, and even when they're not played by their original actors. So yeah, it's time for another NSU lore info dump. Coco Wexler was a recurring character on Zoe 101, and arguably a fan favorite when it came to the show's adult cast members. She was first introduced in Zoe 101 Season 1, Episode 4, Defending Dustin. The plot of the show is that PCA, or Pacific Coast Academy, was formerly an all-boys boarding school, and the show starts during the first year where girls are allowed on campus, with only one building allotted to them. Thus, Coco is known to show up often, as if the girls had any drama or wanted to change rooms, it was her job to deal with it. She was known for being a little disorganized to the point of causing problems, such as the episode where she accidentally assigned Quinn to the non-existent Room 36D, and all because she was ordering a bra online and got her wires crossed. But in the final 2 seasons, her life being kind of sad and pathetic became one of her main personality traits. Like Spencer, the fact that she had essentially no adult friends was constantly highlighted, with her spending more and more time with the main cast due to her having no social life. But her most memorable moment took place in Season 3, Episode 3, Hot Dean.
Did Carl break up with you again?
I think Carl broke up with her again.
So we find out that Carl is Coco's longtime boyfriend. Every 3 weeks, he dumps her, and always over the phone. Every time, it's because his softball team lost and he's mad, and every time, Coco has an explosive episode.
Just leave me here to die. I know I can be moody and bloated and judgmental, and I may not bathe as much as other girls, but I'm fun to be with, right? Right?
Incidentally, you can make a really thorough investigative analysis into the depiction of eating disorders on these shows, but what would compel you to do that? Coco spends the entire episode hanging around the girls and bitching about Carl and her failed love life, to the extent that the girls are losing sleep, can't do homework, and their grades are being affected. So the girls decide they have to set Coco up with another man, and luckily for them, their school randomly gets a new dean, and a Season 3, Episode 3, Hot Dean. I'm so tired. So the girls try to set Coco up with the new dean, but the date doesn't go perfectly as she sweats buckets and needs towels to dry down. Suddenly, partway through the date, who shows up but Carl?
I want to know what you're doing out with another guy.
You dumped me.
And that gives you the right to date other men?
Carl seems like a really shitty guy, maybe even abusive, but he admits he made a mistake, he punches the dean across the room, and that's enough for Coco, and she agrees to take him back. So in Season 4, Episode 3, Alone at PCA, the girls are expecting to go on a spring break trip with Coco, but she's in the middle of another episode because Carl broke up with her again, but this time for good reason. Coco had convinced herself that Carl was going to bring home another woman, so she climbed a tree in his front yard to spy on him, only for the other woman to turn out to be his mother. The tree branch then snapped and Coco fell on Carl's mother, which is why he broke up with her. She speeds off in the van, leaving the main character Season 4, Episode 3 alone at PCA. Rewinding a bit for some brief context, at the start of Season 3, Chase ends up moving to London to study abroad at the exact moment that Zoe realizes that she's also in love with him. But 2008 internet is terrible, so they decide to start dating when he gets back to California and not a moment sooner. Then Elvis moves to PCA, and Zoe decides to start fucking that guy while she waits on Chase. In Season 4, Episode 9, Quinn and Logan are still hoping to keep their relationship a secret, so they go to a fancy restaurant thinking no one else will be there. But Zoe and Elvis also had the exact same idea, and they end up dining right next to each other, which is awkward. But more importantly, things are afoot when they recognize someone across the room.
Hey, yo, Carl.
Oh, hey. You girls go to PCA, right?
Yeah, we do. You know our dorm advisor. Coco, your girlfriend.
Right.
The girls say they're going to call Coco and tell her Carl is cheating, but the woman he's with lifts the veil of her brilliant disguise to reveal it's Coco in a wig and glasses. Coco takes the girls to the bathroom and explains she's been banned from the restaurant for assaulting her former boss.
But Carl and I wanted to have a special dinner date to celebrate the end of his house arrest, so I just figured why not?
Well, I guess someone doesn't understand what banned means.
So the owner gets physical and attempts to throw her out, and Coco tells Carl to protect her.
Sorry, baby, I'm on parole.
So everyone in the cast gets banned for being friends with Coco, and they all start loudly arguing, throwing a fit while Victoria Justice practices her ambivalent face. Coco shows up one final time in the weird post-finale clip show that contradicts the actual finale. This special reinforces the one important character detail that I haven't yet, which is that Coco loves eating cold ravioli straight out of the can. After the show ended, the character wouldn't be seen again until 6 years later, in this very episode of Sam and Cat. So Coco comes in and the audience makes that noise, and she sits down right next to Sam despite her complaints. And so Sam forces Cat to switch seats with her. Cat then makes the mistake of initiating conversation.
So get this. My ex-husband, Carl?
Yeah?
He's getting married. Guess to who?
Don't guess.
A lady?
My mother.
And since we're doing throwbacks, guess what Coco has?
Where is my car battery?
Car battery!
So Coco asks Sam to hold her car battery, and then loudly wonders what she'll call Carl now. Her ex-husband? Her stepfather? Or the man she still loves? She hooks the car battery up to her can opener and uses it to open a can of ravioli, which she eats while it's still cold.
It's the one thing that never lets me down.
One of the weirdest parts about Zoey 101, at least in the grander context of everything, is that by the end, pretty much everyone in the show had a happy ending. With maybe one or two exceptions, everyone ends up in a place much better than where they started at, and you really get the feeling of a grander resolution. But here's what's weird about that. After the Zoey 101 finale, occasionally these characters would show back up in little snippets and cameos. And every single time, the purpose was to revert whatever happy ending was already in place. Like, for instance, in the Zoey 101 finale, Stacy Dillison is hit by a car, and after the accident, she no longer has a lisp.
My name is Stacy Dillson, and I'm from Swampscott, Massachusetts. Oh my God, my S's sound perfect!
This is played as a very big, triumphant moment that indicates that her luck is finally turning around. But this isn't actually the show's final episode. The actual final episode is a weird clip show where her lisp is totally back. She then shows up in iCarly, where one of the things she does is repeat that yes, her lisp eventually came back in full force.
I was cured for a short time, but then suffered a relapse.
And then when the character shows up in Sam and Cat, she is broken emotionally and physically, and leaves the show at her lowest point. Meanwhile, by the end of Zoey 101 Season 4, Zoey and Chase have admitted their feelings for each other several times and share a series-ending kiss. Then, in 2015, a reunion short film was made with Chase and Michael, where we see Chase is about to propose to another woman when Michael runs in. We learn that Chase hasn't seen Zoey in years and is secretly still obsessed with her. And this grows worse when Michael reveals that he dug up the time capsule buried in the original series and watched the DVD that Zoey had left in it, revealing that she had feelings for him when they were in school, which he already fucking knew because they started dating in the original series. So Michael decides he's going to throw away his engagement and go out to find Zoey because he presumes that she's still waiting for him, despite the fact that the first fucking time he left, it took her like 2 days to start fucking Elvis. And now we have Coco, a character only defined by sadness and chaos, who by the end of the series had managed to find mild mental stability. And now she's brought back almost exclusively so she can tell the audience that her life is more sad now than it has ever been before. Oh boy, am I looking forward to the Paramount Plus original movie, Zoey 102, which sounds like a fucking joke I made up, but it's not. As soon as I announced that I wanted to make a video on Zoey 101, they announced a reunion. I hate my life. So Kat asks why Coco's mom would want to marry her ex-husband, and Coco says she can ask them because they're sitting across the room. We then see them, and this is absolutely not the same actor, which is why they don't linger on him for too long. I actually have no idea who this actor is because he's not credited, but it's certainly not Jeremy Radin. Hell, maybe this is just a different guy named Carl. Maybe Coco only dates screwed up dudes named Carl. Pre-boarding on the flight begins, and Sam, Kat, and the rest eventually go up to the gate. But Kat finds out that people who need assistance get to board before first class, and gets extremely irritable at the existence of the elderly and people with disabilities. This begins a long string of people who get to board before first class, like people in the military. And Sam and Kat keep bitching about how it's unfair that they don't get to go first. The girls even get to see Coco board before them because she is a Platinum Club member. As you recall, while this is happening, Goomer is accidentally implicating Sam and Kat in a terrorist plot that he is describing by accident. As this happens, the investigators and Goomer keep refusing to let Dice intervene or say anything himself. The lady at the front desk then says they'll next be boarding anyone with a pet, and the pet doesn't even have to be there, and it seems this woman is now officially just trying to mess with Sam and Kat because they're annoying. My hero. So the entire episode, Goomer has been asking for chocolate milk, eventually asking for 2 cups specifically, and at this point we find out why. His plan has always been to throw both into the eyes of the investigators, grabbing Dice under his arm and fleeing from security, and also apparently none of these doors are locked. So the investigators put the airport on lockdown, meaning that no one else can get on the airplane. Sam and Kat never get to board, and the airplane is going to take off anyways. Goomer runs by and throws Sam the timers, and Sam says it's time for the kids' yeast. Remember when these shows had like themes? Remember that iCarly episode that's all about gaslighting? Where like every bit of the episode is about someone being gaslit, and then they solve one of the plot lines by gaslighting the bad guy. I keep watching these shows and thinking like, oh man, when they write that second draft, this is gonna be brilliant. Like the car factory will tie into Goomer being suspected for terrorism, and all these stupid little things will have a purpose. Coco will have been in the episode for an actual reason. And then I remember that I'm not watching an early cast reading. This is just what the goddamn show is like. With that out of the way, we now have a very important milestone to cross. We are about to review the next to last episode of Sam and Kat. And this one's interesting because it revisits a couple concepts that we haven't seen in quite a while. So strap in and get yourself some popcorn. This is Season 1, Episode 33, #Knockout. So at the start of the episode, Sam and Kat are up to their typical, mutually exclusive shenanigans, while the kid they're supposed to be looking after just watches. Kat has built a massive sculpture of a man built out of bananas, and Sam, meanwhile, is working on repairing a chainsaw. Suddenly, Goomer stumbles into their patio door and falls to the ground. They bring Goomer in, leaving the kid alone with the chainsaw. And Goomer is clearly in a mood, but refuses to speak of what happened. Dice runs in and confronts Goomer, as they were supposed to train that day, but Goomer bailed. Goomer says he's never going to that gym ever again, as he reveals that he has a gym bully. As soon as she hears this, Sam is pissed off.
Yeah, Goomer may be an idiot, but he's our friend, and nobody picks on Sam Puckett's idiot friends.
Kat says she's so mad that she's she's tempted to march on down to Punchy's gym and knock this bully right out. Everyone laughs as they can't imagine Kat knocking anything down.
You couldn't beat up a 5-year-old.
I sure could. Liddy, get over here.
No.
Sam tells Kat to come in front of the couch and mime out what she's going to do to Goomer's bully. Kat hesitates before giving a heroic monologue and marching towards Sam, who throws her onto the couch, defeating her without effort. Then she does it a second time, and even Liddy thinks this is sad. After the title sequence, they all meet at the gym, but Goomer tries to back out due to his fear. He finally points to his bully, a woman training by herself.
But that's a girl.
But they soon realize it's not just any girl, but Rita Rooney, a parody of Ronda Rousey, a character from Raid Shadow Legends. So Rita comes over, and it turns out she's really nice and actually polite to Goomer, but for some reason he interprets this as her making fun of him.
Aw, who's ticklish? My tickle bear.
Not me!
Oh, my little
I'm not a tickle bear!
Oh, you are a tickle bear.
Make me pay!
Kat surmises that Rita might have a thing for Goomer, which Goomer isn't able to comprehend. Sam explains that she likes him like girls like boys, and he processes this before running out of the gym screaming. Later, at Bots, Goomer is sobbing over his spaghetti while he processes this information. The crying turns into laughter, then crying again, much to the confusion of the blue robot. So it turns out Goomer's understanding of physical relations is based entirely on a nature documentary about boy and girl ducks. They imply something was in that documentary that would give him a fear of interacting with girls. And that's duck rape joke number 1. No, but seriously, I'm shocked they got this one past the network. Goomer says he has mixed feelings, as Rita is real pretty and he's not good at talking to girls. They tell Goomer to pretend that Kat is Rita, and as soon as she touches his hand, he becomes overwhelmed with emotions and runs from the restaurant. Sam says she'll go and find Goomer, and Kat wishes her good luck, but says she's going home. Sam guesses that Kat is going to watch the Duck Channel, and Kat says maybe. After this, Herb walks in and finds Goomer's abandoned spaghetti, and he begins chowing down with his fine cutlery.
My life's going great!
So later, Rita is doing a press junket for her next battle. Sam and Dice tried to drag Goomer through the gym entrance to flirt with Rita, but his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, there's vomit on his sweater already. Bot spaghetti. Why Dice and Sam decided that Goomer should ask out Rita while she's having a literal publicity photo shoot is beyond me, but he goes up to her and gives her a flower. She asks him if he wants to know a secret, and when he gets close, she kisses him, which is the exact same line that Robbie used on Kat in Victoria Season 4, because the writers have no game. Rita goes back to the photo shoot, and the press ask if they're going to get to see Rita spar. Rita's coach says that her sparring partner is still in the hospital, and jokingly asks if anyone wants to go a few rounds with Rita. Sam says that she would, and now the rest of the episode is about this. We cut back to the apartment where Kat is watching the Duck documentary and is clearly horrified. So Rita and Sam start to spar, and Sam low-key gets her ass kicked. That or Jennette McCurdy isn't good at fake fighting. Sam manages to get one good hit in, and Rita goes to the ground and seemingly can't get up. The press note that Rita has never been knocked down before, and her trainer says the show is over. Dice announces that he is Sam's manager, and if the press has any questions, please swarm around them now. Later, Kat is watching news upside down when she sees a sudden report about Sam injuring Rita Rooney. Kat excitedly goes to get Sam so she can see the clip.
The name of the girl who threw the vicious punch is Sam Puckett.
Oh, man, she got your name wrong.
No, she didn't.
Oh, you changed it?
No.
So Goomer comes in, clearly defeated, and says that Rita hates him now. She sent him a long, angry text, and it seems she now despises him for being an accessory to the downfall of her career.
Hey, so how's my favorite fighter?
I'm okay, I'm just kind of sad.
I'm talking to Slam and Sammy Puckett.
So Dice has big news. He just got a call from Dane Fife, who runs the CFC. and he wants Sam and Rita to have a rematch at LA's biggest arena center. Sam is hesitant, as she really doesn't like doing things, until Dice reveals that win or lose, she gets $25,000, and suddenly she's in. Dice and Sam fight over if she needs to train, and he eventually brings in the person he picked for the job, Bubs Dixon. Goomer immediately decides that he's over Rita, as Bubs is just as hot, but she yells at him and he runs away. So at 6 a.m. the next morning, Bubs knocks on the front door of the apartment and says it's time for them to start their training routine. Sam slams the door in Bubs' face and goes back to bed. And... remember what I said about bad luck with Windows? That's 3 episodes in a row. This character is great, by the way. Having an actor show up to set who actually cares about the material for a fleeting moment really changes the energy of the whole thing. I had to struggle to get to this part of the episode, but once Bubs Dixon hits the scene, you can't look away.
What if you take Sam downtown?
So the joke here is that despite being strong or badass or whatever, Sam hates work. Dice suggests a good way to change their routine, so Bubs tasers him. The following scene is the final appearance of the restaurant Bots. At Bots, we see Dice, Sam, Cat, and Goomer get their check from Tandy, and they pay their tab. Sam is only able to eat a plate of lettuce due to Bubs' orders, and when the rest of the group go to play with go-karts, Bubs appears and says it's time for Sam to go to bed. Sam refuses, as it's only 9 p.m., and we cut to Bubs sitting on Sam to force her to go to sleep. Bubs is reading a book called Catch-23, the sequel, which is hilarious. The next day, a press conference is held, and Sam arrives late to announce that the fight is off. Rita asks if she's chicken, and Sam says she's not, but she does like to eat chicken. In fact, she loves a lot of stuff, like hanging out with her dumb friends to do dumb things. And that night, she's going to order a bunch of junk food and watch the worst movies she can find. La la la. All of Sam's friends leave to join her, and the press ask what Rita is going to do now that Sam is out of the fight. Rita says she knows exactly what she's going to do. She's going to go hang out with Sam. So Sam, Cat, all the reporters, Goomer, Liddy, Rita, Rita's trainer, Bubs Dixon, and Herb the well-homed man sit in Sam and Cat's bedroom and watch a bad movie. Pretty much everyone is here except for Dice, and I have no idea where he might be. So now that we've finished the show's next to last episode, it's obviously time for us to recap the hashtag crimes of this hashtag show for perhaps the final time. So starting back up, hashtag crime number 123 is Sam stealing the steering wheel of a passing motorist. This is a violation of California Vehicle Code section 10852 VC. Tampering with a vehicle. Next up, we have Sam also ripping off the shirt of the same driver. It seems to me that this is a violation of Penal Code Section 242 PC, which relates to battery, but probably not assault. It's also a violation of PCP Section 484A, aka petty theft. So basically, ripping the clothes off of someone in a painful way is battery, and keeping the shirt is petty theft. So I'm going to call this hashtag crime number 124 and hashtag crime number 125. Yeah, that's what happens when you Google crimes. You get extra credit. Hashtag crime number 126 is Sam stealing a mailbox from the Zapathon warehouse facility. This one's complex because it's a mailbox. Typically, stealing a mailbox is a federal offense, but it's a mailbox that's already been stolen by Amazon. She's stealing the mailbox from Amazon, who stole it from someone else. Regardless, I still say this one's some kind of felony. Hashtag crime number 127 is Goomer spraying butter into the eyes of the 2 kids that Sam and Cat are babysitting. Hashtag crime number 128 is Sam giving those same 2 kids toilet water to drink with their medicine. While I'm not exactly sure what to call what Goomer did, Sam's crime likely seems to be a case of criminal neglect. Hashtag crime number 129 is Goomer shouting in a crowded TSA station, "We brought the timers for the bombs!" Now, this was just Goomer doing a Goomer, and he didn't really have a bomb. But the threat itself is enough. If you want this from someone with a higher reputation, the FinanceBuzz.com article, 15 Things You Should Never Say to a TSA Agent, states, For obvious reasons, you should never say you have a bomb. Well, I think that settles it. Hashtag crime number 130 is Sam throwing the luggage of a stranger, and then the stranger himself, across the airport terminal. This already could be considered assault, but the fact that it happens at an airport means that Sam could also be charged with something adjacent to disruptive behavior. To quote thelawman.net, if you're convicted, you face up to 20 years in prison for an unarmed offense, and up to life in prison for an armed offense, as well as fines up to $10,000. You may also end up on the no-fly list. Hashtag crime number 131 is Goomer throwing chocolate milk into the eyes of the two investigators. And hashtag crime number 132 is them fleeing from security after being arrested, putting all of the airport into total lockdown. Okay, so this next one is multi-layered. In the last episode, during the final scene in the show Set It Bots, Tandy the Red Robot gives them their check and then they pay for their meal. As this happened, I suddenly realized I have never seen them do this before. In fact, earlier in this episode, they do leave without paying. And I think they've done this before, but I've never listed it as a crime because I just completely forgot that they would be asked to pay. So I decided to really quickly go back through and watch every scene at Bots to see how many times they actually did this. The final number is surprisingly low, because it's actually rare for us to see the gang leave Bots in the average episode. Usually, a transition just plays while they're still eating. So anytime this happens, I'm going to presume with good faith that they pay every single time. The first instance of characters being seen leaving without paying is in Season 1, Episode 23, hashtag the Killer Tuna Jump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie. Here, after an awkward moment, Kat and Robbie flee the restaurant and do a tour of Los Angeles freeways. The fact that they haven't finished their food implies to me that they almost certainly have not got their checks. So that's hashtag crime number 133. The same thing happens in Season 1, Episode 28, hashtag Fresno Girl, as Sam, Kat, and Kim clearly leave without paying, which is hashtag crime number 134. And of course, this happens for the final time in Episode 33, hashtag Knockout, when Goomer runs away due to his fear of girls, making that hashtag crime number 135. As I said, Bots does not appear in the finale, so at the end of the day, Bots appears in 21 episodes, and I can only prove that they did dine and dash in 3 total stories. I guess that's not too horrible in the grand scheme of things, but it really makes you think. How tired of Inside Out Burger must Sam and Kat be that we only see them eat there one time after they're given free burgers for life? Now for me, the big, exciting, hypothetical number was always 142 hashtag crimes. Why is that? Well, when we ended iCarly, we had 69 crimes. Then we retrospectively added 2 more, so that's 71 crimes in iCarly. So, if we had got to 142 crimes, it would mean that Sam and Kat had the same number of crimes as iCarly. As it stands, we're still about 7 crimes away from matching that number, but my point here still holds true, which is that it is crazy that a show that has 35% as many episodes as iCarly is only 7 crimes away from matching the total amount of illegal activity. The total amount of illegal activity that happened in 97 episodes. And maybe it's because there's more characters in Sam and Kat who do illegal things. Maybe it's because my standards as per what is and isn't a crime have shifted over time. But really, I think at the end of the day, it's because the plot of Sam and Kat is just off the walls and crazy in a way that the NSU didn't used to be. Up to this moment, we have reviewed 187 episodes of iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat. This is episode 188, aka the Sam and Cat finale, the moment where everything fell apart. So let's go ahead and find some closure. This is season 1, episode 34. Fucking muscle memory, man. Shit! Now I gotta deal with this. Whatever, man. This is season 1, episode 34, hashtag We Steal a Rockstar. I mean, what the fuck? So at the start of the episode, we see Sam and Dice on the couch, and we get one last mugshot. Kat comes out jumping with her Mr. Roper, and asks what Sam and Dice are up to. They say nothing, as in literally nothing, until she turns the TV off and they jump to life. Sam and Dice explain that they were watching Slightly Less Gorgeous, a reality show about taking gorgeous people and showing them what life would be like if they were slightly less gorgeous. Not ugly, just like Midwest soccer mom. Kat says she wants to do something fun, so Sam suggests they play freeze tag. Sam tags Kat, then puts a sheet over her head, and she and Dice go back to watching TV. Goomer comes in and is dressed like a double-knot spy. Goomer says he can't tell them the secret reason he's dressed up so fancy before he accidentally says that it's because he got a job as a bodyguard for Delle DeVille. So this is yet another throwback. Delle DeVille was last seen in season 1, episode 15, hashtag doll sitting. It was his concert that Sam and Kat went to when they were babysitting the Fresno girl doll, Clarice. Sam and Kat tried to get information out of Goomer, who anxiously says he can't reveal info, before spewing a bunch of info, specifically listing DeVille's favorite food truck in LA. Goomer eventually becomes so overwhelmed that he decides to escape the situation by jumping through the apartment's front window. And do I even have to say it? That's 4 episodes in a row, and at this point, I'm sure that the writers are doing it on purpose. Dice and Sam decide to leave Goomer on the ground, covered in glass, and Kat frozen in the corner, covered by a blanket, because they are ambivalent. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and call Goomer breaking this window hashtag crime number 136. Because he is a main character, but this is not his apartment. I asked Google if breaking a window is illegal, and Google said, breaking a window may fall under local criminal mischief laws, which prohibit property damage crimes and can include everything from graffiti and street art to accidentally setting your school on fire after burning a love letter. Which is oddly specific, I think. So later, Sam, Kat, and Dice wait by DeVille's favorite food truck, but grow frustrated as he doesn't arrive immediately. A little girl pulls up on a tricycle and asks the group to watch her ride while she gets some food. So Goomer and Delle DeVille do arrive, and Goomer offers to go and buy DeVille's food for him so he won't have to talk to any normal people. Delle says he forgot his sunglasses in the car, and Goomer runs to get them, before turning around and going the right way. So Sam, Kat, and Dice ask if they can get a photo with Delle, and he agrees. Kat says she doesn't want her balloon in the photo because it's bad luck, and ties it to the trike. They go back to take the selfie, but the bike has started to float away. While Sam and Dice fret over this, Delle asks if he can leave to get his food, and Sam says no. We then see another lore character, the Spear Fisherman, and Sam asks to borrow his spear gun. He asks if she's a fellow spear fisherman, and she says no, she's a spear fisher woman, and he says to enjoy his spear gun. So Sam shoots the balloon, and the trike falls directly onto Delle DeVille's head, knocking him out. And that's hashtag crime number 137. Delle is knocked out, and the spear fisherman takes his spear gun and walks away.
We murdered Delle DeVille!
We gotta tell the police!
police about this. No way, we could get arrested.
Sam decides there's only one solution left. They won't take Dell to the hospital, won't tell the police, and won't tell Goomer. Instead, they put Dell in a wheelbarrow and bring him back to their apartment, kidnapping him to avoid getting into trouble. And that's #crime number 138. So they get back to the apartment and begin freaking out. Kat says she wants to take Dell's shoes, so if they go to jail, at least she'll have Dell DeVille's shoes. Dell then wakes up and remembers everything, although Sam does her best to gaslight him into thinking he's just hallucinating. Dell decides he's going to call the cops, so Sam decides to violently assault him. She jumps on his back and then pinches his elbow, causing him to faint. And that's #crime number 139. Also, this is an old reference going as far back as Zoe 101. Pinching someone's elbow as a parallel to the Vulcan nerve pinch is pretty established in universe. Dice decides to take Dell's phone and points out how cool it is. In a world where every device is pear-shaped, an actual real-world phone must seem like an innovation from the distant future. Meanwhile, we see Goomer running along the street, desperately looking for DeVille, as he went ahead and bought the burritos. Meanwhile, we see Sam chaining Dell up in her bed, as Dice says that things are getting out of control. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to figure out if kidnapping someone and then chaining them up in your bedroom are different crimes or parts of the same crime. I figure the wheelbarrow is kidnapping and this is false imprisonment. So that's #crime number 140. On top of this, Kat has indeed stolen Dell's shoes, making that #crime number 141. Later on, Dell begs to be let go and promises not to go to the cops. Sam says no promise from someone in the music industry means squat, as she chugs on a bottle of Blue Dog soda.
Hey, Dell, how you doing?
How am I doing? You people whacked me on the head with a popular children's vehicle, and now you've chained me up and won't let me leave.
Well, at least I got you a vanilla latte.
I said I wanted a chai latte!
Man, things are not going your way.
Dell asks who took his phone, and Dice says that he did, and he'll give it back to him as soon as they're done.
You know, kidnapping you?
Dell tells Sam she's an idiot, because he has hired a brilliant bodyguard named Goomer. Goomer is going to find him, and then Dell will go to the police, and all three of them will go to jail. Sam, doubting this, pulls his coffee just out of arm's reach. Meanwhile, Kat has cooked 4 breakfasts for Dell. Sam asks why, and Kat explains she doesn't know what he likes. Sam asks why she didn't just ask him and then make him one breakfast, and Kat reflects,
Oh my god, I'm so stupid!
Meanwhile, Dice has some bad news and pulls up the latest episode of News. The news girl reports that Dell DeVille is missing, meaning his new album will never be finished.
Oh well.
Goomer comes in, disheveled and visibly shaky, still grasping the burritos in his hands. He insists that nothing is wrong, and he did not lose Dell DeVille. The group accept this immediately.
Dear God, help me find him!
Sam wants to allow Goomer to relax without causing suspicion, and coaxes Dice into texting Goomer as Dell that everything is okay. And so Dice does.
Hi, Goomer! Everything is cool, so please don't think I've been kidnapped. I haven't. And if I ever was kidnapped, I'm sure that nobody you know would be responsible. Call you later.
It's later.
Later.
So Goomer leaves, never to be seen in the series again. Meanwhile, as Kat delivers Dell oatmeal, he grabs her wrist and attacks her. Later, we see that he's been forced to wear the Bane mask that we last saw Crazy Steve wearing in #Super Psycho. Kat explains that this is to stop him from attempting to murder her a second time. Dell asks what Kat is doing with the guitar she has, and she explains that it belongs to her friend Andre from Hollywood Arts. He broke it, and so she's fixing it for him. Del asks if she's good at repairing guitars, and she explains that it's always been one of her passions, although she says this is the first time she's ever had reason to speak of it. Kat finishes fixing the guitar and shreds on it, absolutely captivating DeVille. Del begs for Kat to let him use that riff on his next album, and Kat agrees on the one condition that he never tell anyone that the group bonked him on the head and took him captive. Kat asks what he wants taken off first, his handcuffs or his big toe cuffs, and he picks the big toe cuffs. And then we see that. Thank you, show. After a transition, we see Sam reading a book titled 3 Months Later, and we learn that Del has been long back at making music, and that his latest single has just gone triple platinum, and mostly because of the guitar riff made by Kat. Kat admits she has no idea how she came up with the notes, and that they just came to her. Later, Sam is reading a book titled 3 Months After That, and Dice tells her to stop reading that sequel because they need to watch another news clip. We find out that Del DeVille is now being sued, as that guitar riff is actually from a 1970s song, Monkey Do, Monkey You. Because of this, DeVille will have to pay $26 million in damages. Sam reflects that Del likely would have been better off if they never met him, but Kat notes, at least she has his shoes. Ha 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 ha, fade to black. So that was the Sam and Kat finale, and I think we can all agree that that was one of the most intense things that we have ever reviewed for this mini-series. But we have a disappointment on our hands because we ended that episode with 141 hashtag crimes when our big goal was 142 hashtag crimes. So in the end, as we end this series, we are still one crime away from that big ultimate goal. But despite this major blow, this is still a very cool moment for us. Because as of this second, we have now officially reviewed all 188 episodes in the 3 shows we set out to review when I started this 400,000 subscriber special. And now we have a couple things we need to talk about. Most importantly, legacy, downfall, and what happened to the NSU. I lied again. That wasn't the Sam and Kat finale. This is. Season 1, episode 35 is called #GettinWiggy. And we start the finale with Kat deciding which stuffed animal she wants to bring on her trip. We find out that Dice has booked a hair modeling gig in, as Kat puts it, Phoenix. Dice will be appearing in Teen Hair magazine and is going to be the cover model. However, Dice's mom and aunt got sick because they ate coyotes and got coyote fever. So Kat is going to chaperone Dice during the trip. Sam corrects Kat that the city is pronounced Phoenix, not Phoenix, but Kat doesn't care, as she wants to keep saying the word how she thinks it should be pronounced, which is ridiculous. So anyways, Dice and Kat will be leaving Los Angeles on a bus soon, and that's why Kat is trying to pick which animals to bring. Suddenly, who arrives at the apartment but Nona? Incidentally, I was not lying earlier when I said that we never see Goomer again, because he's not in the finale, but Nona is. Great. Nona reveals that Elderly Acres is infected with funk mites, and the exterminators are spraying all weekend, meaning that Nona needs to stay at the apartment. Kat volunteers her bed, meaning that Sam will have to spend the entire weekend with Nona, whom she hates.
We're gonna be roomies, let's bump butts.
Sam suddenly wants to go with Kat on her trip, but Kat reminds her that she can't go to Arizona, and we find out there is a warrant there for Sam's arrest. Kat reveals she has an entire song dedicated to memorizing all the states where Sam can't go. In this song, she lists Arizona, Utah, Ohio, Texas, New Hampshire, and Tennessee. Alright, so I gotta cancel my plans because this is what I'm doing for the rest of the day apparently. I've gone through this in my head several times, and I cannot think of a single episode of iCarly or this show where Sam is seen in any of those states. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that these are all crimes that Sam committed after the iCarly finale. It's just like a gut feeling that I'm pretty sure of. The issue is that none of these states are anywhere in between Seattle and LA, so when exactly she went to any of these places and inspired the creation of 6 active warrants is a mystery to me. I find this one heavily debatable, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that we have 6 mystery crimes on our hands, bringing us to hashtag crime number 147. But each of these cases also seems to be a clear violation of 18 USC 1073, flight to avoid prosecution. This is a federal law that says traveling across state lines to avoid legal punishment can result in an additional 5 years in prison. So with each of these 6 cases, Sam leaving those states and actively avoiding returning means that there are an additional 6 crimes that she could be convicted of, bringing us to hashtag crime number 153. In my opinion, this revelation is a huge contradiction to pre-existing lore, as early episodes of Sam and Kat constantly mentioned that Sam was always at risk of being sent back to juvie. Now we're supposed to believe that Sam has 6 active warrants out for her arrest, but her juvie officer has never noticed this? To make things worse, Sam then sings,
I'm also not welcome in Europe.
So let's just go ahead and call that one crime, just one. Just to make this simple. So that's hashtag crime number 154. But I'm still not satisfied with this. I still want us to have one more crime in this show, just one more actual crime, so we can actually say for sure, without any debate, that this show has matched the crimes of iCarly. So later, in Phoenix, Dice and Sam arrive at the photo shoot. Dice says he's been modeling since he was 4, but this is the first time he's ever been picked for the cover of a national magazine. We meet Yance, the adult photographer, who has a random photo of a child on the bottom of his coffee cup. It's moments like this where you realize how creepy these Easter eggs are. Yance says that there's some iffy news, as there's been a change in plans. All of the boys will be photographed that weekend, and Yance will then decide who will be on the cover at a later date. Kat says Dice doesn't have to worry because he still has the best hair in their room, but that all changes when he enters. His name is Jet Xander, and he's the #1 teen hair model in the world. And even Kat admits that he blows Dice out of the water, and the fro boy is left deflated. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Sam comes home to the apartment only to see a buffet of food laid out in the kitchen. It turns out Nona is quite the cook and has decided to make her temporary roommate a special dinner. Sam is moved to the point of tears and says that now she has a sudden fear that she's dreaming and is about to wake up. If you think about this in the wider context, Sam is portrayed as someone who loves food, but not as someone who is good at cooking food. So while in iCarly she constantly had all these great meals prepared by Spencer and the like, this might actually be the first time she's had a quality home-cooked meal in 2.5 years. Because the last episode had a fucking 6-month time skip. So I'm just presuming that this episode is set in 2015. So there's a compilation of Yonce taking photos of Dice and the other models, and my god, this is a boring A-plot. After the shoot, Dice mopes that there's no way he's going to win, and Sam says she doesn't get why everyone is so excited about a boy in a silly wig. Dice takes this accusation very seriously and asks if Kat is sure that Jet is wiggin'. Kat says that she has an excellent wigdar, terrible pun, and Dice excitedly says that if they can prove that Jet is wiggin', he'll get the cover for sure. Back in the B-plot, gotta miss saying that, Nona comes into Sam's bedroom with a text from Kat. Sam is supposed to babysit the Franklin twins tomorrow, so Kat wants her to wake up at 8 a.m. Sam remarks that she hates waking up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and Nona says she doesn't have to worry about it. Nona wakes up at 6 a.m. every day, so Sam can go ahead and sleep in. Sam feels like pushing it and asks Nona if she will also do her laundry. Nona says that she won't because she already has. The laundry is in the past tense, much with Sam's woes about her temporary roommate. Nona says that's what Nonas do, and Sam gives her a hug.
Nona? Yes, dear. Promise me you won't die tonight.
So yeah, Dice and Kat are looking for evidence that Jet is #wiggin' out. And so Kat pretends to have dropped her contacts on the floor and asks Jet for help looking for them. At Kat's order, Dice plugs in a giant fan, and they all watch as Jet's hair does not fly off his scalp. As Yonce comes in, he remarks that Jet's hair is beautiful in its disheveled state, and begins taking photographs. It seems that Dice and Kat have accidentally won the competition for the enemy. So later at the apartment, who comes by but the building manager, aka the real main character. He's there because Sam hasn't paid her half of the rent in 2 months. The manager comes in and reveals that for 2 months, Sam has been paying him with Monopoly money, which is a pretty hilarious grift to pull on someone. He then quotes something that he said in his first appearance.
And I don't need any colorful characters around here to give the joint atmosphere.
What does that mean?
I don't know, I'm a throwback.
Sam comes out of the closet and says Nona is the best roommate ever, and in the end, she doesn't even care if Kat knows that she said that. Dice waits to hear the results of who will be on the cover, and he blames Kat for using that giant fan to make Jet's hair so beautiful. And of course, Jet is picked, and Kat has a total mental breakdown over this. Kat openly accuses Jet of wearing a wig and then assaults him in a room full of witnesses. In the end, she rips out countless clumps of very real hair, leaving several bald patches behind on this poor child before she finally admits that he is actually not wearing a wig.
Well, it's not a wig.
Back in the B-plot, Nona is preparing to go back to Elderly Acres as the funk mites are gone. She also notes that Kat is going to be back that night, so she'll need her bed back. Sam grows despondent as she's truly grown close to Nona in these few days.
But I don't want you to leave. Oh, honey, you'll be all right. No, I won't.
Sam gets a phone call, and we find out that due to the incident, Dice is going to be the cover model for some reason, Jet is going to a scalp hospital, and Kat is going to jail. And if Nona doesn't come and bail her out, she'll be in prison for at least 2 full weeks. Sam hangs up and tells Nona that Dice and Kat decided to stay in Phoenix for 2 extra weeks, and that Kat wants Nona to keep looking after Sam. Nona says that she had better get started on dinner, and Sam goes to lay on the couch. And I think it's fair to say that we all just sadly witnessed #crime number 155, and this is also one of the least easy to justify crimes that we have ever seen. It wasn't funny, it did not have valid motivation, and in short, it was a child being violently assaulted. So you might be wondering why I did the whole fake out with this finale. Well, first of all, this episode was missing from Paramount Plus for a long period of time, so it's very possible that at some point recently you rewatched this show and didn't see this episode. But more importantly, I really wanted to emphasize how terrible of an episode this is as a finale, to the point that any other show in Sam and Cat would have been better as a final episode. Because Sam and Cat's final episode is ultimately about Sam Puckett realizing that she doesn't really like Cat as a roommate and prefers her grandmother. And she ultimately then decides to stop Nona from bailing Cat out of prison. The same woman who recruited all of her friends to march across state lines to bail out her mom now lets her supposed best friend rot in prison so she can get a home-cooked meal. And meanwhile, Cat's storyline is a realization of something that we've only speculated since Victorious. That Cat's flippant personality and limited worldview actively puts other people in danger. And since we are never given any confirmation that Cat makes it out of this situation, it's entirely possible that within the NSU, Cat has been in prison or psychiatric care for the last 8 years. Because by all accounts, that might be where she needs to be. Filming on this episode wrapped on March the 28th, 2014. All evidence seems to suggest this was a Jeanette Light episode, so it's my guess that the scenes with Sam and Nona were filmed earlier in the week. Shortly after this, with at least one more script already ready to go, production on the show was quickly halted. Within a few days, gossip headlines began to report that the show was in limbo. Many articles implied the relationship between Ariana Grande and Jennette McCurdy was what had ended the series, something Nickelodeon declined to comment on. On March the 29th, the 2014 Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards was held, with Sam and Cat winning the Favorite Show Award. Jennette McCurdy did not attend, and later stated that she protested the event as she felt Nickelodeon was being unfair to her. Earlier that month, several images had leaked online of McCurdy posing in her underwear. These were supposedly sent to a lover, who Jennette suspects leaked them online. This is only relevant because several drama publications ran with the narrative that these images were why Nickelodeon had canceled the show. Other tabloids reported that following her fame, Grande had been given a pay raise that McCurdy did not receive. Both Ariana and Jennette denied this, and Nickelodeon continued to refuse any comment. The mystery of why Sam and Cat was really canceled would continue for another 8 years. It would not be until July the 13th, 2014, that Nickelodeon would directly announce that the series had been canceled. #GettinWiggy aired 4 days after this statement to 3.4 million viewers. 9 days after this episode aired, the very first episode of Henry Danger would premiere on Nickelodeon. The show's pilot gained 1.94 million viewers in its first broadcast, less than half of the original Sam and Cat pilot, and also less than any Sam and Cat premiere. However, in the world of broadcast television in 2014, this was seen as a massive success story, and Henry Danger would eventually become the longest-running live-action Nickelodeon show of all time, with 121 total episodes. 2 days after Henry Danger premiered, the song Bang Bang would release. A collaboration between Ariana Grande, Jessie J, and Nicki Minaj, it would cement Grande's presence as a pop idol, and make her life as a sitcom star seem like a distant memory. So now that we've finished this show's actual finale, I think it's obvious to pretty much everyone that the next big step is talking about Jennette McCurdy's life and the real reason that Sam and Cat ended. But I want to put that off for just a little while longer. Basically, there's a bunch of stuff that I've always intended to talk about with this show that really only makes sense to discuss after the final episode. But if I talk about this stuff after we get serious, you guys just won't care. You'll be like, Quentin, who gives a shit? None of this is real. You know, it just won't make sense tonally to talk about some of this stuff after the final segment of this video. So think of all this as like a couple short intermissions before the actual final analysis of this video. So first of all, we started our discussion of Sam and Cat with an analysis of a piece of lost media, and specifically a piece of lost media so bad that after I described it out loud one time, everyone on the internet stopped looking for it. So it's fitting that we're now going to bookend our analysis of the show by doing the exact same thing. So to make that whole fake out with the finale work, I did kind of gaslight you guys about some basic facts with this show. So I'd better recap some like basic information about Sam and Cat before we go any further. Sam and Cat has in total 35 episodes, but one of those episodes is double-lengthed. So when it would air in syndication, it would be split in half, meaning that by some estimate, Sam and Cat actually has 36 episodes. This means that based off of the season order that Sam and Cat was working off of at the time the show ended, the season order they had been assigned directly after the pilot had broadcast, the show technically was supposed to still owe 4 episodes to Nickelodeon. So basically the sort of unsung mystery here is, what were those 4 episodes? What could have been, and how close were those episodes to actually being created? So before we get into this, the information I'm about to present comes from a source which is kind of iffy, but not really. Basically, there's this Instagram account which has recently gone private, which does nothing but post behind-the-scenes information about these shows. And no one can agree if this fan account is just run by someone who knows a lot of people behind the scenes, or if it's just one of the people who worked on the show role-playing like they're a fan that happens to know a lot of trivia. But either way, the consensus with this account is that pretty much everything they post about these shows is probably accurate to some extent. And I also tend to believe this specific post because if it's true, it basically confirms what I've been speculating about the show from the very start. So basically, by the time #GettinWiggy finished filming, the next 3 episodes of the show had completed layouts, and the next episode had a completed script, which was basically completely ready for them to start filming with. So, what was the plot of this completely finished script? Well, in the A plot, Sam and Cat realize that they can make more money as babysitters if they get a babysitter's license. And basically the rest of the episode would have dealt with the hijinks they go through trying to get this license. Meanwhile, in the B plot, and this is the part where either this is so ridiculous that this post has to be inaccurate, or this is so ridiculous that this has to be where they wanted to go with Sam and Cat. In the B plot, Goomer accidentally burns down his apartment. He tries to move into Dice's basement, but Dice's aunt moves in at the exact same time. So Dice has to help Goomer find somewhere else to live. At this point, they would have tracked down Goomer's sister, but she also would not want Goomer living with her because he at one point in the past burned down another home that she owned. Dice would have then convinced Goomer's sister to let him move into her basement, at which point the basement would have flooded. You just know that episode would have been called something stupid like fucking #I drown in a basement or something. Now going beyond this episode, no one knows what episodes 37 and 38 would have been about, and I would guess that even people working on the show could not tell you what the plot of episode 39 would have been because they just weren't that far along, in their planning process. Now, in the past, I have gone on a spiel about how I don't like it when people say to me, Sam and Cat's not that long. It's only 35 episodes. Because for a show as bad as Sam and Cat, 35 is way too many episodes. But I also should reiterate, just to remind you of the other half of the argument, 35 episodes is also not a lot of episodes for a show like this. In this era, most Nickelodeon live-action sitcoms lasted for around 60 episodes. For instance, Drake and Josh had 56 episodes, Zoe 101 had 61 episodes, and Victorious had 57. So basically, in theory, if Sam and Cat had finished this season order of 40 episodes, and then they had done one more full season of 20 episodes, that would have been the standard number of stories that a show like this was expected to fulfill. So I think it's worth pointing out that the question really isn't, why was Sam and Cat canceled at this exact moment here? The question is, when did 60 episodes of Sam and Cat stop feeling viable? When did people accept that that was never going to happen? Because in my opinion, I think by the end of the show, they knew they weren't getting to 60 episodes. And if that's the case, why? A weird thing you see a lot of people do is try to assert that Sam and Cat was a failure, not just critically, but commercially. And one of the ways they try and do this sometimes is they'll compare the viewing figures of Sam and Cat to the viewing figures of a show like iCarly, which is, a dishonest tactic to use in an argument like this, because cable TV in 2014 did not have the same standards as cable TV in 2009. So moving on from that, we have to accept that Sam and Cat was a reasonably popular and successful show. So that alone cannot be the reason that it ended so swiftly. But like I've said, we're going to circle around to that topic later. For now, there's still other stuff I want to talk about. Mainly the legacy of Sam and Cat, and specifically the impact it had and didn't have on the NSU moving forwards. Okay, so here's a basic explanation of what we're going to be doing here. If I were reviewing a show like, let's say, Zoe 101, I would do a segment discussing all of the parts of Zoe 101 that were referenced in future shows. Brands that became synonymous with the NSU, or characters that cameoed in future episodes. Sam and Cat is a weird program because afterwards, it did carry a big sense of shame. You can feel this in all the ways that the show isn't referenced. Very often, characters in Game Shakers and Henry Danger will watch old Nickelodeon sitcoms, be it Drake and Josh or iCarly. Sam and Cat was never included in this running gag. Similarly, while Ariana Grande's history at Nickelodeon would often be referenced, Victorious would typically be name-dropped, but not Sam and Cat. However, in other ways, references to Sam and Cat were fairly common. In this intermission, I plan to discuss some examples of this, starting with more obscure and minor stuff, and then ending with the content that we all really came here to see. Before we start this, I just want to say really quickly, God bless the Dangerverse Wiki. I make fun of these sites a lot, but there's truly a lot of content I miss until I go back and check these websites. And believe it or not, I have not single-handedly watched every single episode of Game Shakers and Henry Danger. And since none of this information is written down in one place, most of these references I was able to piece together by browsing these fan websites. With that, let's begin. In the pilot episode of Henry Danger, Henry's best friend Jasper has a birthday party, and Henry gets him a surprise gift by getting his new boss, Captain Man, to appear as a guest. Then, everyone at the party sings Jasper a birthday song. This was back when Happy Birthday to You was thought to be copyrighted, so they instead use a fake birthday song. This is actually the same fake birthday song that was first sung in the Sam and Cat episode, #Brain Crush. You know, the birthday party where the adults are the only ones singing the song because the kids were all on their phones. In episode 5 of Henry Danger, Captain Man and Kid Danger dump 2 innocent civilians in a back alleyway. This is the same alleyway set that was made famous by its constant and illogical use in Sam and Cat, although here it's been dressed up slightly differently. Additionally, I believe that this set actually goes back as far as the Victorious Ham Boner episode, although back then it was quite different looking. In Season 2, Episode 4, Henry and the Woodpeckers, Henry's father is seen watching Toilet Wars, although the show is only heard. Toilet Wars is seen for the first time in Season 3, Episode 10, Space Invaders Part 2. In Season 3, Episode 9, Space Invaders Part 1, we also see the family watching reruns of Victorious and Drake and Josh, in case you love keeping track of our favorite in-universe contradiction. Toilet Wars appears again in the next episode, Gas or Fail, before it's interrupted by the news. Toilet Wars next cameos in Season 4, Episode 19, where it's briefly seen as a character flips through several channels. This exact same gag also happens in Game Shakers Season 3, Episode 6. When Schwaj flips through HDMI signals in Henry Danger Season 1, Episode 20, he briefly passes "That's a drag." And of course, it's in Season 2 that Herb, the well-homed man, makes a fully fledged guest appearance. But we already discussed this in a former Pinboard segment. In Season 4, Episode 12, Toddler Invasion, Schwaj pulls out an emergency bag that is filled with candy bars. One of the candy bars is a parody of Snickers, called Lumpacious. In Season 4, Episode 18, Danger Things, Piper appears dressed as Eleven from Stranger Things, but reveals that she didn't mean to choose this costume.
I tried to trim my hair just a little bit so I could be this Fresno girl doll for Halloween.
That would have been a sweet stoom.
The term "stoom" is a reference to I Start a Fan War. And of course, Fresno girl dolls originate from Sam and Cat. Perhaps the biggest contribution to the extended NSU made by Sam and Cat was the creation of Zapathon. Zapathon was the show's parody of Amazon.com, and as Amazon became more and more culturally prevalent in the next decade, Zapathon would continue to be used as the in-universe version of the company. Such examples of this can be found in I Know Your Secret and Sister Twister Part 1. Now, you can't really properly talk about Sam and Cat's legacy past its finale without pointing out that Game Shakers, the highly successful and well-regarded show Game Shakers, is the closest thing Sam and Cat has to a spin-off. The show premiered in September 2015, and two of the main characters, Double G and Bunny, originated in Sam and Cat. Although Double G was named PZB on Sam and Cat, I've been told with some authority that Kel Mitchell considers both to be the same man, just going by two different stage names. I've often been curious about the politics behind this never being made explicit. Was Double G just a better name, and the writers didn't think to clarify the continuity? Was there something in the depiction of PZB that the creators didn't want carried over into the new canon? Or was it some sort of ultimatum that Game Shakers never be mistaken as a spin-off to Sam and Cat? We'll likely never know, unless at some point we do. Game Shakers and Henry Danger would reignite this long-forgotten shared universe, and they would first cross over in Henry Danger, Season 4, Episode 4, Danger Games. In this episode, we see Captain Man and Kid Danger on a parody of The View, called The Swell View. This is, of course, a talk show hosted only by women, and one of the women is played by Victoria Oscar.
Poor Dr. Minyak. What is he even a doctor of? I know! Failure!
So pretty much every online source I can find about this episode, including IMDb, says that in this scene, Victoria Oscar is playing Bubs Dixon. This isn't said directly in the episode, and the credits aren't so specific. But I don't think I'm risking my reputation by saying that this was likely the intention, since the actress has done little work since her appearance in Sam and Cat. Before we move on to the most obvious and significant example of the legacy of Sam and Cat, here's a quick bonus scene. In the Game Shakers episode, Lost Jacket, Falling Pigeons, Babe and Kenzie visit the New York subway Lost and Found, which is filled to the brim with Easter eggs to every NSU-related show that you can think of. Except for Unfabulous, but that barely counts. Gibby's head is in the background, there's an All That mug, some Henry Danger comics, the red robot from Drake and Josh, the remote from iCarly. that I guess Carly lost. What a grand gesture that means nothing now, huh, Sam? The iCarly camera, one of the masks from Psychowitz's classrooms, bottles of Blix from Zoe 101, and even Rex himself, clearly sitting just barely in view. Most notable to today's video is the presence of Kat's purple giraffe plush from Victorious and Sam and Cat. Now, a notable contradiction that's always fascinated me is that in Henry Danger, Season 2, Episode 12, Text, Lies, and Video, we see Henry selling Gibby's head to a woman shopping at Junkin' Stuff. So I've always been curious about the timeline here. Gibby makes his first head in iCarly Season 5. Then he sells it to a Japanese family who take it back overseas. So we can presume that that head never makes it back to the mainland. He makes another copy of his head in the iCarly finale, and although the Gibby script doesn't comment on it, he clearly still has it in Sam and Cat. So is the Gibby head seen in Game Shakers the same one from the iCarly finale? And what about the one in Henry Danger? It seems like a big ask for one head to go from Seattle to New York City to a small town on the West Coast. Well, here's my headcanon. We have to remember that there's actually a third head, as the iCarly sitcom also exists in the iCarly universe, and there was only ever one prop in the real world. So I think that is the head that we see in Game Shakers. And also, we have to remember that Neville murdered Gibby and cut his body into tiny pieces. So I think the head in Henry Danger is Gibby's actual hollowed out skull. I take this segment very seriously. Okay, with that, it's time for our final pinboard segment of this video, and perhaps the final pinboard segment of this entire mini-series. Last time I was here, I wasn't feeling so hot, but then I went to the doctor, he gave me 480 milligrams of steroids, and now I'm feeling alright. I took them all at once. Just now, right before I started filming. Okay, so it should be pretty obvious by now that we are here to do a special pinboard segment about another specific character. But as a fun piece of trivia, there's actually an extra segment that I originally wanted to do for this part of the video that I ended up not doing. The big recurring theme of these two videos is presenting the story of this show and then the ending of this show from the perspective of several different people. So right about here, I originally wanted to interview Cameron Ocasio. My underpinning logic was that Cameron Ocasio very potentially might be one of the last people on the earth I could speak to who would have rose-tinted glasses about this show. And I thought that would be a very interesting perspective to present right before we went in the opposite direction. And furthermore, I thought just the shock of suddenly seeing Cameron as an adult with no transition would make for a very interesting part of the story. So I went ahead and I tried to contact Cameron in every single way that I could think of, but no dice. I will say that he used to stream a lot. I guess at some point he was trying to be like a streamer influencer type, and I found a YouTube channel that's just archives of his streams, and I just thought it was funny how many like weird hot takes he has about the show based entirely on his vague memories of what his character was supposed to be.
Do you and Dice have a lot in common? What is Dice? So Dice is just, I don't know. I mean, Dice is like a low-key drug dealer, dude, honestly. But without the drugs, it was just like weird items. Probably not, I don't think so. How'd I get on Sam and Cat? Well, I think I said this story before. I auditioned for the Gibby show. Gibby was gonna have a spin-off show, which did not work out, but I auditioned for that. And I didn't get the part, but they liked me enough and they gave me the roll of Dice. Yo, I'm pretty sure I'm on Akinator. You guys want to see if I'm on Akinator? All right, we're gonna do characters. Let's go, Dice. Where's he at? Where's my boy Dice at? I mean, guys, Is Dice's hair technically a power? I mean, come on. Dice, can you sell me 2 grams of weed? I could sell you some Toastums. Pop that shit in the oven. Uh-oh. No, wait. Oh, guys, what's the lore? Holy shit, I forget. Dice lives with this aunt, right? Can someone help me? Did you get to keep anything from Sam and Cat set? I get to keep my Dice necklace. That's about it. Is Dice in high school? Or is he in middle school? Fuck, I don't know. Dice, you got hoes? Nah, dude. I wish. Dice have hoes, dude. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. No. What? Wait, how does it go from is your character on Nickelodeon and then the next 2 question is your character on drugs? How does it go from Nickelodeon to drugs? How does it go to that question? I'm pretty sure he sells drugs, but no, I don't think he's on drugs. Oh, what? He got it, dude. Cam, you show us the dice chain? Do you want to see the dice chain? I can show it. If I have friends, it'll be fun. Yeah, I don't have friends. That's the problem. Dress up as Dice with the hat and stuff. Yeah, it'd be funny. I don't know. The reason why I don't want to do that too much is because, like, I feel like I'm just stuck living in the past. Like, that shit is so old. That part of me is so, like, long ago. I don't want to, like, cling on to it. You know what I mean? And use that as, like, a crutch. You know what I mean? I want people to click on my streams because my content is pretty fucking good. You know? I feel like it's kind of a crutch, just using that I'm Dice. Sure, it'll get views probably, but I'd rather my content get views than that. Probably feels better. Bro, he be disrespecting kids? Hell yeah, dude. These kids probably watch my show and they don't know they're getting dunked on by Dice. Absolutely dunked on.
But anyways, we're not here to talk about that because instead we are here to do a special surprise intermission about our friend Goomer. And by special surprise intermission, I mean you should have seen this coming. So, as you might remember, before I started this mini-series, I had absolutely no experience with Sam and Cat. I purposefully tried not to expose myself to it because I wanted my reactions to be genuine and not staged. So one of the first experiences I had with Sam and Cat during this mini-series was when I was working on the iCarly videos, and I ended up looking at the Sam and Cat Twitter, and I saw this picture. This picture of Goomer smiling while he holds a hot dog with peanut butter on it. And I was instantly filled with dread. I thought, my God, you know, I was watching iCarly, things already weren't good, and I was like, things are gonna get so much worse because this character must be a low point for the franchise. And I was totally wrong. And so yeah, I'm a Goomer defender. I mean, Sam and Cat is a shit show. Don't watch it. Don't think about it. Don't get your friends to watch it. Do anything else with your life, but continue to pay attention to the existence of this show. But Goomer's great. I really like Goomer. So, as the final segment, before things go to shit, I think it is extremely fitting that I stand here filled with excitement as I prepare to tell you all about Goomer and my various Goomer fan theories. But before we get started, there's a lot of information that we're missing out on. And I think a lot of you have already figured out where this is going, but if you're out of the loop, if this is somehow the first video you've seen in this miniseries, if you've watched the rest of the miniseries and you forgot it all, do me a favor and try to be shocked by this next segment. We are now going to review an episode of the Nickelodeon sitcom Henry Danger, which we actually have already looked at. But this time we're going to try and go a little bit faster, and we're going to be focusing on some different details. So without further ado, this is Henry Danger, Season 3, Episode 17, Live and Dangerous, Part 1. So at the start of the episode, Henry, Charlotte, and Jasper get a V-mail from Frankini, who we learn is an internet influencer that they all love and respect. Frankini has sent the video to invite Captain Man and Kid Danger to a party, and while Ray doesn't understand who the internet star is, he agrees to go. That Saturday, Captain Man and Kid Danger arrive at Frankini's home, but when they make it inside, they find no party. Frankini explains that the party is next week, and before he can explain further...
Frankini! Frankini!
Pardon me a moment. What is it?
I got the underwear. Want me to give it to him?
Frankini says those aren't the male models that they ordered, piquing the interest and the ego of Henry and Ray.
Gentlemen, this is my obtuse assistant, Goomer.
Hello. I used to hang out with Frankini's sister, but that's a long story.
This reference to Frankini's sister seems to imply that Frankini is the brother of Cat Valentine, a reference to Frankie Grande being the real-world half-sibling of Ariana Grande. Also note that while the events of Sam and Cat are called upon here, it is with great hesitation. Goomer speaks of those days as if they are something he would rather not get into, and Frankini bobs his head accordingly. So what happened in-universe to cause this kind of reaction? Did Sam and Cat's Super Rockin' Fun Time babysitting service break down in-universe as well? Or hell, did Goomer find out about Sam and Cat kidnapping Del DeVille? Funnily enough, because Goomer doesn't appear in the epilogue of the next to last episode, and doesn't feature in the finale at all, we actually can't prove that he was present for the final 6 months of the Sam and Cat timeline. Maybe by the finale, he had already moved to Swellview with Cat's brother. We'll try to discuss stuff like this later, as the entire point of this segment is to kind of fill in the cracks. Frankini asks Goomer what would make him think that Captain Man and Kid Danger were male models, and Goomer seems stumped until Frankini forces him to look at the writing on his hand. Goomer then recites that they're both so handsome and physically fit. The superhero duo are so self-obsessed that they can't see what's happening, and soon agree to model for the boys. Frankini tells Goomer to pinch him, and Goomer does, and Frankini complains that he pinches too hard, adding,
"That's how you killed the caterpillar!"
You said we'd never mention Legsley again!
Implying an entire world of Goomer-themed expanded media. Goomer leads the pair away to try on the stylish underwear in another room.
Dark room for me to take my pants off.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Yes. Follow Goomer and put on the Frankini bottoms so the real party can start.
After the commercial break and a tangent about Henry's sister watching pimple videos, we see Goomer putting stage makeup on Frankini. Goomer says that he doesn't feel right about their plan.
I don't know if we should be doing all this to Captain Man and Kid Danger.
Frankini reminds Goomer that the world record for the most viewers on a live stream at one time is 9.8 million viewers, and the only way he can match that is by using the two heroes.
But they seem so nice.
I don't care if they're
So Captain Man and Kid Danger come out in the underwear and ask why they have batteries in them. Frankini pulls out a Domatron and the boys pretend to know what that is. Suddenly, Frankini pushes a button and the pair stiffen up, finding they can no longer move. Frankini reveals that he now controls their bodies through the underwear. He then takes control of their mouths, showing that he now has full control of their autonomy. Yes, it turns out that Frankini, like any person with a Harry Potter tattoo, is secretly a raging sociopath, bent on taking total control. And now he plans to start a live stream with the pair, promising his audience a special treat if they get to 10 million consecutive viewers. Goomer asks what the special treat is, and Franchini yells in his ear that he already knows. But now, the superhero team can be told. If his live stream reaches 10 million viewers, he will force the superheroes to take off their masks, revealing their disguises live on the internet.
For dinner, can we have pork and beans?
Yes and yes!
Aren't goals like this so tacky? Remember to hit subscribe for that fucking Zoe 106 video. So in part 2 of the serial, Franchini puts his plan into motion, and all is going perfectly. Until Goomer notices that their viewers are dropping fast.
I think the problem's a pimple.
I have a pimple? Oh my god, where? Oh my god, pop it! Oh my god, pop it! Pop it! Pop it!
Oh no, look it!
So of course, Henry's friends and family have started a pimple popping live stream to compete with Franchini. And so Franchini decides he needs to step things up.
Get the worms!
Oh, come on, you're not serious.
Get the worms!
Oh god.
Franchini forces Kid Danger and Captain Man to eat ground up worms live on the internet. This works as he manages to reach 10 million viewers. Realizing he's won, he begins a speech thanking his supporters.
I mean, you stream me. You really stream me. Thank you!
With no other options, Schwaz decides to shut off the power to all of Swellview, turning off the machine that Franchini has used to control the boys. This shuts down the live stream and frees the heroes.
What did you do?
I didn't do nothing. No punish.
Oh, you boomer.
So the pair blow a bubble and get back into their pants. The two want revenge, so they tie Franchini up and pop a gigantic pimple into his face. Okay, so I'll admit that in this watch through, I managed to figure out that it's supposed to be a fake pimple? But shockingly, that does not make the pimple bukkake easier to watch. But you can at least take solace in knowing that Goomer is not in this scene, as I fear he never would have recovered emotionally from this one. So obviously the big important twist of this episode is that Goomer, the character introduced in Sam and Cat, is now a lackey for a recurring villain in the Dangerverse. So for the next few seasons, whenever Franchini would show up, Goomer would come with him, and they both returned for the first time in Season 4, Episode 13, Captain Mankini. At the start of the episode, Jasper enters the man cave to see two strangers at the control desk. He goes on the defensive, but soon learns that this is actually Schwaz and Charlotte, both in disguise. We learn that Ray and Henry are on their way to the man cave with Franchini and...
what's that big dumb guy's name?
So yeah, two villains are coming to their secret lair and they all need disguises. They rush up to Junk and Stuff to find something for Jasper to wear. After this, Captain Man slides down into the cave, followed by two sacks of people, who are soon revealed.
Captain Man? Kid Danger?
And I'm Goomer!
You'll note that Franchini is wearing prison booty shorts, which I like to think is a throwback to the Victorious Hospital episode, where his sister also wore booty shorts with an outfit where that made no sense. I guess what Franchini is wearing aren't really booty shorts, they're just kind of shorts, but just let me have this one, man. Jesus. Captain Man and Kid Danger reveal that they've busted the two out of jail because they need their help. Franchini asks if Captain Man needs help losing weight, and Ray snaps, causing Franchini to jump into Goomer's arms. Kid Danger calms Captain Man down and tells the two that they want their help capturing a criminal. It turns out that there's another influencer baddie in town. Go-Bro.
Who's Go-Bro? Does he have a yo-yo?
No.
Does he eat froyo?
No.
Is his dog named Toto?
What is the matter with you?
Doctor says I don't have to tell you that.
Go-Bro is an in-universe, one-man dude perfect, always pushing the limits to be more extreme. But this time, it's gone too far, Captain Man explains, as he accidentally projects a photo of Henry's mom onto the screen. This is a part of the long-running joke in the series that Ray really wants to fuck Henry's mom, and that might actually be the only reason that he hangs out with him. So they show GoBro's video, where we find out that he's kidnapped a grandma with dementia that he met at a bus stop. And the next day, he plans to stream himself, sending her, quote, on a downhill ride going 95 miles per hour. But you can't criticize him because he also donates to charity. Franchini asks how Captain Danger intends to stop him, and Captain Man reveals that his plan is that he and Franchini will temporarily swap bodies. Franchini excitedly dances through this theoretical and then turns Captain Man down. Franchini is so vain that he has no interest being inside. There's no way to say this in a way that doesn't sound weird. Franchini is so vain that he has no interest being inside the body of another man. So Captain Man zaps him and forces him to go through the procedure anyways. And Goomer doesn't like this one bit.
Franchini's my boss, and he said no to your body swapper idea. So I'm not just gonna stand here and let y'all do it.
Kid Danger approaches Goomer and asks if he likes baked potatoes. Goomer says sure, and the kid reveals that they've set up a baked potato bar just for him. And suddenly, this is all he's interested in.
Look at all the fixins!
After the title sequence, we see that Goomer has finished making 2 baked potatoes, and he says one is for himself and one is for Kid Dandruff. Kid Danger corrects his name, but is too hypnotized by the quality of the baked potato to turn it down. As Franchini and Captain Man are put in the tubes, Schwaz reverses the molecular polarity and officially swaps their bodies.
Wow! These bacon bits are delicious!
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the effects in this episode. Franchini and Ray's actors actually recorded all of the dialogue, and then they acted out the other person's recordings. Or actually, I think maybe they did it backwards. I think maybe they dubbed their own. Well, they did something, and it's a good effect, and I bet it was like a really hard thing to direct.
You better treat my face with some respect.
Oh, and what if I don't?
Upstairs at Junk and Stuff, Piper runs in and says that she accidentally booked 2 dates to the prom, and that she put too much detergent in her washer at home, and that she needs to get in contact with the ghost of Davy Jones. But Charlotte and Jasper say that they really don't have time for that this weekend, and maybe they can try and do that stuff some other week. So Ray plans to call GoBro to instigate the plan, and Goomer notes that he could simply make noise during the call and ruin everything. So Captain Man zaps Goomer with the knockout ray.
I'm too big for just one!
In the call, Fake Keeney tells GoBro that he has a plan to make his grandma murder charity video even more popular, but says he can't tell him the details over a call, and they need to meet in person. GoBro refuses to tell him where he is, but offers to send one of his bros to come and get Franchini from the parking lot of Nacho Ballin in 30 minutes. Schwaz and Kid Danger insist on following Fake Keeney in case he gets into danger, since he's not indestructible in Franchini's body. They also plan to bring Goomer and Real Keeney, and everyone leaves just as Jasper and Charlotte return, meaning they've got dressed up for no reason. In the choppa, Real Keeney screams that he's scared of heights. Goomer tells Captain Man to be quiet, and is not convinced when he's told that Captain Man is actually Franchini. They keep following Fake Keeney, who is taken to the abandoned Swellview ski lodge atop Mount Swellview. In the lodge, we see GoBro locking the grandma into an old minecart, strapping a GoPro to her head. Fake Keeney arrives, and GoPro wants to hear the brilliant idea. But Captain Man didn't think that far ahead. But it's okay, because GoBro has his own idea. He's going to lock Franchini into the cart with the grandma, and send him down the mountain as well.
But I thought we were friends.
Bruh, you should know. Views are more important than friendship.
Captain Man tries to fight, but has no powers. The copter boys learn what's happening, and the weather is too bad to land. There's only one chance to save Captain Man and put things right, sending in Franchini, who is currently indestructible. Franchini refuses to jump from a helicopter just to save some grandma, but finally agrees when he's reminded that his own body is also in danger. He and Henry jump down, with Franchini breaking Henry's fall. Go Bros go ham on the pair, and Franchini fails to figure out how to fight, even with superpowers. But Henry pulls the weight, and they all win.
Yay! We did it! Ow!
As the dust settles, Goomer falls from the sky and lands next to the lodge.
I fell out of the helicopter!
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Woo!
So this is easily the best episode of Henry Danger I've ever seen. So far, everything I've seen from this show has been awful and terrible and just without any charm, but this episode kind of makes me understand why a kid would sit down and watch a show like this. Like, if there are any other episodes even half as good as this one, I totally get why this franchise has lasted 9 years. Now, interestingly, this was not the only Goomer story that aired on this day. If you watch this premiere live, the very next episode was a 2-part premiere of The Adventures of Kid Danger. Now, I found out while I was working on this that the actor who plays Captain Man once said that this show isn't canon to the live-action series, citing the mild continuity problem of all the characters looking just slightly too young. That's nice, but he's wrong, so I'm gonna review this like it's canon because it should be. The Adventures of Kid Danger Season 1 Episode 7B is titled The Magical Beefery Tour, and we start out with Captain Man and Kid Danger visiting the fast food restaurant Beefos. Unbeknownst to them, but beknownst to us, one of the employees is actually Goomer in disguise, and he puts in a call on his radio. As the duo's food finishes being made, Goomer knocks out the real employees with a Vulcan neck pinch.
It worked! Just like when Mr. Star Trek does it!
Goomer carefully sneaks a golden pickle into one of the burgers and runs off after handing the food over. Kid Danger chips his tooth on the pickle and goes to complain, before Captain Man wrestles him to the ground, explaining that finding a golden pickle means that they've been invited to meet the Willy Wonka-like owner of Beefo's Burgers. Kid Danger reads from the pickle and discovers that it is only valid today. Chouage appears and tells him to run straight to the beefery, and to not stop running until he gets there. Which is the same joke they did in Victorious when that show did a Willy Wonka parody. So they run off to the factory. Goomer exits the John and says over the radio that the pickle is on the move. The pair get to the factory where the gates open and they meet the man in the flesh.
Howdy, I'm Angus T. Beefo, and I welcome you to my beefery.
Captain Man sniffs Angus's hands, making him uncomfortable, before Goomer arrives dressed like an Oompa Loompa, driving a golf cart to lead the tour in. They enter the factory, which is like the one in the book, but all the candy is replaced by meat and fast food products, with a sturdy river of raw ground beef.
We're in the beefery!
Captain Man rushes out of the cart to smell the raw beef, and Angus purposefully accidentally backs the golf cart up to knock him into the river.
Mr. Beefo, quick! We gotta help Captain Man!
Nah, I think we'll just whip off these disguises! Now!
Franchini begins his bad guy speech before noticing that Goomer took off his pants, not his disguise.
Look! It's me, Goomer, without my pants!
I will literally give you $20 to put your pants back on.
Kid Danger asks what Franchini's plan is, and Franchini reveals the truth. He once again is seeking to top his streaming record, and to accomplish this, he needs to do something truly outrageous.
By letting the whole world watch me eat a hamburger made out of danger meat. Kid Danger meat.
Yeah, Franchini's a cannibal. I mentioned this, right? Kid Danger starts to fight back, but his leg is grabbed by a claw and he's left dangling from the ceiling.
Alright, what is this? Seriously? This is a curveball I did not expect. Put me down.
Captain Man starts to sink further and further into the raw meat, and Kid Danger can't help him, until he realizes the obvious solution. He'll use Moogle Translate. This allows him to speak cow, and he orders one of the bovine individuals to save Captain Man.
Sorry for the delay, Kid Danger. I hope you didn't mind hanging around.
You're a regular Amy Schumer.
Just start the live stream.
Yes, my lord.
Franchini starts the stream and prepares to lower Kid Danger into the super scary meat grinder. Eventually, Franchini's viewership reaches 4 million consecutive viewers.
Oh, it warms my heart to know that you people are so sick.
As he escapes from the meat river, Captain Man orders the cow to kick him towards Kid Danger. And as she does, Captain Man falls directly into the meat grinder.
Captain Man!
Oh, my Goomer! What's happening to my meat grinder?
Oh, see? Captain Man is indescribable.
Indestructible!
So the meat grinder has exploded, meaning Captain Man and Kid Danger are safe. As for the others, we gotta put like a content warning here. This in the next bit is a little bit graphic, and frankly in a kind of almost not cartoony way. It's just kind of a weird moment that they did in the episode, and if you want to look away, that's fine, but we're just gonna keep going through it.
Where'd the meat grinder go?
Part of it's in my shoulder.
And look, here's another part of it in my gut.
Well, it serves you two right for Kid Danger. Where's Kid?
The superhero team wonder what happened to the real Angus T. Beefo, and a creepy old woman comes out to tell them that he died over 100 years ago. They ask if he's dead, then who runs the factory? And she responds, "What factory?" As she laughs, everything in the room fades away.
Where'd the factory go?
It was all an illusion.
I changed my mind. Maybe this show does suck. So next up, it's time for us to review a very important episode. The final appearance made by Goomer in the Henry Danger TV series. So let's go ahead and talk about Season 5, Episode 21 and 22. Henry Danger the Musical, which premiered on July the 27th, 2019 to 1.2 million viewers. We start our double episode in a seedy corner of Swellview, where we see Franchini glooming over an expensive machine he has bought, which isn't working. The machine is supposed to force everyone in Swellview to sing and dance all day, and the repairman wants to know why he would want that. Franchini says it's summer, and summer is the best time to have a mind control musical because it's all about fun. The repairman says that something is blocking up the machine, and he has one way to fix it. He slams his ass into it, causing Goomer to fall out of the back. We learn that Goomer thought they were playing hide and seek, and notes with an excited tone that it took Franchini 6 full days to find him. The repairman asks to be paid, and so Franchini tasers him with 50,000 volts of electricity. So that guy's dead. I know I say that shit a lot, but he just took 5 times the lethal dose of electricity. RIP, man. Also, if you're wondering why I haven't been actively counting crimes during this intermission, I'll remind you that Sam and Cat uniquely existed in a specific phase of the NSU where it was technically an iCarly continuation. Without Sam Puckett being in the show, the crimes don't really matter. With the machine now functioning correctly, Franchini pulls the lever, and as everyone in town wakes up, they sing a song about how someone has put a musical curse over Swellview.
Henry, you gotta get over here.
Why are you singing? Why am I singing?
There are some parts of this episode where the songs end up feeling extremely forced, and they can be a bit of a slog to sit through. But this being a big problem is actually pretty rare. For the most part, the songs are good, the songs are funny, and this episode generally oozes charm, and isn't really something I'm capable of being angry about. Which is a shame because I had this great joke written about going back in time to 2001 and killing Joss Whedon. Franchini takes over every broadcast in town, announcing that the musical spell over Swellview traces back to him. As Henry enters the man cave, Jasper sings a song explaining everything that's going on, despite Henry singing back that he already knows. As they finish that song, they go back to talking normal, and Henry thinks the spell is over. He then begins singing a song about how grateful he is that the spell is gone, before realizing that he's singing. The other members of the Danger Team explain that sometimes musicals have asides and dialogue, but usually they don't last long before the next tune. Suddenly, the focus shifts to Ray, who begins to sing about a time when he was a young boy and he auditioned for a musical about cats, which might have been the musical Cats, but he refuses to clarify. He continues to be interrupted by dialogue asides, and Charlotte guesses that the story ends with Ray losing the part to someone else, so he begrudgingly skips to the end of the story.
Ever since that day, I've had a hatred for musicals. So whoever caused this curse?
You know it was Franchini.
Yeah, he said on the news.
Henry learns that Franchini is at Swellview Park as they speak, and they head off to get back at him for what he's done. Jasper says the Swellview Summer Market is happening at the park right now, and begins singing a song about the experiences he had there when he was younger. But everyone shuts this down because they say they don't have time. At the summer market, the park is filled with the noise of food vendors singing about their stock, as Franchini sings to Goomer about how everyone loves him. Goomer begins to quietly sing back about how he's hungry, so Franchini gives him money and tells him to go get some beans. Piper finds Franchini and sings him a song about how they're all sick of singing and think he's the worst.
We're sick of all the singing and think you're the worst.
That's not what he wanted to hear.
Franchini asks for examples of what is wrong, and Piper thinks of one right away.
These bro guys, these jocks, they're stuck here in your trance. They wanna throw the football but are forced to dance. Instead of playing football, they are forced to dance.
Franchini says it's not his fault that some people are boring and don't understand the concept of whimsy, just as Captain Man arrives with Kid Danger. The two try to fight Franchini, but find any attempt of physical force is exerted as dance moves. Franchini has snared the pair in a total state of temporal grace. Franchini says it's time for an intermission, and he leaps into Goomer's arms and vanishes with a flash. The next day, as the curse grows stronger, Charlotte and Schwaj work on finding a solution. Henry says they're not working fast enough, but Henry sings a song about how great the two of them are, and how complimenting them will make them work faster. This is probably the second or third best song on the whole thing. I think number one is definitely Ray's song about the musical about cats. Number two is probably like Jasper's song about what's going on. Then I'd put this song here, but you also got to keep in mind that opening song is pretty good. It honestly probably does deserve to be higher than the fourth spot, so I don't know. I think just the fact that I'm debating with myself about which of these songs are better says that I really actually kind of like this episode. Charlotte and Schwaj find out that the musical signal is being sent from an abandoned karaoke place on Alpine Street. Jasper reveals he has a long history with this place and begins to sing a song about it, but is shut down as they don't have time. Schwaj plans to hack into the club, but finds his own system has been hacked into by Franchini. They get a V-mail from Franchini, and after Henry and Ray bubble morph into their outfits, they see the message is a recording of Goomer reading a note introducing Franchini, who begins a proposition. Franchini says that as their battle the previous day didn't work out, they'll now battle on his terms. The group will come to the abandoned karaoke place that night and will have a battle of the vocal cords. Franchini plans to stream the event so everyone in Swellview can watch the game play out live. The pair are also told to bring a +1.
Could bring anyone you know, outsing me. Shut up, Goomer, outsing me.
Later, the Danger Team minus Ray sing a song about who should be their +1 to the singing competition. They then realize that Ray has been taking his steam shower for 90 minutes, and they soon get a video call from him where he admits the truth. He's not singing in this video because he has left the Swellview area. The shame of the previous day, mixed with his fear of musicals, has caused him to leave the town for good. The team will have to solve this situation without him. Later, Franchini hears the rumor of Captain Man fleeing and says that if the captain doesn't return by tonight, he'll change the curse to thrash metal, which he briefly does to show that he means business. Jasper studies Ray's message and figures out that he's at a diner about 2 hours outside of town. He says he's been there and begins singing about their fantastic burgers, before he's shut down because there isn't time. Meanwhile, Henry's family sing a song about finishing lunch before settling at the table, too exhausted to eat. Mr. Hart starts singing about an online class he took at Juilliard, and his wife and daughter respond by singing an upbeat tune about all the things they want him to buy for them. At the diner, Ray gets his lunch and monologues about his life to his waitress, until smoke begins bellowing out of his burger. We find out the waitress is Henry in disguise, and Ray is soon knocked out. Back at the man cave, Schwaz and Jasper have finished their list of people who can come and help Captain Man in his singing competition.
Lady Gaga and Madonna, Harry Styles, Ariana Grande, Beyonce, Adele.
Charlotte says these aren't realistic options, but the boys think the celebrities are sure to rush to help. But when Henry calls in, they say that they were told no by all of the options.
Ariana actually said she's Team Franchini.
The guys are on their own, but Henry says they still need a third person if they're going to stand a chance against Franchini's range. Jasper suggests Piper, and everyone agrees it's the right choice, as Ray attempts to force Henry to turn the self-driving truck around. Ray finally admits what this has all been about, his childhood memory of not getting the big part in the musical about cats.
Okay, was the musical Cats?
It doesn't matter, Henry!
As they approach the Swellview border, the music starts to take back over. Henry says that in spite of everything that happened in his youth, Ray grew up to be a hero. His hero. Henry starts to sing an upbeat song about how great of a hero Captain Man is, but Ray shuts this down, saying he wants to sit in silence and ignore the background music, which they try to do for several moments until they both start singing about all of the cool fights they've had as a superhero duo.
I mean, it really was insane though, bro. We had a fight atop a literal train.
Now fully in the mood for a singing battle, Captain Man and Kid Danger go to pick up Piper. Now in front of every screen in Swellview, the fight song begins. Each round features a different person going up against Franchini, and in each situation, Franchini is the clear victor. To the point that, after countless rounds, the Danger team are left physically drained, while Franchini is still ready to keep going. Piper says that she got roped into this when she wasn't even a hero, and this musical has to end. This gives Kid Danger an idea. Every musical ends with a really dumb number about a lesson that was learned in the story, where everyone joins into the song. Kid Danger thus deduces that the only way to end the curse is for Captain Man to sing a closing number about facing his fear of musicals. The kid tells the captain to get on stage and start singing a song that sounds like it's about something, but is actually about absolutely nothing. He does so, and Franchini immediately identifies that it's a show-stopping number. But Piper fears it's too cheesy and meaningless and refuses to sing along, until someone else chimes in.
I'll sing with you.
Yes, it turns out that Goomer, told to be silent constantly throughout the musical, is actually the greatest singer in Swellview, an even better one than Franchini. Goomer begins singing the song on stage until Captain Man recognizes his voice. In a great moment of hesitation, Captain Man asks Goomer if he was once in a musical about cats.
Was it Cats? Doesn't matter, kid.
I was years ago. How's come?
You were beautiful. Meow meow.
Meow meow.
What the? Can I sing with you?
Oh. Will you sing too?
Goomer, no!
Of course! Anything for that voice!
So Goomer and Captain Man join forces in spite of their past, inspiring everyone at home to join into the song. As they do, the ultimate shared power of the closing number melts Franchini's machine, freeing the general population of the musical curse over Swellview. Bill and Ted 3 stole the ending to this episode. The curse now gone, Franchini cries that his machine is melting, and Goomer thinks that he's dying. However, Franchini explains that he's only exaggerating for sympathy.
Wow, you really are a star.
Thank you, Goomer.
The episode ends with a curtain call as several of the characters run onto the stage and bow to the audience. Except they don't do that thing that theater teachers make you do where they motion to people who weren't on stage but still helped with the production, which you have to do in spite of the fact that pretty much no one in the audience knows what those motions mean. So 0 out of 10. This episode is very ironic to our journey here. Think about it like this. When we started Sam and Cat, I think it was generally accepted that the best possible thing this series could do was provide a spiritual finale for a series that didn't get one, namely Victorious. If Sam and Cat could somehow provide closure for characters who otherwise had no such pathos, then it would have been vindicated as a TV series. And now we have this episode of Henry Danger, which very much feels like a spiritual finale for Sam and Cat. An episode where the emotional crux of the story is about Goomer finding some sense of general closure that he hadn't experienced on his former show, which itself did not have a finale. And indeed, this was the final episode of Henry Danger to feature Goomer, and for some period of time, fans speculated that his character had been redeemed, and was thus a good guy now. However, this would eventually be disputed. I've spoken often of Danger Force and how it's a spin-off of Henry Danger, but I can't recall if I've ever given a full rundown of its actual connection to the original series. Here's the basic gist. In 2020, Jace Norman decided that he did not want to continue playing Henry Hart, which is understandable as he was in his 20s by this point and was still playing a character named Kid Danger. But Nickelodeon very much did not want to end the franchise, and indeed had fought to keep it on the air in spite of a recent controversy. The same controversy which had led to Game Shakers being cancelled with little to no ceremony. So the goal here wasn't just to make a satisfying finale to Henry Danger, but to basically find a way to continue the show under a different name. The end of the series dealt with the return of Drex, a bad guy who has all of the same powers as Captain Man and was once sent to the distant past. Now back in the present, Drex plans to wipe the memories of everyone in Swellview and then replace Captain Man with himself. To stop Drex, the Danger team decide to finally use the Omega Weapon, something mentioned often throughout the latter seasons as a theoretical device that could remove Captain Man's metahuman qualities. As Captain Man fights Drex, he orders them to use it, causing both of them to lose their powers. And anyways, there's a bunch of random kids in that room as well. Did I mention that yet? These kids were all introduced sporadically over a couple different episodes of the final season of Henry Danger, and well, it turns out that being in the same room as the Omega Weapon when it's used on another metahuman causes you to have your own DNA altered by the splashback. So each of these kids has superpowers now. Later, when Kid Danger sacrifices himself to save Captain Man's life, he discovers this also affected him, as he is also invulnerable now. Swellview is led to believe that Kid Danger died protecting the city, but instead, Henry moves to another town and begins a new life as a Nightwing type. Ray gets his powers back sometime off screen, and all those random kids who were exposed to the radiation of the Omega Weapon take Henry's place on the superhero team. This is where Danger Force picks up, with Captain Man and Schwaz still being two of the main characters, but the rest of the kids being replaced. In a big way, it's fair to look at Danger Force as Henry Danger in everything but name. If the original show hadn't been named after Henry, they would have just called this Season 6 through 8. Instead, it's new show in name only, Seasons 1 through 3. People will often message me to tell me about how bad Danger Force is, and at least once a year, someone will tell me with confidence that it won't get renewed for another season, and then it does. Online commentators once again gauge the ratings of the show in reference to previous Nickelodeon eras, without realizing that the comparison is not ultimately justified, and Danger Force clearly pulls in enough ratings and income to just barely justify it having a complete run. I personally think that this show will, at the very least, get a 4th season, as 2024 is the 10-year anniversary of the franchise. It would be an incredible dunder moment to not do some kind of special celebration of Captain Man being on TV for a literal decade. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Season 1, Episode 1 of the series is titled The Danger Force Awakens, and aired on March the 28th, 2020. The basic plot of this episode is that all of these kids are terrible because they have no experience using or controlling their powers. So Ray decides to tell them that there's no need for them to fight crime because there's a crime drought. He claims he and Henry put all the bad guys in jail, so there's no crime left to fight. Secretly, he's actually fighting crime constantly while keeping this lie up, all to stop the kids from blundering his missions. At the end of the episode, a kid is trying to do a prison break at Swellview Prison. The Danger Force teleport there, only for the kids to accidentally use their powers to widen the reach of the prison break, as they also restrain themselves. We then see a large collection of Henry Danger lore villains escaping from the prison, including...
Wait for me!
As the fleeing criminals get more and more obscure, the kids say that they've ended the crime drought. Captain Man says that, at this rate, it'll take at least 100 exciting adventures to get everybody back in prison. The kids point out that Franchini seems to have escaped more than once, and he explains,
I smuggled 75 outfits into this prison, and you're gonna see every last one of them!
Despite what we see in this opening episode, in Franchini's following 5 appearances in the Dangerverse, Goomer would not be seen or mentioned. This detail would be ultimately explained in the show's 5th episode, Mime Games, which premiered on April the 25th, 2020, to 740,000 viewers. We start off our episode with a shot of the Swellview Academy for the Gifted, a real building that actually exists. I didn't mention this before, but in the Henry Danger finale, the man cave and Junkenstuff are both destroyed. So this is the replacement for Junkenstuff. In the show, it is typically initialized as Swag. I'm just going to call it the Academy. Above the Academy is a gigantic superhero lair atop the mountain, known as the Man's Nest. The Man's Nest is known to exist in-universe by the general public, but its connection to the Academy is a well-kept secret. So all of the kids at the Academy are packing because the French Captain Man is on strike, and they have to go and fight crime overseas in his place. Chouage attempts to join along, disguised as Bose. He explains that France is the city of love, and he wants to find true love. The real Bose appears and pitches a new weapon, a pinwheel with his face on it. This is just one of the numerous bad weapons that Bose has invented and packed. Someone name drops a teddy bear he has invented named Bew Bew Pew Pew, and he rushes up to the Man's Nest to get it. Ray is then informed that their goober ride is outside, and as they rush off, Chouage arms the Academy's defense system, shooting a laser through Bew Bew Pew Pew. 4 hours later, Bose asks the security system to turn the lasers off, as he needs to pee. The computer states that to do this, it will need the magic word. Bose says he wishes Chouage was here, because Chouage is smart and he'd know the magic word. The computer states that Chouage is smart is the magic word, and the security system turns off. Bose complains that's 3 words, and the system turns back on. He accepts the solution, and the security system turns back off. Realizing he's a superhero with no supervision, Bose begins playing around the Man's Nest during a montage, doing such hilarious things as eating ice cream topped with hair gel. He then decides to watch a show that's only for adults.
Welcome to C-SPAN. Tonight's topic: healthcare policy in America, single-payer amortization, mortgage interest deduction penalty, Social Security funding, a bunch of boring stuff, the Pentagon.
Bose calls into C-SPAN, and the host asks where his parents/other adult co-workers are. Bose answers that he believes Italy. Meanwhile, in France, the Danger Force are put in charge of guarding France's greatest treasures: Napoleon's pants, the first French baguette, and Daft Punk's original helmets. However, when they take stock of their weapons, it seems that they have brought Bose's bag by mistake. It's then revealed that Chouage is the one who made it to Paris, and as Chouage rushes off to find his true love, the rest of the group fear that Bose isn't safe. We then see that he's very safe and is dancing to a Captain Man cowboy novelty song. However, we then see 2 villains secretly watching him. One is Goomer, and the other, the Toddler. The Toddler is the oldest recurring baddie in the Dangerverse, going all the way back to the pilot episode of Henry Danger. And he's also my personal least favorite. His gimmick is that he is a grown man who enjoys role-playing like a baby, and thus he ends up feeling like a walking, talking fetish most of the time. He's a little toned down by this point in the franchise, but I still just don't like seeing him.
Check Captain Man's Envygram feed. He's definitely in Paris.
Want to give up and go down to the pickle barn?
No!
But why is Goomer spending time with another bad guy? Well, we soon find out.
Hey, Franchini, look at me. I'm with another guy, and we're about to do a hot crime.
What the heck are you doing?
Making Franchini jealous so he'll take me back.
No, give me that phone. Give me.
So this episode really hammers home the explicit subtext of Franchini and Goomer that was always hinted at a little bit, but here is really, really implied. That being the ultimate controversial question. Are these two partners in crime, or are they partners in crime? Now, as you might expect, this episode isn't 100% clear if this is a joke subtext or the actual text of the story, but it's clearly written in such a way that if you had even the slightest chance of ever believing a theory like this, you will walk away from this episode with all the evidence you need. Bose finally notices the bad guys and uses his gum to morph into his disguise, although the cowboy hat remains. He then discovers that all of his stupid novelty weapons have been replaced with the real weapons, and he puts them back because he is the stupid one. Meanwhile, in France, the group can't call home because the French cell phone services are also on strike in solidarity with Monsieur Man. One of the kids can teleport and attempts to use this to go back home, but instead zaps herself into the women's bathroom. The group then catch a mime attempting to steal the baguette, and stop him with the pinwheel. Back in Swellview, the Toddler and Goomer are back up to their tricks.
Come on, Goomer, smash it already.
You gotta film me. I want to make a goomerang and send it to Franchini.
Bose attempts to use his telekinesis to throw a boulder at Goomer, but accidentally opens the doors instead, causing Goomer to fall into the room. As Goomer flails on the ground, Bose escapes into the lower levels of the academy in his gaming chair.
I got that on video.
Right.
Oh, want me to send it to Franchini?
No!
In France, the group try to interrogate the mime, but he won't talk. Captain Man says they should just let him have the bread because he's just too damn entertaining. Eventually, they decide to give into his act under the hope that he will accidentally reveal more info through his mime acting. Captain Man also says that mimes live in hives, make invisible honey, and have a queen, something that the rest of the kids question. Meanwhile,
Franchini never lets me jump on the bed.
Hey, shut up, will you? I'm trying to call the news.
Franchini always said I'd break the bed, but he's wrong.
At the academy, Bose watches the men take control of the nest. Bew Bew Pew Pew begins speaking, explaining that Bose is hallucinating due to his heightened sense of survival, and all that hair gel he ate. Bew Bew Pew Pew suggests he turn the security system back on to stop the bad guys. Bose realizes he can use his telekinesis to levitate a pencil to do this.
No, buddy. Just roll over and use your fingers.
Shut up, Boo Boo Pew Pew. I'm using my powers.
In France, Volt, the moody one, refuses to give in to the whimsy, but eventually allows herself to be caught in the mime's imaginary trap. However, the group soon realize that the trap is very real and that they've been tangled up in Bose's actually functioning weaponry, as the Mime Queen arrives with other members of her hive. But the tide turns the other way when the team briefly use their powers correctly, with Shout Out closing the door and AWOL teleporting away, loosening their restraints. AWOL briefly teleports next to Bose, who is still pressing the buttons via telepathy, and then she teleports back. The Toddler and Goomer attempt to do a call with the news to announce their victory, but suffer technical difficulties. They then accidentally turn on Captain Man's country album and begin a romantic slow dance to the tunes.
Hey. One more song, and then we gotta call the news back.
Yeehaw.
Back in France, the Daft Punk helmets are shattered during the fight, and the French baguette suffers the same fate when it is used to knock out the Mime Queen. Monsieur Man announces that the strike is over as the French government have agreed to give him what he asked for, a little pink motorcycle for him to drive around in so he doesn't have to use public transportation. Back in Swellview, the Toddler and Goomer finally get the news to report that they have taken control of the Man's Nest.
That's right. And you tell Franchini I said that. I love him. And I miss him.
How are you a bigger baby than me?
So there we go, he said it out loud. Goomer, a recurring character from Sam and Cat, is in love with Franchini, a character who technically originates in the show Victorious as a runner gag who is constantly spoken of but never seen. Canon, established, in, text, we can all go home now. At this exact moment, Bose finally gets the code in, and the lasers begin zapping the pair in the butt. The reporters note that this is what happens when villains break into the Man's Nest. They dance for 20 minutes and then get zapped. Back in France, the Danger Force are caught by the French official, with all of the artifacts they were trusted with being destroyed.
You came here, made a lot of dust up, and destroyed all of our stuff.
Well, you know, America.
Chouage comes back, revealing that he did manage to find true love after all. But Captain Man says they're leaving, and the two are separated. So let's go ahead and pull back out that list of things that exist in this universe as we write down Evil Bee Mimes. So that was the final Nickelodeon TV show to feature Goomer, and I'm hoping now that you've seen an episode like this, you understand the complaints I've had about Sam and Cat. This was an episode that feels like it was well thought out. All of the elements ended up working together to create a story that did not feel like a lazy first draft. Shows like this, even if they're not your thing, are well made and do represent a considerable amount of effort. Now, since that was the last TV story to feature Goomer, you might think that we're done here, but you'd be wrong. You see, in recent years, Henry Danger and Danger Force have enjoyed doing a lot of weird, fringe, spin-off things that most people never think about. And it is in one of these that Goomer has made his most recent appearance. So let's briefly talk about the internet-exclusive series, Danger Goes Digital. So this whole thing starts out with this live-action intro where Bose, Micah, and Miles are playing a mobile game on their phones. Chappa has lost her phone, so she isn't playing. A bug of some kind bites all of those who do have their phones, and they all vanish into binary. Soon, we see a 3D world that all of the characters have been sucked into. There, they are forced through several levels of the mobile game. In episode 2, Chappa also gets sucked in. Based on the horrible Zoom-level audio quality in these animations, and the general dates that these came out on, I think that this was clearly some kind of pandemic passion project, with the segments on set probably being filmed at the very, very end. As the characters go on through the game, they encounter this green fly guy who has this Code Lyoko-ass backstory, where he wants to enter the real world and become corporeal to take over the world. So the team wants to defeat this guy and use his crystals to get back to the real world. Every episode is a parody of some specific video game, including a very dated parody of Flappy Bird. At some point, real bad guys from the Dangerverse start showing up in the game itself. This leads us to episode 5, where the bad guy the team face inside of the digital world is none other than Franchini, with the entire level being narrated by Goomer.
Franchini is the best dancer. His moves are wet.
Thank you, Goomer.
So to get out, they have to beat Franchini at a DDR dance battle. And the team do ultimately end up beating him.
There, Mr. Franchini. You're still the best dancer in my world.
In the end, there's a parody of Smash Brothers where they defeat the Green Fly and they make it back to the real world, where everyone but Chappa calls off mobile games. Har har. So obviously there's a great debate to be had here, not only about the canonicity of these webisodes, but additionally what the plot is supposed to be. Like, when we see the bad guys from the TV show digitized here, have those bad guys also traveled to the digital world? Or are they merely digital imitations of the real world characters? So like, is it Digimon or Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase? At the end of the day, I don't think it matters. The only reason this is of any interest is that this is the only piece of media to depict Frankini and Goomer being back together after the events of that last episode. But if you put that detail aside, I guess the plot isn't really what matters here. What actually matters, despite the dubious quality of these shorts, is that the Frankini Goomer episode premiered on April the 30th, 2021. This means that despite Sam and Cat ending production 9 years ago, the most memorable character from the show appeared in the NSU within 46 days of the start to this miniseries. And this ultimately cements that Goomer is an especially important and iconic character, being one of the sole pieces of ongoing legacy at Nickelodeon that connects the programming currently on TV all the way back to the days of All That.
Watch where you're going.
Okay, Boomer.
It's Goomer.
I'm shook.
So today, we are going to be doing something that, to the best of my knowledge, no one has ever tried to do before. We are going to be doing a complete and total analysis of the entire Goomer canon, as told by 4 different Nickelodeon sitcoms in the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. Now, what do I mean when I say no one's ever done this before? Well, earlier in this part of the video, I very briefly praised the Henry Danger Wiki for helping me compile some information. And while I still want to thank them for that, I also have to stop and criticize them because they've done something that I think is really stupid. You see, usually this wiki has 2 pages for every significant character in the universe. 1 page detailing their character as presented in Henry Danger, and another as their character presented in Danger Force. This is extremely convenient if you're researching one of these shows but not the other. If I want to read about Captain Man as he exists in Henry Danger, then I have a full page for that. But if I want to read about Captain Man today in Danger Force, then I just switch to the other tab. It's really a brilliant system. However, the website actually gives Goomer here very special treatment in a very interesting way. Because instead of Goomer having 2 pages, Goomer has 0 pages. Because whenever Goomer needs to be linked in an article, they instead link to Goomer's article on the Sam and Cat wiki, which doesn't cover his Henry Danger appearances as canon. Interwiki linking is like always bad. It never fucking works. And every time someone comes up with the idea, they think they're the first person to do it, and they're all wide-eyed like, why is no one doing this? Why is no one interwiki linking? We gotta start interwiki linking. And then they do it, and shit just fucking sucks. You ever gone to a wiki and it says like, hey, you know, we've decided not to cover this thing, so we let this other wiki have it. And you go to the other wiki and it's deleted? Doesn't fucking exist? The wiki's gone? Yeah, so the point is that there's actually a lot of information about Goomer that could be out there, could be featured in any of these shows. And how would I know? Because there's nowhere to write the information down. The biggest example is that if you go to most pages on the Henry Danger wiki, they'll have a list of mentions alongside the list of appearances. So if I was doing this segment about Frankini and not Goomer, then I could very easily go to that list and watch every episode where Frankini is mentioned so I can kind of understand where that character is currently at in the canon. But because Goomer doesn't have a page, if there's an episode where they mention Goomer, but he doesn't show up, I don't fucking know. I haven't seen that episode because they didn't write that information down. But even if the Henry Danger wiki did cover this character in a coherent way, it still stands true that I have never seen someone try to analyze all of the episodes featuring this character as if they are set in the same universe, as if they impact the same version of Goomer. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing today. Okay, I think I'm just about ready to go now. So many of the details about Goomer's origin story are vague and confusing, most likely because those are also words I would use to describe the scripts of Sam and Cat episodes. So there's some fuzzy details, which is a good thing because it allows us to kind of make things work. We do know that Goomer was born in January 1986, meaning he was 27 years old by the events of the Sam and Cat pilot. And I'll be honest, that's a lot older than I thought Goomer was going to be, but this is a very convenient detail later on. One thing we know for sure is that almost directly after being born, Goomer was placed into foster care in Louisiana. Now, what this implies is that Goomer is not actually his birth name, but we'll get into that mess of worms in just a minute. It is at this point that Mrs. Murr enters the picture.
Mama? Mama! Mama, over here! Mama!
That is not how I pictured her.
Yeah, I thought she'd be taller.
Mrs. Murr had always wanted to adopt a big baby, so she decided to go to Louisiana's Big and Tall Adoption Agency. It was there that she fell in love with the most beautiful child she had ever seen, one that she instantly knew she was ready to nurture and love as her own. But somebody got that one, so she got a dog. But then that dog ran away, so Mrs. Murr went back to the Louisiana Adoption Agency and adopted the big baby whom we know as Goomer. Now here's a big point of contention in the Goomer fandom. Earlier in this same episode, Goomer speaks about his father in the past tense, but with some confidence.
My daddy was French, so my first name is Guy. And my last name is Murr.
Now the big discrepancy is that that bit of dialogue happens earlier in the episode than the ultimate reveal that Goomer was adopted. So it is never revealed or clarified if the father Goomer is speaking about there is his biological father or the partner of Mrs. Murr. I've always leaned towards this being his adopted father, with the idea being that Mr. and Mrs. Murr kind of changed the baby's name after they adopted it. But regardless, Goomer's legal name is in fact Guy Murr. That's Gieux Murr. I spelled Murr wrong here. Murr has 2 R's. But yeah, his name is Guy Murr. And the excuse given is that his father was French. Now, the interesting side note about this is that Guy is not a real French name, and not even a real French word. So when Sam and Cat was translated into French, they actually changed the joke of Goomer's name. Here his name became Goomer. Gueux means to eat, I think, and the joke that they say in the episode is that Goomer's father was a chef. So if we briefly decide that localizations are canon, then we know that Goomer's father was a French chef. Also, if we're accepting unfilmed material as theoretical canon, Goomer also has a sister. Now, I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that if they had filmed this episode, they would not have clarified if this sister was biological or adopted. Call me Walt Disney, because I'm choosing the latter. Okay, so here's the part of the story where, assuming that Goomer's father was his adoptive father and was thus present in his life, actually makes telling the story of his life easier. In Sam and Cat, Goomer's father is spoken about in the past tense, so we can presume that he's no longer with us, but I actually have a fan theory about Goomer's father that I would now like to posit. And here it is. My fan theory is that in between when they adopted Goomer and when Mr. Murr died, Mr. and Mrs. Murr had an amicable split. Mr. and Mrs. Murr decide to see other people, they go their opposite ways, they eventually move apart, and maybe, just maybe, Goomer ends up spending part of his childhood in split households and potentially split atmospheres entirely. So the theory is that while Goomer's mother stayed in Louisiana and effectively raised Goomer herself for most of the year, Goomer's father moved to Swellview and only saw his son occasionally. Let's say during the summer. And it's during one of these summers in Swellview that Goomer decides to try out for a musical. A musical about cats. And this is where his path first crosses with a teenaged Ray Manchester, aka the future Captain Man. Goomer's singing voice wins him the role, leaving the future Captain Man filled with a bitter hatred of musicals. But as we've established, Goomer would spend most of his time in Louisiana with his mother, and it would be here that she would pass on to him her strongest conviction, that Goomer was never to become involved with professional fighting. But despite this, after becoming an adult in his 20s, Goomer decides to move to California, where he becomes a professional MMA fighter. During this period, he chronically lies to his mother and tells her that he has become a history teacher at a high school. Also during this point, he has a trainer who eventually abandons him.
My last manager quit on account of he said I'm too stupid to manage.
Goomer's first chronological appearance is in Sam and Cat Season 1, Episode 4, #NewGoat. Here we learn that Dice has taken over as Goomer's manager. He's extremely proficient at fighting, and Dice thinks he can win some real money if Goomer can win some battles. This storyline is continued in #GoomerSitting, where we see that Goomer already is extremely protective of Dice. When Dice leaves for a hair modeling gig, this exchange takes place.
I'll be back tomorrow to watch you win the biggest fight of your life.
Yay!
Be good. Love you, man.
I love you.
Oh, Goomer, are you feeling emotional?
Why?
I'm just so proud of his hair.
And at the end of the episode, when Goomer has lost his sight and is losing the battle, it is his protective attitude for Dice that brings him back to his A game.
You can punch me in my face, and you can kick me in my niblets, but you will not make fun of my little friend's beautiful, beautiful hair.
During his third appearance, Goomer is reunited with his mother for the first time in years. However, Dice and Goomer fear that if Goomer's mother figures out that he's not a teacher at a high school and is instead an MMA boxer, she will force him to move back to Louisiana and work in a crawdad factory. I'm gonna zoom that in just so you can see that shit. It's really... Look, I found a relevant image. It's really a crawdad factory. Isn't that funny? Anyways, Sam and Cat choose to intervene at Goomer and Mrs. Murr's luncheon, where they pretend to be students of his. There, Cat absent-mindedly invites Mrs. Murr to come to their school and watch Goomer teach. So the girls act out a conspiracy to borrow Psychowitz's theater classroom. However, when the plan falls apart and Goomer admits his true life, in response, Mrs. Murr lashes out.
And you lied to me like a cheap rug. That burns my beezy. When I adopted you, I should have kept the receipt.
Goomer is left in a tragic state over this, left crying, as he believes that he has lost the love of his mother. Eventually, Mrs. Murr does say that Goomer has to move back to Louisiana to work in a crawdad factory. However, when a group of thugs confront them in an alley, Goomer whoops the lot of them, and as the police arrive, Mrs. Murr is detained by a new man.
Does this mean I can stay in LA and still be a fighter?
Whatever!
So this episode establishes a lot of the Goomer lore that we've already discussed, but it also introduces my two least favorite character details, which you see constantly throughout these shows. And the first one is the direct, undeniable implication that Goomer is not only a goofy guy, he's not only stupid, but he is mentally disabled. Despite Goomer being 27 in this episode, throughout the entire thing, there is the constant looming implication that Goomer has no personal or even legal autonomy over his personal choices. Basically, the implication is that perhaps literally, in a legal sense, Goomer is not allowed to make his own choices, and everything about his life is actually up to his mother. The reason this bothers me a lot is that it makes the character feel a lot more mean-spirited than when you don't consider it. Because I usually don't think of Goomer like this. Usually, the way I think about Goomer is Goomer's a goofy guy, he's a funny guy, and the reason Goomer exists is he stands in the room and he says the funny stuff. He says the stuff that makes you smile, makes you chuckle, make you laugh. When you look at him as making fun of people with disabilities, I think that just kind of robs the character of the joy that he brings. It makes him feel kind of gross. And furthermore, my absolute favorite Goomer running joke is that every once in a while he just stops and he's the smartest person in the room for like 30 seconds. That always makes me laugh.
Maybe it was those two British girls.
Nah, they're the ones who gave Kat the bibble.
Yeah, why would they give her a can of bibble and then steal it?
To make Kat get mad at Sam. And then maybe they painted your motorbike pink so you'd get mad at Kat. See? That way, they wreck your whole friendship as revenge for what you did to them when you got your $500 back at the bingo game.
And the second thing introduced by #MamaGoomer that I hate is the ongoing trope in Sam and Kat that someone will inevitably betray or hurt Goomer, and then the resolution is undercut somehow. When Goomer's mother practically says that she doesn't love him, it's shrugged off at the end like it's just a joke. When Dice abandons Goomer to train Sam, who you can tell by watching is a worse MMA fighter, it's never even brought up again in the rest of the episode. When Rita Rooney breaks Goomer's heart over something that wasn't even his fault, they don't even have dialogue for the rest of the episode. Goomer is one of the only characters in Sam and Kat who has any sense of empathy and kindness. And the universe punishes him for that over and over and over again. Early on in the series, Dice and Goomer are depicted as being very close. In #MamaGoomer, they're even described as best friends. But as the series goes on, and Goomer's MMA career fades into the background, you start to see this a little bit less and less. For a long string of episodes, Goomer is just the team's lackey. He's their wheels. He's how they get around. He helps them build a meth lab. And it just really stands out to you, it didn't have to be that way. The writers could have tried. #First Class Problems is arguably like the weirdest episode because Goomer's role in that story, if you think about it in a fourth dimensional sense, his job in the story is to make sure that Sam and Kat get karma. Sam and Kat are awful people in that episode. They're terrible. They do stuff that would get you arrested at an airport, and the only thing that stops them in their tracks is that the universe kind of points at Goomer and says, hey, you're going to make sure that these girls get some karma, and they don't get what they want. But for most other late-stage Goomer episodes, he's a prop. Like I said, he just stands around and he says all the funny stuff because no one else in the cast is able to carry the show. This is until #WeStealARockstar, which stands out by far as the episode of Sam and Kat where Sam, Kat, and Dice ruin Goomer's life. The main trio end up doing a long string of amoral and extremely illegal things, and this ends with Goomer feeling like he's lost Del DeVille. And eventually they do basically lie to him and convince him, no, Del DeVille's fine, dude. You're crazy. You're saying crazy stuff. You're crazy. But the most important thing about this episode is that this was the final appearance of Goomer before he transitioned into being a character on Henry Danger. So obviously this is the longest and most mysterious gap in this story. And to some people, it's actually still extremely controversial. Just the other week, I was browsing the Sam and Cat wiki, and I ended up in the comments section where I read this very long and verbose fan theory that Goomer in Henry Danger is actually an entirely different person. Basically, the theory posits that doppelganger theory, which we've discussed, indicates that there might be multiple people that look like Goomer, and in this case, 2 doppelgangers had the same name, and that explains the little character quirks between them. But I don't think there's actually any character quirks between them. I think they're presented as pretty much exactly the same. So obviously for these people, I think the big contentious disagreement is that in Sam and Cat, Goomer is a good guy, while in Henry Danger, Goomer is a bad guy. So how do we go about solving that discrepancy? Well, I think my biggest hot take here is that it's a little bit of a stretch to call what Sam, Cat, and Dice do not evil. Like, I understand that if you haven't seen this show in 10 years, you just remember the funny antics, you remember the haha and all that shit. But Sam and Cat, at the end of the day, they're not good people. And in this show, we constantly see them use Goomer to act out their personal vendettas. Vendettas, which are often self-centered, selfish, and hurtful to other people. They have Goomer build a meth lab. Look at it this way. How many people has Franchini killed? 1 guy. How many people has Cat killed? 3 people. Just by this metric alone, Cat is the more evil person to be around because she's killed 2 more people. Although I should go ahead and say, for the objective record, that there is an episode of Henry Danger where they imply that Franchini caused the 2020 international pandemic. Now, I know that sounds bad. The point is that Goomer spending time around evil people and being easily manipulated into doing evil things is not inherently a plot hole because I just described the plot to Sam and Cat. And besides from this, we do see hesitation from Goomer. He's a lackey, but he's an easily swayed lackey, but he's not evil. He just doesn't have willpower around people that are so controlling, like Franchini. And furthermore, it is obvious that Goomer holds a deep emotional allegiance to Franchini. Personally, my headcanon is that at some point, Sam and Cat crossed Goomer in some way that he just couldn't justify. And maybe that's what we saw in that next to last episode. Maybe it's not. But at some point, that happened. And around that exact same point, Franchini just happened to re-enter Cat's life, and Goomer kind of got caught in his orbit, you know what I mean? And the obvious implication of a considerable amount of their on-screen material is that Franchini and Goomer are not just allies, but lovers. And if you believe this, it's very easy to see why Goomer follows Franchini and does everything he asks without question. And also this character detail totally recontextualizes one of the last episodes we watched of Sam and Cat.
She likes you. You know, the way girls like boys.
Oh.
Yes, my standing theory with Goomer is the same standing theory I had with Fred. I think that Goomer is queer, but I think, at least in his first television series, he was not self-aware enough to understand his internal emotions. And so here we have it, the whole tsunami that brings him into Franchini's life. In fact, if we believe that fan theory we pitched earlier, we can presume that the reason Franchini and Goomer end up in Swellview is because of Goomer's connections to the city, because they'd want to be somewhere, with friends, with family, and Goomer doesn't want to go back to Louisiana, and Franchini doesn't want to go back to that mental facility in Idaho, and he's probably pissed off at his family, so yeah, let's go to Swellview. Sounds like a cool place to look at stuff. Inspired by his sister's posts on theslap.com, Franchini soon starts a life as an internet influencer. And this brings us to where we started with the characters in Henry Danger Season 3. In the episode where the two kidnap Captain Man and Kid Danger and plan to reveal their secret identities to the world. And then later the two are brought out of prison to help save an elderly grandma. And incidentally, when I watched that episode for this segment, I was absolutely shocked that Goomer and Franchini seemingly got cheated out of a go-bro quid pro quo. Because Captain Man and Kid Danger are literally helping these two for their help, and they get that help, and at no point are they ever promised, like a pardon or something. And then literally right after this, we of course have the Willy Wonka episode, which is a dream, but I think it's canon to their personalities. Like it's an illusion Goomer. It's not really, it's a fake Goomer. But if Goomer really did do a Willy Wonka kind of like shenanigans bullshit, like I think this would, do you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, the next time we see these two characters fleshed out is in the fantastic Henry Danger the Musical. Here, we see that Franchini has taken to treating Goomer exactly how Sam and Cat did. Like a stooge who barely has a name and only exists to help them through schemes. The primary way we see this is Franchini constantly telling Goomer to shut up right before he's about to start singing. But unlike Sam and Cat, Henry Danger has a point to make here, because it's through Franchini's underestimation of Goomer that the supervillain faces his ultimate defeat. To be Franchini as you are upstaged is to be Achilles as you are sliced at the heel. Goomer proves himself more than Franchini. He proves himself to be a better man. And perhaps this is the reason that their relationship falls apart. Is losing to Goomer such a source of ignominy that Franchini can no longer bear to be reminded of him? And does Goomer still not understand that it was only when Franchini thought he was nothing that he wanted to be with him? I hope that someday we get to find out. Goomer, last name Gu, last name Mur, has appeared in 26 episodes of television history, spanning from 2013 to 2021. He started out as someone who desperately wanted to make something of himself, despite everyone believing that he couldn't do it, and now he ends his story desperately wanting the man he loves to take him back. And I hope that one day, we see his story continued on our screens. Now, there's only one general Goomer topic that I haven't gotten into at this point in the video, which is what he sounds like in real life.
How excited are you to be here watching Rio 2?
Oh, it's great.
Did you see the first one?
I did not, so I have to go and catch up.
If you could play any animated animal, what would it be?
Probably an elephant.
Why an elephant?
I don't know, they seem fun.
Any new projects coming up for you? What's next?
A boxing movie's in the works, but we'll see. We'll see with that.
Are you a big boxing fan?
Yeah, I like it. I'm not an avid fan, but I enjoy doing things more than watching them.
So the guy that plays Goomer is named Zoran Korak. And that's not a real name. If somebody walks up to you at a public event and they say, "Hi, my name is Zoran Korak," That's a cop. Don't talk to that guy. Goomer is this beautiful mythological creature. He's like a unicorn out grazing in the forest. Zoran Korak is a fucking cryptid. I'm not convinced he exists. With that out of the way, we have now completed all of the NSU analysis that I really had prepared up to this point in the video, which means that we have also finished the final intermission of this mini-series. And that also means that it's time for us to get kind of serious.